We are at war with the mosquito, a swarming and consuming army of 110 trillion enemy mosquitoes patrols every inch of the globe save Antarctica, Iceland, the Seychelles, and a handful of French Polynesian micro-islands. The biting female warriors of this droning insect population are armed with at least 15 lethal and debilitating biological weapons against our 7.7 billion humans deploying suspect and often self-detrimental defensive capabilities. In fact, our defense budget for personal shields, sprays, and other deterrents to stymie her unrelenting raids has a rapidly rising annual revenue of $11 billion. And yet, her deadly offensive campaigns and crimes against humanity continue with reckless abandon. While our counterattacks are reducing the number of annual casualties she perpetrates, the mosquito remains the deadliest hunter of human beings on the planet. Last year, she slaughtered only 830,000 people. We sensible and wise Homo sapiens occupied the runner-up number 2 spot, slaying 580,000 of our own species. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which has contributed nearly $4 billion to mosquito research since its creation in 2000, releases an annual report that identifies the animals most lethal to humans. The contest is not even close. The heavyweight champion and our apex predator in perpetuity is the mosquito. Since 2000, the annual average number of human deaths caused by the mosquito has hovered around 2 million. We come in a distant second at 475,000, followed by snakes, 50,000, dogs and sandflies, 25,000 each, the tsetse fly and the assassin or kissing bug, 10,000 each. The fierce killers of lore and Hollywood celebrity appear much further down our list. The crocodile is ranked number 10 with 1,000 annual deaths. Next on the list are hippos with 500 and elephants and lions with 100 fatalities each. The much-slandered shark and wolf share the number 15 position, killing an average of 10 people per annum. The mosquito has killed more people than any other cause of death in human history. Statistical extrapolation situates mosquito-inflicted deaths approaching half of all humans that have ever lived. In plain numbers, the mosquito has dispatched an estimated 52 billion people from a total of 108 billion throughout our relatively brief 200,000-year existence. Yet the mosquito does not directly harm anyone. It is the toxic and highly evolved diseases she transmits that cause an endless barrage of desolation and death. Without her, however, these sinister pathogens could not be transferred or vectored to humans nor continue their cyclical contagion. In fact, without her, these diseases would not exist at all. You cannot have one without the other. The nefarious mosquito, roughly the size and weight of a grapeseed, would be as innocuous as a generic ant or housefly, and you would not be reading this book. After all, her dominion of death would be erased from the historical record, and I would have no wild and remarkable tales to tell. Imagine for a moment a world without deadly mosquitoes, or any mosquitoes for that matter. Our history and the world we know, or think we know, would be completely unrecognizable. We might as well live on a foreign planet in a galaxy far, far away. As the pinnacle purveyor of our extermination, the mosquito has consistently been at the front lines of history as the grim reaper, the harvester of human populations, and the ultimate agent of historical change. She has played a greater role in shaping our story than any other animal with which we share our global village. Within these bloody and disease-plagued pages, you will embark on a chronological mosquito-tormented journey through our tangled communal history. Karl Marx recognized in 1852 that men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. It was the steadfast and insatiable mosquito that manipulated and determined our destiny. It is perhaps a rude blow to the amour propre of our species, writes acclaimed University of Georgetown history professor J.R. McNeill, to think that lowly mosquitoes and mindless viruses can shape our international affairs. But they can. We tend to forget that history is not the artifact of inevitability, A common theme throughout this story is the interplay between war, politics, travel, trade, and the changing patterns of human land use and natural climate. The mosquito does not exist in a vacuum, and her global ascendancy was created by corresponding historical events, both naturally and socially induced. Our relatively short human journey from our first steps in and out of Africa to our global historical trails is the result of a co-evolutionary marriage between society and nature. We as humans have played a large role in the transmission of mosquito-borne diseases through population migrations, involuntary or otherwise, densities, and pressures. Historically, our domestication of plants and animals, which are reservoirs of disease, advancements in agriculture, deforestation, climate change, natural and artificially encouraged, and global war, trade, and travel have all played a part in nurturing the ideal ecologies for the proliferation of mosquito-borne illnesses. Historians, journalists, and modern memories, however, find pestilence and disease rather dull when compared to war, conquest, and national supermen, most often legendary military leaders. The literary record has been tainted by attributing the fates of empires and nations, the outcome of pivotal wars, and the bending of historical events to individual rulers, to specific generals, or to the larger concerns of human agencies such as politics, religion, and economics. The mosquito has been written off as a sideline spectator rather than an active agent within the ongoing processes of civilization. In doing so, she has been defamed by this slanderous exclusion of her enduring influence and impact in changing the course of history. Mosquitoes and her diseases that have accompanied traders, travelers, soldiers, and settlers around the world have been far more lethal than any man-made weapons or inventions. The mosquito has ambushed humankind with unmitigated fury since time immemorial and scratched her indelible mark on the modern world order. Mercenary mosquitoes mustered armies of pestilence and stalked battlefields across the globe, often deciding the outcome of game-changing wars. Time and time again, the mosquito laid waste to the greatest armies of her generations. To borrow from acclaimed author Jared Diamond, the endless shelves of military history books and Hollywood fanfare lionizing famed generals distort the ego-deflating truth. Mosquito-borne disease proved far deadlier than manpower, materials, or the minds of the most brilliant generals. It is worth remembering, as we navigate the trenches and tour historic theaters of war, that a sick soldier is more taxing to the military machine than a dead one. Not only do they need to be replaced, but they also continue to consume valuable resources. During our warring existence, mosquito-borne diseases have been prolific battlefield burdens and killers. Our immune systems are finely tuned to our local environments. Our curiosity, greed, invention, arrogance, and blatant aggression thrust germs into the global whirlwind of historical events. Mosquitoes do not respect international borders, our walls or no walls. Marching armies, inquisitive explorers, and land-hungry colonists and their African slaves brought new diseases to distant lands, but, on the other hand, were also brought to their knees by the microorganisms in the foreign lands they intended to conquer. As the mosquito transformed the landscapes of civilization, humans were unwittingly required to respond to her piercing universal projection of power. After all, the biting truth is that more than any other external participant, the mosquito, as our deadliest predator, drove the events of human history to create our present reality. I think I can safely say that most of you reading this book have one thing in common: a genuine hatred for mosquitoes. Bashing mosquitoes is a universal pastime and has been since the dawn of humanity. Across the ages, from our hominid ancestral evolution in Africa to the present day, we have been locked in an unsurpassed life-or-death struggle for survival with the not-so-simple mosquito. In this lopsided battle and unequal balance of power, historically, we did not stand a chance. Through evolutionary adaptation, our dogged and deadly arch-nemesis has repeatedly circumvented our efforts of extermination to continue her feverish, uninterrupted feeding and her undefeated reign of terror. The mosquito remains the destroyer of worlds and the preeminent and globally distinguished killer of humankind. Our war with the mosquito is the war of our world. It has been one of the most universally recognizable and aggravating sounds on Earth for 190 million years, the humming buzz of a mosquito. After a long day of hiking while camping with your family or friends, you quickly shower, settle into your lawn chair, crack an ice-cold beer, and exhale a deep, contented sigh. Before you can enjoy your first satisfying swig, however, you hear that all too familiar sound signaling the ambitious approach of your soon-to-be tormentors. It is nearing dusk, her favorite time to feed. Although you heard her droning arrival, she gently lands on your ankle without detection, as she usually bites close to the ground. It's always a female, by the way. She conducts a tender, probing 10-second reconnaissance, looking for a prime blood vessel. With her backside in the air, she steadies her crosshairs and zeroes in with 6 sophisticated needles. She inserts 2 serrated mandible cutting blades, much like an electric carving knife with 2 blades shifting back and forth, and saws into your skin, while 2 other retractors open a passage for the proboscis, a hypodermic syringe that emerges from its protective sheath. With this straw, she starts to suck 3 to 5 milligrams of your blood, immediately excreting its water, while condensing its 20% protein content. All the while, a 6th needle is pumping in saliva that contains an anticoagulant preventing your blood from clotting at the puncture site. This shortens her feeding time, lessening the likelihood that you feel her penetration and splat her across your ankle. The anticoagulant causes an allergic reaction, leaving an itchy bump as her parting gift. The mosquito bite is an intricate and innovative feeding ritual required for reproduction. She needs your blood to grow and mature her eggs. Please don't feel singled out, special, or view yourself as a chosen one. She bites everyone. This is just the inherent nature of the beast. There is absolutely no truth to the persistent myths that mosquitoes fancy females over males, that they prefer blondes and redheads over those with darker hair, or that the darker or more leathery your skin, the safer you are from her bite. It is true, however, that she does play favorites and feasts on some more than others. In a swarming frenzy of eager male suitors, she willingly takes your bait and makes off with a few drops of your blood. She has taken a blood meal 3 times her own body weight, so she quickly finds the nearest vertical surface and, with the aid of gravity, continues to evacuate the water from your blood. Using this concentrated blood, she will develop her eggs over the next few days. She then deposits roughly 200 floating eggs on the surface of a small pool of water that has collected on a crushed beer can that was overlooked during cleanup as you and your party headed home. She always lays her eggs in water, although she does not need much. From a pond or stream to a minuscule collection in the bottom of an old container, used tire, or backyard toy, any will suffice. Certain types of mosquitoes desire specific types of water: fresh, salt, or brackish, a mixture. While for others, any water will do the trick. Our mosquito will continue to bite and lay eggs during her short lifespan of an average 1 to 3 weeks to an infrequent maximum longevity of 5 months. While she can fly up to 2 miles, she, like most mosquitoes, rarely ranges farther than 400 meters from her birthplace. Although it takes a few days longer in cool weather given the high temperatures, her eggs hatch into wiggling water-bound worms, children, within 2 to 3 days. Skimming the water for food, these quickly turn into upside-down comma-shaped tumbling caterpillars, teenagers, who breathe through 2 trumpets protruding from their water-exposed buttocks. A few days later, a protective encasement splits and healthy adult mosquitoes take to flight, with a new generation of succubus females anxious to feed on you once more. This impressive maturation to adulthood takes roughly 1 week. The repetition of this life cycle has been uninterrupted on planet Earth since the first appearance of modern mosquitoes. Research suggests that mosquitoes, identical in appearance to those of today, surfaced as early as 190 million years ago. Amber, which is essentially petrified tree sap or resin, represents the crown jewels of fossilized insects, for it captures minute details such as webs, eggs, and the complete intact innards of its entombed. The 2 oldest fossilized mosquitoes on record are those preserved in amber from Canada and Myanmar, dating from 105 to 80 million years ago. While the global environments these original bloodsuckers patrolled would be unrecognizable to us today, the mosquito remains the same. Our planet was vastly different from the one we currently inhabit, as were most of the animals that called it home. If we navigate the evolution of life on Earth, the devious partnership between insects and disease becomes strikingly clear. Single-cell bacteria were the first life form to appear not long after the creation of our planet roughly 4.5 billion years ago. Spawning from a cauldron of gases and primordial oceanic ooze, they quickly established themselves, forming a biomass 25 times larger than all other plants and animals combined, and the foundation of petroleum and other fossil fuels. In one day, a single bacterium can spawn a culture of over 4 sextillion, 21 zeros, more than all other life on the planet. They are the essential ingredient and building block for all other life on Earth. As specification commenced, asexual cell-dividing bacteria adapted and found safer and more favorable homes as permanent guests on or in other host creatures. The human body contains 100 times as many bacterial cells as it does human cells. For the most part, these symbiotic relationships are generally beneficial to the host as well as to the bacterial borders. It is the handful of negative pairings that cause problems. Currently, over 1 million microbes have been identified, yet only 1,400 have the potential to cause harm to humans. 12 ounces, a standard-size pop can, of the toxin produced by the bacterium that causes botulism food poisoning, for example, is enough to kill every human being on the planet. Viruses then arrived, quickly followed by parasites, both mirroring the housing arrangements of their bacterial parent, ushering in the potent combinations for disease and death. The sole parental responsibility of these microbes is to reproduce, and to reproduce. Bacteria, viruses, and parasites, along with worms and fungi, have triggered untold misery and have commanded the course of human history. Why have these pathogens evolved to exterminate their hosts? If we can set aside our bias for a moment, we can see that these microbes have journeyed through the natural selection voyage just as we have. This is why they still make us sick and are so difficult to eradicate. You may be puzzled. It seems self-defeating and detrimental to kill your host. The disease kills us, yes, but the symptoms of the disease are ways in which the microbe conscripts us to help it spread and reproduce. It is dazzlingly clever when you stop to think about it. Generally, germs guarantee their contagion and replication prior to killing their hosts. Some, like the Salmonella food poisoning bacteria and various worms, wait to be ingested. That is one animal eating another animal. There is a wide range of waterborne/diarrhea transmitters, including giardia, cholera, typhoid, dysentery, and hepatitis. Others, including the common cold, the 24-hour flu, and true influenza, are passed on through coughing and sneezing. Some, like smallpox, are transferred directly or indirectly by lesions, open sores, contaminated objects, or coughing. My personal favorites, strictly from an evolutionary standpoint of course, are those that covertly ensure their reproduction while we intimately ensure our own. These include the full gamut of microbes that trigger sexually transmitted diseases. Many sinister pathogens are passed from mother to fetus in utero. Others that germinate typhus, bubonic plague, chagas, trypanosomiasis, African sleeping sickness, and the catalog of diseases that are the concern of this book catch a free ride provided by a vector, an organism that transmits disease, such as fleas, mites, flies, ticks, and our darling mosquito. To maximize their chances of survival, many germs use a combination of more than one method. The diverse collection of symptoms, or modes of transference, assembled by microorganisms is expert evolutionary selection to effectively procreate and ensure the existence of their species. These germs fight for their survival just as much as we do, and stay an evolutionary step ahead of us as they continue to morph and shapeshift to circumvent our best means of extermination. Dinosaurs, whose long progeny lasted from 230 to 65 million years ago, ruled the Earth for an astounding 165 million years. But they were not alone on the planet. Insects and their illnesses were present before, during, and after the reign of dinosaurs. First appearing some 350 million years ago, insects quickly attracted a toxic army of diseases, creating an unprecedented lethal alliance. Jurassic mosquitoes and sandflies were soon armed with these biological weapons of mass destruction. As bacteria, viruses, and parasites continued to insidiously and expertly evolve, they expanded their living space and real estate portfolio to include a zoological Noah's Ark of animal safe houses. In classic Darwinian selection, more hosts increased the probability of survival and procreation. Undaunted by these behemoth dinosaurs, belligerent hordes of mosquitoes sought them out as prey. These insect-borne infections, together with already long-established parasites, became more than the dinosaurs' immune systems could handle. Theorize paleobiologists George and Roberta Poinar in their book, What Bugged the Dinosaurs? With their deadly weapons, biting insects were the top predators in the food chain and could now shape the destiny of the dinosaurs just as they shape our world today. Millions of years ago, also just like today, insatiable mosquitoes found a way to secure their blood snack. This buzz and bite happy meal remains unchanged. Thin-skinned dinosaurs, equivalent to modern-day chameleons and Gila monsters, both of which carry numerous mosquito-borne diseases, were ripe quarry for tiny, inconspicuous mosquitoes. Even the heavily armored beasts would have been vulnerable, since the skin flanked by the thick keratin, like our fingernails, scales of plated dinosaurs was an easy target, as was the skin of feathered, downy dinosaurs. In short, they were all fair game, just as birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibians all are today. Think about our mosquito seasons, or your personal, often protracted, skirmishes with these tenacious enemies. We cover up our skin, we soak ourselves in repellent, we light citronella candles and burn coils, huddle around a fire, we swat and flail, and we fortify our positions with nets, screens, and tents. Yet, no matter how hard we try, the mosquito will always find the chink in our armor and nip our Achilles heel. She will not be denied her self-evident, unalienable right to procreate by way of our blood. She will target that one exposed area, pierce our clothing, and outmaneuver our best efforts to stymie her unrelenting assault and celebratory meal. It was no different for the dinosaurs, only they had no defensive measures. Given the tropical, wet conditions during the age of dinosaurs, mosquitoes would have bred and been active all year round, increasing their numbers and potency. Experts liken it to swarms of mosquitoes in the Canadian Arctic. There aren't a lot of animals for them to eat in the Arctic, so when they finally find one, they are ferocious, says Dr. Lauren Culler, an entomologist at Dartmouth's Institute of Arctic Studies. They are relentless. They do not stop. You can be completely covered in a matter of seconds. The more time reindeer and caribou spend fleeing the onslaught of mosquitoes, the less time they spend eating, migrating, or socializing, causing a severe decline in populations. Ravenous mosquito swarms literally bleed young caribou to death at a bite rate of 9,000 per minute. Or by way of comparison, they can drain half the blood from an adult human in just 2 hours. Amber-encased mosquito specimens contain the blood of dinosaurs infected with various mosquito-borne diseases, including malaria, a forerunner to yellow fever, and worms similar to those that now cause heartworm in dogs and elephantiasis in humans. After all, in Michael Crichton's novel Jurassic Park, dinosaur blood and DNA was extracted from the guts of amber-encased mosquitoes. CRISPR-like technology genetically engineered new living dinosaurs, creating a lucrative prehistoric theme park version of African lion safari. There is one small but important detail amiss with this script. The mosquito depicted in Steven Spielberg's 1993 blockbuster movie adaptation is one of the few species that does not require blood to reproduce. Many of the mosquito-borne illnesses that afflict humans and animals today were present during the age of the dinosaurs and ravaged populations with deadly precision. A blood vessel from a T-Rex revealed the unmistakable signs of both malaria and other parasitic worms, as does coprolite, petrified dinosaur dung, from numerous species. Mosquitoes currently transmit 29 different forms of malaria to reptiles, although symptoms are absent or tolerable, as reptiles have built up an acquired immunity to this ancient disease. Dinosaurs, however, would have been void of such a shield, because at that time, malaria was a new recruit, joining the team of mosquito-borne diseases roughly 130 million years ago. When arthropod-borne malaria was a relatively new disease, hypothesized the Poinars, the effects on dinosaurs could have been devastating until some degree of immunity was acquired. Malarial organisms had already evolved their complicated life cycle. Recently, when a handful of these diseases were injected into chameleons, the entire batch of test subjects died. While many of these diseases are not generally lethal, they would have been debilitating, like they are today. Dinosaurs would have been left incapacitated, sick, or lethargic, and vulnerable to attack or easy prey for carnivores. History does not warehouse well in neatly labeled boxes, for events do not exist in quarantined isolation. They exist on a broad spectrum, and all influence and shape each other. Historical episodes are rarely built on the ground of a single foundation. Most are the product of a tangled web of influences and cascading cause and effect relationships within a broader historical narrative. The mosquito and her diseases are no different. Take, for example, our dinosaur collapse model. While the dinosaur disease extinction theory has gained traction and credibility over the last decade, it does not supplant or supersede the common and long-held earth-shattering meteor collapse model. There is ample evidence and data from a breadth of scientific fields to indicate that a deep impact, leaving a crater the size of the state of Vermont, did occur 65.5 million years ago just west of Cancun in Mexico's now touristy Yucatan Peninsula. Dinosaurs, however, were already in drastic decline. It is theorized that up to 70% of regional species were already extinct or endangered. The asteroid strike, with the subsequent nuclear winter and cataclysmic climate change, was the knockout punch, accelerating their inevitable disappearance. Sea levels and temperatures plunged, and the Earth's ability to sustain life was harshly destabilized. Whether a catastrophist or gradualist, you cannot discount the probability that diseases, conclude the Poinars, especially those vectored by minuscule insects, played an important role in exterminating the dinosaurs. Long before the emergence of modern Homo sapiens, the mosquito was wreaking havoc and substantially altering the course of life on Earth. Aided by her role in eliminating these top-tier dinosaur predators, mammals, including our direct pre-hominid ancestors, evolved and flourished. The relatively sudden disappearance of the dinosaurs allowed the few dazed but determined survivors to rise from the ashes, to eke out an existence in a dark, unforgiving wasteland of wildfires, earthquakes, volcanoes, and acid rain. Patrolling this apocalyptic landscape were legions of heat-seeking mosquitoes. After the asteroid impact, smaller animals, many equipped with night vision, prospered. They required less food, were not finicky eaters, had more options for shelter from the raging inferno, and no longer had to fear for their safety. Two of the most adaptable groups to survive, thrive, and ultimately spawn a variety of new species were mammals and insects. Another was beaked birds, the only animal living today that is thought to be a direct descendant of dinosaurs. Given this unbroken family tree, birds harbored and disseminated numerous mosquito-borne diseases to a vast array of other animal species. Birds are still a primary reservoir for numerous mosquito-induced viruses, including West Nile and an assortment of encephalitides. Within this maelstrom of rebirth, regeneration, and evolutionary expansion, the ongoing war between man and mosquito was made. While dinosaurs perished, the bugs that aided in their demise endured to inject death and disease into humanity throughout our history. They are the ultimate survivors. Insects remain the most prolific and diverse catalog of creatures on our planet, accounting for 57% of all living organisms, and an astounding 76% of all animal life. When compared to mammals, which comprise a paltry 0.35% of species, these numbers heighten the overall impact of insects. They quickly became asylums and the optimal hosts for various bacteria, viruses, and parasites. The sheer volume and variety of insects offered these microorganisms a greater chance for continued existence. The natural transmission of diseases from animals to humans is termed zoonosis, animal sickness in Greek, or more commonly referred to as spillover. Currently, zoonosis accounts for 75% of all human diseases and is on the rise. The group that has seen the sharpest increase over the last 50 years is the arboviruses. These are viruses that are transmitted by arthropod vectors like ticks, gnats, and mosquitoes. In 1930, only 6 such viruses were known to cause disease in humans, with mosquito-borne yellow fever being by far the most deadly. The current total now stands at 505. Many older viruses have been formally identified, and new ones, including West Nile and Zika, made the swing from animal to human hosts through an insect vector, in this case, the mosquito. Given our genetic similarities and common origin, 20% of our diseases are shared by and transferred from our ape cousins through various vectors, including mosquitoes. She and her diseases have stalked us through our evolutionary tree with dexterous Darwinian precision. Fossil evidence suggests that a form of the malaria parasite, which made its first appearance in birds 130 million years ago, plagued our primary human ancestors as early as 6 to 8 million years ago. It was precisely at this time that early hominids and chimpanzees, our closest relative with 96% identical DNA, shared a final common ancestor, and the humanoid line diverged from that of the great apes. Our primordial malaria parasite companion shadowed both evolutionary lines and is currently shared by humans and all great apes. In fact, it is theorized that our hominid line gradually shed our thick fur to keep cool on the African savanna, while making it easier to find and combat body parasites and biting insects. Malaria, the oldest and cumulatively the deadliest of the human infectious diseases, seeped into our very earliest human history, emphasizes historian James Webb in Humanity's Burden, offering a sweeping account of the disease. Malaria is thus an ancient and a modern scourge. For much of its career, it left little trace. It sickened us in early epochs, long before we were able to record our experiences. Even in recent millennia, it has frequently lain silent in the diverse records of our pasts, too common a disease to claim much notice. At other times, epidemic malaria has careened violently across the landscapes of world history, leaving death and suffering in its wake. Dr. W.D. Tigert, an early malariologist at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, bemoaned, "Malaria, like the weather, appears to have always been with the human race. And as Mark Twain said about the weather, it seems that very little has been done about it." Compared to mosquitoes and malaria, Homo sapiens is a new kid on the Darwinian block. It is generally accepted that we began our rapid ascent as modern Homo sapiens, wise man, only roughly 200,000 years ago. At any rate, we are a relatively new species. To understand the sprawling and stealthy influence of the mosquito on history and humanity, it is first necessary to appreciate the animal itself and the diseases it transmits. I am not an entomologist, a malariologist, or a physician of tropical medicine. Nor am I one of the countless unsung heroes fighting in the trenches of the ongoing medical and scientific war against mosquitoes. I am a historian. I leave the complex scientific explanations of the mosquito and her pathogens in the hands of these experts. Entomologist Dr. Andrew Spielman advises us, to meet the health threats that are growing worse in many corners of the world, we must know the mosquito and see clearly her place in nature. More importantly, we should understand many aspects of our relationship to this tiny, ubiquitous insect and appreciate our long, historical struggle to share this planet. In order to best appreciate the rest of our story, however, we first must know what we are up against. To encapsulate Chinese General Sun Tzu's timeless 5th century BCE treatise, The Art of War, know your enemy. According to an orthodox quotation erroneously attributed to Charles Darwin, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. Regardless of its origin, the mosquito and its diseases, most notably malaria parasites, are the quintessential example of this passage. They are masters of evolutionary adaptation. Mosquitoes can evolve and adapt quickly to their changing environments within a few generations. During the Blitz of 1940 to 1941, for example, as German bombs rained down on London, isolated populations of Culex mosquitoes were confined to the air raid tunnel shelters of the underground tube along with the city's resilient citizens. These trapped mosquitoes quickly adapted to feed on mice, rats, and humans instead of birds, and are now a species of mosquito distinct from their above-ground parental counterparts. What should have taken thousands of years of evolution was accomplished by these mining sapper mosquitoes in less than 100 years. In another 100 years' time, jokes Richard Jones, former president of the British Entomological and Natural History Society, there may be separate circle line, metropolitan line, and jubilee line mosquito species in the tunnels below London. While the mosquito is miraculously adaptable, it is also a purely narcissistic creature. Unlike other insects, it does not pollinate plants in any meaningful way or aerate the soil, nor does it ingest waste. Contrary to popular belief, the mosquito does not even serve as an indispensable food source for any other animal. She has no purpose other than to propagate her species and perhaps to kill humans. As the apex predator throughout our Odyssey, it appears that her role in our relationship is to act as a countermeasure against uncontrolled human population growth. In 1798, English cleric and scholar Thomas Malthus published his groundbreaking An Essay on the Principle of Population, outlining his ideas on political economy and demography. He argued that once an animal population has outpaced its resources, natural catastrophes or checks such as drought, famine, war, and disease will force a return to sustainable population levels and restore a healthy equilibrium. Malthus bleakly reasons, the vices of mankind are active and able ministers of depopulation. They are the precursors in the great army of destruction, and often finish the dreadful work themselves. But should they fail in this war of extermination, sickly seasons, epidemics, pestilence, and plague advance in terrific array and sweep off their thousands and tens of thousands. Should success be still incomplete, gigantic inevitable famine stalks in the rear. Enter the mosquito as the main human Malthusian check in this grim apocalyptic vision. This unrivaled dealing in death is primarily inflicted by only two perpetrators with no harm to themselves, Anopheles and Aedes mosquitoes. The leading ladies of these two species circulate the entire catalog of more than 15 mosquito-borne diseases. A female Anopheles mosquito obtaining a blood meal from a human host through her pointed proboscis. Anopheles mosquito species are the sole vectors of the 5 human types of malaria plasmodium. Throughout our existence, the mosquito's toxic twins of malaria and yellow fever have been the prevailing agents of death and historical change, and will largely play the role of antagonists in the protracted chronological war between man and mosquito. It is not always easy to remember to give yellow fever and malaria their due. Mosquitoes and pathogens left no memoirs or manifestos. Before 1900, prevalent understanding of disease and health did not recognize their roles, and no one grasped their full significance, upholds J.R. McNeill. Subsequently, historians living in the golden age of health normally failed to see their significance either. But the mosquitoes and pathogens were there, and they had effects on human affairs that we can see reflected in archives and memoirs. Yet malaria and yellow fever are only 2 of over 15 diseases that the mosquito bestows upon humans. The others will provide the supporting ensemble cast in our story. Mosquito-borne pathogens can be separated into 3 groupings: viruses, worms, and protozoans, parasites. The most abundant are the viruses: yellow fever, dengue, chikungunya, Mayaro, West Nile, Zika, and various encephalitides, including St. Louis, equine, and Japanese. While debilitating, these diseases, aside from yellow fever, are generally not prolific killers. West Nile, Mayaro, and Zika are relatively new entries to the index of mosquito-borne disease. There are currently no vaccines, save that for yellow fever, but for the most part, survivors are blessed with lifetime immunity. Since they are closely related, common symptoms include fever, headaches, vomiting, rashes, and muscle and joint pain. These symptoms usually begin 3 to 10 days after contagion from a mosquito bite. The vast majority of those infected recover within a week. Although exceptionally rare, severe cases can result in death caused by viral hemorrhagic fevers and a swelling of the brain, encephalitis. The old and young, pregnant women, and those with escorting medical issues make up the disproportionate bulk of casualties from these viral infections, which are all spread predominantly by the Aedes mosquito. Although globally present, the highest infection rates occur in Africa. Occupying the top tier of the virus class is yellow fever, which often amplified and accompanied endemic malaria. It is an accomplished killer, first stalking humans in Africa about 3,000 years ago. Until recently, it was a global historical game-changer. This adversary targets healthy young adults in the prime of life. Although a successful vaccine was discovered in 1937, between 30,000 and 50,000 people still die annually of yellow fever, with 95% of fatalities occurring in Africa. For about 75% of those infected with yellow fever, symptoms mirror those of its viral cousins mentioned above, and usually last 3 to 4 days. For the unlucky 25% or so, after a day of respite, they enter a second toxic phase of the disease complete with fever-induced delirium, jaundice due to liver damage, severe abdominal pain, diarrhea, and bleeding from the mouth, nose, and ears. The internal corrosion of the gastrointestinal tract and kidneys induces vomit of bile and blood, the consistency and color of coffee grounds, giving rise to the Spanish name for yellow fever, vomito negro, black vomit, which is followed by coma and death. The latter, usually occurring 2 weeks after initial symptoms, might well have been the last pleading wish of many victims. While this portrayal paints a grisly picture, it also embodies the gnawing terror that yellow fever implanted in pacing and brooding populations across the world, especially in the European colonial outposts of the New World. The first definitive outbreak in the Americas occurred in 1647, disembarking with African slaves and fugitive mosquitoes. It must have been agonizing to wonder when and where Yellow Jack, as the British christened it, would strike next. While fatality rates from yellow fever averaged around 25%, depending on the strain and conditions of an epidemic, it was not uncommon for death rates to reach 50%. A handful of outbreaks reached 85% in the Caribbean. The salty sea stories of ghost ships like the Flying Dutchman are based on true accounts. Whole crews might succumb to yellow fever, months passing before the aimlessly drifting ships were corralled. Boarding parties were greeted with nothing but the stench of death and the rattle of skeletons with no revealing clues as to the cause. Luckily for survivors, who are left incapacitated for weeks, yellow fever is a one-shot deal. Lifetime immunity is imparted to those who defang the dogged virus. Although dengue, thought to have its 2,000-year-old ancestral origins in monkeys of Africa or Asia, or both, is far more benign than its close cousin, yellow fever, the two viruses can provide limited and partial cross-immunization. Spread by the Aedes, Anopheles, and Culex mosquito breeds, the sole member of the worm category is filariasis, commonly referred to as elephantiasis. The worms invade and obstruct the lymphatic system, causing an accumulation of fluids resulting in extreme, if not spectacular, swelling of the lower extremities and genitals, while also frequently causing blindness. Engorged scrotums, easily surpassing the size of large beach balls, are not unusual. For women, the labia can become almost as grotesque. Although this stigmatizing disease is treatable with inexpensive modern medicine, unfortunately, 120 million people annually still suffer from filariasis, predominantly in the tropics of Africa and Southeast Asia. Malaria stands alone in the protozoan or parasite classification. In 1883, Scottish biologist Henry Drummond called parasites a breach in the laws of evolution and the greatest crime against humanity. Malaria is the unsurpassed scourge of humankind. Currently, almost 300 million unlucky people annually contract malaria from the bite of an Anopheles mosquito, the very same one that bit you and stole your blood during your camping vacation. Without your having the slightest clue, the malaria parasite has entered your bloodstream and is making a mad dash for your liver, where it can rest and recuperate while it plans its procreative assault on your body. You, however, are back home from your camping trip, madly scratching your mosquito bites with the malaria parasite furtively hibernating in your liver. How sick you become, and your likelihood of death, is dependent upon which strain of malaria you have contracted. It is possible to be infected with more than one species at a time, although usually within this battle the deadliest strain outperforms the others. They are all perpetrated by 70 of the 480 species of your Anopheles offender. There are over 450 different types of malaria parasites vexing animals across the world, with 5 of them afflicting humans. 3 types, Knowlesi, oval, and malaria, are not only extremely rare but have a comparatively low mortality rate. Knowlesi recently made the zoonotic jump from the macaque monkey in Southeast Asia, while and concentrated yam and plantain cultivation. This pastoral intensification in west-central Africa along the Niger River Delta, slashing south to the Congo River, awoke the mosquito from her isolated slumber. The consequences could hardly have been more catastrophic. Vampiric falciparum malaria was unleashed on its new human host. Within only 700 years, our immediate evolutionary counteroffensive, which bewildered the parasite, was to promote a random mutation of the hemoglobin. The cell became sickle, or crescent, shaped. Normally, healthy red blood cells are cast from a donut or oval template. The malaria parasite cannot latch on to the strange-shaped sickle cell. Children inheriting sickle cell from one parent and the normal gene from the other, known as sickle cell trait, of which Ryan Clark is a carrier, are blessed with 90% immunity from falciparum malaria. The downside, prior to modern medicine, was that the average lifespan of those carrying sickle cell trait was a brief 23 years. This would have been a great trade-off, however, in what anthropologists call our ancestral environment, where lifespans were relatively short. 23 years is certainly long enough to pass on the trait to 50% of any offspring. In the modern era, however, this genetic interceptor and safety against falciparum malaria turns out to be a severe health impediment for modern NFL players, or anyone else who is a carrier and would like to live to the ripe old age of, say, 24. The other downside within this Punnett square hereditary matrix is that 25% of offspring would receive no sickle cell and therefore no immunity, with the other 25% receiving 2 sickle cell genes. Those born with sickle cell from both parents, or sickle cell disease, which killed Ryan Clark's sister-in-law 2 weeks after he hoisted the NFL championship Lombardi trophy, inherit a death sentence, with the vast majority dying in infancy. While it now seems inconceivable, in areas of Africa that were devastated by unremitting falciparum malaria, the death toll from sickle cell resulted from an advantage, or alternatively was an acceptable cost for survival, compared to what must have been apocalyptic rates of malarial mortality. Despite the influx of sickle cell, the pre-adult death rate prior to 1500 was upwards of 55% in sub-Saharan Africa. Given that sickle cell both gives and takes away life, it was a hasty and imperfect evolutionary response to mosquito-borne malaria. What it reveals, though, is the sheer scale of the threat falciparum malaria posed to early humans, and by extension, our very existence. It was arguably the paramount evolutionary survival pressure on our species. It is almost as if the biological architect of our selective genetic sequencing implicitly understood: there is no time for research and clinical trials. Hurry up and make a quick fix to ensure the survival of our species. We will worry about the rest later. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The genetic distribution of sickle cell shadowed the spread of humans, mosquitoes, and malaria in and out of Africa. Today, there are about 50 to 60 million carriers of sickle cell worldwide, with 80% still living in its birthplace, sub-Saharan Africa. Regionally, there are pockets in Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia, where upwards of 40% of the population harbor the sickle cell gene. The modern global diffusion of sickle cell is a hereditary reminder of our deadly and protracted war with the mosquito. 1 in 12, or 4.2 million, African Americans currently possess the sickle cell trait, creating a safety issue for the National Football League, in which 70% of its players are potential carriers. With Clark's terrifying and perilous experience, the league finally was provided the scare and the impetus to study sickle cell. It was quickly discovered that other players were also genetic receivers of this ancient guard against falciparum malaria. Each year, a handful of competitors, like Ryan Clark, are unable to participate at the high-altitude stadium of the Denver Broncos because they possess the sickle cell trait. The good thing is, people are living longer and being a lot more productive, Clark told reporters in 2015. People are starting to understand sickle cell a little bit more. People have gained the knowledge to know how to take care of themselves. He created the charity organization Ryan Clark's Cure League in 2012 to raise awareness and research about sickle cell. The former All-Pro Super Bowl champion now makes the rounds, giving frequent lectures and making guest appearances to discuss the disease and educate his audiences about its deep-rooted, mosquito-reared human history. While Clark's northern home of Pittsburgh is hardly a malarial mecca, one of his 3 children inherited the sickle cell trait, a living legacy of their African ancestors' fierce fight for survival against the mosquito and of the long trajectory of her genetic impact across time. The mosquito and her pathogens, which are at least 165 million years old, have hitchhiked on board our wild evolutionary ride. In this primal lopsided battle, however, the mosquito and her malarial parasite have had the overwhelming advantage. She had millions of years head start on the journey of evolution and natural selection. The malaria parasite, for instance, began its life as a form of aquatic algae 600 to 800 million years ago and still contains vestiges of photosynthesis machinery. As we evolved, these viruses and parasites, eager for new outlets, met our challenge and adapted to ensure their survival. Thankfully, for us, Lucy and her successive hominid offspring managed to outlast the onslaught of mosquito-borne diseases. To safeguard our own species, we fought back through natural selection, giving rise to a series of genetically encoded anti-malarial armors, including sickle cell. These immunological defenses are all human evolutionary survival responses to inescapable and menacing malaria exposure. In this never-ending cyclical war for survival linking man and mosquito, we retaliated by way of genetic malaria-shielding mutations of our red blood cells. Approximately 10% of humans have inherited some degree of genetic protection against the 2 most common and deadly types of the 5 human malaria plasmodia, Vivax and Falciparum. There is a catch, however. These malarial screens, as revealed by Ryan Clark's sickle cell, also carry serious, sometimes fatal, health-related penalties. First appearing in the African population roughly 97,000 years ago, red blood cell Duffy antigen negativity, or simply Duffy negativity, was the inaugural human genetic response to the scourge of Vivax malaria. The Vivax parasite uses the antigen receptor on the hemoglobin molecule as a gateway to invade our red blood cells, like a shuttle docking at a space station or a sperm entering an egg. The absence of this antigen, that is, Duffy negativity, closes the portal, denying the parasite entrance to the red blood cell. Currently, an astonishing 97% of West and Central Africans carry the mutation for Duffy negativity, making them impervious to Vivax and Knowlesi infection. Some communities, such as the Pygmy, are effectively 100% Duffy negative. While Duffy negativity was the first of the 4 genetic human malaria responses to arise, it was the last to be scientifically unmasked. Despite this shorter research life, a few negative health correlations have been detected. Current studies have revealed a higher predisposition to asthma, pneumonia, and various cancers in those with Duffy negativity. Even more alarming is that Duffy negativity also increases the susceptibility to HIV infection by 40%. As both man and malaria ventured out of Africa, isolated and pocketed populations developed their own genetic answers to the malaria question. Thalassemia, which is an abnormal production or mutation of the hemoglobin, reduces the risk of Vivax malaria by 50%. Today, thalassemia occurs in roughly 3% of the global population and is particularly prevalent among peoples from Southern Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Historically, malaria had a firm grip on this Mediterranean expanse, which led to another fascinating genetic mutation to combat the far more lethal Falciparum strain. Identified in the early 1950s and usually called G6PDD, an abbreviation for the tongue-twisting mouthful of glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase deficiency, this modification robs red blood cells of an enzyme that protects the cell against oxygen-rating substances known as oxidants. Antioxidants in trendy superfoods that include blueberries, broccoli, kale, spinach, and pomegranate. Combat oxidants by promoting the healthy oxygen maintenance and transport capacity of our red blood cells. Similar to thalassemia, G6-PDD offers partial immunity to malaria, but not near complete immunity, as do Duffy negativity and sickle cell. Carriers do not show any negative symptoms unless their red blood cells are exposed to a trigger, prompting what has been called Baghdad fever for centuries, which has a range of symptoms from lethargy, fever, and nausea to death on rare occasions. Unfortunately, the triggers include anti-malarial drugs such as quinine, chloroquine, and primaquine. MASH aficionados may well remember the episode where Corporal Klinger develops a serious illness after being prescribed primaquine. Given Klinger's Lebanese ancestry, this is cinematically accurate, for G6-PDD primarily affects those of Mediterranean and North African origin. The most common trigger is fava beans, which is why the condition is commonly known as favism. As a precaution, it became customary across the Mediterranean world to cook fava beans with rosemary, cinnamon, nutmeg, garlic, onion, basil, or cloves, all of which dull the effects of favism and soften its symptomatic blow. In fact, the famed Greek philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras was warning his people of the dangers of eating fava beans in the 6th century BCE. The final resistance to malaria in our defensive arsenal, enlisted alongside Duffy negativity, thalassemia, G6-PDD, and sickle cell, is repeated infection, commonly labeled seasoning. Those who suffer chronic malarial infections build up a marginal tolerance to the parasite, producing milder symptoms with each infection, while nullifying the risk of death. I hardly suggest that this is a positive or pleasant inoculation strategy, but in areas with rampant malaria rates, it might be argued that the more you suffer, the less you suffer. Seasoning will be an important ingredient in our story. Local seasoning to mosquito-borne disease was a critical factor during the wars of colonization and liberation in the Americas in the shadows of the Columbian Exchange. The origins of both malaria and our various evolutionary shields against it occurred in Africa. The longer association of Africans with mosquito-borne diseases and their corresponding full or partial acquired immunities bent by natural selection would have severe repercussions during the dark days of slavery. Natural selection, including our genetic buffers against malaria, is a process of trial and error. As Charles Darwin surmised, those genetic mutations that aid in the survival of a species are passed down the family tree. Those lacking these mutations, or inheriting other undesirable modifications, simply die off within the constant competitive clash for survival, or what Darwin declared, the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. Individuals who possess these advantageous mutations, like sickle cell, persist or live just long enough to procreate and continue their genetic inheritance and, more important, the preservation of their species. Gradually, the adaptable survivors breed out those who do not possess these favorable traits. Simple and uncomplicated survival of the fittest. The healing properties of medicines, both natural and now synthesized, are also unearthed through an experimental trial-and-error form of natural selection. When our hungry hominid ancestor perished because of eating appetizing but poisonous berries, this forbidden fruit was quickly scratched from the grocery lists of their observant and insightful companions. Over time, our hominid and human hunter-gatherer grandparents cataloged a lengthy mental Rolodex of do and do not eats and treats. In the process, they also realized the medicinal properties of certain plants. Theirs was an austere and unforgiving existence, and they experimented with the natural world around them to assuage their afflicting maladies and ward off the hungry hordes of mosquitoes. Like the malaria parasite itself, knowledge of naturopathic remedies survived the evolutionary jump from ape to human. Chimpanzees still chew the mululuza shrub, as did our ancestors, to provide relief from malaria. It is still a common ingredient in soups and stews among the peoples of equatorial Africa, the epicenter of malaria's stretching domain. Interestingly, the mululuza shrub comes from the same family of plants as chrysanthemums, or pyrethrum, the first known commercial pesticide. The dried and pulverized flowers found their insecticidal use in China around 1000 BCE before spreading to the Middle East around 400 BCE and acquiring the nickname Persian powder. When ground and mixed with water or oil and sprayed or applied in powdered form, the active ingredients, called pyrethrins, attack the nervous system of insects, including mosquitoes. As a result, the symbolism associated with chrysanthemums in global cultures has been directly prejudiced by the mosquito. In countries with high historical rates of mosquito-borne disease, they are associated with death and grieving or are tendered only as funeral and gravestone offerings. Conversely, in locations largely void of mosquito-borne disease, the flower symbolizes love, joyfulness, and vitality. As evidenced in the United States, the flower has a positive connection in the North but a ghoulish connotation in the South, specifically in New Orleans, the nation's epicenter of yellow fever and malaria epidemics until the early 20th century. Its vast cemetery complexes are collectively known as the cities of the dead and the necropolis of the South, and are the primary setting for the modern vampire craze feeding on both fiction and film. While the insecticidal properties of chrysanthemums targeted the mosquito directly, humans have also experimented with a cornucopia of organic remedies to combat mosquito-borne illness. As a result, even our taste buds have been tainted and trained by the mosquito. Cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, basil, and onions all soften malaria's symptoms, which may explain why, for millennia, people have added these nutritionally hollow flavorings to their diets. In Africa, coffee was also whispered to assuage malarial fevers, while in ancient China, it was alleged that tea held these same magical malaria-assailing powers. In China, agriculture germinated both endemic malaria and also the rise of tea culture around 2700 BCE. According to tradition, Shen Nung, the second of China's legendary emperors, is credited with the invention of the plow and industrial export agriculture as well as the discovery of numerous medicinal herbs, including the first cup of homeopathic tea to treat malaise and malarial fever. Prior to being steeped as a drink, however, boiled tea leaves fused with garlic, dried fish, salt, and animal fats were consumed as a medicinal gruel. The leaves were also chewed much like mululuza, or the stimulant amphetamine-laced coca leaves in South America and khat in the Horn of Africa. Masticated tea leaves were also applied to wounds as a dressing. Although tea is impotent against the malaria parasite, modern research has shown that the tannic acid found in tea can kill the bacteria that cause cholera, typhoid, and dysentery. Aided by Buddhist and Taoist monks who drank copious amounts of tea to enhance meditation, the drink went from an obscure medicinal beverage to the favored drink of China by the 1st century BCE. Tea's popularity continued to rise and to be exported, along with its cultivation and malaria, to neighboring countries until the Mongol invasions in the 13th century. The Mongols banned tea in favor of kumis, fermented mare's milk churned into alcohol. Venetian traveler and trader Marco Polo, who spent years at the Mongol court during this time, makes no mention of tea but does contend that kumis was like white wine and a very good drink. The spouted silver drinking fountain at the Mongol capital of Karakorum, intended to illustrate the extent and diversity of the vast Mongol Empire, dispensed 4 drinks: rice beer from China, grape wine from Persia, Slavic honey mead, and, of course, Mongolian kumis, but no tea. While on the topic of tea, hidden inside a 2,200-year-old Chinese medical text blandly called 52 Prescriptions is a brief description of the medical and fever-curing benefits of consuming bitter tea made from the small, unassuming Artemisia annua, or the sweet wormwood plant. Its chemical compound of artemisinin is truly a malaria assassin. Unfortunately, the killer anti-malarial properties of this invasive weed-like shrub, which can grow just about anywhere, were forgotten by the world until it was rediscovered in 1972 by Mao Zedong's top-secret Chinese medical venture codenamed Project 523. This covert think tank, detailed later in our story, was sanctioned to find a solution to the dire, manpower-draining malaria rates eating away at the North Vietnamese army and their Viet Cong allies in their drawn-out war against the Americans. As one of both the oldest and the newest in the arsenal of anti-malarial drugs, artemisinin, as we will learn later, is for now the anti-malarial drug of choice for wealthy Western backpackers and travelers who can afford its prohibitive cost. Not to be topped by its caffeinated companion, tea, coffee also has its roots firmly grounded in malaria. According to legend, during the 8th century, Kaldi, an Ethiopian goat herd, noticed that his sick or lackadaisical goats perked up after eating the bright, caffeine-laced red berries of a specific bush. Inquisitive at their sudden vigor, and believing it could suppress his malarial fevers, Kaldi ate some himself. His euphoria prompted him to bring a handful of the berries to a nearby Islamic Sufi monastery. Thinking the shepherd foolish, the imam tossed the beans into the fire, filling the room with the billowing aroma so many of us now associate with the best part of waking up a coffee in your cup. Kaldi scooped the now roasted beans out of the fire, ground them up, and added boiling water. In the year 750, the first cup of coffee was born and brewed. While the story of Kaldi, his goats, and his coffee is often dismissed as apocryphal, there are usually embers of truth within the smokescreen shrouding most legends. The coffee shrub is from the Rubiaceae family of plants, often referred to as the madder, coffee, or bedstraw family. Coffee plants are systematically avoided by insects, which seem to possess a fierce disdain for the caffeine-laden shrubbery. Like our berry-eating hominid ancestors, through their own processes of trial and error, insects developed an ardent aversion to coffee. Caffeine, like pyrethrin, acts as a natural insecticide by disrupting the nervous system of insects, including mosquitoes. The cinchona tree, the source of the first successful antimalarial drug, quinine, is also a member of the coffee plant's Rubiaceae family. As we will discover, quinine was administered as a suppressant by Europeans since its discovery by Spanish Jesuits in Peru, through observing the indigenous Quechua peoples in the mid-17th century. The chronicle of Kaldi's adventures in coffee, like his drink itself, has staying power. The Ethiopian goat herd and his animals are often featured in the names of coffee shops and roasting companies. Represented by Kaldi's Coffee Roasting Company, Kaldi Wholesale Gourmet Coffee Roasters, Wandering Goat Coffee Company, Dancing Goat Coffee Company, and Klatch Crazy Goat Coffee, among others. Coffee is the world's second most valuable legal commodity after petroleum, and the most widely used psychoactive drug, with Americans consuming 25% of the market share. It also provides employment for over 125 million people worldwide, with another 500 million people involved directly or indirectly with the coffee trade. In 2018, Starbucks hauled in a whopping annual revenue of $25 billion from roughly 29,000 locations in over 75 countries. The phenomenon that is Starbucks and the all-consuming global coffee culture has the Mosquito to thank for its grip on caffeine addicts the world over. Given the properties and effects of caffeinated coffee, it certainly would have been considered a viable anti-malarial. Coffee is first mentioned in a 10th century Arabian medical text written by the renowned Persian physician Rhazes. The wine of Arabia, as it was once known, quickly spread to Egypt and Yemen, and in a short time, conquered Muslim lands. The Prophet Muhammad, the founder of Islam, professed that with the stimulating inspiration and medicinal virtues of coffee, he could unhorse 40 men and possess 40 women. Soon after Kaldi's revelations, coffee went viral across the Middle East, and upon its European discovery in the mid-16th century as a result of the African slave trade, coffee sailed on the winds of the worldwide Columbian exchange. The coffee-malaria-mosquito connection filters throughout our story. Coffee added a dash of revolutionary flavor to America and France. It became the favored drink of intellectual Europe during the scientific revolution. Coffee houses, fittingly conceived in Oxford, England in 1650 and in the colonies in Boston in 1689, became the hotbed of avant-garde conversation and steeped an unprecedented period of academic advancement across Europe and revolutionary philosophies in the American colonies. In short, coffee houses provided the medium for the exchange and dialogue of information and ideas. The Mosquito's infusion of coffee, however, brewed a far more sinister and enduring bond. As the drink went global, and coffee plantation colonies percolated throughout the post-Columbian world, coffee became invariably connected to the African slave trade and to the spread of mosquito-borne diseases. As we will see, the transatlantic slave trade introduced Africans and deadly mosquitoes and their diseases to the Americas. These African slaves, fortified with their hereditary genetic immunities to malaria, including sickle cell, withstood the wrath of mosquitoes as compared to defenseless and vulnerable European laborers and indentured servants. Enslaved Africans became a valuable commodity on colonial outposts and plantations in the Americas. Africans survived mosquito-borne diseases to produce profit, thereby becoming profitable entities themselves. Ryan Clark's personal struggle with sickle cell is a tiny aftershock of the mosquito's seismic entry onto the global platform and our attempts through genetic design to persevere against her persistent bombardment of disease. His individual story is embedded within the larger historical events that occurred in and out of Africa. Prior to European imperial mercantilist expansion in the mid-15th century, Africans had always lived in Africa. During the Columbian Exchange, African slaves and their genetic shields against malaria were carried to distant fields across the Americas. For those currently living and contending with sickle cell in the United States, like Ryan Clark, this is not history at all. For them, it is everyday routine and reality. The influence and impact of the mosquito is not confined to the pages of history and straddles all stages and ages of humanity. The first appearance of sickle cell in Bantu yam farmers, for example, kick-started a chain of sweeping events in which Ryan Clark was caught up, with influential echoes that are still reverberating today. The advent of sickle cell had immediate impacts and enduring repercussions for Africa and its people. Mosquito populations boomed with the emergence of Bantu-speaking plantain and yam farmers in West-Central Africa around 8000 BCE. Devastating year-round falciparum malaria quickly took root. Human natural selection countered by affording Bantu peoples protection through hereditary sickle cell. As malaria spread and began to raise non-immune populations, the Bantu, armed with their immunological advantage and iron weapons, slashed south and east across Africa. The yams they cultivated also reinforced their genetic resistance to the malaria parasite. Yams release chemicals that inhibit the reproduction of falciparum malaria in the blood. During two large Bantu migrations between 5000 and 1000 BCE, they drove the malaria-ridden survivors of hunter-gatherer groups with limited or no immunities, such as the Khoisan, San, Pygmy, and Mande peoples, to the fringes and peripheries of the continent. This land did not suit Bantu agricultural requirements, nor was it suitable for grazing their itinerant wealth in the form of cattle. The ousted Khoisan survivors found refuge on the Cape of Good Hope at the tip of Africa. The immunological fence that P. falciparum built around the Bantu repelled incursions by outsiders as effectively as a standing army, decodes malaria researcher Sonia Shah. The Bantu villagers didn't have to be bigger or stronger to beat back the nomads. A couple bites from their mosquitoes did the trick. The mosquito and the Bantu genetic adaptations to her malarial disease carved out mighty southern African empires for the Xhosa, Shona, and Zulu. The ecological interference by human pastoral pursuits, embodied by the Bantu plotline, was the key to unlocking Pandora's box, letting loose deadly plagues of gleaning and reaping mosquitoes. The derivation of our escalating war with mosquitoes was the relatively recent human shift from small hunter-gatherer clan-based cultures to larger, densely populated settled societies, based upon the domestication of plants and animals during the agricultural revolution. The past 200 years, during which ever-increasing numbers of sapiens have obtained their daily bread as urban laborers and office workers, and the preceding 10,000 years, during which most sapiens lived as farmers and herders, explains Yuval Noah Harari in his bestseller *Sapiens*. A brief history of humankind are a blink of an eye compared to the tens of thousands of years during which our ancestors hunted and gathered. Husbandry and its human interference and manipulation of local environments brought early farmers face to face with deadly mosquitoes while inadvertently expanding their living space through deforestation and land clearance. The addition of irrigation and the deliberate diversion of waterways maximized the mosquito's ability to procreate, generating the perfect storm for the proliferation of mosquito-borne disease. While agriculture led to a bounty of advancements across human sociocultural systems, including the written word, it also tampered with and unleashed nature's biological weapon of mass destruction. The mosquito. Cultivation was shackled to a corpse. By 4000 BCE, intense agriculture was being practiced in the Middle East, China, India, Africa, and Egypt, giving rise to all the trappings of modern civilization. As author H.G. Wells put it, civilization was the agricultural surplus. This was the principal contributor to the commencement of the war of our world between man and mosquitoes. In fact, between 12,000 and 6,000 years ago, there were at least 11 independent sites of agricultural origin. This agricultural ripening, which led to the expansion of mosquito habitats and breeding sites, also required beasts of burden, quickly followed by other barnyard livestock, including sheep, goats, pigs, fowl, and cattle. These animals were teeming reservoirs of disease. As Alfred W. Crosby argues, when humans domesticated animals and gathered them to the human bosom, sometimes literally, as human mothers wet-nursed motherless animals, they created maladies their hunter and gatherer ancestors had rarely or never known. Domesticated animals that did not require intimate human management, such as donkeys, yaks, and water buffalo, did not make many, if any, zoonotic contributions. Those animals that were collected and nurtured within the human environment, however, delivered with dire consequences. To inventory just a few examples, horses conveyed the common cold virus. From chickens came bird flu, chickenpox, and shingles. Pigs and ducks donated influenza, and from cattle arose measles, tuberculosis, and smallpox. While farming flourished in South and Central America as early as 10,000 years ago, as we will see, unlike the rest of the world, it was not accompanied by extensive domestication of livestock or by the unimpeded conquest of disease. In the Americas, the farming package, or pairing of agriculture and animals, did not occur. As a result, zoonosis was incompatible with their pastoral practices, and indigenous peoples of the Americas remained sheltered from the storm of all zoonotic diseases, including those rained down by the mosquito. While the Western Hemisphere was swarming and abuzz with the largest mosquito populations on the planet, these New World mosquito species followed a self-determining evolutionary path for 95 million years, one that liberated them from the burden of vectoring disease for the time being. Throughout the rest of the pre-Columbian world, however, malaria was the only mosquito-borne disease to yet escape the clutches of Africa. Mirroring the Bantu in Africa, the evidence we have from antiquity authenticates this intersection between the rise of agriculture and the domestication of animals and the proliferation of mosquito-borne diseases. Japan, for example, imported both rice agronomy and malaria from China around 400 BCE. Both falciparum and vivax probably emerged as truly chronic infections with expanding cultural and economic consequences, acknowledges historian James Webb. Only when human beings began to settle in the earliest subtropical and tropical river basins, along the banks of the Nile, the Tigris-Euphrates, the Indus, and the Yellow Rivers, and founded the first great seed-based societies, Human domestication of plants and animals accelerated the mosquito's ascent to global domination and presented her diseases with beckoning untapped frontiers and unblemished horizons of opportunity. In the heart of the ancient world, centered on Mesopotamia, imperialism in some form has existed since the dawn of agronomy around 8500 BCE at the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers near the ancient city of Qurna, 300 miles southeast of Baghdad and the purported site of the Garden of Eden. Agricultural pursuits fostered the emergence of the first Sumerian city-states around 4000 BCE, while also allowing a relatively isolated Egypt to flourish on the banks of the Nile. Throughout history, great empires expanded through imperialism, conquest, and political or economic leverage. Each was defeated in time and replaced by another, continuing a cyclical rise and fall of ancient kingdoms. The agricultural revolution led to the creation of modern city-states, drastically increasing populations, and more importantly for the spread of contagion, escalating population densities. By 2500 BCE, some cities in the Middle East topped 20,000 inhabitants. The advent of farming led to a surplus of crops and an accumulation of wealth. Greed is a powerful stimulus. This innate human lust for prosperity and power led to complex social stratification, local economic specialization, sophisticated and tiered spiritual, legal, and political structures, and, most significantly, to trade. Statistically, throughout history, societies that were engaged in elevated trade also had a higher propensity for war. Political power and military might were wielded through the accumulation of wealth, which was chained to commerce and control of vital ports, trade routes, and transportation choke points. The reality of economics is quite simple. Why trade when you can invade? The success or failure of early empires in their drive for territorial expansion and wealth largely rested on the mosquito. Inside the ancient Mediterranean compass, just as the malaria mosquito axis shaped our very DNA, the mosquito also assembled the historical chromosomes of civilization itself. With reckless abandon, General Anopheles raised armies and decided the outcome of countless course-altering wars, just as the Russians had General Winter during the Napoleonic Wars and the Second World War. General Anopheles has been a fertile and rapacious guerrilla force throughout the history of warfare and in the creation of nations and empires. She plays the role of mercenary, alternating between friend and foe. As we will see, she does not pick sides but attacks indiscriminate targets of opportunity, with one side usually benefiting from the other's suffering. With industrial farming penetrating global landscapes and giving rise to budding empires, the mosquito became the destroyer of worlds. Ancient scribes of these early agrarian societies in Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and India documented through symptomatic descriptions of disease, the mosquito's projection of power across antiquity. Theirs was a world stalked by mysterious disease and death. Within the physical and psychological world our ancestors moved through, sicknesses and suffering were an uncanny, supernatural, terrifying specter. As English philosopher Thomas Hobbes announced in his 1651 treatise, Leviathan, humankind is naturally punished with diseases, rashness with mischances, injustice with violence of enemies, pride with ruin, cowardice with oppression, and rebellion with slaughter, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Imagine for a moment, what if this dark, ominous, terrifying, and apocalyptic apparition morosely espoused by Hobbes was your everyday reality? Our predecessors were operating under and interpreting from a wholly foreign and superstitious concept of illness. They were adrift in uncharted waters within a worldview governed by mysticism, miracles, and the wrath of gods. The ancients looked to the elements of earth, water, air, and fire for answers, and beheld their vengeful deities as a cause of disease, suffering, and death. They prayed and sacrificed to these very same smiting spirits to end their sufferings, annul their tormenting symptoms, and forgive them their trespasses. It is difficult, perhaps impossible, for us to summon a world without scientific reason, deficient in concrete cause and effect relationships, and deprived of prevention and treatment for most diseases. But for the moment, invokes J.R. McNeill, we must recognize how unusual the last century has been for human health, and for our human ability to bend the rest of the biosphere to our will within limits and not without unintended consequences. And remember that it was not always so. To be fair, our ancient ancestors did experiment with organic treatments, as we have seen, and, quite shrewdly, even scratched the surface of exposing the true cause of mosquito-borne diseases. The established medical consensus, known as the miasma theory, attributed most diseases to noxious fumes, particles, or simply bad air leaching and misting from stagnant water, marshes, and swamps. This reasoning was so tantalizingly close to unmasking the real culprit, the mosquito that dwelled and multiplied in these very same bodies of water at blame. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, or so the saying goes. To better understand their ailments and the workings of their biological world, our ancient ancestors did document the symptoms of numerous diseases, including those messengered by mosquitoes. Decrypting diseases in this deep historical record, however, is daunting. Ancient chronicles usually reference fevers, but given the embryonic state of medical knowledge before Louis Pasteur's revolutionary germ theory in the 1850s, descriptions are vague, lacking in specifics, and unquestionably in cause. Most illnesses are accompanied by a fever, including cholera and typhoid, both of which were relatively generic. Thankfully, the diseases themselves provide some help in decoding documented plagues and pestilence throughout our past. The symptoms of filariasis and yellow fever are unmistakable and are generally authenticated by our earliest scribes. Fever-producing malarias, however, are more problematic to isolate from other diseases, yet they too leave us with clues as to their historical whereabouts and implications. Of the 5 human malaria parasites, the deadly falciparum and the rare newcomer knowlesi start with a 24-hour fever cycle of chills, high fever, and profuse sweating, meaning that the fever peaks once a day. Historically, this was referred to as quotidian fever. These 2 types of malaria then join the oval and vivax strains by settling into a 48-hour fever schedule dubbed tertian fever. Malaria adheres to a 72-hour regimen referenced as quartan fever. All malarial attacks also produce a visibly distended spleen. This begs mention, for if the reporter, like the famed Greek physician Hippocrates or his Roman successor Galen, was savvy enough to include details about the behavior of the fever itself, then, along with other archaeological evidence, including skeletal remains, the shroud of mystery can be lifted to reveal the mosquito at work. The earliest written endorsement of a mosquito-borne disease dates to 3200 BCE. These Sumerian tablets, unearthed from the cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers of ancient Mesopotamia, unquestionably describe malarious fevers attributed to Nergal, the Babylonian god of the underworld, depicted as a mosquito-like insect. The Canaanite and Philistine god Beelzebub, lord of the flies or insects, was reflected in the devil of early Hebrew and Christian scriptures. The evil demons of the ancient fire-worshipping Zoroastrians clustered in Persia, and the Caucasus were represented as flies and mosquitoes, as was Baal, the Chaldean spirit of sickness. Hobbes borrowed his ominous incarnation of Leviathan from the Hebrew and Christian scriptures of the Old Testament, where the sea monster Leviathan spreads evil and disorder by stirring up the waters of chaos. This Leviathan character sure sounds an awful lot like our own sprightly mosquito, who has dined on mayhem and bedlam across history. Even today, The fictional portrayal of the Christian devil, with its blood-red wings, probing horns, and sweeping pointed tail, conjures lingering insect-like visions. The Old Testament frequently depicts divine judgments as plagues of insects and their deadly pestilence. Sickness was wrought by a vengeful God upon its disobedient subjects or their enemies, chiefly the Egyptians and Philistines. As part of their spoils of war after defeating the Israelites at the Battle of Ebenezer around 1130 BCE, for example, the Philistines seized the Ark of the Covenant. Vengeance was served by smiting the Philistines with devastating afflictions until the Ark was returned to its rightful owners. As I write, my mind is projecting the final scene of the 1981 movie Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, when God unleashes phantom angels of death upon the plundering Nazis for unsealing the Ark. Of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse outlined in the book of Revelation, the rider of the pale horse was Death, who had authority to kill with sword and with famine and with pestilence and by the wild beasts of the earth. The Bible is one of the most studied and scrutinized texts in the world, and yet experts from across academic fields, including epidemiology, theology, linguistics, archaeology, and history, cannot positively identify the exact causes or diseases that consume the Old Testament. The general consensus among scholars is that malaria or plagues of mosquitoes are mentioned at least 4 times, one of which is the destruction of the Assyrian army under King Sennacherib in 701 BCE, lifting the siege of Jerusalem. This event was later immortalized in Lord Byron's rousing 1815 poem. The romantic politician and poet died of malarial fever in 1824 while fighting the Greek War of Independence against the Ottoman Empire. Shortly before his death at 36, Byron conceded that, "I stayed out too late for this malaria season." We do know, however, that malaria and possibly filariasis already had a strong foothold in Egypt and across the Middle East during and after the presumed Exodus around 1225 BCE. Based on reliefs carved into Egyptian funeral temples at Thebes, now Luxor's Valley of the Kings, and subsequent descriptions left by both ancient Persian and Indian observers, there is evidence to suggest that filariasis first engorged humanity as early as 1500 BCE. Residual evidence of malaria was recently confirmed in 9,000-year-old bones from the Neolithic town of Catalhoyuk in southern Turkey, and in Egyptian and Nubian remains as old as 5,200 years, including King Tutankhamun Tut. The death of 18-year-old King Tut from falciparum malaria in 1323 BCE marked the beginning of the end of Egyptian imperial power and cultural achievement. Never again was Egypt an esteemed international player. The unification of Egyptian city-states and agricultural expansion from the Nile River Delta began around 3100 BCE. Given its geographic isolation and austere desert surroundings, Egypt was a minor player in the higher echelons of external geopolitical affairs, while the Egyptians invaded the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, bringing them into conflict with the Israelites and others. They never secured a lasting foothold. Early Egyptian civilization generally evolved outside of the perpetual imperial political and military concerns to the east. Essentially, Egypt was an empire unto itself, reaching its territorial and cultural zenith during the era known as the New Kingdom from 1550 to 1070 BCE, noted for some of the most well-known pharaohs, including Akhenaten and his wife Nefertiti, Ramesses II, and Tutankhamun. Over the next 200 years, Egyptian territorial holdings, wealth, and influence markedly diminished. Egypt ultimately became a vassal state for a series of conquering empires, beginning with the Libyans around 1000 BCE, followed by Cyrus the Great's Persians, Alexander's Greeks, and Augustus Caesar's Romans. Predating the malarious mummy of King Tut by a millennium, malaria or swamp fever is also mentioned in the earliest Egyptian papyrus medical text of 2200 BCE. The renowned 5th century BCE Greek historian Herodotus tells us Egyptians battled against the mosquitoes. Being in great numbers, These are the means they have invented. The towers are of service to those who inhabit the upper parts of the marshes, and ascending into them, they sleep there. For the mosquitoes, on account of the winds, are not able to fly high. But those who live around the marshes have invented other means instead of towers. Every man of them possesses a casting net, with which, during the day, he catches fish, and at night he makes use of it in the bed where he reposes, round which he places the net, and then having crept under it, he sleeps. But the mosquitoes, if he sleeps wrapped up in a woolen or linen garment, bite through these, but through the net they do not even attempt to bite. He also reveals that the prevailing Egyptian practice for treating malarial fevers was to bathe in fresh human urine. Having never contracted malaria, I can only assume that its symptoms are so unbearably severe that a pampering soak in sparkling steaming urine issuing from your thoughtful and upstanding servants is worth a shot for some well-deserved relief. Ancient Chinese records, including the famed Nei Qing, Yellow Emperor's Canon of Medicine, 400 to 300 BCE, clearly distinguish the ebb and flow fever patterns of the various types of malaria and articulate the enlargement of the spleen. It was believed that the symptoms of the mother of all fevers were brought on by disturbances of qi, energy force, and the balance between yin and yang, dark and light dualism of the natural world, concepts seemingly borrowed by Star Wars creator and guru George Lucas. Malaria was represented in Chinese folklore and medical texts by a demonic trio, with each evil spirit signifying a stage of the fever cycle. The demon of chills was armed with a bucket of ice water, the subsequent fever demon stoked a blazing fire, and the ensuing demon of perspiration and pounding headaches holstered a sledgehammer. The grip of these malarial demons is recounted in legend when a Chinese emperor asked his most trusted emissary to pacify and become governor of an outlying southern province. The ambassador thanked the emperor and began preparing himself for his new post. When the time came to leave, however, he refused to go, stating that his purpose meant certain death as the province in question was teeming with malaria. He was quickly beheaded by his enraged ruler. Sima Qian, considered the father of Chinese historical writing for his records of the Grand Historian, 94 BCE, confirms that, in the area south of the Yangtze, the land is low and the climate humid. Adult males die young. Accordingly, in ancient China, men traveling to the malaria south arranged for their wives' remarriage before departing. Award-winning historian William H. McNeill reveals, another mosquito-borne disease, dengue fever, which is closely related to yellow fever though not as lethal, also affects southern parts of China. Like malaria, dengue fever may have been present from time immemorial, lying in wait for immigrants from more northerly climes. Such afflictions mattered a good deal in the early centuries of Chinese expansion, probably among the major obstacles to Chinese penetration southwards. This unequal burden of disease plagued economic development in southern China for centuries, leaving it stagnant and lagging far behind the prosperous north. The commercial disparity between north and south imparted by endemic malaria, with looming future ramifications, was mirrored in other countries such as Italy, Spain, and the United States, and was often referred to as the Southern Question or the Southern Problem. Malaria, according to an early 20th century Italian politician, has the most serious social consequences. Fever destroys the capacity to work, annihilates energy, and renders a people sluggish and indifferent. Inevitably, therefore, malaria stunts productivity, wealth, and well-being. For Americans, the mosquito's uneven geographic economic impact would eventually engulf the United States in the momentous issues of slavery and civil war. Indian medical texts also mention the differing malarial fevers by 1500 BCE. The king of diseases was personified by the fiery fever demon Takman, who arises from lightning during the rainy season. Not only did Indians recognize that water was somehow affiliated with mosquitoes, they also seem to have been the first to identify mosquitoes as the source of malaria. In his detailed 6th century BCE compendium on medicine, Indian physician Sushruta singled out 5 mosquito species of the northern Indus River Valley. Their bite is as painful as that of a serpent and causes diseases, accompanied by fever, pain of limbs, hair standing on end, pain, vomiting, diarrhea, thirst, heat, giddiness, yawning, shivering, hiccups, burning sensations, intense cold. He also alludes to an enlarged spleen, which distends the left side, is as hard as stone, and is arched like the back of a turtle. While he suspected the mosquito as a vector for disease, medical practitioners, scientists, and the casual observer lacked scientific evidence until recently. So the theory remained just that, a theory. Dr. Sushruta's astute reasoning and keen observations went unheeded for millennia. The mosquito's influence and impact travel unregulated and unfettered across the historical space-time continuum. The agricultural expansion of Bantu yam farmers in Africa 8,000 years ago was a link in the chain of African chattel slavery, and also led directly to Ryan Clark's near-death experience following his participation in an NFL football game in Denver in 2007. "We are not makers of history," conceded the esteemed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. "We are made by history." The mosquito prods our human journey along its uncharted course and stimulates our swing through time in mysterious, if not macabre, ways. She connects historical, at times seemingly unrelated, events separated by distance, epochs, and space. Hers is a long and warped reach. If we pick up the trail of our Bantu yam farmers, we can see the mosquito's unshakable manipulation of history across millennia. We last left our Bantu friends around 3,000 years ago, when, with the advantage of their sickle cell and iron weapons, they drove the malaria-badgered Khoisan, Mande, and San peoples to the coastal fringes of southern Africa. The much heavier consequence, contends anthropologist and acclaimed author Jared Diamond, was that the Dutch settlers in 1652 had to contend only with a sparse population of Khoisan herders, not with a dense population of steel-equipped Bantu farmers. During the European colonization of southern Africa, beginning with the Dutch, who were quickly chased by the British, these African ethnic arrangements created by the mosquito thousands of years earlier would shape and fashion apartheid oppression and the modern nations of South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. When Dutch Afrikaners arrived at the Cape in 1652 alongside the Dutch East India Company, they met a small, fragmented Khoisan population that was easily defeated by military conquest and European disease. Europe secured a beachhead on the Cape, and Afrikaner treks through southern Africa gained traction. As the Afrikaners, and eventually the British, spread north and east from the Cape Colony, they ran into denser Bantu populations such as the Xhosa and Zulu, who had fashioned their societies into mighty military agricultural packages complete with steel weapons. It took the Dutch and British 9 wars spanning 175 years to finally conquer the Xhosa in 1879. In bare, tactical military topographical terms, this was a Dutch/British rate of advance of less than 1 mile per year. A relatively bloodless coup backed by the majority of the Zulu population had allowed Shaka to seize the throne in 1816. He united or incorporated neighboring tribes through merciless military forays and cunning diplomacy, and instigated comprehensive cultural, political, and military reforms. Armed by Shaka's sweeping social and military-industrial revolution, the Zulu fiercely resisted British incursion until their final defeat, also in 1879, during the Anglo-Zulu War. British malaria rates during the Anglo-Zulu War, spanning January to July 1879, uncover an alternate plotline. From a military strength of 12,615 British troops during this 7-month period, 9,510 received medical treatment for disease, including 4,311, 45% for malaria. While the mosquito's deliverance of malaria was still a mystery to medicine, during the Anglo-Zulu War, The British were fortified with the recently developed germ theory of disease, and, more importantly, by stockpiles of the malaria suppressant quinine. I hazard to guess that had the Dutch and British met the Zulu and Xhosa instead of the Khoisan peoples at the onset of colonialism on the Cape in the mid-17th century, without the aid of quinine, it would have been an ugly encounter for the European trespassers. How could whites have succeeded in establishing themselves at the Cape at all, if those first few arriving Dutch ships had faced such fierce resistance? Questions Diamond. Thus, the problems of modern South Africa stem at least in part from a geographic accident. Africa's past has stamped itself deeply on Africa's present. This long historical arc, including apartheid and its enduring legacy, whether by accident or design, was originally fabricated by the mosquito through malaria and the genetic response of sickle cell cultivated by Bantu agricultural expansion. In this instance, her penetration of history's layers pushed even deeper. These mosquito-engineered events in Africa, embracing the emergence of sickle cell Eve, found their way into the history logs of the Americas through the African slave trade and pierced the players of the modern NFL, including Ryan Clark. She has tormented and twisted humanity and our history across time. If I didn't know better, I would say she is satisfying her sadistic and narcissistic impulses at our expense. 2.5 centuries after Dr. Sushruta exposed the deadly mosquitoes of the Indus River Valley, for instance, a young Macedonian warrior king would feel the wrath of their bite. These mosquitoes would challenge his drive for global supremacy, quench his insatiable thirst for power, and shatter his dreams of conquest. The Athenian philosopher Plato declared that ideas are the source of all things. The ideas, observations, and writings of Plato and his pioneering academic contemporaries of Golden Age Greece, which included Socrates, Aristotle, Hippocrates, Sophocles, Aristophanes, Thucydides, and Herodotus, among a legendary list of others, are truly the source of all things as they cemented the eternal and immortal foundation of Western culture and modern academia. Their names are permanently emblazoned on the pages of humanity. Adhering to the Athenian gadfly Socrates' use of questioning to elicit more questions and eventually answers, known today as the Socratic method, how did this come to pass? How did the ideas from a handful of trailblazing Greeks, predominantly Athenians, from such a small space and time within the larger historical realm, come to dominate Western, if not global, civilization and thought? Our worldview 2,500 years later is still governed by their ideas, their concepts, and their groundbreaking works are a staple on bookshelves across the globe and still taught and dissected in the classrooms and laboratories of higher education. Aristotle gave us the answer when he resolved, "The one exclusive sign of thorough knowledge is the power of teaching." Socrates tutored Plato, who founded the Academy in Athens, the first true institution of higher learning. Plato is considered the most pivotal figure in the development of Western philosophy and science. His most famous student, Aristotle, who studied under his mentor for 20 years, left his mark on every modern academic field from zoology and biology, including the study of insects, to physics, music, and theater, to political science and the collective and individual psychoanalysis of human beings. Aristotle coupled detailed investigation and the scientific method to biological reasoning, empiricism, and the order of the natural world. In plain terms, there is a reason why Plato, along with his master Socrates and his apprentice Aristotle, among other Golden Age Greeks, is still so widely regarded, studied, and referenced today. The torch of progress was passed from Socrates through the hands of Plato to Aristotle, and eventually found its way from Aristotle into the ambitious grip of a young prince in the northern wilds of Macedon. In time, he would embolden and disseminate Greek culture, books, and ideas across the known world, where they would be warehoused in magnificent libraries and be enriched by the minds, literature, and innovations of subsequent scholars. Plato's observation that books give a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything applies directly to his own time-tested publications, such as The Republic, and also to the vast collection of writings from his generation of Greek peers, including his pupil Aristotle. Shortly after the death of Plato, Aristotle left Athens. He had been petitioned to tutor the 13-year-old son and heir of King Philip II of Macedon. Prior to summoning Aristotle to the Macedonian court, Philip had recognized his child's innate intellect, curiosity, and courage. When the prince was 10 years old, a frustrated trader had abandoned a massive feral horse to roam the streets of the capital city. The muscular, raven-black stallion, marked by a menacing white star on its brow and one penetratingly piercing blue eye, refused to be mounted and chased off any attempt to be corralled. Originally interested in purchasing the magnificent creature, Philip quickly rescinded his offer after witnessing the ferocity of the wild animal. The one-eyed king had no use for an unruly, insubordinate steed. This hostile horse quickly drew a swelling audience of curious, riveted onlookers. The young prince, surveying the unfolding, stampeding spectacle, pleaded with his father to purchase the horse. Much to his son's disappointment, Philip could not be swayed. Refusing to take no for an answer, the youthful heir to the throne of Macedon shrugged off his fluttering, wind-whipped cloak and silently crept toward the now hysterical and panic-stricken horse. As he approached the startled animal, the plucky prince quieted the raucous crowd. Sensing that the horse was afraid of its own shadow, he stunned the now silent spectators as he clutched the dangling reins and turned the horse toward the sun to shroud its silhouette. He had tamed the savage beast. "O my son," a proud and beaming Philip purportedly decreed, "look thee out a kingdom equal to and worthy of thyself, for Macedon is too little for thee." Eventually, the warhorse and loyal companion, which the prince named Bucephalus, Oxhead, would carry his master across the known and unknown worlds as far as India, the eastern limit of his vast empire and one of the largest kingdoms in history. From the smoldering cinders of the Mosquito-ravaged Greco-Persian and Peloponnesian wars, a new power arose, and the young, horse-whispering prodigy would lead it beyond the summits of supremacy, prestige, and legend, filling the power vacuum left by the waning Greek city-states. He would go on to become a god on earth and one of the greatest leaders in the history of humankind, with the titles hegemon of the Hellenic League, Shah of Persia, Pharaoh of Egypt, Lord of Asia, and Basileus of Macedon. To history, he is known simply as Alexander the Great. Regardless of the futile academic squabbling over motivation and personality, there can be no questioning the pure, raw genius that was Alexander. It is also worth remembering just how young he was and the relatively small size of his army when he challenged Persian Emperor Darius III for imperial command and carved out one of the largest domains in history. There are few instances in our past when the spheres of civilization line up so perfectly to foster an environment in which one individual can single-handedly leave such a deep and indelible mark on humankind. This environment was fashioned by the events of the Greco-Persian and Peloponnesian Wars preceding Alexander's meteoric rise to conquering celebrity. These conflicts, pitted with mosquito-borne disease, left the weary, war-torn world in financial decay and political disarray. What was left of the door to world domination was propped ajar by rubble and ruins, affording the entrance of Alexander onto the world stage. An unexamined life, professed Plato, is not worth living. To examine the life and legacy of Alexander, we must first take a step back into the mosquito-ridden affairs that created the atmosphere for his enduring imprint on the modern world. While Macedon was still a rugged, mountainous tribal backwater, the continuing events of Western civilization were collected around Mesopotamia and Egypt. Until 1200 BCE, a political and economic equilibrium and balance of power existed across the greater Middle East. Economic concentration and specialization of the various Babylonian, Assyrian, and Hittite micro-empires fostered trade, peace, and general prosperity. This was short-lived. Within 50 years, each of these empires, as well as Egypt, was brought to its knees by invasions from displaced mercenary plunderers, sundry Mediterranean islanders immortalized by their mythological Trojan horse. These sea people, as they are collectively known, severed trade routes and ravaged crops and towns amid dire drought, famine, and a series of earthquakes and tsunamis, thrusting the region into the ancient Dark Ages. This complete cultural, political, and economic collapse was aided by the mosquito circulation of a resolute malaria epidemic. On a Cypriot clay tablet, the cause was clearly etched. The hand of Nergal, the Babylonian mosquito devil, is now in my country. He has slain all the men of my country. Thanks in part to the mosquito, what remained of these inaugural human agricultural civilizations was charred relics and crumbling ruins, collapsing into a vacant power vacuum. Out of these ashes arose two rival powers, Greece and Persia. These vying ancient superpowers laid the foundations for modern literature and the arts, engineering, politics, and democratic governance, the art of war, philosophy, medicine, and all facets of Western civilization. In the wake of the wreckage left by the marauding sea peoples, while the majority of the Middle East drowned in the darkness of a cultural and developmental abyss, a new power quietly arose from the shadows in the East. Cyrus the Great's Persian Empire, the largest yet seen, embraced all the former imperial states of the Middle East and extended into Central Asia, the southern Caucasus, and the Ionian Greek settler states of western Turkey. Cyrus had founded the Persian Empire in 550 BCE through skilled diplomacy, benevolent intimidation, periodic military forays, and, above all else, a human rights policy the United Nations would applaud. Across his burgeoning and flourishing empire, Cyrus promoted cultural, technological, and religious reciprocation and exchange, and nurtured artistic, engineering, and scientific innovation. The expansion of Persian power under Cyrus and his heirs, Darius I and Xerxes, who stretched his empire to include Egypt, the Sudan, and eastern Libya, led to a legendary showdown with another young power, Greece. In 440 BCE, Greek writer Herodotus, considered the father of history, wrote that Cyrus brought together every nation without exception. The exception, however, was Greece itself. At this point, the singular Greece we commonly imagine did not exist. It was an assemblage of competing and warring city-states, with the coalitions of Sparta and Athens the two top contenders for military and economic supremacy. In fact, the original Olympic Games, initiated in Greece in 776 BCE, were a peace offering made by mimicking war in the form of battlefield athletics and soldierly skills, such as wrestling, boxing, javelin, discus, running, equestrian, and pancration, meaning all of power and might. An early form of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, or UFC, the only rules being no biting or eye gouging. Although the Olympics Games were intended to promote peace, the mutually hostile and sparring Greek city-states were drawn into a life-or-death struggle against the Persians, instigated by their Greek Ionian brethren who revolted against Persian rule. Supported by the democratic city-state of Athens in 499 BCE, the Ionian Greeks mutinied against the regime of Persia's emperor Darius I, who ruled over 50 million people, almost half the global population. Darius quickly subdued the rebellion but vowed to punish Athens for its insolence. In addition to the punitive benefits of retaliation, the conquest of Greece would consolidate Persian power in the region and guarantee complete control of Mediterranean commerce. 7 years later, Darius's full-scale invasion of Greece, the last sovereign vestige in the known Western world, ignited the Greco-Persian Wars. The Persian army crossed the Dardanelles Straits from Asia into Europe and marched on Thrace and Macedonia, exacting the fidelity of local populations en route. Continuing south toward Athens, the avenging campaign of Darius quickly descended into disaster. Nearing the approaches to the city, the Persian naval fleet was destroyed by a violent storm, while Persian land forces retreated after being shredded by what historians hypothesize to be a lethal combination of dysentery, typhoid, and malaria. 2 years later, in 490 BCE, Darius unleashed a second campaign, circumventing the arduous northern overland route by launching an amphibious landing, 26,000 strong, at Marathon, roughly 26 miles north of Athens. Outnumbered 2-1, the amateur but heavily armed and bronze-armored Athenians confined the Persians to low-lying marshy encampments. Within a week, the same toxic mixture of disease mentioned above thinned the Persian force. Given the position of the Persian fleet, the disembarkation grounds of the Persian troops, and the placement of the Athenian defenders, it would have been impossible for them to bivouac away from or to skirt the swamps. The terrain and Athenian posture dictated the battle. Following a decisive Athenian victory, the disease-riddled Persians withdrew and set sail to attack Athens itself. Herodotus records that 6,400 Persian corpses were strewn on the battlefield, with an unknown number perishing in the surrounding swamps. Messengers were quickly dispatched from Marathon to run the 26 miles to Athens to warn the city of the impending Persian attack. The legend of the Athenian courier Pheidippides racing to Athens, commemorated by the modern marathon athletic event, did not happen. This myth is a muddled and confused version of two truths. In a day and a half, Pheidippides did in fact cover the distance of over 140 miles from Marathon to Sparta to seek help prior to the battle. Although the rapport between Sparta and Athens was anything but cordial, the Spartans, as Herodotus mentions, were moved by the appeal and willing to send help to Athens. If Athens crumbled and surrendered to Persian power, Sparta would no doubt suffer the same fate. Better the devil you know, right? The 2,000 Spartans, however, arrived a day late as battlefield tourists, just in time to survey the corpses of roughly 6,500 Persian and 1,500 Athenian dead. Immediately after their victory at Marathon, the Athenian army marched to Athens to successfully prevent a Persian landing. Sensing that the opportunity had been lost, and with the surviving soldiers demoralized by malarial infection and defeat, the Persians headed home. They would be back, though, under a new emperor, Darius's heir and son, Xerxes. Determined to avenge his father, in 480 BCE, Xerxes personally commanded an unprecedented and alarming combined naval and land force nearing 400,000 men. To meet the daunting Persian invasion, the rival Greek states, led by Athens and Sparta, temporarily put aside their differences once again to marshal an allied defense of roughly 125,000 men. After marching into Europe across ingeniously engineered pontoon bridges spanning the Hellespont, Dardanelles, the Persians were blocked at the bottleneck pass of Thermopylae by a vastly outnumbered Greek force. The 1,500 Greeks left behind, including 300 Spartans led by King Leonidas, briefly checked the Persian advance by fighting to the death. While the military significance of the Battle of Thermopylae has been inflated and sensationalized, the delaying action of Leonidas and his band of brothers at this defile did allow the main Greek column to withdraw to Athens. With this last stand, the legend of the 300 was born, and subsequently exaggerated to the point where it has become unrecognizable, epitomized by the historically challenged 300 movie franchise. When news of Thermopylae reached the Greek navy, it disengaged from the Persian fleet after 2 days of fighting. With the Persians marching unchecked on Athens, its citizens and the fleeing army were evacuated by the retreating fleet to the island of Salamis. When Xerxes entered the prize city and found it deserted, he impulsively put Athens to the torch. He immediately regretted his decision, as it was out of character with the Persian tradition of tolerance and respect championed by Cyrus and Darius I. Realizing his error, he repeatedly offered to rebuild Athens, but it was too late for acts of contrition. The Athenians had already fled the city, and the opportunity for negotiation and reconciliation had gone up in smoke. This was now total war. Outraged by this Athenian insolence, in September 480 BCE, Xerxes ordered his navy to destroy the coalition fleet at Salamis. There, the Persian navy entered a brilliantly sprung trap conceived by the Athenian general Themistocles. Luring the numerically superior but flimsier Persian vessels into a narrow strait, the bulkier Greek trireme ships quickly blocked both entries. In these tight quarters, the Persian ships became log-jammed, unnavigable, and disorganized. The heavier, battering-ram Greek navy swept through, scoring a decisive victory. Undaunted by this defeat, a disgruntled Xerxes continued his campaign to conquer Greece and bring the alliance to its knees. It was the Persians, however, who would be brought to heel and disciplined by a late addition to the Greek coalition. Flying columns of mosquitoes. Persian ground forces were pressed and sieved to traverse swampy terrain and lay siege to numerous Greek towns girded by bristling marshes. With the Persian force now trespassing on her terrain, the Mosquito quickly announced her presence to the hapless, unsuspecting foreign soldiers. Malaria compounded by dysentery soon swallowed the Persian ranks, with losses upwards of 40%. This straggling, scarecrow Persian force was shattered at the Battle of Plataea in August, 479 BCE, effectively ending any future Persian intentions toward Greece. Salamis and Plataea marked the turning point in the Greco-Persian Wars. Accompanied by General Anopheles, these decisive victories propelled the balance of power in the center of civilization west to Greece. The initiative and momentum were wrested from Xerxes and his retreating Persians, and were now permanently in the custody of the Greeks. With the Persian Empire weakened and its regional influence waning, the ensuing Golden Age of Greece would be the substance from which modern Western society was built. There was, however, still the lingering question of hegemony within Greece itself. The Persian threat had only temporarily paused the ongoing hostility between Athens and Sparta, which came to a head with the Peloponnesian Wars intermittently raging from 460 to 404 BCE. Aristophanes' satirical, sexually charged comedy Lysistrata, debuting in 411 BCE at the height of the Peloponnesian War, and in the wake of the disastrous Mosquito-spawned Athenian defeat in Sicily 2 years earlier, embodies the feudal bloodbath washing across Greece and beyond. The rascal Athenian title character, Lysistrata, sets out on a mission to persuade the women of the warring city-states to withhold sexual relations, pleasures, and privileges from their husbands and lovers, to broker a peace and put end to the brutal conflict and catastrophic butchery. The carnage of the Peloponnesian War could not be cured or pacified by a play, however, even one as brilliant and enduringly relevant as Lysistrata. Ironically, this period, demonstrated by Aristophanes' play itself, coincided with a flurry of academic advancement shaped by men whose names are now commonplace and roll off the tongues of schoolchildren across the world. Despite this constant warfare, or perhaps because of it, 5th century BCE Greeks, primarily Athenians, fashioned their most celebrated innovations in architecture, science, philosophy, theater, and the arts. Socrates, Plato, and Thucydides, for example, all fought for Athens during the Peloponnesian War. All was not entirely golden, however, as malarial epidemics sapped and bled the Greek population, undermined military might, eroded economic influence, and eventually ended Greece's reign as the heart of Western civilization. Greek poet Homer mentions malaria in the Iliad, 750 BCE, when he describes the autumn season. Burning breath taints the red air with fevers, plagues, and death. Numerous entries on the who's who list of Golden Age Greeks, including Sophocles, Aristophanes, Herodotus, Thucydides, Plato, and Aristotle, left exemplary depictions of malaria. And we have made ourselves living cesspools, Plato noted, and driven doctors to invent names for our diseases. The famed Greek physician Hippocrates, 460 to 370 BCE, for example, likened the deadly malaria season of summer and early fall to the nightly arrival of Sirius the dog star, a period of sickness he branded the dog days of summer. Hippocrates, or the father of Western medicine, as he is often called, was clear to distinguish malaria from other types of fever. He noted in articulate detail the enlargement of spleens and the fever cycles, time frames, and severity of the different tertian, quartan, and quotidian malarial infections, going so far as to note which strains were prone to relapse. Hippocrates conceded that malaria was the worst, most protracted, and most painful of all the diseases then occurring, adding that the fevers that attack are of the acutest type while the earth is soaked by reason of the spring rains. He was the world's first malariologist, since no one before him or for centuries afterward so methodically and patently diagnosed, studied, and recorded the symptoms of malaria. Hippocrates removed medicine from under a religious umbrella, arguing that illness was not punishment inflicted by the gods, but rather was the product of environmental factors and internal disparities within the human body itself. This was an unprecedented, monumental shift in the balance between the supernatural and natural worlds. Hippocrates maintained that the best medicine was prevention, not cure. Benjamin Franklin later paraphrased this aphorism, insisting that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, albeit that it pertained to the fire hazards of colonial Philadelphia, rather than to mosquito-borne and other illnesses. Hippocrates also stressed the importance of clinical observation and documentation, during which he correctly diagnosed and recorded numerous diseases, including malaria. His Hippocratic oath to use treatment to help the sick according to my ability and judgment, but never with a view to injury and wrongdoing, is still observed by physicians to this day. Accompanied by his caveat and vow to uphold the privilege of doctor-patient confidentiality. In the miasmic tradition of the Hippocratic school of medicine, observers, writers, and health professionals believed until the late 19th century that diseases, including malaria, were caused by decaying debris and poisonous gases emanating from stagnant swamps, marshes, and wetlands, giving rise to the name malaria, literally bad air in Italian, discordant with Plato's musing that they certainly give very strange names to diseases. Hippocrates and his predecessors came tantalizingly close to the source, for they did couple standing water to malaria, though not to the mosquitoes that bred in it. For example, Empedocles, a contemporary of Hippocrates and the author of the paradigm of the four elements of earth, water, air, and fire, successfully diverted 2 rivers near the Sicilian town of Selinus at his own expense to rid the area of evil-smelling swamps that were causing death and making pregnant women miscarry. His likeness was struck on a coin of currency so that residents would be continuously reminded of his miraculous and life-saving humanitarian efforts. The mosquito, however, remained anonymous. While Hippocrates was wrong about disease being caused by an imbalance of the 4 humors, ars, black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. His vivid accounts of malaria provide us with context as to its rampant proliferation during the Peloponnesian War and its role in deciding the war's outcome. Mosquito-borne malaria, as biologist Dr. R.S. Bray affirms, no doubt added to the burdens of the Peloponnesian War. In fact, it defined them. Zoology professor Dr. J.L. Cloudsley Thompson goes one step further, recognizing that Hippocrates knew malaria well. This insidious disease was afterwards to sap and rot the civilizations of ancient Greece and Rome. For those 2 superpowers, the mosquito was as skilled and capable at killing as any earthly soldier. On the battlefields of empire building, she prejudiced the results of clashes and campaigns during both the rise and fall of Greece and Rome. While Hippocrates was studiously recording the many faces of malaria and observing the interplay between the natural world, disease, and the human body, the relationship between Sparta and his adopted home, Athens, was souring. Sensing impending hostilities, Sparta initiated the Peloponnesian War in 431 BCE by launching a preemptive strike on Athens, hoping for a quick victory before the dominant Athenians could summon their allies. The Athenian strategist Pericles advised a two-pronged plan to defeat the Spartans. The first was to prolong the conflict by avoiding decisive infantry battles, instead fighting smaller rearguard, delaying actions to allow for a purposeful retreat to the fortified city of Athens. He was sure that the superior supplies and resources of Athens and its ability to withstand a siege would win a war of attrition. Second, Athenian naval supremacy permitted unrivaled command of the seas. Raiding the ports and commercial coastal cities of both Sparta and its allies would force a surrender of resource starvation. Pericles' genius might have won the day had it not been for the intervention of disease. With an Athenian victory in reach, a devastating epidemic, known as the Plague of Athens, struck in 430 BCE, claiming the celebrated general as one of its first victims. This contagion ripped apart the cohesion and foundation of not only the Athenian military but also Athenian society. It struck a blow so powerful that any immediate salvage of the social, religious, and cultural antebellum status quo was untenable. The epidemic originated in Ethiopia and passed through the seaports of Libya and Egypt before being shuttled northbound across the Mediterranean by infected sailors, and entered Greece through the Athenian port of Piraeus. The sanctuary city of Athens was crawling with over 200,000 refugees and their livestock, adding to an already overpopulated city. This overcrowding inside the fortified city walls, when combined with appalling hygiene, a shortage of resources, clean water, and supplies, was an invitation to death by disease. Within 3 years, the mysterious disease had killed upwards of 100,000 people, roughly 35% of the Athenian population. A vulnerable Athens ensnared in social and military anarchy should have made for an easy Spartan victory. The terror of the mystifying plague was so persistent, however, that Sparta abandoned its siege of the city. The Plague of Athens was a rare one-sided epidemic, for the Spartans escaped relatively unscathed. From a military perspective, the Plague of Athens leveled the playing field but brought neither side closer to victory. Eventually, in 421 BCE, as a result of this calamitous and enigmatic contagion magnified by years of attrition and mutual exhaustion, a tenuous peace was brokered. More ink and academic sweat have been spilled on literature concerning the nature of the Plague of Athens than blood spilled during the Peloponnesian War. The never-ending clinical discussion of causality is surprising, given that the eyewitness description from acclaimed Athenian historian Thucydides is so exhaustively thorough. His first-hand written account of the Peloponnesian War, including the Plague of Athens of which he was a survivor, is the watershed of impartial scientific-based history and international relations theory. His unbiased research methods, analysis of cause and effect, recognition of strategy, and the influence of individual initiative were innovative and groundbreaking. His text is still studied and scrutinized at universities and military colleges around the world. As a young Army officer at the Royal Military College of Canada, I carried Thucydides on my mandatory reading list. His exquisite symptomatic description of the disease, too lengthy to reproduce here, is so comprehensive as to be problematic. The symptoms mirror all the designer name brand diseases, but not any particular one completely enough to be able to discount others. Historians and medical experts have bantered and debated the cause for centuries, tabling over 30 different pathogens as the architect of the plague. The initial considerations of bubonic plague, scarlet fever, anthrax, measles, or smallpox have generally been discredited. While typhoid is a candidate, the top contenders to claim this carnage are typhus, malaria, and some form of mosquito-borne viral hemorrhagic fever akin to yellow fever. Given the myriad symptoms rendered by Thucydides, it could also have been a lethal concoction of these three diseases empowered by the cramped and unsanitary conditions in the besieged city of Athens. Harvard physician and biologist Dr. Hans Zinser emphasizes that most historical epidemics are exacerbated by other complementary diseases. Soldiers have rarely won wars. They more often mop up after the barrage of epidemics. Very rarely is there a pure epidemic of a single malady. It is not unlikely that the description of Thucydides is confused by the fact that a number of diseases were epidemic in Athens at the time of the Great Plague. The conditions were ripe for it. The Athenian democratic government was overthrown by an oligarchy, and in 404 BCE Athens surrendered to Spartan occupation under the draconian rule of a puppet government known as the 30 Tyrants. The dream of Athens and its democracy died with the execution suicide of the luminary thinker Socrates in 399 BCE. Like Athens, however, Sparta was also in an economic and military shambles. 56 years of intermittent warfare had left Athens and Sparta, and their lesser allies of Corinth, Elis, Delphi, and Thebes, impoverished, tired, and weak. In addition, the war shattered religious, cultural, and societal taboos. Vast amounts of the countryside and entire cities had been razed and lay in ruin, and populations had been devastated by war and disease. This disintegration and collapse were bolstered by endemic malaria throughout southern Greece. Malaria interminably drained Greek health, vitality, and manpower. Consequently, fields, barnyards, mines, and ports were left fallow, untended, vacuous. Malaria attacked fertility by targeting pregnant women and young children, sending populations into a downward spiral. Endemic malaria was accompanied by stillbirths and miscarriages. Children with underdeveloped immune systems were easy targets for the parasitic predator. Malarial fevers often reaching 106 degrees sizzled and cooked sperm, draining male potency. Plato lamented that what now remains compared with what then existed is like the skeleton of a sick man. The Peloponnesian War and General Anopheles put a harsh, abrupt end to the golden age of Greece. Every loss, however, is tethered to a gain. In this case, the ultimate victor was the relatively unsullied and isolated kingdom of Macedon. While a teenage Alexander immersed himself in the teachings of Aristotle, his father, Philip, began to train and organize a formidable Macedonian army. Philip's innovative use of maneuver warfare with both heavy and light cavalry and infantry, accompanied by the alteration of existing weapons, produced a highly mobile, quick-striking Macedonian force. These military improvements, formations, and tactics were later tailored and refashioned by Alexander. While viewing themselves as Greek, the Macedonians were viewed by southern Greeks as lewd barbarians and uncivilized drunkards. Historical and archaeological evidence supports the notion that the Macedonian aristocracy had a healthy penchant for alcohol and were a hard-drinking lot. Macedonia's rise to superpower status in the ancient world is regarded as one of the greatest wonders of antiquity. Given the economic and social plight of its battle-scarred and mosquito-spiked southern neighbors, however, it was no accident. With the Greek city-states reeling from the devastation of the Peloponnesian Wars, throughout the 340s BCE, King Philip II persuaded the majority of northern and central Greece into alliance before taking the offensive. With his father away warring, 16-year-old Alexander was left as regent and heir apparent. When rebellion against Macedonian rule broke out in Thrace, Alexander raised a small army of local leftovers and dregs, and quickly crushed the revolt in a widely heralded event among his peers and subjects. Alexander's military prowess and reputation continued to grow as he put down subsequent revolts in southern Thrace and northern Greece. To counter the Macedonian southern offensive in 338 BCE, Athens and Thebes subsequently rallied a defensive coalition that Philip and Alexander, whose flanking force was the first to break the enemy lines, summarily dispatched at the Battle of Chaeronea. Never again would the city-states of Greece be independent agents in international affairs. Alexander quickly gained status as a fierce and admirable leader who inspired loyalty, courage, and devotion by fighting at the front of his ranks. He was the archetypal modern military commander in all facets of his strategic and tactical thought and implementation, in his generalship, and in his ability to relate directly to his troops. He ate with them, he slept with them, he placed a high priority on the treatment of the wounded and their families. Fighting alongside his father, Alexander gained invaluable training, confidence, and momentum. The young prince possessed the appetite, intellect, and ability for war, and his sudden and surprising ascension to the throne of Macedon was close at hand. Having united Greece under his rule, save a recalcitrant but weak and largely irrelevant Sparta, whom Alexander ridiculed as mice, an anxious Philip feared that without a mission his strengthened but also bored and idle army would be prone to revolt and instability. He smartly conjured up a common cause for all Greeks to rally behind by dredging up an old arch-enemy. It was time, he declared, for a united Greece to march on Persia. Philip, however, would not steer the invasion. In 336 BCE, Philip was murdered by one of his personal bodyguards. Legend and lore have swirled the scheme that Alexander and his mother, Olympias, cunningly devised the assassination. While this makes for a more colorful plot, in truth, the slaying was most likely the act of a disgruntled lone wolf. Thus, unexpectedly, at 20 years old, Alexander assumed the throne and prepared to carry out his assassinated father's vision of conquest to unimagined heights. Without hesitation, Alexander began his conquests in earnest, creating his legend in the process. Like most new leaders, his first move was to eliminate rivals and dissenters. When Thebes rebelled, for example, Alexander destroyed the disloyal city. After securing his domestic rule and his Balkan borders, he revived his father's collective campaign to strike at Darius III's Persia. In 334 BCE, Alexander mustered his combined Macedonian and Greek force of no more than 40,000 soldiers, crossed the Hellespont, and marched on Persia. Outnumbered 3-1, Alexander's force defeated the armies of Persian Emperor Darius III at Granicus and Issus. After pausing briefly with a nasty bout of malaria, Alexander quickly conquered what is modern-day Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, and Israel/Palestine. He was anointed a god by the Egyptians, who viewed him as their liberator from Persian rule. Alexander then drove his forces into the Persian heartland. Although outnumbered as usual, he decisively defeated Darius in 331 BCE at Gaugamela, gaining control of the majority of the Persian Empire. With little motivation to continue fighting, the Persian army rebelled against Darius, who was assassinated shortly after his defeat at Gaugamela. During his conquests, Alexander emulated his hero Cyrus the Great's promotion of cultural, technological, and religious reciprocation and exchange. And like Cyrus, he nurtured the arts, engineering, and scientific intrigue, and eventually shared his idol's great epithet. Like Cyrus, Alexander did not subject his conquered lands to authoritarian rule. He retained local administrative systems and culture, constructed infrastructure in 24 cities, including Alexandria, Kandahar, Herat, and Iskenderun, gifted lands, and had his own military and political leadership marry into local populations. Alexander wed the daughter of the vanquished Darius. It had been only 3 years since Alexander left Macedonia, and his battle record was a perfect 11-0. He proceeded east into previously unknown territory, including Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and through the Khyber Pass of the hostile Hindu Kush Mountains into Pakistan and India. By this time, his forces had been fighting continuously without defeat, 17-0 for 8 years. And yet he remained restless. Stirred and swayed by his maniacal ego, Alexander was hell-bent on chasing and conquering the ends of the world and the great outer sea. Alexander's drive to Asia began in the spring of 326 BCE, with a 70-day march through monsoon rains along the Indus River system. His tired and ailing army secured the Punjab in May after defeating King Porus and his Paurava troops and war elephants at the Battle of Hydaspes. After mourning the natural death of his old friend and faithful warhorse Bucephalus, in whose honor he named a city in Pakistan, Alexander halted his forces along the Beas River. Soon after, his most reliable and trusted general, Coenus, reported that the soldiers longed to see their parents, their wives and children, their homeland, and refused to advance any farther. On the banks of the Beas River, Alexander's India campaign ground to a halt, marking the eastern extent of his conquests and empire. While this event is often sensationalized as a mutiny, no such rebellion occurred. When Alexander was approached by Coenus, who relayed the message that the troops wished to return west, it does not appear that Alexander protested with any great zeal. The alleged mutiny, or more accurately, the customary and typical airing of grievances by soldiers up the chain of command, was only one of many composite factors forcing Alexander's hand. His troops were simply exhausted, his supply lines overstretched, and his victories progressively harder to attain. His army was increasingly reliant on foreign conscripts and mercenaries rather than on Macedonians and Greeks. His next targets were the powerful Nanda and Gangaridai kingdoms. Victory was not a foregone conclusion. The Nanda force that first awaited Alexander's 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalrymen was composed of 280,000 combined infantry and cavalry, 8,000 chariots, and 6,000 war elephants, which scared the Greek horses. And this was also not the only enemy standing in his way. Along the Indus River Valley, Alexander's force came face to face with deadly mosquitoes and their diseases, accompanied by fever, identified 2 centuries earlier by Indian physician Sushruta. Having traversed and camped among swamps and rivers during the rainy season of spring and into the mosquito season of summer, his troops were riddled and reduced by malaria. References to corrupt climate and enervating illnesses, along with venomous snakes, litter the historical record of Alexander's India campaign. The Greek historian Arrian, for instance, tells us that the Greeks and the Macedonian forces have lost part of their number in battle. Others have been invalided with wounds and have been left behind in different parts of Asia. But most have died of sickness, and of all that host few survive, and even they no longer enjoy bodily strength. Alexander's once pulsating army was now a walking skeleton of its former self. The general health of the army had deteriorated, acknowledges Frank L. Holt in his study Into the Land of Bones, Alexander the Great in Afghanistan, and maladies of one sort or another carried off many victims. Shortly after the about-face of Alexander's army, for example, Coenus died of what commentators posit to be malaria or possibly typhoid. Given the sapped and sickly state of his men, their low morale and wish to retreat west, and facing an intimidating and daunting enemy, among other military complexities and impediments, his India campaign was aborted. Not even Alexander the Great could circumvent these coalescing challenges. Another theory suggests that egotistical Alexander engineered the entire event to avoid personal humiliation and to preserve his honor and perfect 20-0 battle record. Grasping the tactical and strategic situation and realizing he was holding an unwinnable hand, Alexander had absolutely no intention of pushing an attack deeper into India. Resolved to protect his reputation and legendary prowess, he planted rumors, intentionally made the proposed campaign unpalatable to his men, and stage-managed the entire mutiny to place blame for the retreat squarely on their insubordinate shoulders. Either way, the result was the same. Alexander knew that any further advance, given the circumstances, was unsustainable. The wishes of his troops to return home were only a small component of a much larger, inauspicious, and unflattering strategic situation. As it turned out, soon after Alexander reversed his course, the Maurya Empire was established, uniting the Indian subcontinent and creating the largest empire in Indian history. This kingdom paved the way for a modern, unified Indian state and nurtured the dissemination of Buddhism. In hindsight, given Alexander's untenable position, the abandonment of his India campaign proved to be a sensibly cautious decision. Although Alexander turned his army toward Macedon, he was by no means satisfied with his exploits, nor was he ready to burn out or fade away. Upon his return to Persia, for example, after learning that ceremonial guards had desecrated the tomb of his hero, Cyrus the Great, he summarily had them executed. Continuing west toward Babylon, he gave orders to prepare for an invasion of Arabia and North Africa, with his eye trained on the western Mediterranean. Europe via the Rock of Gibraltar and Spain would have been in his sights. The history-altering possibilities here are boundless. Secondary reconnaissance missions were tasked to the shores of the Caspian and Black Seas to lay the foundation for the eventual rekindling of his Asian push. He was preparing marching orders for simultaneous operations into uncharted, nameless regions of the unknown world. Alexander, however, would never reach the ends of the world, at least not in this lifetime tour. In the spring of 323 BCE, Alexander halted in Babylon to plan these next campaigns and to receive delegates from the Libyans and Carthaginians. While he had been seriously wounded no fewer than 8 times, had recently lost his best friend and possibly his lover, Hephaestion, most likely to malaria or perhaps typhoid, and was drinking heavily as usual, he was not a broken man. After he crossed the Tigris River, Chaldean locals warned Alexander of a premonition they had received from their god Baal. The prophecy, they explained, foretold that his current approach to the city from the east would be escorted by death. They suggested that he enter through the royal gate on the opposite western wall. Alexander heeded their omen and changed course. Approaching the perimeter of the city center, Alexander and his entourage zigzagged through a labyrinth of crawling marshes and concentric canals, abuzz with swarms of stirred-up mosquitoes. Alexander's initial days in Babylon were spent shaping his military campaigns, hosting feasts, fraternizing with dignitaries, conducting spiritual rituals, and, of course, binge drinking. Abnormal fatigue, however, was quickly followed by a crippling but intermittent fever. The sequence of Alexander's ailment was well documented by his inner circle and is logged in the royal diaries, or royal journal. The records are consistently clear that from the first symptoms to his death, Alexander's illness lasted 12 days. The recorded time frame, from Alexander's swampy, miasmic Babylonian entry, through his symptoms and fever cycle, to his death all point to falciparum malaria. The larger-than-life Alexander the Great died on June 11th, 323 BCE at the age of 32, his life cut short by an inconspicuous tiny mosquito. Had this malarious mosquito not sucked the life out of Alexander, all indications point toward an advance into the Far East, truly uniting the East and West for the first time. Had this occurred, it would have upended the course of history and humankind to the point where modern society would literally be unrecognizable. The unprecedented exchange of ideas, knowledge, disease, and technology, including gunpowder, is too much to fathom. As it was, the world would have to wait another 1,500 years for this to happen. During the 13th century, this unification would be solidified by European traders like Marco Polo trudging east and the Mongol hordes under Genghis Khan sweeping west. Included in this multifarious cross-cultural exchange was the Black Death. But what if Alexander had? He didn't. The Mosquito helped rob him of this opportunity and glory. Numerous other causes of death have been proposed throughout the ages, but lack credibility and backing. While the assassination plot is irresistible for conspiracy theorists, it does not hold sway. There is simply no reliable documented evidence or scientific credibility to back the claim. This alluring murder mystery appears to have entered the corridors of the gossip circle roughly 5 years after his death. The conspiracy was enriched and perfected by rumors that the assassination was carried out by none other than his old master and tutor, Aristotle himself, or one of Alexander's jilted wives or lovers. Yet Alexander, who had become increasingly paranoid and unpredictable, never mentioned any fears of an assassination intrigue. Other theories ranging from acute alcohol poisoning, liver disease caused by Alexander's alcoholism, to a lengthy list of natural causes, including leukemia, typhoid, and even an altogether strange diagnosis of West Nile, which became a distinct viral species only roughly 1,300 years after his death, have all largely been disqualified as candidates. While an autopsy of Alexander's remains would definitively mark malaria as the cause of death, as is commonly agreed upon, this is not possible. One of the greatest men in human history is absent without leave. En route to Macedonia, Alexander's body was diverted to Egypt and interred at Memphis. In the late 4th century BCE, his remains were exhumed and relocated to a mausoleum in Alexandria, the city bearing his name. Roman generals Pompey and Julius Caesar both visited his tomb to pay homage. Cleopatra robbed gold and jewels from the tomb to finance her war against Octavian, Augustus Caesar, who visited Alexander's grave upon his triumphant entrance into Alexandria in 30 BCE after defeating the star-crossed lovers Cleopatra and Mark Antony. In the mid-1st century, the sadistic and tyrannical Roman Emperor Caligula allegedly poached Alexander's breastplate for his own. By the 4th century, Alexander's resting place simply vanishes from the historical record, perpetuating myth to which the vainglorious Alexander would certainly have no objection. Over 150 large-scale archaeological excavations have been launched in search of his remains. Alexander is one of those rare historical figures that still resonate in an age of cell phones, virtual reality, genetic engineering, and nuclear weapons, and has captured the imagination, intrigue, adoration, and respect of admirers across time. According to legend, when asked who should inherit his empire, with his dying words, Alexander muttered, "The strongest," or "the best man." In reality, the Mosquito ensured that his vast empire and accomplishments died with him. Immediately, an orgy of infighting among his generals quickly destroyed any semblance of cohesion or imperial governance. Alexander's direct bloodline was also exterminated. His mother, Olympias, his wife, Roxana, and his heir, Alexander IV, were all hunted down and murdered. Eventually, his empire was divided into 3 main but weak and competing territories. 2 were summarily fragmented into minor, impotent, and forgettable enclaves. Egypt, however, endured as a Macedonian dynasty until 31 BCE, when Mark Antony and Cleopatra were decisively defeated by Octavian at the Battle of Actium. While the territorial gains of Alexander were quickly erased by infighting and the absence of centralized authority, the enlightening legacy of his Hellenistic empire endures to this day. Following his death, Greek sociocultural influence peaked across Europe, North Africa, the Middle East, and Western Asia. Exploding from the heart of his former empire, Greek literature, architecture, science, mathematics, philosophy, and military strategy and design were disseminated across a wider berth and flourished in an age of academic prosperity and progress. Great libraries were constructed across the Arab world, and scholars pondered the principles and ideas of Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Hippocrates, Aristophanes, Herodotus, and shelves of books from other Greek writers of the Golden Age. When Europe languished in 400 years of a cultural and intellectual abyss during the Dark Ages, academia flourished across the newly christened Muslim expanse. During the cross-cultural exchange of the Crusades, Islamic academics extended Europe a scholarly ladder to climb out of the caverns of ignorance by reintroducing Greek and Roman literature and culture, as well as their own refinements and academic advancements flowering from the illuminating Muslim Renaissance. After the Mosquito dispatched Alexander, however, the ensuing fragmentation and collapse of his empire left the Mediterranean world in a power vacuum. This void would be filled by the ascendance of a backwater city located on a mosquito-plagued peninsula 650 miles west of Athens. After layovers in Persia and Greece, the mantle of power and the epicenter of Western civilization continued its westward progression, eventually landing in Rome. The fate of Rome was played out by emperors and barbarians, senators and generals, soldiers and slaves, emphasizes Kyle Harper in his acclaimed 2017 work, The Fate of Rome. Climate, disease, and the end of an empire. But it was equally decided by bacteria and viruses. The fate of Rome might serve to remind us that nature is cunning and capricious. After the Mosquito reinforced the Greeks during the Persian onslaughts, helped shatter the belligerent city-states of Greece during the Peloponnesian War, emboldening the rise of Macedon, nibbled away at Alexander's once unassailable army, and proved him to be a mortal man after all, she pointed her proboscis west. She unleashed her unquenchable thirst on Rome, cultivating both the creation and the destruction of the mighty Roman Empire. Roman supremacy was not a foregone conclusion. The Romans eked out a surprising but unconvincing and Pyrrhic victory against the Carthaginians during the First Punic War. At the outbreak of the Second Punic War, however, the underdog and uninspiring Romans were pitted against an unnerving and seemingly invincible adversary, commanded by a general who rivaled the genius of Alexander. The resourceful and brilliant Carthaginian warrior whose name still conjures fear, Hannibal Barca. and the coastal haunts of the islands of Sardinia and Corsica. Rome, however, was also busy carving out its own burgeoning empire, transforming from an insignificant village into a world power. The stretching territorial and economic tentacles of Rome and Carthage became entangled over trade in the Mediterranean. The First Punic War, 264 to 241 BCE, erupted over Sicily, where Carthage wanted to preserve its commercial leverage, while a jittery Rome wanted to limit Carthaginian power to the doorstep of Italy. Although the conflict witnessed limited ground campaigns in Sicily and North Africa, the war was primarily fought at sea. The Romans, inexperienced at naval warfare, poured vast amounts of capital, labor, and men into building a formidable navy based on a captured Carthaginian warship. Despite, or perhaps partly because of, having sacrificed over 500 ships and 250,000 men, Rome stubbornly prevailed in its first foreign campaign. The Romans appropriated Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, and occupied the island-studded Dalmatian coast of the Balkans. More importantly, victory and the corresponding economic boost from these new colonies whetted Rome's appetite for further expansion and conquest. While the war had crippled the Carthaginian navy and gave Rome command of the seas, it had done little to diminish Carthage's land forces. A revitalized and vengeful Carthaginian empire decided to strike back. Hannibal was determined to bring the fight directly to Rome. In the spring of 218 BCE, Hannibal departed New Carthage, Cartagena, on the southern coast of Spain, and commenced his fighting advance to Italy through eastern Spain, over the Pyrenees mountain range, and across Gaul, France, reaching the western foothills of the Alps with 60,000 men and 37 now legendary war elephants. His crossing of the Alps is considered one of the greatest logistical feats in military history. His army trudged forward through hostile Gallic tribal territory and unforgiving terrain at the onset of winter, with no viable supply line. Although Hannibal lost 20,000 men and all but a handful of elephants during the perilous passage over the rugged Alps, a battered, malnourished, and weathered Carthaginian force of 40,000 successfully navigated the steep decline and entered northern Italy in late November. On the winter solstice of December 18th, Hannibal's depleted and drained army, augmented by allied Celtic Gauls and Spaniards, engaged a Roman blocking force of 42,000 men at Trebia. With careful planning and innovative fieldcraft, Hannibal provoked and outmaneuvered the Romans into conducting futile frontal assaults, ensnaring them in indefensible positions. Outflanking the center of the Roman line, his forces swept through and annihilated the disorganized defenders, inflicting at least 28,000 casualties and scattering the survivors from the field of battle. Following this decisive Carthaginian victory at Trebia, the emaciated elephants, horses, and skeletal troops staggered forward to encamp and pasture on the plains which are near the Po, providing Hannibal the best means of reviving the spirits of his troops and restoring the men and horses to their former vigor and condition. In March 217 BCE, Hannibal gave marching orders to conduct a cunningly calculated and crafty operation. The success of this campaign rested on the element of surprise, preserved and safeguarded by a deliberate and demanding advance along an unexpected route over the Apennine Mountains, followed by a 4-day trudge through malarial bogs. The Carthaginians cleared the sickly swamps, but at an enormous cost. The Mosquito tapped into the health and morale of the Carthaginian ranks and of their exceptionally gifted leader. Hannibal contracted malaria, losing sight in his right eye as a result of his intense fevers. By this time, the disease had already claimed the lives of his Spanish wife and son. Beleaguered but not defeated, the Carthaginian general continued his predetermined, plotted line of approach. With his brilliantly mapped but malaria-soaked route, Hannibal executed the first recorded turning movement in military history by purposefully skirting and evading the Roman left flank. By sidestepping the Roman boundaries, he flipped the actual front or direction of the battlefield turning the advantageous Roman defensive positions and terrain against them. The Romans were now entrapped by their own defensive perimeter in an exposed pocket or kill zone. Hannibal's innovative preparations and strategy ensured a convincing Carthaginian victory at the Battle of Trasimene on June 21, 217 BCE. His skillful and timely use of concealment, ambush, cavalry, and flanking tactics led to the slaughter or capture of the entire Roman force of 30,000 soldiers. Following these catastrophic defeats at Trebia and Trasimene, the Romans were wary of engaging Hannibal in pitched battles, opting instead to cut off his supply lines and resources. Once more, Hannibal outmaneuvered and bested the Romans at their own strategic game. Before attacking Rome, Hannibal took the initiative in August 216 BCE to secure much-needed provisions at Cannae, which also starved Rome of its crucial lifeline to southern stores. Although outnumbered 2-1, Hannibal engaged the center of the Roman force of 86,000 before a timely, stunning, and beautifully executed pincer, or double-flanking movement that enveloped the Roman legions. The Carthaginians surrounded and slaughtered the Roman army, diminishing it to the point where it ceased to be an effective fighting force. Hannibal's victory at Cannae is regarded as one of the most dazzling tactical feats in military history. His methods and maneuvers are still taught in military colleges across the world and have been mirrored in the battle plans and conduct of strategists and generals ever since. German strategist and chief of the General Staff Alfred von Schlieffen modeled his legendary plan for the invasion of France at the onset of the First World War. To the same plan devised by Hannibal in long-forgotten times. As German Field Marshal Erwin Rommel's Afrika Korps scrambled the beleaguered British forces across Libya, he wrote in his diary that a new Cannae was being prepared. At Stalingrad in 1942, General Friedrich Paulus, commander of the German Sixth Army, arrogantly, and as it turned out quite erroneously, commented that he was close to completing his Cannae. Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower sought to duplicate this battle of annihilation against Hitler's Nazi forces in Europe in the classic example of Cannae. During the First Gulf War, General Norman Schwarzkopf modeled the coalition forces' 1990 liberation of Kuwait on Hannibal's Cannae model. Following Hannibal's devouring of the Roman legions at Cannae, his Carthaginians seemed unstoppable. With the Roman army shattered, the road to Rome itself lay unchecked. The prize of the Eternal City was within reach. Hannibal could finally realize his retribution on Rome and avenge his father for the dishonor of defeat during the First Punic War. There was, however, another unforeseen guardian of Rome waiting in the wings, the legions of faithful and famished mosquitoes patrolling the Pontine marshes. After Rome's military machine was smashed at Cannae, the Mosquito was drafted into service and thrust into action. She began her 2,000-year history-piercing reign as the messenger of misery and death in the Pontine marshes. She acted as the unofficial ambassador of Rome, with the sole duty of hailing and devouring hostile foreign armies and invading dignitaries. In the aftermath of Hannibal's convincing conquest at Cannae in 216 BCE, two events turned the tide of the Second Punic War and, with input from the Mosquito, changed the course of history. The first was Hannibal's reluctance to attack Rome. Although campaigning on the Italian peninsula for more than 15 years, the Carthaginians never secured the capital city. Historians chalk up Hannibal's refusal to take Rome to numerous factors. The city was protected by fresh, unsullied troops strong enough to defend its fortifications, negating the feasibility of a direct assault and forcing the Carthaginians to lay siege. This was not an option. Hannibal's forces engaged in quick-strike maneuver warfare and were not trained, equipped, or supplied for siege tactics. More critical, however, was that the limited lines of approach and siege grounds would entrench the Carthaginian army in the mosquito-infested Pontine marshes, where malaria flourished year-round. In his meticulously thorough study, Malaria and Rome, A History of Malaria in Ancient Italy, Robert Solaris affirms that wetlands across Italy, including the notorious Pontine marshes of the Campania, were being seized by malaria. Throughout the Italian campaign, malarious mosquitoes slowly ate away at the Carthaginian ranks. Legendary Anopheles mosquitoes had made a permanent and comfortable home in Italy long before Hannibal's invasion and had earned themselves a fearsome reputation and accomplished resume. Almost 2 centuries earlier, although the Gauls under King Brennus successfully sacked Rome in 390 BCE, malaria had so thinned their ranks that they settled for a payment of gold and withdrew from the area in sickly, vagrant bands. Malaria killed so many in such a short duration that the Gauls were forced to abandon customary burial practices for mass funeral pyres. Hannibal was too smart, emphasizes Solaris, to spend the summer in an area subject to intense malaria if he could avoid it. The mosquito safeguarded Rome as much as her legions of human defenders. The second war-altering event was the replacement of politically motivated Roman generals who lacked military training, with Publius Scipio Africanus, heralded in the top tier of historical military minds. Scipio was a professional soldier, a survivor of the Battle of Cannae, and he possessed a reputation and record that quickly catapulted him into the higher echelons of leadership. Under Scipio, the Roman military underwent a sweeping transformation, becoming a professional and lethal war machine. He insisted on recruiting men into his legions from mountainous regions free from malaria. With the main Carthaginian army still ravaging the Italian countryside, Scipio decided to bring the war to Carthage itself. In 203 BCE, his forces landed at Utica and advanced through Carthaginian territory, forcing Hannibal to quit Italy and return to defend his homeland. Despite mutual admiration, negotiations foundered between the two generals. The decisive blow was delivered by quick-striking Roman cavalry at the Battle of Zama in October 202 BCE. With this war-winning victory over Hannibal, Rome began its meteoric rise to superpower status. Historian Adrian Goldsworthy notes that Hannibal has the sort of glamour which only surrounds those military geniuses who won stunning victories but ultimately lost the war, men such as Napoleon and Robert E. Lee. The march of his army from Spain via the Alps into Italy and the battles he won there were all epics in themselves. At the hands of Scipio, Hannibal was finally defeated on the battlefield at Zama, marking the end of the 17-year conflict. The Carthaginian decline, however, had begun much earlier in the malarial marshlands of Italy. The mosquito helped safeguard Rome from Hannibal and his hordes, providing a stepping stone for Rome's climb to command of the Mediterranean world and beyond. The treacherous fleshpots of Campania, states Diana Spencer in her work Roman Landscape, Culture and Identity, had diverted Hannibal from Rome and therefore from victory. Both Hannibal and the Carthaginian culture were exiled and eventually perished as a result of the Roman triumph during the Punic Wars. This mosquito-backed Roman victory had immeasurable and far-reaching implications across both space and time. The Greco-Roman culture that followed dominated Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East for the next 700 years, and had a profound influence on the development of human civilization and Western culture. The world still lives among the mosquito-haunted shadows of the Roman Empire. Numerous countries currently speak a Latin-based or heavily Latin-influenced language. Many legal and political systems are an adaptation of Roman law and republic-style democracy, and the Roman Empire first martyred and then eased the passage of Christianity across Europe. Another immeasurably important byproduct of the Roman victory during the Punic Wars was the emergence of Roman literature. There were few writings prior to 240 BCE. A perpetual state of war, contact with the outside world, and the adoption of Alexander's Hellenistic Greek culture stimulated Roman academia. Widely regarded authors left us with a paper trail of written works vividly portraying the mosquito's historical weight and potency across the Roman world. In the 1st century BCE, Varro, one of Rome's most celebrated scholars, warned that precautions must be taken in the neighborhood of swamps. They breed certain minute creatures which cannot be seen by the eyes, but which float in the air and enter the body through the mouth and nose and cause serious diseases. He recommended for those who could afford it to build houses on high ground or hills free from swampy air, where the wind would blow away the invisible creatures. The house on the hill became fashionable for the Roman elite. This fad and practice was globally reinforced during the age of European colonization and continues to the present day. Hilltop houses in the United States are sought after by the wealthy as a status symbol and are 15 to 20% more expensive. Add the real estate market to the Mosquito's portfolio of influence. Continuing the Hippocratic tradition, Roman physicians and curious intellectuals like Varro reinforced the miasma or malaria, bad air concept of disease. Conforming to the earlier musings of Hippocrates on the malarial dog days of summer, for example, the month of September in the Roman calendar was accompanied by a reference to the dog star and a cautionary description of the bad air disease. There is a great disturbance in the air, it warned. The bodies of healthy people, and especially those of sick people, change with the condition of the air. While the mosquito remained undetected, her diseases were not passed over or pardoned by the quills of Roman scholars and scribes. The classical writers of ancient Rome, such as Pliny, Seneca, Cicero, Horace, Ovid, and Celsus, all reference mosquito-borne diseases. The most thorough accounts were written by the acclaimed physician, avid author, and surgeon to the gladiators Galen during the 2nd century CE. His explanation of human physiology, although adhering to Hippocratic traditions, was a more nuanced and sophisticated interpretation. He left a detailed depiction of the various types of malaria fever, elaborating on the observations and deductions of Hippocrates. Galen recognized the distant and primitive origins of malaria, noting that he could fill 3 volumes with what had been previously written about the disease. We no longer need the word of Hippocrates or anyone else as witness that there is such a fever, he wrote, since it is right in our sight every day and especially in Rome. Galen also candidly recorded a second mosquito-borne disease, logging, definitively for the first time, the unmistakable physical symptoms of filariasis, or elephantiasis. Galen emphasized that health was related to habits, including diet, exercise, natural surroundings, and living conditions. He understood that the heart pumped blood through arteries and veins, and he practiced bloodletting as a practical cure for most diseases, including malaria. Another popular Roman malaria remedy was to wear a piece of papyrus or amulet inscribed with the powerful incantation abracadabra. While the origin of the word is unclear, it appears to be borrowed from the Aramaic, meaning, "I will create what I speak," essentially summoning a cure. The Romans also prayed to the fever goddess Febris for malarial respite in 3 specifically detailed temples on the healthful hilltops surrounding the city. The cult of Febris, which had a substantial number of adherents, attests to the expanse and impact malaria had on Rome and its larger imperial breadth. As Roman legions and merchants swarmed across Europe, so too did malaria. The vast empire connecting Africa to northern Europe brought an unprecedented exchange of ideas, innovation, academia, and pestilence. As a direct result of Roman expansion, malaria's grip now extended as far north as Denmark and Scotland. Malaria was an ever-present and chronic partner to Roman expansion. While the mosquito assured Roman ascendancy over the Carthaginians, a century and a half later she also played a role in the demise of the democratic Roman Republic and the rise of the emperor era beginning with Julius Caesar. Following a string of victories in Gaul, Julius Caesar turned his army south in 50 BCE to confront the Senate, who had given his military and political rival Pompey dictatorial powers as the emergency consul. The Senate also voted to strip Caesar of his command and disband his personally loyal army. Refusing to bow to these demands, Caesar crossed the frontier boundary of Italy at the Rubicon River and purportedly uttered his immortal phrase, The die is cast. There was no turning back. His army, however, was riddled with malaria, as was he, and was in no shape to fight. Caesar had a lifelong battle with the disease. Shakespeare wrote, "He had a fever when he was in Spain, and when the fit was on him, I did mark how he did shake. 'Tis true this god did shake." Had Pompey, whose army was vastly larger, met Caesar on the field of battle instead of fleeing, Caesar's gamble in rolling the dice at the Rubicon would have ended in malarial and martial disaster. As it turned out, Pompey was eventually defeated in a series of battles with Caesar's reinforced and healthy legions. Seeking asylum in Egypt, Pompey was assassinated by an agent of the Egyptian pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. Upon being presented with Pompey's head, a disgusted Caesar and his lover Cleopatra, who was also the sister of Ptolemy, deposed the pharaoh and placed Cleopatra on the throne of Egypt. In the wake of Julius Caesar's assassination during the 44 BCE Ides of March, a string of dictators guiding the Roman Empire all had malarial bouts, with a handful succumbing to the disease, including Vespasian, Titus, and Hadrian. Caesar's heir, Octavian, Augustus, and his successor, Tiberius, both had recurrent malarial episodes, courtesy of the mosquitoes of the Pontine marshes. Ironically, prior to his 23 murderous stab wounds, Caesar had prepared an ambitious project aimed at draining the Pontine marshes of the Campania to increase agricultural productivity. The early 2nd century Greek-Roman biographer Plutarch mentions that Caesar designed to draw off the water from the marshes and to make them solid ground, which would employ many thousands of men in the cultivation. If successful, this initiative would have inadvertently led to a momentous reduction in mosquito populations, overturning the events that followed, altering the historical arc of the Roman age. This alternative history expired with Julius Caesar. The ambitious scheme of reclaiming the Pontine marshes, contemplated by Napoleon as well, would ultimately be realized 2,000 years later by another Italian dictator, Benito Mussolini. While the malarious Campania protected Rome from her enemies, malaria also dampened Rome's marauding armies. Similar to bacteria or viruses, malaria strains differ by region. Roman legionaries, administrators, and accompanying traders were unaccustomed and thus not acclimated or seasoned to foreign malaria parasites in distant lands. During the Germanic campaigns in the early 1st century CE, the Germans consistently forced the superior Roman legions to fight and camp among bogs and marshes, where malaria and filthy drinking water drastically reduced their combat effectiveness. Given that swamp-bred miasma was thought to cause sickness, this German tactic has the hallmark indicators of deliberate biological warfare. When General Germanicus Caesar passed through Teutoburg Forest, he reported that he found tangled masses of Roman skeletons, horses, and mutilated corpses rotting in the sodden marshland and ditches. Adrian Mayer, when writing about biological and chemical warfare in the ancient world, posits that the German manipulation of the Roman legions was most likely a biological stratagem. In keeping with the miasma theory, this was a weaponization of the marshes and not a premeditated biological use of the true assassins, the snubbed and marginalized mosquitoes themselves. The Battle of Teutoburg Forest in 9 CE, where the entire Roman force of 3 legions and auxiliaries was annihilated, is regarded as Rome's greatest military defeat. This disaster, coupled with indefatigable malaria, forced Rome to abandon its intentions east of the Rhine River. By the 5th century, these independent warring peoples of Central and Eastern Europe would eventually contribute to the fall of the Roman Empire. The Roman attempt to subdue Scotland, known to them as Caledonia, was also thwarted by a local strain of malaria that killed half of the 80,000-man imperial force. Roman retreat behind the protection The mighty King Alaric himself, the first to sack Rome in nearly 800 years, succumbed to malaria in the fall of 410. The Mosquito had shielded Rome once again. With his death, the Mosquito-chased Visigoths consolidated their loot and retired north, establishing a kingdom in southwestern Gaul in 418. The locals flattered their new rulers, and as legend has it, the displaced Celtic nobility allowed the Visigoth leaders to win at the game of backgammon to curry their favor. In Star Wars vernacular, they always and wisely let the Wookiee win. These new tenants of Gaul, however, would help defend the Western Empire from its next challenger, Attila and his plundering Huns. The adroit, quick-striking Huns were skilled horsemen who terrified European populations with their fearsome tattooed arms, faces carved with patterned scars, and elongated skulls from having been bound between boards as infants. Originating in eastern Ukraine and the northern Caucasus, the Huns initiated their prolonged invasion of Eastern Europe around 370, quickly reaching the Hungarian Danube River. By the late 4th century, as their raids intensified, a worried Constantinople began paying the Huns to spare the Eastern Roman Empire. With tribute payment arriving from the timorous East, a bold and ambitious new leader, Attila, projected his power westward over the Austrian Alps. It was only a matter of time before his skilled cavalry would attack Rome. Yet the Huns were not the only marauders coveting the Eternal City. The crown jewel at the heart of the Western Empire faced a dual threat, from the Huns and from another posse of despoiling pillagers, the Vandals. As the Huns cemented their presence in Eastern Europe, the Vandals, a large group of Germanic tribes from Poland and Bohemia, cut a swath clear across northern Europe through Gaul and Spain. In 429, led by the warrior king Gaiseric, 20,000 Vandals were shuttled across the Strait of Gibraltar to North Africa. They further crippled the Western Empire and broadened the dearth of food production by seizing the North African tax payments of grains, vegetables, olive oil, and slaves. When the Vandals laid siege to the Roman harbor city of Hippo, modern-day Annaba in the northeastern corner of Algeria, the local bishop Augustine pleaded for mercy and begged that the cathedral and the immense library, housing a remarkable collection of Greek and Roman books, including his own writings, be spared the torch. The death of Augustine's piously Christian and venerated mother, Saint Monica, in 387 from malaria contracted in the Pontine Marshes, inspired some of the finest passages of his autobiographical 13-volume masterpiece, Confessions. Like his beloved mother before him, the future Saint Augustine, second only to Paul of Tarsus in influencing and shaping Western Christianity, died of malaria in August of 430, soon after the Vandal siege of Hippo commenced. Shortly after his death, the Vandals reduced the city to rubble. The modern English word vandal, meaning deliberate destruction or defacement of property, perpetuates their reputation for vandalism. During the destruction of Hippo, however, the Vandals did not quite live up to our dictionary definition. Augustine's cherished cathedral and library were granted clemency, standing immaculate amid the smoldering ruins. From North Africa, the Vandals quickly secured Sicily, Corsica, Sardinia, Malta, and the Balearic Islands. Although Rome was within Gaiseric's sight, Attila was the first to strike. Attila's attempt to conquer Gaul was met with defeat near the Ardennes forest in France and Belgium in June 451 by a coalition of Visigoths and Romans. He immediately turned his clattering Huns southward and commenced a swift invasion of northern Italy, despoiling town and country along the way. A small Roman shadow force, resembling the Spartans at Thermopylae, managed to stall the advancing Huns on the approaches to the Po River. Legions of Mosquito reinforcements quickly entered the fray and secured a stalemate. Once more, the timely mediation of General Anopheles saved Rome. Taking a page out of Hannibal's military aid memoir, Attila also halted his emaciated troops at the Po and entertained an audience with Pope Leo I. While it is a romantic bedtime story to tell of a pious Christian pope converting the barbarian Attila to forsake his intentions for Rome and retreat from Italy, this is stretching the bounds of poetic license. Like Brennus's Gauls, Hannibal's Carthaginians, and Alaric's Visigoths before them, Attila's ferocious Huns were steered and ultimately doomed by the Mosquito. The Huns, recorded the Roman bishop Hydateus, were victims of divine punishment, being visited with heaven-sent disasters, famine, and some kind of disease. Thus crushed, they made peace with the Romans and all returned to their homes. Malaria rendered the Hun military impotent. Attila was also keenly aware of the malarial fate of Alaric and his Visigoths 40 years earlier. To make matters worse, Hun stores were insufficient, food was in short supply, and living off the land had become increasingly fruitless. The Huns had ravaged the crops of northern Italy. North African imports had been hijacked by the Vandals. The Campagna was a quagmire, and Rome was in the grips of famine as drought stalked local agriculture. Attila's reception of the Pope's entreaty was nothing more than a ruse to save face. Malarious mosquitoes had forced his hand. The heartland of empire was a gauntlet of germs, explains Kyle Harper. The unsung savior of Italy in this affair was perhaps even malaria. Pasturing their horses in the watery lowlands where mosquitoes breed and transmit the deadly protozoan, the Huns were easy prey for malaria. All in all, it may have been wise for the king of the Huns to turn his cavalry back toward the high. Step beyond the Danube, cold and dry, where the Anopheles mosquito could not follow. The mosquito successfully shielded Rome again and forced Attila to abort his marauding mission. While Attila did not expire from malaria like Alexander or Alaric, his death 2 years later in 453 CE was just as inglorious. He died of complications triggered by acute alcoholism. Division and infighting quickly followed, and the temperamental tribal Huns abandoned their fragile unity and faded from history. While Attila's campaign in Italy pinned down Roman legions, the Vandals were prowling the Mediterranean Sea, raiding ports and pirating trade. Vandal activity in the Mediterranean was so abundant and fierce that the Old English name for the sea was Wendelsii, Sea of Vandals. Given the dual threat from the Huns and the Vandals, Rome recalled its garrisons from Britain. Sensing an opportunity, the Angles from Denmark and the Saxons from northwestern Germany teamed up as the Anglo-Saxons and invaded Britain in the 440s, seizing territory from and replacing the culture of the indigenous Celtic peoples and the vestiges of Roman occupation. Following Attila's mosquito-riddled retreat from Italy, the Romans could now concentrate exclusively on the Vandal threat amassing in North Africa and on the Mediterranean islands troublingly close to home. Political bungling and subversion among the Roman elite forced Geiseric's hand. In May 455, 2 years after the death of Attila, he landed in Italy with a Vandal force and marched on Rome. Pope Leo I, as he had done previously with Attila, beseeched Geiseric not to destroy the ancient city and slaughter its inhabitants, instead offering up loot as a conciliation prize. The gates of Rome were thrown open for Geiseric and his men. While the Vandals honored their word, over the course of 2 weeks they gathered all the slaves and treasure they could find, including any precious metals adorning buildings or statues. When the mosquito began to eat away at the Vandal ranks, however, they quickly took their leave and returned to Carthage. The Vandal sack of Rome was not nearly as sadistic as legend would have us believe, simply because they did not overstay their malarial welcome. Like the disintegration and scattering of the Huns following the death of Attila, Vandal dominance in the Mediterranean region eroded after the passing of Geiseric in 477. Their residual and fragmented pockets were absorbed into the tartan collection of local populations. The fall of the Western Roman Empire was a gradual decay, as it had been in decline since the 3rd century. Over the final decades, however, Rome ultimately buckled under the weight and social pressures of endemic malaria, epidemics, famine, depopulation, war, and the scourge of sequential destabilizing invaders. Zoology professor J. L. Cloudsley Thompson summarizes, "It would be mistaken to overstress an epidemic theory for the Roman decline, but bubonic plague and malaria clearly played an important part, and, for the reasons given, it would appear that the role of malaria was the more significant." Philip Norrie, senior lecturer of medicine at the University of New South Wales, adds that the Roman Empire ended in 476 in the grips of a falciparum malaria epidemic. The mosquito's continuous attrition unquestionably escorted Rome's gradual corrosion and ultimate collapse. By the time the invading Ostrogoths carved out a kingdom in Italy in the 490s, there had not been a Western Roman emperor for nearly 20 years, and as events unfolded, there never would be again. The Ostrogoths successfully sacked Rome in 546 during the 20-year Gothic War of 535 to 554 between the Ostrogoths and their allies, and the Eastern Roman Empire or Byzantine Empire under the brilliant leadership of Emperor Justinian. The war was the final bid to salvage some of the lost territory of the West and resurrect a single unified Roman Empire. It was not to be. A tidal wave of disease thwarted Justinian's dream of resuscitating the empire. Beginning in 541, an unprecedented pandemic of bubonic plague, known as the Plague of Justinian, tore through the Byzantine Empire. Thought to have originated in India, the plague swiftly made call at every major port on the Mediterranean Sea and plunged northward into Europe, reaching Britain within 3 years. It is recorded as one of the deadliest epidemics in history, killing between 30 and 50 million people, or roughly 15% of the world's entire population. In Constantinople, half the population was wiped out in less than 2 years. This was not lost on contemporary commentators, who described the contagion as being global in nature and scope. Procopius, secretary to the brilliant and malaria-embattled Byzantine general Belisarius, shrewdly recognized that, during these times there was a pestilence, by which the whole human race came near to being annihilated. It embraced the whole world and blighted the lives of all men. The only other epidemic in documented human history that approaches this calamity is a second serving of bubonic plague in the mid-14th century known as the Black Death. Emperor Justinian's cultural donations still resonate today through the resplendent buildings he constructed in Constantinople, including the imposing Hagia Sophia. His uniform rewriting of Roman law has also survived as the basis of codified civil law in most Western nations. Although his rule was not as popular during his own reign as it has become in modern times, his devotion to the arts, theology, and academia fostered the blossoming of Byzantine culture, and he is marked as one of the most visionary leaders of the late antiquity period and is often praised as the last Roman. The so-called classical world, that of the Greek and Roman civilizations, had come to an abrupt halt. As William H. McNeill notes, the Justinian plague led to the perceptible shift away from the Mediterranean as the preeminent center of European civilization and the increase in the importance of more northerly lands. As such, the heart of Western civilization continued its westward migration to France, Spain, and eventually found an enduring residence in Britain. For Rome, the mosquito ultimately proved to be a double-edged sword. Initially, she safeguarded Rome from the military genius of Hannibal and his conquering Carthaginians, encouraging and emboldening the construction of empire and the widespread dissemination of Roman cultural, scientific, political, and academic advancements, securing the enduring legacy of the Roman era. Over time, however, while she continued to defend Rome against foreign plunderers, including the Visigoths, Huns, and Vandals from her headquarters in the Pontine Marshes, she was also busy piercing the heart of Rome itself. For the Romans, shaking hands with the devil and striking a Faustian bargain with the mosquito proved to be an unpredictable alliance and a dangerous deal, one that ultimately ended in ruin. "I have never seen so bad of an appearance," wrote the author of the two-part tragic play Faust, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, in 1787, as they are usually described in Rome. In his play, Goethe mentions both the contaminating pollution and the potential bounty of the Pontine marshes. "A marsh extends along the mountain chain that poisons what so far I've been achieving. Were I that noisome pool to drain, 'twould be the highest, last achieving. Thus space to many millions I will give, where, though not safe, yet free and active they may live." Outside the pages of Faust, the mosquitoes of the Pontine marshes flourished and were fickle allies to Rome, vacillating between friend and enemy. The mosquito scratched away the strength of Roman society, underpinning the collapse of one of the mightiest, vastest, and most influential empires in history. In the process, she also left her permanent and undying mark on human spirituality and the global religious order. The rise and fall of the Roman Empire corresponded with the advent and proliferation of Christianity. This new faith, which began as a splinter camp or Jesus movement within Judaism in the 1st century, broke away from its parental convictions, due in part to the treatment of and rituals surrounding what we now know to be mosquito-borne diseases and the debate over the divinity and role of healers. After a rocky and violent start, Christianity soon found a home in the minds and ministries of populations across Europe and the Near East as a remedial religion, permanently realigning the balance of power around our planet. Mostly, however, in the immediate aftermath of the collapse of the Roman Empire, Europe turned inward upon itself. The dictatorial feudalism of monarchies, lordships, and the papacy reigned supreme. Christianity reversed course from a healing faith and became fatalistic, loaded and burdened with fire and brimstone and sweeping spiritual and economic corruption. A recoiling European population bunkered down during the Dark Ages as progress, academia, and the knowledge of the ancients vanished from the collective memory. While Europe was blinded by disease and religious and cultural instability, another spiritual and political order flowered and flourished in the Middle East. The appearance of Islam in Mecca and Medina in the early 7th century spawned an inspired cultural and intellectual renaissance across the Middle East. As Europe slid into an intellectual abyss, education and advancement thrived across the maturing Muslim expanse. Inevitably, these two spiritual superpowers would vie for territorial and economic hegemony amid clouds of secular mosquitoes, igniting the clash of civilizations, the Crusades. The emergence of the Christian faith was gradual. 2 centuries after the crucifixion of Jesus, his converts were still a persecuted, scattered minority, viewed as a disloyal threat within the Roman Empire. The Romans were a diverse and malleable collective and were remarkably willing to assimilate a wide range of both peoples and practices into their system of beliefs and culture. Christianity, however, proved difficult to digest, and its disciples were slaughtered in creative ways. They were dressed in animal skins and torn to shreds by dogs. Some were fastened to poles and set alight after dark, usually in groups, to enhance the fiery spectacle, while others suffered a standard crucifixion. However, the persecution of Christians not only failed to suppress the faith, but it also tempted the curiosity of eventual converts and, on a larger scale, undermined social stability in Rome and across an embattled empire hounded by disease and besieged by near-constant invasion. During this crisis of the 3rd century, Christianity saw a strengthening and development across Roman regions. This surge corresponds with the devastation wrought by the plagues of Antonine and Cyprian, discussed earlier, and the broader dissemination of endemic malaria across Rome and realm. Christians were persecuted during both plagues. Their rejection of Roman polytheistic gods in favor of the monotheistic Yahweh or Jehovah was scapegoated as the cause. These two savage epidemics, set against the dispiriting backdrop of endemic malaria, however, also brought a multitude of new converts who viewed the faith as a healing religion. After all, It was said that Jesus had performed miracle treatments, made the lame walk, made the blind see, cured leprosy, and brought Lazarus back from death itself. It was believed that these healing powers were transferred to the apostles and the subsequent disciples. Within the cultural upheaval of the crisis of the 3rd century and the ensuing foreign raids staved off by the mosquitoes of the Pontine marshes during the era of migrations, chronic malarial infection was one of the challenges to the religious and social status quo and, as Sonia Shaw writes, shattered all the old certainties. The bane of malaria would have reinforced the shortfalls of traditional Roman spirituality, medicine, and mythology. Amulets, abracadabra, and offerings to Phoebus failed in the face of this newfound hope, offered by therapeutic Christian rituals and philanthropic nursing practices. While I would never be so historically reckless as to suggest that the mosquito single-handedly converted the masses to Christianity, malaria was, however, one of many factors that aided in its eventual dominion over the European expanse. Christianity, unlike paganism, preached care of the sick as a recognized religious duty. Those who were nursed back to health felt gratitude and commitment to the faith, and this served to strengthen Christian churches at a time when other institutions were failing, explains Erwin W. Sherman, Professor Emeritus of Biology and Infectious Disease at the University of California. The capacity of Christian doctrine to cope with the psychic shock of epidemic disease made it attractive for the populations of the Roman Empire. Paganism, on the other hand, was less effective in dealing with the randomness of death. In time, the Romans came to accept the Christian view. The mosquito was one of the top dealers in psychic shock across the Roman Empire, and Christianity offered comfort, care, and perhaps even salvation to its converts. Early Christian communities regarded the nursing of the sick as an obligation of faith and established the first true hospitals. This concern, along with other charitable Christian practices, reinforced a strong sense of community and belonging, and a greater network for those in need. When Christians traveled for trade or business, they found a warm welcome among local congregations. By the year 300, the Christian diaspora in the city of Rome was caring for over 1,500 widows and orphans. During the unimpeded violence, famine, plagues, and rampant malaria spanning the 3rd to 5th centuries, Christianity attracted followers as a remedial religion. Microbiology professor David Clark sums up the connection between malaria and the diffusion of Christianity, cautioning, "Although modern-day Christianity dislikes admitting it, these early Christians practiced what can only be described as a form of magic." Spells were written on papyrus sheets, which were then folded into long strips and worn as amulets. Similar spells were found down to the 11th century, often containing magical formulas from the medieval Jewish Kabbalah, mixed with more orthodox Christian terminology. These spells illustrate the great importance of malaria and magic among the Christians. They also confirm that early Christianity was in many ways a healing cult. The inscription on a 5th century Roman Christian amulet, for example, was designed to cure a woman named Joannia from malaria. "Flee, hateful spirit. Christ pursues you. The Son of God and the Holy Spirit have overtaken you. O God of the sheep pool, deliver from all evil your handmaid Joannia. O Lord Christ, Son and Word of the living God, who heals every disease and every infirmity, also heal and watch over your handmaiden Joannia. And chase away and banish from her every fever heat and every kind of chilla, quotidian, tertian, quartana, and every evil." In her chapter A Gospel Amulet for Joannia in the book Daughters of Hecate, Women and Magic in the Ancient World, Anne-Marie Louis-Jundique, professor of religion at Princeton, forwards that Irina Wandry posits a connection between the large number of fever amulets from that period and elements of Christianity during the 4th century were escorted in by entrenched malaria. The first great Christian basilicas of the city, namely those of San Giovanni, St. Peter, San Paolo, San Sebastiano, Sant'Agnese, and San Lorenzo, as Cloudsley Thompson points out, were built in valleys that later became terrible centers of infection. We do know that malarious mosquitoes were present in the area of the Vatican prior to Christian construction of the original St. Peter's Basilica. As you may recall from the previous chapter, Tacitus tells us that following the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE, large gatherings of refugees and displaced peoples camped in the unhealthy districts of the Vatican, which resulted in many deaths, and with the Tiber being close by, weakened their bodies, which were already an easy prey to disease. While the early history of the Vatican is unclear, the name itself was already being used in the pre-Christian era of the Republic for a marshy area on the west bank of the Tiber River, across from the city of Rome. The surrounding area was considered sacred. Archaeological evidence has uncovered polytheistic shrines, mausoleums, tombs, and altars to various gods, including Febris. Covering this sacred site, the sadistic Emperor Caligula built a circus for chariot races in 40 CE, expanded by Nero, crowned with the Vatican obelisk, which he stole from Egypt along with Alexander's breastplate. This towering needle is the only lasting relic of Caligula's debauched playground. Beginning in 64 CE, in the wake of the Great Fire of Rome, for which Christians were blamed, this 84-foot-tall red granite pillar became the site of state-sponsored martyrdom for many Christians, including St. Peter, who was allegedly crucified upside down in the shadows of the obelisk. On orders from Constantine, the old St. Peter's Basilica was completed around 360 CE on the grounds of the former circus and the purported site of St. Peter's resting place. The Constantinian Basilica quickly became the primary destination for pilgrimages, but also the epicenter for the concentric construction of the Vatican campus, which included a hospital that was often brimming to 3 times its capacity with malaria patients from Rome and the surrounding Pontine marshes of the Campania. The legions of mosquitoes inhabiting the Pontine marshes protected the headquarters of the Catholic Church from foreign invasion, while they also killed those whom they sheltered. For most of this time period, popes did not reside at the Vatican. Fear of malaria drove them to live at the Lateran Palace on the opposite side of Rome for the next 1,000 years. It is not surprising that during malaria's reign in Rome, Catholics regarded their spiritual headquarters with more terror than respect, or perhaps respectful terror. Nevertheless, prior to the completion of the new St. Peter's Basilica in 1626, designed by Michelangelo, Bernini, and others, at least 7 popes, including the influential late 15th century libertine Alexander VI, known to Netflix as Rodrigo Borgia, and 5 rulers of the Holy Roman Empire died of the Roman fever. Acclaimed poet Dante died of malaria's inferno fevers in 1321, as he put it, as one who has the shivering of the quartan. The death trap that was Rome was not lost on outsiders, visitors, and historians. The 6th century Byzantine administrator and historian John Leidus speculated that Rome was the site of a protracted battle between the spirits of the 4 elements of nature and the prevailing fever demon. Others believed a fever-puffing dragon lived in a subterranean cave, enveloping the city with its billowing, diseased breath, or a scorned and vengeful Febris was punishing the city for orphaning her in favor of Christianity. A medieval bishop on assignment to Rome remarked that when the rising of the sparkling dog star at the morbid foot of Orion was imminent, malaria epidemics gripped the city, and there were hardly any men left who were not debilitated by the seething heat and bad air. Hippocrates' miasmatic dog days of summer were still as relevant as ever, and his catchy buzzword continued to ricochet across antiquity. While the seat of Roman Catholicism might have been known for its healing, it could not shake its reputation for being the malarial capital of Europe. Even by 1740, in a letter penned from Rome, English politician and art historian Horace Walpole reported that there is a horrid thing called malaria that comes to Rome every summer and kills one, introducing the word malaria into the English language for the first time. The British, however, generally called the disease ague. A century later, a fellow English art critic, John Ruskin, echoed his predecessor's words, exclaiming that there was a strange horror lying over the whole city. It is a shadow of death, possessing and penetrating all things, but all mixed with fever fear. On a visit to the city in the mid-19th century, Hans Christian Andersen, the Danish author of The Little Mermaid, was aghast at the pale, yellow, sickly inhabitants. The renowned English nurse Florence Nightingale described the silent, lifeless surroundings of Rome as the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Romantic poet Percy Shelley commented on the disease that killed his close friend Lord Byron. Despite rumors, they were not lovers, lamenting that he himself was also ailing from a malaria fever caught in the Pontine marshes. As late as the early 20th century, travelers to these expanses were shocked by the squalor, feebleness, and skeletal complexion of the few pitiful locals trying to eke out an existence in the malaria-ridden Campagna. As we have seen and will continue to see, Rome, the Vatican, and the Mosquito had a lengthy, interdependent relationship and a capricious and lethal rapport. While Rome certainly endured heavy malaria pressures, the rest of Europe was not immune, for the disease was marching steadily northward. Though the Romans had brought strains of malaria with them as they expanded into new lands, causing sporadic outbreaks such as those cases in Scotland and Germany referenced earlier, it was not until the 7th century that malaria became endemic in northern Europe. Although the deadly falciparum could not withstand the harsher climates of the frosty region, malaria and vivax, which can still be lethal, found it a suitable home, reproducing as far north as England, Denmark, and the Russian Arctic port of Archangel. The mosquito's plotting grip on Europe was hastened by human interference. As always, mosquito pestilence followed the plow and the shifting and shuffling patterns of human movements, settlements, and trading passages. The expansion of the Roman Empire and its later offspring of Christianity activated the extension of mosquito-borne diseases into hitherto untapped human populations. Humankind's continual conquest of local environments, most notably the disturbed lands of cultivation and the unnatural undermining of ecosystems, produced sprawling mosquito habitats otherwise not organically possible. We reap what we sow. Or where we sow, the reaper appears. The delicate balance between all life forces became increasingly subject to the impulses of human intervention. Introduced to Europe in the 6th century, the moldboard plow could be pulled by oxen through heavy loams. It allowed farmers to exploit the compact river basin soils of Central and Northern Europe. Human and livestock population densities increased as towns and cities punctually emerged to support these agricultural colonies, generating a surge of traffic on vibrant waterways and at bustling trading ports. The webbed relationships of agriculture, increasing human population densities, and foreign trade allowed for the propagation of malarious mosquitoes. With this transition to an agricultural surplus economy, Northern Europe joined the global market, and traders and merchants ventured farther for promising capitalist opportunities. Human migrants, as historian James Webb explains, had long been traveling bandwagons of infection. The misery of the Dark Ages was completed with new diseases and complicated by new approaches to faith. Escorting the mosquito was another foreign movement that would unveil a new global philosophy in the form of Islam. Unlike the slow and labored spread of Christianity ministered by the mosquito, Islam sprang from the visions of the Prophet Muhammad and quickly stormed the world. In 610, during one of his retreats for solace, a vision of the Archangel Gabriel appeared, summoning Muhammad to worship Allah, the God, the same deity of the Jews and Christians. Muhammad continued to receive divine revelations and eventually began to relay these words of God to a small but growing assembly of Muslims, those who submit to Islam, in Mecca and Medina. His sermons and messages eventually became part of the Quran. Recitation, Islam, submission to God, quickly won over the Arabian Peninsula. During the 7th century, as mosquitoes and malaria insidiously crept northward in Europe, Islam rapidly expanded its territorial base across the Middle East. This new monotheistic faith patterned on the Christian God cascaded across North Africa and poured into the Byzantine and Persian worlds. When the Muslim Moors sailed the Strait of Gibraltar and invaded Spain in 711, they unleashed another surge of malaria, entrenching the parasite throughout the European Mediterranean. By 750, the Muslim Empire stretched from the Indus River in the east, across the entire Middle East, north to eastern Turkey and the Caucasus Mountains, across North Africa, before occupying Spain, Portugal, and southern France in the west. Islam and Christianity now squared off on two fronts, in Spain in the west and in Turkey, and eventually the Balkans in the east. Europe was under siege from both mosquitoes and Muslims. While darkness, disease, and death were descending on Europe, a Frankish king, Charles the Hammer Martel, and his unlikely bands of farmers and peasants staved off and reversed the remarkable Muslim general Abdul Rahman al-Ghafiqi's Moorish infiltration of Western Europe in France at the Battle of Tours in 732. His grandson, the Christian crusader Charlemagne, the first emperor of the newly minted Holy Roman Empire, would deal the Moors another setback in France and Spain and proceed to color Christianity across the map of Europe in blood red. For the first time since the height of the classical Roman Empire, Charlemagne united most of Western Europe under one regime. Under his visionary yet brutal leadership, Europe began to emerge from the eclipse of the Dark Ages, prompting historians to anoint him the father of Europe. The eloquent and brilliant Charlemagne was crowned King of the Franks in 768. He proceeded to launch over 50 military campaigns designed to expand his empire and save souls. A die-hard protector and promoter of Christianity, Charlemagne quickly blunted the Muslim expansion in Spain before launching campaigns against the Saxons and Danes in the north and the Magyars of Hungary to the east, while also solidifying control of northern Italy. Charlemagne's military campaigns destroyed neighboring buffer states surrounding his Frankish kingdom and unleashed a wave of invasions and new threats. While not officially considered part of the Crusades, Charlemagne's zealous and fanatical Christianization of his conquered subjects was so extreme it could be defined as religious genocide. From a faith of conversion and devotion through healing and solace, Christianity under Charlemagne was now tendering another starkly opposite gateway to salvation. The conquered were given a simple choice: embrace the Christian God, or meet that God immediately at the point of a sword. At Verdun in 782, for instance, Charlemagne ordered the massacre of over 4,500 Saxons who refused to prostrate themselves before his power and his Christian God. As Charlemagne consolidated his military, political, and spiritual clout, a distressed and scorned Pope Leo III appraised the Frankish king as a means to safeguard and strengthen his own authority and rule. Pope Leo was quickly losing favor among Italian elites for his hush-money adultery, stormy affairs, political collusion, and economic scheming. Under Charlemagne's protection, Leo sought to preserve the legitimacy of the papacy and keep usurpers at bay. When Pope Leo crowned Charlemagne the first emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, or Carolingian Empire, on Christmas Day in 800, he was facing threats to his bastion on every front. While Charlemagne was the first emperor to rule a cohesive Western Europe since the collapse of the Western Roman Empire 3 centuries earlier, his policy of Christianization and military forays in all directions upset the balance of power and invited retaliation. When the 71-year-old Charlemagne died of natural causes in 814, his heirs were tasked with defending the delicate and fragile Christian empire he had created. His overstretched Holy Roman Empire was soon destabilized and deflated by invasions from the Magyars, a nomadic people originating between the Volga River and the Ural Mountains of eastern Russia. By 900, they drove a wedge into the established order by settling along the Danube River in modern-day Hungary. They continued to attack west into Germany and Italy, and even as far afield as southern France over the next 50 years. Lastly, although in slow retreat in the west, Islam was still embedded in Spain and was making headway in the east, knocking on the eastern door of the Byzantine Empire. The Magyar design on Western Europe was halted by the German king Otto I in 955 at Lechfeld, earning him a fierce reputation as the savior of Christendom, propelling him to the throne of the decaying Holy Roman Empire in 962. Beginning with Otto, for our purposes, the King of Germany assumed the dual coronation as the ruler of the Holy Roman Empire, although not always with the blessing of the papacy. After defeat, the Magyars adopted Christianity under King Stephen, future Saint Stephen, and settled into a domestic farming culture in Hungary. The agricultural pursuits of the Magyars upset the ecological balance and once again provided the Mosquito with new venues to host her malaria roadshow. For Europe, however, the malarial environment created by the Magyars along the Hungarian Danube was a blessing in disguise. During the merciless Mongol invasions of the 13th century, these malarious mosquitoes, farmed by Magyar husbandry, maintained a persuasive defensive perimeter and proved to be the saving grace for Greater Europe. The Muslim and Magyar offensives marked the final occurrence of major invasions of outsiders into the heart of European territory. The Holy Roman Empire was quickly portioned into various ethnically carved-out kingdoms. In many ways, they were the extension of the mosquito-thwarted raids of the Visigoths, Huns, and Vandals during the era of migrations, and of the warfare that had shaken the foundation of the Western Roman Empire in the 4th and 5th centuries. Like those marauding nomads before them, these outsiders stayed on in Europe and were absorbed into local societies, or created new ethnic territories for themselves, like the Hungarian Magyars, French, Germans, Croats, Poles, Czechs, and the Slavic Rus, Russians, and Ukrainians. The ethnic makeup and map of modern Europe were beginning to take shape. This marked the beginning of a period of relative European peace and homogeneous Christianity. This facade of unity spawned commercial diversification, guild specialization, intensified trade, and rising prosperity. In turn, the intensification of agronomy, market capitalism, and commercial traffic and trade spread the Mosquito farther afield. This economic boom permitted the development and maintenance of local rule and the origins of feudal monarchy-based nations or princely states based on agricultural serfdom. These despotic rulers and their subordinate fiefdoms were protected by private mercenary armies of knights and tenant farmers conscripted as serfdom soldiers in times of need. The new royal regions operated under the divine right of kings, sanctioned by the always watching, always judging, wary eye of the papacy, which gradually became more concerned with the accumulation of wealth and power than with saving souls. The origins of the Church as a remedial, anti-malarial, therapeutic faith were now unrecognizable. The attainment of salvation was conveniently used as an intimidating, bribing weapon to reap the whirlwind of wealth from the ignorant, huddled peasant masses. The papacy was eagerly carving out a profitable place within this lucrative commercial revolution that was engulfing Europe and beyond. A successive line of Holy Roman emperors, beginning with Otto I, tried in vain to subdue an avaricious Rome and other rebellious Italian city-states, while also forcing an increasingly powerful and independent papacy to legitimize their supremacy. The mosquitoes of the Pontine Marshes continued to protect Rome and the Vatican from foreign invasion during the conflicts of this era, as they had done in the past against swarms of Carthaginians, Visigoths, Huns, and Vandals. Like so many conquering suitors who previously courted Rome, including Hannibal, Alaric, Attila, and Gaiseric, the armies of emperors Otto I, Otto II, Henry II, not to be confused with his later English counterpart, and Henry IV were also bested by the malarious mosquitoes. The Germanic army of Otto I was plagued by malaria while suppressing an Italian revolt that was then inherited by his son Otto II, who died of malaria without victory in 983. Otto II's sudden death at the age of 28 initiated a period of turmoil with numerous Germanic and foreign nobles vying for his vacant throne, which had been nominally filled by his 3-year-old son Otto III. Within this infighting, Germanic King Henry II loosely held the shrinking Holy Roman Empire together. By now, this inheritance existed in name only. With ethnic states being carved out on its perimeters, the so-called Holy Roman Empire now consisted primarily of the Germanic kingdom in Central Europe. In his attempt to pacify Italy in 1022, Henry II was forced by a devastating sickness to abort his punitive campaign. Benedictine monk and Cardinal Peter Damian, canonized in 1828, working in Rome at this time, summarized the life-sucking atmosphere of the city. Rome, voracious of men, breaks down the strongest human nature, he wrote. Rome, hotbed of fevers, is an ample giver of the fruits of death. The Roman fevers are faithful according to an imprescriptible right. Whom once they have touched, they do not abandon as long as he lives. Between 1081 and 1084, Henry IV, weakened by internal and external insurrections against his rule, and 5 separate excommunications by 3 different popes, laid siege to Rome on 4 occasions. Rome and its papal rulers held out each time, as Henry was forced to withdraw the bulk of his mosquito-tormented army from the Campania during the summer months. The shadow forces he left behind were invariably crushed by Rome's Anopheles allies, which feverishly patrolled the Pontine marshes. After a series of forgettable leaders, an impressive ruler finally took the reins of the desolate Holy Roman Empire in 1155. Frederick I was so beloved by his contemporaries that they gave him the affectionate, everlasting nickname Barbarossa, Red Beard. He was a towering figure who combined all the essential talents and virtues of a strong leader. His name has echoed through time for his highly admirable record, but also for a more sinister association. A lionizing Adolf Hitler code-named his June 1941 invasion of the Soviet Union Operation Barbarossa to pay homage to the medieval German leader and visionary. Barbarossa was eager to restore the empire to its former glory, attained under Charlemagne. The Mosquito, however, had other less-than-glorious designs in mind for the gathering armies of Barbarossa. His 5 campaigns against Italy and the papacy, beginning in 1154, were all consumed by swarms of malaria-ridden mosquitoes. One of Barbarossa's soldiers considered that Italy is corrupted by poisonous mists rising from the neighborhood marshes, bringing scourge and death to all that breathe it. In his contemporary account of Barbarossa's invasions, Cardinal Bosso, a member of the papal court, verifies that suddenly such a deadly fever broke out in his army that, within 7 days, almost all were unexpectedly snatched away by a miserable death, and in August, he began to withdraw his diminishing army. He was followed, however, by the deadly disease, and with every attempted step forward, he was forced to leave innumerable dead behind him. Stymied by the mosquito's staunch defense of Rome, Barbarossa withdrew to Germany and bowed to the social desire of his subjects, and that of his increasingly autonomous barons, to create a greater Germany and secure Lebensraum, or living space, by conquering Slavic peoples to the east, a rallying cry resurrected by Hitler's Third Reich 750 years later. After the malarial death of Pope Urban III, his successor, Gregory VIII, reversed the excommunication of Barbarossa and made peace with his old friend. When Gregory summoned Europe to reclaim the Holy Land during the Third Crusade, Barbarossa, now in the good graces of the papacy, responded with fervent Christian zeal. Concerned with Saladin's Muslim occupation of Egypt, the Levant, and the sanctified city of Jerusalem, and unsettled by the erosion of Christian custody of the Holy Land in 1187, Pope Gregory issued a papal bull calling for his crusade. Although he was struck down by malaria after only 57 days in office, Pope Gregory's call to arms to reverse these setbacks under the guise of an opportunity for repentance and doing good was answered by European Christendom. The Christian soldiers of Barbarossa were shepherded onward alongside the armies of Philip II of France, Leopold V of Austria, and a newly crowned Richard I Lionheart of England. These mustering crusaders, led by the greatest rulers of Europe, marched headlong into a maelstrom of death, driven by mosquitoes and by Muslims defending their homeland. From its shaky start, the Mosquito and her prodigious patrols of the Pontine marshes shielding Rome and the papacy helped to transform Christianity from a small and scattered cult of healing to a corrupt spiritual, economic, and military enterprise of power. The mosquitoes of the Holy Land were not amused by this conversion from custodians of care to covetous crusaders. She exacted her revenge on Christian trespassers to the Levant, halting their expansion into Islamic lands while slowly eating away at the fragile footholds of Christian crusader states in the Middle East. The term Crusades was not in use during the actual events. It became the catch-all descriptor only around 1750 to represent 9 separate Christian expeditions to the Middle East between 1096 and 1291 in a sustained attempt to wrest the Holy Land from Muslim hands. Coinciding wars in Europe ending with the Reconquista of Spain from the Muslims in 1492, the same year Columbus unwittingly changed the world, are often included, or at least given as a footnote to the forays to the Holy Land. The First Crusade, launched in 1096, led to a series of ventures to the Holy Land spanning 200 years to satisfy a compelling combination of greed and ideology and the lightly veiled religious catechism of invade to enrich trade. While evangelists, movies, and children's books, including Robin Hood, would have us believe that the Crusades were championed to counter the infidel Islamic rule of the Holy Land, the religious element of the Crusades was far more sweeping, to include the suppression and extermination of all other non-Christian faiths. The Crusades were by no means as simplistic as some stirred-up, crazy Christian jihad against Islamic rule of the Levant, carried out by chivalrous European knights in shining armor atop their noble steeds storming Muslim castles. They were far more complicated than the symbolic fairy tale imagery. As one leading crusader casually explained, it was foolhardy to travel to attack Muslims when other non-Christian heathens lived right next door. That, he decreed, is doing our work backward. In truth, these faithful, cross-shielded knights, fulfilling the indulgences of their lordships or church leaders, were more the equivalent of Al Capone's or Pablo Escobar's mobsters and thugs than they were of the mythologized Arthurian saviors of damsels in distress and the guardians of greater Christendom. The routes through Europe to the Holy Land were specifically chosen for their high concentrations of Jews and pagans, who were subjected to a merciless orgy of ethnic and religious cleansing. As was customary, this was accompanied by the unbridled looting and pillaging of all local inhabitants, including fellow Christians. Another element of the Crusades was the resolution of conflict among rival Catholic factions. Monarchs and clergy looked the other way under the propaganda slogan, "God wills it." After all, in the hopes of raising troops, popes offered mercenaries absolute forgiveness of sin, and the trials and tribulations of crusading would trump ordinary penance. From the peasantry to the nobility, European men and women joined the movement to fight for God, as an opportunity for a military-escorted pilgrimage, as voluntary or conscripted soldiers, to excess in the debauched fleshpots of the Far East, to rape and plunder, or some personally motivated combination thereof. There was no consensus of individual inspirations for joining the crusading cause. Historian Alfred W. Crosby summarizes the Crusades as a sort of banzai charge by hordes of the pious to rescue the Holy Sepulchre from the Muslims, a thought compounded of religious idealism, a desire for adventure, and, it turned out, rampant greed. The religious component was only one motivation for the architects of the Crusades and was generally used as a shroud to mask their real intention, which at the core was political, territorial, and economic advantage. As the number of successive crusades piled up, they became a lucrative commercial enterprise. The transport, maintenance, and supply of massive armies and hordes of pious pilgrims from Europe to the eastern Mediterranean was no small feat and no small financial undertaking. With the Levant in Christian hands, the entire Mediterranean economic sphere would be under the jurisdiction of the political monarchies of Europe and their religious masters. Over the next few centuries, avaricious rulers conveyed cloaked messages to their excited throngs, exhorting them to wrest that land from the wicked race and subject it to ourselves. Driven by a Christian fervor, roughly 80,000 people from all walks of life abandoned Europe during the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, to brave the treacherous journey to Jerusalem, ravaging non-Christians along the way. As this motley crew advanced toward the Holy Land, their numbers thinned. When the diehards crossed into Asia at Constantinople, malaria set in, further diminishing their rank and file. Spring of 1098 was ushered in by monsoon rains that provided a summer season of unremitting mosquitoes and malaria. By early fall, thousands of crusaders had died from the deadly parasite, including an entire German reinforcement of 1,500 men. Yet the remainder persisted, setting up fledgling crusader states on the northern approaches to Jerusalem, which was eventually wrested from the Muslims in June 1099. Now that our men had possession of the walls and towers, wrote the French warrior priest Raymond d'Aguillet, wonderful sights were to be seen. Some of our men cut off the heads of their enemies. Others shot them with arrows, so that they fell from the towers. Others tortured them longer by casting them into flames. However barbaric the manner of realization, Jerusalem was now in Christian hands. By 1110, numerous tiny Crusader states, including Antioch and Jerusalem and its primary port of Acre, had been assembled in the coastal Levant. Given its commercial importance, the region had long been a culturally diverse ethnic melting pot. Since most of the Crusaders returned to Europe with their spoils of war, these lordships and their diminutive European enclaves learned by necessity to coexist and cooperate with local populations, which included Muslims, Jews, Chaldeans, Persians, and Greeks. Trade from across the known world soon flowed in and out of these bustling, vibrant, multi-ethnic ports, and the Eastern Mediterranean became the economic heart of global trade. While the Crusades were marked by violent conflict, they also produced a flurry of trade and a broader exchange of knowledge and innovation. Gaining a monopoly on this trade was worth fighting for, thereby extending this initial foray to the Levant into a string of crusades. The success of the First Crusade and the establishment of Christian states in the Levant were a mirage. Inevitably, even with the creation of the Knights Templar, charged by their vows of militant monasticism, in 1139, Christian traction in the Middle East would slowly slip away. Religious fanaticism and a blinding worship of God, conspiring with self-indulgent and lecherous greed, however, are compelling stimuli. Over the next 200 years, they incited a series of Christian quests to secure Mediterranean trade and to unseat Islam from the Holy Sepulchre. The Second Crusade, 1147 to 1149, led by King Louis VII of France, accompanied by his brilliant, vivacious, and strong-willed warrior wife Eleanor of Aquitaine, who, by the way, brought more troops than he did, and by Emperor Conrad III of Germany, was hastily designed to secure Damascus. Unleashing a wave of miasmatic biological warfare, the defenders of Damascus purposefully sabotaged all sources of water leading to and surrounding the city, creating a ripe malarial environment for the Crusaders' grand entrance. The 5-day siege of Damascus in July 1148 during malaria season was a poorly planned and executed parasite-peppered disaster. The most important consequence of this Mosquito-induced defeat was that a jilted Louis took out his disappointment on his wife Eleanor, who had yet to bear him a son, and whom he suspected of committing adultery with her uncle Raymond, the ruler of the Crusader state of Antioch. Upon their return to France, the Pope dissolved their loveless marriage. Eleanor summarily wed her cousin Henry II, who was anointed King of England in 1154, just 2 years after their nuptials. The union of Henry and Eleanor and her lands in France would have eternal ramifications, as 2 of their 8 offspring, Kings Richard and John, would lead directly to the ratification of the Magna Carta. Following the botched Second Crusade, in 1187, Pope Gregory summoned Europe to reclaim Jerusalem from Saladin and his Muslim army. Newly minted King Richard the Lionheart raised the gauntlet of Christendom for England during the Third Crusade, alongside Leopold V of Austria, Philip II of France, and Barbarossa of Germany until his accidental death in transit to the Holy Land. Saladin blocked the Crusaders' path 100 miles north of Jerusalem at the coastal fortress city of Acre. A siege was initiated in August 1189 by a hodgepodge of local crusaders, led by the recently freed former king of Jerusalem, Guy of Lusignan, and the national contingents of Philip and Leopold. As malaria began to sap the strength of the siege, Saladin, in a brilliant and unexpected move, surrounded his enemies, allowing the Mosquito ample opportunity to feed on the trapped crusaders. By the time Richard arrived with his army in June 1191, the Crusaders had suffered almost 2 years of nagging endemic malaria with frequent epidemic outbreaks. Malaria had already killed roughly 35% of the European Crusaders and drained the survivors of their once pulsating Christian ideology and fervor. Immediately upon landing, Richard contracted malaria, which his caretakers called a severe illness to which the common people gave the name Arnoldia, which is produced by a change of climate working on the constitution. Battling malaria, scurvy, and Muslims, a feverish Richard broke the siege and captured Acre within a month. His European cohorts, however, no longer had the numbers nor the will to fight on to Jerusalem. The Mosquito had effectively rendered them impotent. Both Philip, who was also incapacitated by malaria and scurvy, and Leopold felt cheated by the haughty Richard upon receiving their meager share of the spoils after the fall of Acre. Realizing their inferior military and economic position, the 2 sour and jaded kings gathered the wretched remnants of their national contingents and quit the Holy Land in August. They would, however, eventually exact their revenge upon Richard. Undaunted by the desertion of his comrades, Richard vowed to push on to Jerusalem. When negotiations between Richard and Saladin foundered, the English king decapitated 2,700 prisoners in full view of the Muslim army. Saladin responded in kind. Richard proceeded south and was able to take and hold the city of Jaffa against fierce Muslim counterattacks. Richard's reputation for courage, military skill, and prowess, and for possessing a Coeur de Lion, was born. Richard spoke French, not English. His first push on Jerusalem faltered and stumbled in the heavy rains and mud of November, which is also often the worst month for malaria in the Levant. Sickness and want, wrote an observer, weakened many to such a degree that they could scarcely bear up. A second try for Jerusalem was also forced into a malarial retreat. Richard fell sick again with what his doctors whispered to be an acute semi-tertian, or a combination of vivax and falciparum malaria. The straggling crusaders were no better off than their commander. Richard's dream of Jerusalem, the holy city, although in plain view, would not be realized. The Mosquito ordained that Jerusalem remain in Muslim hands. Instead, a treaty was struck between the Lionheart and Saladin, the 2 mutually respected de facto leaders of the Christian and Muslim worlds. Jerusalem would remain under Islamic rule, but was deemed to be an international city open and welcoming to Christian and Jewish pilgrims and traders. In 1291, when the Muslims retook Acre, the last vestige of the malaria-addled Crusader states, the first large-scale Christian attempt at colonization outside of Europe sank into the desert sands. The Holy Land remained in Islamic hands until the First World War, and British General Sir Edmund Allenby's triumphant Christmas 1917 entrance into Jerusalem. Allenby of Armageddon, as he was nicknamed by his military and political superiors, was the 34th conqueror of Jerusalem and the first Christian, although he was an atheist, since the Crusades. The British Army Medical Services championed Allenby as the first commander in that malarial region in which many armies have perished to understand the risk and to take measures accordingly. Also in 1917, Arthur Balfour, the Foreign Secretary and former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, announced in his now notorious Balfour Declaration that His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. The Christian occupation of the Levant during the First World War and the realization of Balfour's utopian statement once again thrust the Holy Land into an antagonistic atmosphere and created the current hostility and acrimony engulfing the Middle East. Allenby accomplished in 1917 what Richard could not do in 1192, outmaneuvering the Mosquito. Both malaria and his own hubris during his Third Crusade were Richard's undoing. In October 1192, still throbbing with persistent malarial fevers, Richard quit the Levant for England. His journey was fraught with deceit and deception, and eventually led to his death. While Richard was crusading in the Holy Land, behind his back an aggrieved Philip of France and Richard's brother John conspired against him. Upon his return to France, Philip secretly aided Prince John's revolt against his absent brother Richard. He also began a campaign to seize English kingdoms in France that had been transferred by the earlier marriage of Henry and Eleanor. Last, Philip denied Richard embarkation at French ports and forced him to take the dangerous overland route through Central Europe, where he was captured shortly before Christmas by an awaiting Leopold. His ransom was set at an astonishing £100,000 of silver. This amount, 3 times the annual tax revenue of the English crown, was eventually raised by his mother Eleanor. To muster this enormous bribe, Eleanor increased or demanded arbitrary taxes on property, livestock, and accumulated wealth among other levies from the peasantry, the barons, and the clergy. Upon receipt of this enormous cash, Richard was released. Philip sent an urgent message to John, proclaiming, "Look to yourself, the devil is loose." Upon his release and his homeward-bound route to England, Richard began his reconquest of English provinces in France, consuming additional resources and revenues. During the siege of an insignificant castle in Aquitaine in 1199, a defender caught the attention of the king. Richard was amused by a man standing on the castle wall, armed with a crossbow in one hand and, in true Monty Python fashion, in the other hand clutching a frying pan, which he had been using as a shield. Distracted, Richard was struck by an arrow and later died from his gangrenous wounds. John assumed the throne of England. Over the next decade, to fund his repeated and fruitless campaigns in France to reverse the whittling away of English lands, John secured revenue by every means available, including increased taxation, supplemental dues, inheritance and marriage fees, and outright extortion and bribery. Sadly, and as much as I love the cartoon fox, Robin Hood was not a real person. Robin Hood is a fictional representation and a symbol of hope and change during this dark and somber period of poverty and oppression in England at the hands of King John. While it is suspected that the story of Robin Hood had a longer oral tradition, he is first recorded on paper in William Langland's allegorical narrative poem Piers Plowman, c. 1370, which is considered, along with Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, to be among the greatest works of early English literature. Written during this same period, Geoffrey Chaucer's epic collection of 24 stories bound as the Canterbury Tales talks of an ague that may be your bane, confirming that malaria was entrenched in the low-lying fenland marshes of eastern England and found its way into English literature long before Shakespeare mentions malaria in 8 of his plays. The early stories of Robin Hood bore a distant resemblance to those rendered by Sean Connery, Kevin Costner, Cary Elwes, and Russell Crowe. The complete package of characters and complementary plotlines was not cemented until the swashbuckling 1938 film, The Adventures of Robin Hood, starring Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland. One of the first movies ever made in Technicolor, this version of the renegade, jovial inhabitants of Sherwood Forest, pitted against the greedy tyrants from Nottingham, became the iconic story that won the hearts of audiences and storytelling parents the world over. The modern legend was perfected and has yet to be eclipsed in the 1973 Disney animated classic in which John is mockingly represented by a cowardly, thumb-sucking lion. King John's resounding defeat by the French at Bouvines in 1214 ignited the confederation and revolt of his overburdened and discontented barons. At Runnymede on June 15, 1215, John was forced to concede to the demands of the rebellious barons and sign the Magna Carta Libertatum, the Great Charter of Liberties. The revolutionary document outlined the rights and personal liberties of all free Englishmen, an extremely small category. For our purposes, I will overlook the mythological modern representations of the Magna Carta and its mangling by hindsight histories except one. The now universal attachment of the catch-all slogan, "No one is above the law," to the Magna Carta is a misconception. Nowhere among the 63 clauses of this groundbreaking charter does the phrase exist. The modern interpretation and construction of this expression can be loosely cobbled together from 2 articles. Section 39. No free man shall be seized or imprisoned, or stripped of his rights or possessions, or outlawed or exiled, or deprived of his standing in any other way. Nor will we proceed with force against him, or send others to do so, except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. To no one will we sell, to no one deny or delay right or justice. These concepts, regardless of their meaning in 1215, ushered in the age of modern democracy, common law, and the footing for the universal unalienable rights of the individual to life, liberty, and the protection of property. The Magna Carta was one of the most profound shifts in all the history of political and legal thought. Its influence echoes throughout the constitutions of modern democracies, including the Bill of Rights in the United States, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and internationally in the United Nations' 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If we climb the timeline and rabbit hole backward, the botched Third Crusade created the context and setting for the Magna Carta and its embryonic democratic platform. While the Magna Carta might suffice as a consolation prize, the attempt of European crusaders to claim the Holy Land was a resounding and unmitigated failure. The Mosquito had ensnared Christianity in a crisis of faith. While she fostered the advancement of the healing foundations of Christianity during the crisis of the 3rd century, she also put a stark and abrupt finish to its commercial campaigns during the Crusades. The Crusades were the first large-scale European attempts at permanent colonization and the projection of European power outside its continental borders. The Mosquito helped ensure that these initial imperialist ventures ended in ruin. Alfred W. Crosby's assertions about the deadly meddling of the Mosquito during the Crusades in his work Ecological Imperialism is worth repeating in full. With few exceptions, Westerners throughout history who have gone to the Eastern Mediterranean to fight wars have believed their chief problems to be military, logistical, and diplomatic, and possibly theological. But the truth is that their primary and immediate difficulties usually have been medical. Westerners often have died soon after arrival, and more often have failed to have children who have lived to maturity in the East. When the Crusaders arrived in the Levant, they had to undergo what British settlers in the North American colonies centuries later would call seasoning. They had to survive the infections, work out modi vivendi with the Eastern microlife and parasites. Then they could fight the Saracens. This period of seasoning stole time, strength, and efficiency and ended in death for tens of thousands. It is likely that the disease that affected the Crusaders the most was malaria, endemic in the Levant's low, wet regions and along the coast, exactly where the bulk of the population of the Crusader states tended to concentrate. The Levant and the Holy Land were, and in some areas still are, malarial. Each new batch of Crusaders from France, Germany, and England must have been fuel shoveled into the furnace of the malarial East. The experience of Zionist immigrants to Palestine early in our own century may be pertinent. In 1921, 42% of them developed malaria in the first 6 months after their arrival, and 64.7% during the first year. The Crusader states died like bowls of cut flowers. In contrast to the Crusaders, the defending Muslims fought on their own turf. They had acquired immunity and were seasoned to local malaria strains. Many would have also possessed the previously mentioned genetic hereditary defenses of Duffy negativity, thalassemia, favism, and perhaps even sickle cell. Writing of his Muslim adversaries, Richard of Devizes, English monk and personal scribe to King Richard, recorded enviously during the Third Crusade that the weather was natural to them. The place was their native country, their labor, health, their frugality, medicine. While defenders generally have the advantage in war as they decide the where, what, and how of a battle, in this instance, resistance to malaria proved to be the most advantageous defensive perimeter for Islam. It was also a war-winning weapon. Although the Crusades were a miserable economic capitalist venture, they did lend themselves to future successful imperial ventures, if not directly to the European Age of Discovery and the ensuing Columbian Exchange. As mentioned, the Crusades included both invade and, more importantly, trade. The cross-cultural exchange between Muslims and Christians reintroduced the writings of ancient Greece and Rome into the academic abyss of Europe. Muslim innovations covering all academic fields were transmitted to Europe on the backs and in the packs of returning crusaders and traders. The Muslim Renaissance, or Golden Age spanning the warring centuries of the Crusades, restored enlightening ideas and cultural illumination to the dark, recessed corners of Europe. The Crusades spurred the quick dissemination of the Muslim contributions to navigation techniques, including the modern magnetic compass and ship design, such as the stern-post rudder and triangular lateen three-mast sails allowing ships to tack against the wind. In 1218, an astonished, giddy French bishop at Acre relayed a message back to France exulting that an iron needle, after it has made contact with the magnet stone, always turns toward the North Star, which stands motionless while the rest revolve, being, as it were, the axis of the firmament, is therefore a necessity for those traveling by sea. The recipient of this letter must have thought the bishop had gone completely mad. This European enhancement of knowledge to climb out of the desolate caverns of the Dark Ages was afforded by a Muslim-anchored academic ladder. Aside from the gallant quests for the Holy Grail by Monty Python, Indiana Jones, and Robert Langdon, among countless other romantic nightfall bedtime stories, movies, and television shows, this exchange of knowledge is perhaps the real legacy of the Crusades. This cultural trade, and the global village at large, would be substantially broadened by another contender in the Game of Thrones during the crusading aftershocks of the 13th century. While Europe was climbing out of the Dark Ages with a boost from Muslim knowledge, a deadly threat was amassing, not only on the approaches to the Levant, but on Europe's own eastern doorstep. Expert horsemen from the vast plains of Asia would unite east and west for the first time, spark the most lethal epidemic in human history, and threaten the very existence of Europe. With his mounted Mongol hordes, the brilliant, cunning strategist and warrior Genghis Khan would sweep west to the gates of Europe and secure the largest continuous land empire and one of the largest empires in history. The inhospitable, remote high steppes and grassland of the austere and windswept northern Asian plateau were occupied by warring tribal clans and duplicitous factions. Alliances were capricious, changing course as swiftly as the whims of the blustery winds. Temujin was born into this unforgiving region in 1162 and reared in a clan-based society that revolved around tribal raids, plundering, revenge, corruption, and, of course, horses. After his father's capture by rival clans, Temujin and his family were reduced to dire poverty, scavenging for wild fruits and grasses, feeding on the carcasses of dead animals, and hunting small marmots and rodents. Then, with the death of his father, his clan had lost prestige and clout in the larger alliances and political arenas of Mongol tribal power. In this moment of desolation and despair, Temujin could not know that from these scraping, humble origins he would secure fame and fortune and a new name that would strike fear into the hearts of his enemies during his campaigns for world domination. Vying to restore his family's honor, Temujin, now 15 years old, was captured during a raid by his father's former allies. He successfully escaped from enslavement and vowed revenge on his opponents, now a long list consisting of both traditional enemies and previous partners. Although Temujin was loath to share authority, he recognized that ultimate power and prestige, as he had been instructed by his mother as a boy, rested on numerous strong and stable alliances. In his quest to unite the warring factions, Temujin broke from Mongol tradition. Rather than killing or enslaving those he conquered, he promised them protection and the spoils of war from future conquests. Appointments to senior military and political positions were based on merit, loyalty, and acumen rather than clan affiliations or nepotism. These social ingenuities strengthened the cohesion of his confederacy, inspired loyalty from those he conquered, and augmented his military might as he continued to incorporate Mongol clans into his increasingly powerful alliance. As a result, by 1206, Temujin had united the warring tribes of the Asian steppes under his rule and created a formidable, cohesive military and political force that would eventually annex one of the largest empires in history. He ultimately brought Alexander's mosquito-deterred dream, the bridging of the ends of the earth from Asia to Europe, into reality. The mosquito, however, haunted his own visions of grandeur and glory, just as she had haunted Alexander 1,500 years earlier. By this time, his Mongol subjects had given Temujin a new name, Genghis Khan, or the Universal Ruler. After completing his coalition of the competing and combative Mongol tribes, Genghis, or Chinggis, and his skillful mounted archers initiated a flurry of quick-striking outward military campaigns to secure living space, and then some. Mongol expansion under Genghis Khan was in part the result of the mini ice age. This mercury-dipping climate change drastically reduced grasslands that sustained their horses and their mounted nomadic way of life. For the Mongols, it became expand or expire. The astonishing speed of the Mongol advance was due to Genghis Khan's military abilities and that of his generals, an impressively cohesive military command and control structure, wide-swath flanking techniques, specialized compound bows, and, most of all, their unparalleled skill and dexterity as horsemen. By 1220, the Mongol Empire stretched from the Pacific coasts of Korea and China, south to the Yangtze River and the Himalayan mountains, reaching the Euphrates River in the west. The Mongols were true masters of what the Nazis later called blitzkrieg or lightning war. They encircled their hapless enemies with breathtaking, unrivaled speed and ferocity. In 1220, Genghis divided his army into two prongs and accomplished what Alexander could not: the binding together of the two halves of the known world. For the first time, the East officially met the West, albeit in cruel and hostile circumstances. Genghis led the main army back east through Afghanistan and northern India toward Mongolia. A second army of roughly 30,000 horsemen punched north through the Caucasus and into Russia, sacking the Italian trading port of Kaffa Feodosia on the Crimean Peninsula of the Ukraine. Throughout European Russia and the Baltic states, the Mongols routed the Rus, the Khivans, and the Bulgars. Local populations were ravaged, murdered, or sold into slavery, and little quarter was given to opposing soldiers. When the dust settled and the Mongol hoofbeats drummed in the distance, upwards of 80% of the local populations had been killed or enslaved. The Mongols probed Poland and Hungary to gather intelligence before quickly retreating east in the summer of 1223 to join Genghis's Mongolia-bound column. Why the Mongols decided to forsake Europe is subject to debate. It is widely held that the final strokes of this campaign were intended to be nothing more than reconnaissance missions for a future full-scale invasion of Europe. Historians have also suggested that the decision to postpone an invasion was based on the weakening of the Mongol army from malaria contracted in the Caucasus and along the river systems of the Black Sea, magnified by nearly 20 years of perpetual warfare. It is known that Genghis himself was suffering from habitual bouts of malaria at this time. The most generally accepted theory is that his death at 65 years old was the result of stubborn, festering wounds caused by the severe weakening of his immune system at the hands of chronic malarial infection. The great warrior died in August 1227 and, in keeping with cultural norms, was buried without fanfare or marker. Legend has it that the small burial party killed anyone they met en route to conceal his final resting place, diverted a river over the grave, or alternatively, branded it into historical oblivion with stampeding horses. Like Alexander, the body of the great Khan has been lost to legend and lore. All attempts and expeditions to locate his grave have ended in disappointment. The Mosquito's thirst for Mongol blood, however, was not yet slaked, and she would continue to saddle his imposing empire. Under Genghis's son and successor, Ogedei, the Mongols launched an unrestrained counterclockwise assault on Europe between 1236 and 1242. The Mongol hordes quickly smashed their way through eastern Russia, the Baltic states, the Ukraine, Romania, Czech and Slovak lands, Poland and Hungary, reaching Budapest and the Danube River on Christmas Day 1241. From Budapest, they continued their western drive across Austria, before heading south and eventually back east, ransacking their way across the Balkans and Bulgaria. Continuing east in 1242, the Mongols abandoned Europe, never to return. The invincible Mongols, as it turns out, could not defeat the Mosquito and break her dogged defense of Europe. Of this seemingly impulsive and surprising retreat, Winston Churchill wrote, "At one moment, it had seemed as if all Europe would succumb to a terrible menace looming up from the east. Heathen Mongol hordes from the heart of Asia, formidable horsemen armed with bows, had rapidly swept over Russia, Poland, Hungary, and in 1241 inflicted simultaneous crushing defeats upon the Germans near Breslau and upon European cavalry near Buda. Germany and Austria at least lay at their mercy. Providentially, the Mongol leaders hastened back the thousands of miles to Karakorum, their capital, and Western Europe escaped." During the summer and fall of 1241, the majority of the Mongol forces were resting on the Hungarian plains. Although the previous years had been unseasonably warm and dry, the spring and summer of 1241 were unusually damp, with higher amounts of precipitation than usual, turning the formerly dry Magyar grasslands of Eastern Europe into a marshy morass and a minefield of malarial mosquitoes. For the Mongol military machine, the negative repercussions of this climate change created the perfect storm to shelter Europe. For starters, the quagmire and high water table robbed the Mongols of the essential grazing grounds and pasture lands for their innumerable horses, which were the crux of their military prowess. The unusually high humidity also caused Mongol bows to falter. The stubborn glue refused to coagulate and dry in the moist air, and the diminished tautness of their heat-expanding bowstrings negated the Mongol advantage of increased velocity, accuracy, and distance. Compounding these military drawbacks was a bursting population of parched mosquitoes. The malaria parasite began its artful invasion of their virgin veins. "The Mongol hordes," writes acclaimed historian John Keegan, ferocious though they were, ultimately failed to translate their light cavalry power from the semi-temperate and desert regions where it flourished into the high rainfall zone of Western Europe. They had to admit defeat. While the Mongols and accompanying traders like Marco Polo finally united the East and West, the Mosquito helped prevent the West from being completely overrun. She harnessed her malarial might and held the reins of Mongol conquest, steering them away from Europe. While the Mosquito sucked dry their dreams of European subjugation, the Mongols, under Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis, launched their first campaign into the Holy Land in 1260, adding another contender to the ongoing yet moribund Crusades. Their entrance into this flagging competition occurred during the intermission between the 7th, 1248 to 1254, and 8th, 1270 Crusades. Indicative of the confusion engulfing the later Crusades over the next 50 years, which witnessed 4 major Mongol invasions, alliances among the Muslims, Christians, and Mongol factions shifted, and allegiances were regularly realigned and calibrated. Just like the Mosquito, yesterday's friend colluded today to become tomorrow's foe. In fact, on numerous occasions, offshoots from each power lined up on opposite sides, as inner turmoil rankled and unraveled the cohesion of the 3 dominant groups. Although the Mongols did have some limited success, including brief stopovers in Aleppo and Damascus, they were repeatedly forced to retreat in the face of malaria, additional disease, and powerful defensive coalitions. General Anopheles, the guardian of Christian Rome, also garrisoned the Holy Land for Islam. As she had done during earlier Christian campaigns, including Richard the Lionheart's mosquito-racked Third Crusade, she helped to stay the Levant's Mongol menace. The Holy Land and its sanctified city of Jerusalem remained in Muslim hands. Rebuffed by the Mosquito in both Europe and the Levant, Kublai sought to counter these setbacks by conquering the last independent vestiges of continental Asia east of the Himalayan mountains. He set loose the weight of his might on southern China and Southeast Asia, including the powerful Khmer civilization, or Angkor Empire. From its origins around 800, Angkor culture quickly spread across Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand, reaching its zenith at the dawn of the 13th century. Agricultural expansion, poor water management, and climate change provided the Mosquito a textbook opportunity to initiate a complete collapse. Given the reliance on standing impounded water and the breeding of Anopheles, asserts Dr. R.S. Bray, the 7-deltaed Mekong River was the source of Khmer prosperity and the source of its malaria. The elaborate system of canals and reservoirs used for trade and rice and fish cultivation, extensive clear-cutting and deforestation to increase rice production to feed a growing population, and frequent violent monsoons and flooding created the perfect paradise for the proliferation of mosquito-borne dengue and malaria. During his southern campaigns beginning in 1285, Kublai disregarded the customary tactic of withdrawing his forces to the non-malarial north during the summer months. As a result, his marching columns totaling roughly 90,000 men were met by an entrenched mosquito defender. Malaria ravaged his armies throughout southern China and Vietnam, inflicting heavy losses and forcing a complete abandonment of his designs on the region by 1288. A straggling, sickly force of only 20,000 survivors staggered northward to Mongolia. This retreat from Southeast Asia and the corresponding collapse of the powerful Hindu-Buddhist Khmer civilization were both triggered by the Mosquito. By 1400, the Khmer civilization was washed away, leaving only derelicts of awe-inspiring and majestic ruins, including Angkor Wat and Bayon, as reminders of the once flourishing Khmer sophistication and splendor. Akin to the Khmer, following its misadventures in southern China and Southeast Asia, the vast Mongol realm corroded, fragmented, and collapsed over the next century, becoming politically and militarily irrelevant by 1400. By this time, political infighting, military losses, and malaria had drained the once invincible Mongol Empire. Remnants of Mongol provinces lingered until 1500, with one in the backwaters of the Crimean Peninsula and the northern Caucasus limping on until the late 18th century. The legacy of the Mongols and of the largest contiguous land empire in history, however, still lives in today's global DNA. Geneticists believe that 8 to 10% of people living in the former Mongol Empire are a direct lineage of Genghis Khan. To put this another way, roughly 40 to 45 million people currently on the planet are his direct descendants. If we collected all the descendants of Genghis Khan into one country, it would be the 30th most populous nation in the world today, ahead of countries like Canada, Iraq, Poland, Saudi Arabia, and Australia. While the Mongols did not conquer Europe, thanks in part to the mosquito's indissoluble line of defense, their disease originating in China did. During the siege of the port city of Kaffa in 1346, the Mongols catapulted infected bubonic plague corpses over the city walls to contaminate the inhabitants and break the siege. More importantly, Kaffa was a bustling Italian trading center, so ships carrying rats with infected fleas, or the plague-ridden sailors themselves, soon made port in Sicily in October 1347, and then docking at Genoa and Venice in Italy and Marseille in France in January 1348. The disease also traveled along the Silk Road on the backs of traders and Mongol warriors. The Black Death promptly went viral, although Yersinia pestis is a bacterium transmitted by fleas that live and hitch a ride on numerous ground rodents, including, in this case, rats. The plague peaked between 1347 and 1351 in Europe, with continuous outbreaks into the 19th century, including the Great Plague of London in 1665 to 1666, which killed 100,000 people, or 25% of the city's population, coinciding with the Great Fire of London in 1666. For the city of London, 1666 was not a great year. None of the frequent reappearances of bubonic plague matched the intensity and butcher's bill of the Black Death. While some scholars place the death toll of Europe as high as 60%, the modern consensus hovers around 50%. Philip de Leader, professor of medieval history at the College of William and Mary, is careful to point out, there is a fair amount of geographic variation. In Mediterranean Europe, areas such as Italy, the south of France, and Spain, where plague ran for about 4 years consecutively, it was probably close to 75 to 80% of the population. In Germany and England, it was closer to 20%. Across the Middle East, the death rate was roughly 40%, with Asia reaching 55%. To make matters worse, the Black Death overlapped with the Great Famine, thought to be precipitated by the 5-year eruption of Mount Tarawera in New Zealand. In Northern Europe, the ensuing climate change caused a sudden spike in mosquito populations and malaria. Calculating a distinct death toll from this event is difficult, but it is generally believed to be in the ballpark of 10 to 15% of the affected populations. An anonymous eyewitness tells us that the floods of rain have rotted almost all the seed, and in many places the hay lay so long under water that it could neither be mown nor gathered. Sheep generally died, and other animals were killed in a sudden plague. Death dominated Europe. In plain numbers, 40 million people in Europe died of the plague, with global fatalities estimated to be conservatively around 150 million and perhaps as high as 200 million. It took 200 years for the global population to return to its previous level. These numbers are simply mind-boggling and difficult to rationally compute. The Black Death, in a league of its own, is the single most shattering individual Malthusian check in human history. As we have seen, the runner-up Justinian plague in the 6th century killed only 30 to 50 million people. Since the emergence of antibiotics in the 1880s and Alexander Fleming's penicillin breakthrough in 1928, the plague has mostly disappeared. According to the World Health Organization, plague currently kills 120 people per year. Aside from the catastrophic loss of life wrought by the Black Death, the aftermath and implications for European survivors were actually remarkably positive. Large tracts of vacant and now unoccupied land transferred to the living, equating to increased wealth. More land for fewer people meant less demand for the staple crop of wheat, leading to a diversification of agricultural produce and thus creating a much more robust and complete diet. Populations thrived as food was more abundant, cheaper, and more nutritionally balanced. Protein consumption also increased as previously cultivated marginal lands returned to their former natural state of livestock pastures or forests. This significantly reduced spawning haunts for malarious mosquitoes. Competition for jobs was reduced, which translated into higher wages for both skilled tradesmen and unskilled laborers. Birth rates continued to grow as couples could afford to marry at younger ages. Increased wealth, combined with less scholastic competition, allowed for a slow but steady growth of universities and higher education, and the general advancement of academia, which eventually led to the Renaissance, the Age of Enlightenment, and a global projection of European power. The Mongol invasions, which lasted roughly 300 years, changed the configuration of the world demographically, commercially, culturally, spiritually, and ethnically. The Mongols were willing to allow traders, missionaries, and travelers to navigate their entire empire, opening China and the rest of the East to Europeans, Arabs, Persians, and others for the first time. Small communities of Christian and Muslim converts soon appeared across these formerly unknown and untapped Eastern lands, taking their place among the major Eastern faiths of Buddhism, Confucianism, and Hinduism. These new land routes opened by Mongol military expansion created an immeasurably smaller global society by fusing two larger, previously distinct geographical worlds. Spices, silk, and exotic imports beyond imagination became mainstays on the shelves and stalls of European markets. The Mongol Empire was a flexible, multifarious, and interconnected superhighway of foreign exchange. When a Flemish priest arrived at the Mongol capital of Karakorum in 1254, hopefully not expecting a welcoming cup of tea, he was greeted in his native tongue by a woman from his neighboring village in his homeland. She had been captured as a child during a Mongol raid 14 years earlier. Contemporary literature and archives reveal an incredibly safe and permeable Eurasian expanse for trekkers, moguls, and merchants. The travel stories of Marco Polo and others fed the trading frenzy and the economic machine of Europe. The famous narrative of Marco Polo, however, was a publication of mere coincidence and chance. While imprisoned in Genoa in 1298 to 1299, to break the boredom and monotony of incarceration, Polo regaled a fellow inmate with stories spanning the years 1271 to 1295 of his travels across Asia and his tealess stint in the court of Kublai Khan. The curious and amazed convict recorded these epic tales and eventually published them in 1300 as the Book of the Marvels of the World, now commonly read as The Travels of Marco Polo. Some experts question whether Polo ventured to China at all or was just repeating stories he had heard from other travelers. Researchers do agree that the stories, whether they are personal or plagiarized, are authentic and accurate depictions of contemporary events. A prized possession of Christopher Columbus was his well-worn and heavily marked-up copy of Polo's book. The descriptions of the East and its limitless bounty depicted by Polo inspired Columbus's attempt to reach the riches of Asia by a westward seafaring route. In 1492, Columbus headed west to reach the East. In a sense, articulates Loyola University historian Barbara Rosenwein, the Mongols initiated the search for exotic goods and missionary opportunities that culminated in the European discovery of a new world, the Americas. This unintended discovery unleashed a historically unmatched tidal wave of mosquitoes, disease, and death upon the isolated and non-immune indigenous inhabitants of the Americas. Prior to the Columbian Exchange, deadly Anopheles and Aedes mosquitoes had not yet penetrated the Americas. While pulsating vivacious mosquito populations thrived in the Americas, they were disease-free and, were nothing more than irksome, itchy pests. The Western Hemisphere remained quarantined and free from the forces of foreign occupation for the time being. Since their arrival in the Americas at least 20,000 years ago, at the onset of permanent European contact in 1492, the roughly 100 million indigenous residents had not yet been subjected to her scourge, nor witnessed her wrath, and so remained unseasoned and defenseless to her diseases. American mosquitoes did not shred human populations, at least not yet. During the age of imperialism and biological interchange ushered in by Columbus, waves of fresh Europeans, African slaves, and imported stowaway mosquitoes clattered and rumbled upon the virgin rolling shores of this new world. Their inadvertent biological warfare through stealthy foreign infections shuddered through the continents, killing indigenous populations at record rates. The mercantilist European powers of Spain, France, England, and, to a lesser extent, Portugal and the Netherlands clamored for imperial wealth and carried the cross of colonization and a cocktail of genocidal diseases, including malaria and yellow fever, beyond the gates of Europe and Africa to unsuspecting indigenous peoples across the globe. Great was the stench of death, a Mayan survivor mourned. After our fathers and grandfathers succumbed, half the people fled to the fields. The dogs and vultures devoured the bodies. The mortality was terrible. All of us were thus. We were born to die. As an accidental agent of the Columbian Exchange, the mosquito was one of the first and most prolific serial killers to stalk the Americas. Sailing in the shadows of Columbus's fourth and final voyage, the Spanish-born priest Bartolomé de las Casas arrived at Hispaniola, now the Dominican Republic in Haiti, in 1502, and proceeded to pen his famous scathing eyewitness history, a brief account of the destruction of the Indies. King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella were horrified by his original reports of Spanish brutality, and he was quickly anointed with the official title and role of Protector of the Indians in 1516. Las Casas chronicles the first decade of colonization with an intense, raw, and unfiltered spotlight on the numerous atrocities committed by his fellow Spaniards against the Taino people. His first-hand account is a lengthy indictment of Spanish colonization and of the immediate human harvest reaped by malaria, smallpox, and other diseases. Las Casas reports that the Spanish treatment of the indigenous peoples of Hispaniola was the climax of injustice and violence and tyranny. The Indians were totally deprived of their freedom and were put in the harshest, fiercest, most horrible servitude and captivity, which no one who has not seen it can understand. When they fell ill, which was very frequently, the Spaniards did not believe them and pitilessly called them lazy dogs and kicked and beat them. The multitude of people who originally lived on the island was consumed at such a rate that in these 8 years, 90% had perished. From here, this sweeping plague went to San Juan, Jamaica, Cuba, and the continent, spreading destruction over the whole hemisphere. Swarms of malaria-vectoring mosquitoes made up a large portion of his sweeping plague. When visiting the Darien settlement in Panama in 1534, Las Casas was shocked to see the open-pit mass graves of mosquito-bitten Spaniards. So many died daily, he recounted. They did not want to close it, because they knew for certain that within a few hours another might die. He concluded that the Spanish residents at Darien were mercilessly molested by the large numbers of mosquitoes that attacked them. They began to fall ill and die. While cruising this northern shoreline of Central America during his final voyage, Columbus and his crews were so assailed and ravaged by mosquitoes and malaria that they duly christened the region the Mosquito Coast. Founded in 1510 in the wake of this voyage, the Spanish settlement at Darien on the Panama Isthmus of the now infamous Mosquito Coast was the first European colony on the mainland of the Americas. The mosquitoes of Darien, as we will see, would also put an end to Scottish sovereignty. Darien was a hell on earth ruled by bloodthirsty mosquitoes. The Mosquito Coast was, as one early chronicler asserted, corrupted by miasmatic emanations, and quickly established a reputation as death's door. The low-lying settlement of Darien was surrounded by swamps, and to one recent arrival was a cesspool where dense and sickly vapors rise. The men began to die, and there died 2/3 of them. The initial 1,200 Spanish adventurers began to sicken to such an extent that they were unable to care for each other, wrote another participant. And thus, in 1 month, 700 died. Las Casas and other contemporary reporters surmise that between 1510 and 1540, over 40,000 Spaniards had perished in the wilds of the Mosquito Coast alone. As shocking as this may be, the suffering and death of the indigenous peoples was disproportionately worse. 15 years after the establishment of Darien, it is estimated that disease, most notably malaria, had already killed roughly 2 million indigenous people in Panama. In 1545, Las Casas reached Campeche on the western Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico shortly after the establishment of a slave labor Spanish sugar colony. The indigenous Mayans were long gone, having perished, fled, or been flogged into slavery. Las Casas lamented that his comrades soon began to find themselves ill because the village is unhealthy, and quickly became feverish and indisposed. One of his tormented malarious companions lamented the many long-beaked mosquitoes, that it was a pitiful thing to see, because this type of mosquito is very poisonous. On his travels throughout the burgeoning Spanish Empire, Las Casas was appalled and sorrowed by the death of Spanish and Indians alike. What Las Casas did not know was that his dying compatriots had brought the diseases and their vectoring mosquito reservoirs with them, directly from Spain and their African pit stops en route to the Caribbean. For the fugitive mosquitoes from Africa and Europe, the journey across the middle passages of the Atlantic Ocean was an all-inclusive 2 to 3 month cruise vacation offering an all-you-can-eat buffet and an orgy of breeding in the plentiful and readily available cisterns and casks of welcoming water. They arrived at an untarnished virgin environment in the Americas on board the first European ships, steered by one of the most celebrated and vilified characters in history, Christopher Columbus. From its epicenter in Turkey, the Islamic Ottoman Empire expanded across the Middle East, the Balkans, and Eastern Europe during the 14th and 15th centuries, and closed the Silk Road to Christian traders and European access to the Asian market. With an economic recession at hand, the great powers of Europe sought to reopen this crucial commercial lifeline by circumventing the increasingly vast and combative Ottoman Empire. After 6 years of pestering the monarchies of Europe for funding, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain finally relented and agreed to back the first voyage of a mystic crackpot named Cristobal Colón, as Columbus was known in 1492, to re-establish trade with the Far East. Columbus was willing to be the vanguard of such an enterprise to, as he put it, reach the lands of the Great Khan. He set sail with a satchel of royal letters of introduction and a stack of fill-in-the-blank trade agreements for tendering to Asian rulers. The reluctance of Europe's monarchies to invest in such an audacious and risky scheme is understandable, for oceanic voyages were extremely expensive. The Spanish crown's nominal token investment in Columbus, 1/30th of what was spent on their daughter's wedding, illustrates not only their concern over finances, but also their lack of faith in his abilities. He sailed with only 3 small ships manned by a total crew of 90. Columbus himself also had to front 25% of the budget and was made to borrow from his Italian merchant brethren. By all logical assessment, his was a reckless and financially ruinous enterprise. Columbus set sail into the great unknown in August 1492, determined to reopen access to the riches of the Asian East by sailing west. He believed the world was undersized and that it was composed predominantly, 6/7 to be exact, of land. Columbus changed the world not because he was right, comments author and Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Tony Horwitz, but because he was so stubbornly wrong. Convinced the globe was small, he began the process of making it so, by bringing a new world into the orbit of the old. despite being nearly 8,000 miles off course and believing he had reached the East Indies, referring to all of Asia east of Alexander's threshold, the Indus River. His first small step onto the island of Hispaniola in December was indeed a giant leap for mankind. This first voyage of Columbus marked the beginning of a new world order, including the introduction and enduring establishment of deadly mosquitoes and their diseases in the Americas, courtesy of the Columbian Exchange. Coining this term with the title of his seminal 1972 work, The Columbian Exchange, Biological and Cultural Consequences of 1492, historian Alfred W. Crosby proposed that, whether by accident or by design, global ecosystems were forever rearranged in the largest interchange in natural and human history. The trek to the Americas roughly 20,000 years ago, possibly earlier, by the small band of original hunter-gatherers from Siberia, put a freeze on any cycles of parasite transmission. Their passage over the Bering Strait land bridge by foot, or more likely by seaworthy vessels hugging the northwest coast of the Americas, was too frigid for the animals or insects, and their reproduction needed to complete the sequence of infection. Moreover, the population densities of these early migrants were too low, and they weren't mobile enough to support the life cycle of zoonotic diseases. The chains of infection were broken. These reasons also explain why there was apparently no, or at best fleeting, transference of disease to indigenous peoples during the brief Norse visits to Newfoundland initiated around 1000 CE. Although the Anopheles mosquitoes of the Americas were certainly capable and not unwilling to house the malaria parasite, climate conditions on the routes traversed by both the original inhabitants of the Americas and their Scandinavian visitors froze out this possibility for the time being. This, however, would not be the case when Europeans stormed the southerly climes and beaches of the New World. At the commencement of his Columbian Exchange, both New World Anopheles mosquitoes and those Anopheles and Aedes breeds imported from Africa and Europe were part of the larger mosquito-borne disease cycle in the Americas. The formerly benign Anopheles species native to the Americas promptly became a vector for malaria. Given that they had been following their own evolutionary line for 95 million years and had never known the parasite, this is an amazing adaptive feature of both the mosquito and malaria. As Harvard entomologist Andrew Spielman relayed to acclaimed author Charles Mann, in theory, one person could have established the parasite in the entire continent. It's a bit like throwing darts. Bring in enough sick people in contact with enough mosquitoes in suitable conditions, and sooner or later you'll hit the bullseye. You'll establish malaria. Spielman's assertion was a reality across the Western Hemisphere from South America through the Caribbean and the United States to Canada's northerly capital city of Ottawa. Person Zero, that one human malarial conduit, was a member of Columbus's initial voyage. On Christmas Day, 1492, Columbus's first voyage came to an abrupt end when his flagship, the Santa Maria, ran aground on the northern shoals of Hispaniola. The remaining vessels, the Nina and Pinta, could not accommodate the spillover crew, forcing Columbus to leave behind a crude palisade garrison of 39 men when he returned to Spain. 11 months later, in November 1493, his second voyage, to create a permanent Spanish colonial bastion, supposedly in Asia, for further economic penetration, found the island in ruin. His marooned Spaniards were dead, and the indigenous Taino people were in the thralls of a dual outbreak of malaria and influenza. The virgin blood of the Taino, whom Columbus nonchalantly described as innumerable, for I believe there to be millions upon millions of them, was a welcoming red carpet for the famished parasite. Columbus also attested that during his second visit to Hispaniola, all my people went ashore to settle, and everyone realized it rained a lot. They became gravely ill from tertian fever. One such sufferer recorded that, "There are plenty of mosquitoes in those countries which are extremely annoying." Another penned, There are many mosquitoes, and very vexing, and of many types. Given its utter lack of prejudice for the non-immune, the mosquito and its malaria took a heavy toll on Spaniards and Taino alike. Foreign mosquitoes and their diseases were immediately embraced by the New World. During his fourth and final voyage, of 1502 to 1504, Columbus also discloses, "I had become ill, and many times approached death with strong fever, and so fatigued that the only hope of escape was death." At the same time as Columbus and his sailors were exhibiting malarial delirium and ravings, while cruising the Mosquito Coast and the Caribbean, across the Atlantic in Spain, a bitter and resentful Hernán Cortés thought he had missed his opportunity for adventure, treasure, and adoration. He was sidelined from joining an auxiliary fleet to Columbus's last voyage by a nasty bout of domestic Spanish malaria. Cortés, as it turned out, would soon gain fame, glory, and unimaginable wealth by bringing down and sacking a vast and mighty empire, or so the story goes. All the original zoonotic pathogens that ran amok in the Americas were of European or African origin. Smallpox, tuberculosis, measles, influenza, and, of course, mosquito-borne disease reigned supreme during the so-called Age of Exploration or Age of Imperialism, kick-started by Columbus in 1492. These diseases, to which many Europeans, but by no means all, were immune, allowed the invaders to conquer and colonize much of the world, including the Americas. Time and again, European triumphs, including that of Cortés, rode the coattails of infection, not the other way around. Conquistadors and colonizers simply mopped up after the conquest by disease. Europeans began their global push with the advantage of their contagions. This is the explanation and the sole reason why Europeans conquered the world. The germs in Jared Diamond's title, Trifecta Guns, Germs, and Steel, were far and away the most effective tool of colonization and the subjugation and extermination of indigenous peoples. In numerous, I hesitate to say all, European colonial outposts, indigenous peoples suffered genocide by germs. Peoples of European heritage now generally inhabit the temperate zones of the world, or Middle Earth. These biological environments, from the United States and Canada to New Zealand and Australia, were relatively comparable to that of their European homelands, allowing settlers to adapt more easily to their new surroundings. Even today, we are protected by our acclimatization or seasoning to our immediate surroundings and our local germs. Our homes and where we live for extended periods are natural safe zones. Our immunological defenses become accustomed to the different bacteria and viruses that cohabitate in our local ecological spheres, bringing a balance to the force. We strike this equilibrium with these germs so that, for the most part, we can all procreate and live without causing undue harm to the other. In short, we carefully coexist. If new foreign germs are introduced into our safe little bubble and upset this delicate balance, we get sick. If we travel to foreign environments with alien germs, we get sick. Until we are resident long enough to meld into and become part of that ecosystem, which then becomes our own. Upon my arrival at Oxford to pursue my doctorate, I remember being sick for a month. My unsympathetic teammates on the university hockey team told me that it happens to every newbie. I soon found out that this biological seasoning period was legendary and was touted as the Oxford flu. Inoculations and medications can ease the illnesses and diminish the dangers associated with these transitions. During the Columbian Exchange, many Europeans had the benefit of acquired immunity, having long been exposed to their own infections. They simply carried their germs with them. These diseases, including malaria and yellow fever, introduced by Columbus and the successive hordes of colonizers, laid waste to non-immune indigenous peoples who teetered on the precipice of extermination. He personally oversaw and participated in brutal acts of barbarity and sexual transgressions by his Spaniards against indigenous peoples. The United States celebrates Columbus Day as a federal holiday on the second Monday in October, honoring his arrival in the Americas on October 12, 1492. Even though he was 8,000 miles removed, or disoriented and lost, from his intended destination. His track record is the stuff of Neverland nightmares, and he was nowhere near the actual United States. In 1992, on this work-free day of celebration, Indigenous Sioux activist Russell Means poured blood on a statue of Columbus, declaring that the discoverer of the New World makes Hitler look like a juvenile delinquent. Although the Norse preceded Columbus by 500 years with their colonial outpost established at Lonceau Meadows on the island of Newfoundland, Canada, Columbus's name is still synonymous with the discovery of the New World. Disdain aside, Christopher Columbus's impact, including his unintentional introduction of mosquito-borne disease to the Americas, is unshakable. Acclaimed historian Daniel Boorstin argues that, unlike Columbus, the Norse visit to America did not change their own or anybody else's view of the world. Was there ever before so long a voyage? Lonceau Meadows is a full 4,500 miles as the crow flies from Bergen. That made so little difference? What is most remarkable is not that the Vikings actually reached America, but that they reached America and even settled there for a while without discovering America. Certainly, Columbus did not discover the Americas, as indigenous peoples breathed in this world for millennia before his blundering arrival. Columbus was not even the first foreigner to discover the Americas. Columbus was, however, the first to open the doors permanently to the prevailing presence of Europeans, African slaves, and their diseases in their new world. There are numerous well-known reasons why zoonotic diseases were absent from the pre-Columbian Americas. Indigenous peoples did not domesticate many livestock, making the disease jump from animals to humans highly improbable, if not impossible. This is a point I brought up earlier, but given the weight of its importance, it deserves another mention. By the end of the last Great Ice Age around 13,000 years ago, 80% of the big mammals of the Americas were extinct. The few domesticated animals that were kept, such as turkeys, iguanas, and ducks, did not live in large clusters, did not require hovering helicopter parent supervision, and were generally left to their own devices. And while I suppose it depends on personal preference, fur is more alluring to our senses than feathers or scales. Cuddling an infant turkey poult or iguana hatchling does not sound as appealing as snuggling a newborn lamb, foal, or calf. Along with this lack of domesticated zoonotic animals, indigenous peoples had not practiced industrial agriculture to the extent of upending the ecological balance, as was seen throughout much of the Old World. Resource and climatic limitations generally allowed only for subsistence farming. Unlike their European counterparts, indigenous peoples of the Americas lacked any large beasts of burden, limiting crop sizes and any significant commercial or tradable agricultural surplus. In fact, the dog was the only animal of labor employed in the Americas, and its use was limited to the northern plains of the United States and Canada. In South and Central America, it was semi-domesticated, essentially taming itself by loitering for scraps, and was eaten. Yes, indigenous peoples purposefully cleared land, usually by controlled burning, to control the migration of animal herds, and to farm the three sisters of corn, beans, and squash, and other crops, but the relative equilibrium of local ecosystems remained uninterrupted. It would, however, be folly to romanticize the noble, loincloth-modeling, ecological, tree-hugging Indian environmentalist, and to misrepresent the pre-contact Americas as some organically utopian Garden of Eden. Indigenous peoples' interaction and manipulation of their local environments was far from a perfect harmony. This is not realistic or attainable by the very nature of our existence and our intrinsic survival instincts. Their land usage was simply not intrusive enough to alter the natural rhythm and status quo. Indigenous peoples produced goods not for a distant marketplace, writes James E. McWilliams, but mainly for themselves and their communities. Trade was local rather than foreign and overtly capitalistic, and the ecosystem reflected the effect of this difference. The distinction between local and market production was critical. On the eve of the Columbian Exchange and the imminent European onslaught, only 0.5% of the land east of the Mississippi River in the United States and Canada was under cultivation. For European countries, this figure ranged from 10 to 50%. When Europeans arrived on the east coast of the United States in the early 17th century, they were clearing 0.5% of the old-growth forests per year. With the introduction of commercial agriculture and dam building, European settlers unwittingly created a toxic environment for themselves by establishing ideal mosquito breeding habitats. Entomologists have suggested that within a century of colonization, indigenous and imported mosquito populations increased by 15 times, prompting Thomas Jefferson to ominously declare that the ravages of mosquitoes were immutable and not within human control. Malaria and yellow fever were soon rooted along the Atlantic seaboard of North America. These colonies of European lust, while teeming with mosquitoes, were not yet tainted by the disease-carrying Anopheles and Aedes breeds. These angels of death were stowaways on board European ships. Foreign migrant mosquito populations thrived in the sanguine climates of their new homes, pushing out or destroying several local mosquito species. Their human counterparts played out this same scenario as Europeans drove out or destroyed indigenous populations. The blood of settlers was boiling with mosquito-borne disease. With each new and distinct colonial footprint, malaria was introduced by Europeans, consuming outposts from Spanish and Portuguese South America through the multinational haunts of the Caribbean to the northerly British settlements at Jamestown, Virginia, and the Puritan haven of Plymouth, Massachusetts. Cavalcades of disease marched across the Americas through indigenous trading channels immediately after Columbus's first voyage and were given a timely reinvigorating push by Juan Ponce de Leon's exploratory and slave-raiding expedition to Florida in 1513. Researchers have theorized that by the 1520s and 1530s, smallpox, malaria, and other epidemics ravaged indigenous populations from the Great Lakes region of Canada south to Cape Horn. Well-established, intersecting indigenous trade routes stretched across the entire Western Hemisphere. Peoples of the interior plains adorned their clothes with seashells, although they had never tasted the salty breeze of an ocean. Coastal peoples who frolicked in those waves wore bison hides, yet they had never laid eyes on the magnificent creature. Indigenous nations smoked ceremonial tobacco, only imagining what the uncured plant might look like. Canadian Great Lakes copper was fashioned into jewelry in South America. Colonizing diseases, including malaria and smallpox, were also traded along these extensive economic corridors, ravaging indigenous peoples long before they ever set eyes on a European. During both the past and present, commerce is one of the most efficient carriers of communicable disease. William H. McNeill confirms that malaria appears to have completed the destruction of Amerindians, so as to empty formerly well-populated regions almost completely. When the first European expeditions of Hernando de Soto and Francisco Vázquez de Coronado trekked across the southern United States in the 1540s in search of great golden cities, according to chroniclers, they found the lifeless ruins of countless villages occupied only by grazing bison. Galloping from Mexico City to Arizona's Grand Canyon and northeast to Kansas, Coronado was traveling through the remnant survivors of once thriving communities. Likewise, De Soto's climb from Florida to the Appalachians through the Gulf states and Arkansas, rafting the Mississippi River, traversed the graveyards and ghosts of already decimated indigenous populations. Clues to the cause of the collapse of these indigenous communities and the derelict ghost towns surveyed by these Spanish conquistadors can be found in a first-hand account from a decade earlier. 4 marooned Spanish sailors had traversed the De Soto-Coronado corridor from Florida, west across the Gulf of Mexico, before straggling into Mexico City in 1536. Reporting to the governor of New Spain, they regaled a captivated crowd with the events of this implausible and incredible 8-year journey. One noteworthy detail was their description of indigenous peoples who were already infected with malaria. According to the Spaniards' testimony, In that land, we encountered a very large number of mosquitoes of 3 different kinds, which are very bad and annoying, and during the rest of the summer they gave us great trouble. The Indians, they reported, are so bitten by mosquitoes that you would think they had the disease of St. Lazarus the leper. Many others were lying in a stupor. We found these very ill and skinny and swollen-bellied, so much so that we were astonished. I can affirm that no other affliction suffered in the world can equal this. It made us extremely sad to see how fertile the land was, and very beautiful, and very full of springs and rivers, and to see every place deserted and burned villages, and the people so thin and ill. The introduction of malaria across the southern United States preceded Europeans, killing indigenous populations and paving the way for European settlement. Following in De Soto's footsteps, a 17th-century French explorer traversing the abandoned shells of Natchez settlements on the lower Mississippi River wrote that with these savages, there is a thing that I cannot omit to remark to you. It is that it appears visibly that God wishes that they yield their place to new peoples. European diseases, including malaria, had penetrated the interior of North America long before the arrival of Europeans themselves. The Caribbean Arawak, the Inca, and the Aztec of Mesoamerica, the Beothuk of Newfoundland, and a staggering number of indigenous cultures across the globe would suffer the same fate as the Taino extinction. Hernán Cortés did not conquer 6 million Aztecs, just as Francisco Pizarro did not subjugate 10 million Inca. Following crippling epidemics of smallpox and endemic malarial fever, these 2 conquistadors simply rounded up the few ailing survivors and sold them into slavery. When Pizarro arrived on the coast of Peru in 1531, the devastation wrought by smallpox, having been introduced 5 years earlier, allowed his whopping 168 men to conquer an Inca civilization that only a decade prior numbered in the millions. Crosby recognizes that the miraculous triumphs of that conquistador and of Cortés, whom he so successfully emulated, are in large part the triumphs of the virus of smallpox. Repeatedly across the Americas, disease made the European attainment of victory over indigenous peoples a leisurely and undemanding undertaking. It must have also been utterly demoralizing for indigenous peoples to observe that these illnesses tore at their own peoples while sparing and passing over many Europeans. One of the few surviving Aztecs lamented that before the Spanish arrival, there was no sickness. They had no aching bones. They had then no high fever. They had then no abdominal pain. They had then no headache. The foreigners made it otherwise when they arrived here. Cortés had no more than 600 men and a few hundred local allies in 1521 during his successful 75-day siege of Tenochtitlan, present-day Mexico City. Once home to over 250,000 people, the Aztec capital was far more populated than any European city of the time. Tenochtitlan was a magnificent metropolis possessing, among other engineering marvels, an elaborate system of interconnected lakes, canals, and aqueducts allowing mosquitoes and malaria to blossom during the Spanish siege. Following this annihilation of the Aztec civilization, a malaria epidemic tore through Mexico during the 1550s. By 1620, only 1.5 million, or 7.5%, of Mexico's original indigenous population of 20 million endured. The military achievements of the European armies, like those of Cortés and Pizarro, are seemingly easily explained. Repeatedly, the history books tell us that the use of steel weapons and guns versus those fashioned of stone or wood safeguarded European victories. The real reason that European colonizers displaced or destroyed indigenous peoples, however, was largely a matter of disease and differing immunities. It was the dissemination of exotic European germs and foreign mosquitoes and their diseases unconsciously acting as biological weapons that sounded the death knell for indigenous peoples. With disease and the mosquito having set their hooks, European settlers and successive colonial and national governments used an assortment of strategies to subjugate indigenous populations. These approaches included, but were not limited to, waging decisive military campaigns, destabilizing political organizations, inhibiting identifiable cultural traits, creating economic dependency, drastically shifting demographics in Europeans' favor, which disease and the mosquito made certain, and expropriating and limiting the land base of indigenous nations. Indigenous peoples attempted to promote and protect their own interests and agendas in the face of a cultural upheaval and genocidal epidemics of European disease, including malaria and yellow fever. In the wake of this tsunami of change unleashed by Columbus, and at the onset of intensified European colonization, Sir Thomas More's 1516 political satire Utopia foreshadowed the pervasive themes that dominated global European indigenous relations. If the natives wish to live with utopians, they are taken in. Since they join the colony willingly, they quickly adopt the same institutions and customs. This is advantageous for both peoples. For by their policies and practices, the utopians make the land yield an abundance for all, which before seemed too small and barren for the natives alone. If the natives will not conform to their laws, they drive them out of the area they claim for themselves, waging war if they meet resistance. Indeed, they account it a very just cause of war if a people possess land that they leave idle and uncultivated, and refuse the use and occupancy of it to others, who according to the law of nature ought to be supported from it. In his highly readable 2011 narrative, 1493, Uncovering the New World Columbus Created, Charles Mann argues that of all the people to have walked this earth, Columbus alone inaugurated a new era in the history of life. While this is perhaps a touch overstated, there can be no questioning that his voyages set in motion a chain of sweeping events, as prophesied by Thomas More, arranging the current symphony of global power. In the centuries following Columbus, infection cut a contagious swath through indigenous populations. European diseases to which indigenous peoples had no immunity exterminated local populations to the point of near extinction. As Charles Darwin observed in 1846, wherever the European has trod, death seems to pursue the aboriginal. We may look to the wide extent of the Americas, Polynesia, the Cape of Good Hope, and Australia, and we find the same result. Of the estimated 100 million indigenous inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere in 1492, a population of roughly 5 million remained by 1700. Over 20% of the world's population had been erased. The mosquito, along with other diseases such as smallpox, was culpable of genocidal extermination. The small, bewildered surviving populations then faced an unrelenting merry-go-round of wars, massacres, forced relocations, and enslavement. Until recently, academics across various fields underestimated the potency of disease in reducing indigenous peoples in the Americas, thereby miscalculating the actual population prior to contact. Extremely low estimates eased the burden and guilt of colonization for the descendants of European settlers. Until the 1970s, school children were taught that most of the United States was vacant and summoning European settlement. After all, the alleged 1 million Indians did not need all this land that was yearning for American manifest destiny. It was prophesied that expansion was inevitable, justified, and ordained by divine providence. But it is now believed that Florida alone was home to almost 1 million indigenous inhabitants. Current estimates for the total indigenous population of the pre-Columbian United States hover around 12 to 15 million, accompanied by 60 million bison. As Jared Diamond explains, low numbers were useful in justifying the white conquest of what could be viewed as an almost empty continent. For the New World as a whole, the Indian population decline in the century or two following Columbus's arrival is estimated to have been as large as 95%. Conservatively in plain numbers, that is 95 million dead across the Americas, the largest single population catastrophe in recorded human history, nearing an extinction-level event. It far exceeded even the Black Death. On the other hand, over the same time period, the immigration of Europeans and their shipments of African slaves to the Americas marks the greatest human population transfer and relocation in history. As always, the Mosquito was one of the stars of this touring Columbian Exchange horror show. The Columbian Exchange was truly universal and involved peoples, products, plants, and disease from every corner of the globe. In addition to mosquitoes, in 1494 during his second voyage, Columbus introduced the zoonotic animal hosts horses, cattle, pigs, chickens, goats, and sheep to their new world. Tobacco, corn, tomatoes, cotton, cocoa, and the potato were uprooted from the Americas to fertile fields across the planet, while apples, wheat, sugarcane, coffee, and various greens found an awaiting home in the Americas. The potato, for example, was lovingly transplanted to pastures across Europe, half a world away from its indigenous roots. It entered the waves of the Columbian Exchange for a second time during the Irish potato famine. Potato crops were ravaged by a blight from 1845 to 1850, leading to mass starvation that killed over 1 million Irish. Over this 5-year period, the island's total population decreased by an astounding 30%, as an additional 1.5 million Irish fled the famine and emigrated predominantly to the United States, but also to Canada, England, and Australia. During the Columbian Exchange, the planet was forever rearranged demographically, culturally, economically, and biologically. The natural order of Mother Nature and the balance of the force was turned on its head and thrown to the wind like a deck of cards. In a sense, the human international village became a singular, wholly united body for the first time, and immeasurably smaller. Globalization, including mosquito-borne diseases, became the new reality. American tobacco, for instance, became a household drug. It was also frequently used to ward off bugs. Smoke has been used all over the planet as an insect deterrent, presumably since fire was first harnessed and domesticated. Some human species may have made occasional use of fire as early as 800,000 years ago, explains Yuval Noah Harari. By about 300,000 years ago, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, and the forefathers of Homo sapiens were using fire on a daily basis. Perhaps tobacco's allure was also tied to its mosquito-repellent properties. In any event, the addiction spread so quickly that by the early 17th century, the Vatican was receiving complaints that priests were conducting Mass with a Bible in one hand and a cigar in the other. At the same time, the Chinese emperor was fuming upon discovering that his soldiers had been selling their weapons to purchase tobacco. Little did he know that this was just a gateway drug, as it quickly became common to mix tobacco with opium. By the mid-19th century, the British trade in opium was a late addition to the Columbian Exchange and a clandestine instrument in the toolbox of British imperialism. Manipulating the endemic presence of malaria, the British government creatively argued that for Indians and Asians, opium was a highly effective anti-malarial drug. The 1895 report of the Royal Commission on Opium, compelling because of the terror and suffering it addressed, portrayed opium as being able to prevent and cure malaria, writes Paul Winther in his study on malaria and the British opium trade. By 1890, the opium and malaria correlation appeared periodically. By 1892, it was commonplace. The severity of malaria in South Asia permitted the Commission to phrase its opposition to substantial cuts in production as a refusal to contribute to human suffering. The people who did not want Great Britain to stop being involved in the cultivation, processing, and distribution of opium had interpreted the Commission's findings as a moral imperative. Spuriously, the Mosquito was scapegoated and was now a drug dealer and a trafficker of narcotics. Both opium and tobacco set their hooks into Asia, particularly China. By 1900, 135 million Chinese, an astonishing 34% of the total population of 400 million, were smoking opium at least once a day, initially as a malarial suppressant, and then, once hooked, to feed their addiction. By 1612, when John Rolfe shipped the first crop of Virginia-grown tobacco to England, London already boasted more than 7,000 tobacco houses. These cafes offered nicotine junkies a place to sit and converse while drinking, as smoking was originally labeled. Tobacco. Coffee, a newcomer to the Columbian Exchange, soon joined the smoke-filled dialogue. From their Oxford origin as an intellectual meeting place, coffee houses soon appeared on street corners across England, as ubiquitous as today's Starbucks, where people pose over laptops pondering as they sip $6 spiced lattes. In fact, by 1700, coffee houses in London occupied more properties and paid more rent than any other retail trade. Within the walls of these penny universities, you could pay that sum for a dish of coffee and sit endlessly listening to and engaging in academic and highbrow conversation and exchanges, as was the expectation whether you knew your tablemates or not. The results could be shared, debated, and refined in the society of like-minded men in the coffee house, explains Anthony Wilde in his book Coffee: A Dark History. The Enlightenment in England was born and nurtured there. Of course, as coffee went viral in England and Europe, it was still linked to its origin as a malarial cure championed in the mid-8th century by our Ethiopian goatherd Chaldi. In addition to curing malaria, or agu as the English knew it, coffee was also marketed as a panacea for plague, smallpox, measles, gout, scurvy, constipation, hangovers, impotence, and general melancholy. As with anything new and trendy, there was the inevitable backlash. In 1674, a women's social organization in London published a pamphlet, The Women's Petition Against Coffee, carping that after spending all day in coffee houses, never did men wear greater breeches or carry less in them of any metal whatsoever. They come from it with nothing moist but their snotty noses, nothing stiff but their joints, nor standing but their ears. The equally sexually explicit and graphic rebuttal pamphlet, The Men's Answer to the Women's Petition Against Coffee, countered that the drink makes the erection more vigorous, the ejaculation more full, adds a spiritual essence to the sperm. I will let modern medicine resolve this lover's quarrel. Even into the early 20th century, it was still alleged that Chaldi's coffee is a valuable remedial agent, or rather a preventative, when there are epidemics of the various types of malarial fever. More importantly, as William Euchers advocated in his 1922 book, All About Coffee, wherever it has been introduced, it has spelled revolution. It has been the world's most radical drink in that its function has always been to make people think. And when the people began to think, they became dangerous to tyrants. Tea or coffee? This was but one question asked during the political parties prior to the American Revolution. Both could be sweetened with the choice of sugar or honey, however. Just two more items on the menu of the Columbian Exchange. Along with mosquitoes, English settlers also introduced honeybees to the Americas. Feral hordes quickly began the mass pollination of indigenous plants and also aided the bounty of European farms and orchards. Although insect pollination was not discovered until the mid-18th century, the bees assisted European agricultural pursuits so much that indigenous peoples quickly recognized that the sight of these foreign English flies was accompanied by aggressive European expansion. Given that the Mongols had previously and forever bound Asia and Europe, as evidenced by the Black Death, the Columbian Exchange was a worldwide yard sale. It not only included poisonous mosquitoes, but also their antidote. Quinine, the first effective prophylactic and treatment for malaria, rode the later swells of colonization and washed up on the global shores of the Columbian Exchange. In the mid-17th century, the gossip corridors of the Old World were abuzz with a miraculous tale from a mysterious place called Peru. Within a few decades, advertisements extolling the enchanted power and curative properties of Jesuit's bark, the Countess's powder, and cinchona were plastered across Europe. According to the rumor mill, in 1638, the beautiful Dona Francisca Henriquez de Ribera, the fourth Countess of Chinchon, a Spanish province of Peru, was inexplicably cured of malarial fevers. The Countess, or so the story goes, contracted a virulent strain of malaria. Although attending physicians performed one bleeding perforation after another, she continued to deteriorate, and death seemed imminent. Her loving husband, the Count of Chinchon, determined to save his spouse, remembered an old wives' tale he had heard a few years back. The story, as he remembered, was of a Spanish Jesuit missionary curing the governor of Ecuador of malarial fevers through local Indian black magic called ayak kara, or quinquina. This was not some sorcerer's stone amulet, expecto patronum incantation, or recited abracadabra dirge. It was the bitter bark, or bark of barks, from a rare and fickle tree growing at high altitude in the Andes Mountains. Intrigued by what he had passed up as a folktale, the Count was willing to give it a shot to save his ailing wife. He hurriedly acquired a small sample of the mysterious bark from what remained of the once thriving native Quechua people. Sure enough, the Countess was delivered from death, and upon her triumphant return to Spain, word spread of this miracle fever bark. This was the equivalent of someone today instantaneously conjuring up a cure for cancer or AIDS. Not only was malaria a huge obstacle to imperialism in the colonial tropics, its peak in Europe during the mid-17th century corresponded with this life-saving discovery of quinine, which is toxic to the malaria parasite by inhibiting its ability to metabolize hemoglobin. With the widespread uprooting, transference, and acceleration of global agriculture, commerce, and human populations during the Columbian Exchange, the period between 1600 and 1750 was the pinnacle of malarial misery in Europe, and the parasite was infecting the masses with reckless abandon. Keep in mind that this same period also witnessed a mass influx of European settlers and their malaria parasites to the Americas, adding potency to an already spiked punch bowl of colonial pathogens. Certain areas of Europe acquired strong malarial reputations, such as the littoral lowlands of the Scheldt in Belgium and the Netherlands, the Loire River Valley and the Mediterranean coasts of France, the salty marshes of the Fenlands, or fens, in the counties east of London, England, the Don River Delta in the Ukraine, certain regions lining the Danube River in Eastern Europe, and as always, the mosquito playgrounds of the Pontine Marshes and Po River in Italy. At last, a cure had been found for Roman fever, English ague, Dante's Infernos, and Europe's prevailing hellfire fevers. In the end, although the Countess certainly had malarial bouts, she died of yellow fever and never made it back to Spain. The story connecting the Countess to quinine seems to be a refashioned fairy tale. Cinchona, the common name of this miraculous fever tree, nevertheless clings to the romance of the Count and Countess of Chinchon. This Jesuit's bark, however, quickly became an economic colonial cash crop for Spain, and was a later addition to the lengthy and booming list of products, foods, peoples, and diseases crisscrossing the oceans during the Columbian Exchange. Quinine and malaria are a perfect example of this unprecedented union and cross-pollination of extremely different, previously isolated and evolutionarily distinct worlds kick-started by the voyages of Columbus. Quinine was a new world treatment for an old world disease. The disease itself and its vectoring mosquitoes were born of Africa and the Old World and were transported to the New World, where they flourished. By the mid-19th century, European powers armed with quinine even secured fragile footholds in more tropical outposts such as India, the East Indies, and Africa. In much of this lush zone between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, peoples of European ancestry are still transient backpackers in terms of natural selection and evolutionary history. They lack those life-saving inherited genetic immunities to malaria of some African and Mediterranean peoples. Although at the time malaria remained a mystery, quinine has been used as a malarial suppressant since its discovery in the mid-17th century, and the fabled story of the Countess of Chinchon, who finally defanged the beastly fever. The legend of the beautiful Dona Francisca Henriquez de Ribera, the fourth Countess of Chinchon, a Spanish province of Peru, being inexplicably cured of malarial fevers through local Quechua Indian black magic called ayak kara or quinquina. Quinine derived from the cinchona tree became the first effective medicine to combat malaria. As part of the Columbian Exchange, it was a new world treatment for an old world disease. The British imperialist adventure in India is the succinct narrative I use when teaching the ripple effects of the Columbian Exchange. This scenario, however, can also be applied to European colonies in Africa or the East Indies. British control of colonial India required the ability to combat malaria, so Brits in India consumed powdered rations of quinine in the form of Indian tonic water. By the 1840s, British citizens and soldiers in India were using 700 tons of cinchona bark annually for their protective doses of quinine. They added gin to the liquid to cut its bitter taste, and, most certainly, for its intoxicating effect. And the gin and tonic cocktail was born. It became the drink of choice for Anglo-Indians and is now, of course, a universal staple on bar tabs worldwide. Quinine powder kept British troops alive, allowed officials to survive in low-lying and wet regions of India, and ultimately permitted a stable, though surprisingly small, British population to prosper in tropical colonies. By 1914, roughly 1,200 British Indian civil service members and a garrison of only 77,000 British troops ruled over 300 million Indian subjects. The scramble for empire was allied to epidemiology, a competitive scramble for scientific knowledge, including the discovery of quinine, was one small but historically weighty brick of the Columbian Exchange. The intermingling thematic ingredients of the exchange, including European colonization, the conveyance of diseases, the destruction of indigenous peoples, and the attainment of overseas imperial wealth, were all interwoven and bound by blood to the Mosquito. Columbus himself never realized his influence, believing until his death at 55 years of age that he had discovered outlying bits of Asia. He died in 1506 of reactive arthritis, heart failure usually associated with syphilis. As his geographical miscalculations and personal failings emerged, he was defamed by the higher echelons of society and viewed as a pariah by the Spanish court, who rescinded his privileges and honors. Although he was a wealthy man, his later years were marked by humiliation, anger, and an omnipotent messiah complex outlined in his manuscript, the Book of Prophecies. Due to severe isolation and depression, or perhaps from the last syphilitic symptom, insanity, he believed that he was a prophet of God destined to reveal to the world the new heaven and earth of which our Lord spoke through St. John in the Apocalypse. Shortly before his death, Columbus wrote to the unamused king of Spain that only he, the stalwart Columbus, could convert the Chinese emperor and his subjects to Catholicism. Progressively, over the last few decades, his legacy has fared no better. Columbus did open a new world for European economic expansion and enterprise, but at a terrible price. The near extermination of indigenous peoples and the ensuing establishment of the exploitive transatlantic African slave trade. African slavery was a central element of the Columbian Exchange and the prosperity of a plantation economy. As the captive indigenous labor force was destroyed by infection, African slaves, and their complementary free-of-charge diseases, were shipped directly to any destination in the Americas, or globally for that matter. The mosquito played its part by ensuring the selective genetic immunity to mosquito-borne diseases of the millions of Africans being delivered to the shores of the Americas as replacement for a dwindling pool of indigenous slaves. Questions of morality aside, why trade when you can invade was now chained to why pay when you can enslave. At its core, the Columbian Exchange was always predicated upon the European accumulation of wealth derived from African slave labor in plantation and mining colonies in the Americas. The New World was a vast and biologically diverse landmass with boundless economic potential initially breached and opened for business by Columbus, Spanish conquistadors, and conquering mosquitoes. In 1514, Only 22 years after Columbus's fateful first steps on Hispaniola, the Spanish colonial regime conducted a census with the intention of divvying up the surviving Taino among the colonists as slave labor. I imagine they were sorely disappointed to count only 26,000 among the living from what was once a thriving population of 5 to 8 million. By 1535, malaria, influenza, and smallpox, which made its New World debut in 1518 in combination with Spanish brutality, brought the Taino to extinction. For the sake of comparison, an equivalent level of killing in Europe would have wiped out the entire British Isles, and then some. While I do not want to trivialize Spanish cruelty, known as the Black Legend, it did not play the main role in the cataclysmic demise of local populations. Across the Spanish Dominion, malaria, smallpox, tuberculosis, and eventually yellow fever were the paramount killers. As a result, however, the mosquito and the Spanish colonists, to a much lesser extent, had wiped out the prospect of a substantial, self-reproducing Taino labor force. As both Europeans and indigenous peoples succumbed to malaria and other diseases, alternative labor was needed to fuel the lucrative production of tobacco, sugar, coffee, and cocoa. The African slave trade was caught up in the whirlwinds of the Columbian Exchange. The first African slaves to the Americas arrived at Hispaniola in 1502, along with our Spanish priest Bartolomé de las Casas, piggybacking on Columbus's fourth and final voyage. These initial Africans joined a dwindling number of Taino slaves in the search for imaginary gold seams and laboring on the newly minted tobacco and sugar plantations of Hispaniola. In the opinion of Las Casas, however, not all slaves were created equal. Shortly after his arrival in the Americas in 1502, Las Casas asserted that Indians, including the Taino, were truly men and must not be treated as dumb beasts, and he petitioned the Spanish crown for their humane management. "The entire human race is one," he proclaimed, while urging that Indians receive all guarantees of liberty and justice. Nothing is certainly more precious in human affairs, nothing more esteemed than freedom. Long before 1776, Las Casas was extolling the virtues of the American and French revolutions and the philosophical ideals of John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Voltaire, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin. That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and, per Locke's template version, the protection of property. Like the American founding fathers, Las Casas also included a fine print disclaimer as to the definition of men. Within the principles and moral clauses of both Las Casas and the Declaration of Independence, it turns out that not all men are created equal after all, for African slaves were considered chattel and property, not persons, even by this Spanish priest who at the same time was passionately endorsing the virtue of personhood for the enslaved indigenous populations of the Americas. At the same time that Las Casas was demanding a gentle hand for the Taino, he was also championing the importation of African slaves, arguing that they were more constitutionally fit for tropical labor, in part due to their thick skin and offensive odors from their persons. He boasted that in the Spanish colonies checkering the Caribbean, the only way a black would die would be if they hanged him. The fate of Spanish fortune in the Americas, he surmised, hinged on the importation of African slave labor. In his 1776 masterpiece, The Wealth of Nations, economist and philosopher Adam Smith proclaimed, "The discovery of America and that of a passage to the East Indies by the Cape of Good Hope are the two greatest and most important events recorded in the history of mankind. To the natives, however, both of the East and West Indies, all the commercial benefits which can have resulted from those events have been sunk and lost in the dreadful misfortunes which they have occasioned. One of the principal effects of those discoveries has been to raise the mercantile system to a degree of splendor and glory which it could never otherwise have attained to. It is the object of that system to enrich a great nation. European imperialism was coupled to the wealth of resources offered by the colonies. The backbone of reaping this capital and the economic system of mercantilism to which Smith referred was the African slave trade, which included the introduction of African Aedes and Anopheles mosquitoes and their diseases to the Americas. African transport slavery only became a profitable replacement after local indigenous servitude was no longer an option. An early observer noted, "The Indians die so easily that the bare look and smell of a Spaniard causes them to give up the ghost." As malaria, and eventually yellow fever, helped to eliminate the feasibility of indigenous slave labor in the hotbed mosquito climates of the Spanish and other European empires, the transatlantic African slave trade flourished. Duffy negativity, thalassemia, and sickle cell provided the Africans hereditary shields against malaria. Many had also been previously seasoned by yellow fever in Africa, rendering them immune to reinfection. While these factors were unknown at the time, what was easily observable to European owners of mining operations and plantations was that African slaves were relatively unafflicted by malaria and yellow fever, and simply did not die at the same rate as non-Africans. Their genetic immunities and prior seasoning made Africans an important ingredient of the Columbian exchange, and indispensable in the development of New World mercantilist economic markets. Yes, Europeans came, but they did not conquer indigenous peoples and the Americas by themselves. The Anopheles and Aedes mosquitoes came and conquered. As involuntary entries in the Columbian exchange, they were, Jared Diamond proclaims, accidental conquerors. In the immediate centuries following Columbus, Europeans were generally the beneficiaries of this lopsided global traffic and its transactions. Events 4 centuries ago set a template for events we are living through today, explains Charles Mann. The creation of this ecological system helped Europe seize, for several vital centuries, the political initiative, which in turn shaped the contours of today's world-spanning economic system in its interlaced, omnipresent, barely comprehended splendor. Mann is also mindful to point out the introduced species that shaped, more than any others, societies from Baltimore to Buenos Aires, the microscopic creatures that cause malaria and yellow fever. The introduction of these toxic twins and other mosquito-borne diseases to the Americas by infected Europeans, their African slaves, and stowaway mosquitoes changed the course of history. Had the slave trade not brought yellow fever and malaria to the Americas, notes J.R. McNeil, none of the story offered here would have happened. Yellow fever was one of the most important historical influences defining the political, geographic, and demographic arrangements of the Western Hemisphere. The deadly yellow fever virus disembarked in the Americas with African slaves and an imported Aedes breed of mosquito that easily survived the journey on the slave ships, reproducing in the plentiful barrels and pools of water. European slave traders and their human cargo provided ample opportunity for a continuous cycle of viral infection during the voyage until fresh blood could be claimed upon arrival at a foreign port. The Aedes mosquito quickly found its niche and a suitable home in the cheerful climate of its new world, and thrived both in its superiority to domestic species and in its role as a deliverer of suffering and death. A Dutch slaving vessel from West Africa anchoring at Barbados in 1647 introduced yellow fever to the Americas. In less than 2 years, this first definitive outbreak of the disease killed over 6,000 in Barbados. The following year, an outbreak killed 35% of the populations on the islands of Cuba, St. Kitts, and Guadeloupe in 6 months, before slashing its way through Spanish Florida. At Campeche, a struggling Spanish garrison on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, a traumatized tenant recorded the telltale signs of yellow fever, noting that the region was totally laid waste. To the scattered Mayan remnants, the contagion was a great mortality of people in the land, and for our sins. Within 50 years of its arrival, the dreaded black vomit, yellow jack, or saffron scourge, had gone viral, gnawing through Caribbean expanses and the coastal regions of the Americas as far north as Halifax and Quebec City, Canada. The deadly virus first surfaced in British North America courtesy of the Royal Navy in transit from the Caribbean to attack Quebec. Mooring with the flotilla at the port of Boston in 1693, yellow fever sparingly killed only 10% of the 7,000 townsfolk. Predictably, Philadelphia and Charleston were hit later that year, and New York surrendered to yellow fever for the first time in 1702. Prior to the American Revolution, there were at least 30 major yellow fever epidemics in the British North American colonies, striking every major urban center and port on the 1,000-mile stretch of seaboard from Nova Scotia to Georgia. Throughout the Americas, yellow fever became the topic of fear, loathing, and legend, most notably at port cities that operated as the choke points for slaving and trading vessels of all nations. These ships of death ferried mosquito-borne disease across the Western Hemisphere and beyond. New Orleans, Charleston, Philadelphia, Boston, New York, and Memphis had a lengthy list of American cities that would experience deadly yellow fever epidemics. In fact, these were the most lethal epidemics of any disease in American history. The epidemics, coupled with chronic malaria, helped mold the current configuration of the United States. Yellow fever, 3,000 miles removed from its 3,000-year-old ancestral home in West Central Africa, would significantly shape the density of the Americas. Without the African slave trade, however, the transformative influence of this deadly virus in the Americas would have followed an entirely different historical script. Since its origin, slavery has been chained to economic imperialism and a territorial projection of power. This bond has been a common theme in our story as evidenced by the Greeks, Romans, Mongols, and others. In antiquity, however, slavery was indiscriminate. Race, creed, or color was irrelevant. The slaves within the Roman Empire, for example, came from all walks of life and a broad geographic radius, making up roughly 35% of the entire population. Slaves were often criminals, debtors, and prisoners of war. Among peoples across the planet, from the indigenous nations of the Americas to the Maori in New Zealand to the Bantu of Africa, slaves were often a primary motivation for hostility and also one of the leading spoils of war. This form of slavery, while perpetuating a chronic state of small raids, was localized and strictly controlled by codes of conflict and social mores. After a period of servitude, slaves were either killed or, more commonly, fully adopted and integrated into their new tribal family. In Western Asia, impoverished parents often sold their children into servitude. When the Ottomans invaded the Balkans in the late 14th century and closed off the Silk Road to Asian trade, many locals became slaves, toiling on the land they formerly owned. Within the Ottoman army, however, slaves formed elite contingents with rank, privilege, and authority. For the most part, the majority of slaves were often treated as part of the extended family. They were often emancipated. They could not be subjected to corporal punishment. Their offspring could not be enslaved or sold, and they were generally not constrained socially or physically by the bonds of slavery as they were in American plantation slavery. Many slave laws and the social conventions and customs of the ancient world were compassionate, sympathetic, and surprisingly concerned with the well-being and equitable treatment of slaves. In other cultures, slavery was localized and relatively small scale and exhibited none of the tormenting and cruel traits of African chattel slavery. By the 12th century, most of Northern Europe had abandoned the practice of slavery, opting instead for a more refined and complex system of serfdom. With colder climates and shorter growing and toiling seasons, serfs were responsible for their own upkeep, thus saving the landowner money and labor overhead. In simple terms, prior to Columbus, slavery did not resemble the beast that it came to be after the colonization of the Americas. The Africa to America transatlantic slave trading corridor tapped into, extended, and enlarged a pre-existing African slave market, creating a uniquely American industrialized form of transport stock slavery. The Islamic conquest of northern Africa in the 8th century first opened West Africa to an overland slave trading system. Muslim caravan routes crisscrossed the Sahara Desert, transporting slaves from West Africa to southern Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. African eunuchs became a favorite prized possession of the Chinese imperial court. By 1300, as many as 20,000 West Africans a year were being shuttled northward by both Muslim and Christian traffickers, often working in unison. With the arrival of true European colonialism between 1418 and 1452, under the Portuguese Prince Henry the Navigator, this region would become the hub of origin for the transatlantic slave trade. Prince Henry kicked off the age of exploration with his voyages to the archipelagos of the Azores, Madeira, and the Canary Islands, and his ventures along the Atlantic shoreline of northwestern Africa. The Portuguese continued to creep southward along this coast until Bartolomeu Dias rounded the Cape of Good Hope at the tip of Africa, reaching the Indian Ocean in 1488. By the time Vasco da Gama finally reached India in 1498, the Portuguese African slave trade was in full swing, as was the corresponding dissemination of mosquitoes and malaria. Both mosquitoes and their diseases accompanied the slave trading voyages or were transported within the blood of the African slaves themselves to their final destinations. When Columbus finally pushed the western limits of the known world, 100,000 African slaves had been snatched from their homelands and accounted for 3% of Portugal's entire population. The first Portuguese slave port in West Africa was active by 1442. Sugar and slaves were imported from Africa to the plantation colonies on Madeira, which became the harbinger and model for the prototypical colonial slave economy and plantation system in the New World. During this time, Columbus himself had lived on the island of Madeira and married the daughter of the governor, a beneficiary of this newfound plantation wealth. Columbus also worked as a sugar runner for an Italian shipping company and frequented the slave forts of West Africa. Columbus had an appreciation for the European model of African mining and plantation slavery. He exported this system to the Americas as part of his own personal Columbian exchange. His initial voyages prompted Spain to officially establish slave forts in West Africa in 1501. The English began competing at the grisly slave game by 1593. As Anthony Wilde illuminates in his book on the history of coffee, Columbus was at the crest of the black slave wave that was to crash onto the shores of the New World, bringing first sugar, then coffee in its wake. The Grim Reaper also rode on this tidal wave, masquerading as African mosquitoes, malaria, dengue, and yellow fever. By and large, until the eventual painstaking mass export production of Indonesian-grown cinchona quinine by the Dutch, beginning in the 1850s, the mosquito kept Europeans out of Africa. The cinchona tree is persnickety about altitude, temperature, and soil type. It will grow only in very strict and specific environments. This limited, expensive supply opened the door for numerous quinine shams and imposters to flood the market, feigning to meet the massive demand. William H. McNeill reiterates that the penetration of the interior of Africa that became a prominent feature of Europe's expansion in the second half of the 19th century would have been impossible without quinine from the Dutch plantations. Armed with this transplanted quinine, the Imperial European scramble for Africa began in 1880 and straddled the decades of the First World War. Quinine was not a panacea, however, as yellow fever continued to stalk Europeans who dared enter the wilds of Africa. The cinchona tree is finicky when it comes to altitude, temperature, and soil type. It will grow only in very specific environments, which made the quinine-producing bark extremely rare and expensive. In the 1850s, on the colony of Indonesia, the Dutch initiated the first successful cinchona plantations outside of small isolated pockets in the South American Andes Mountains. Britain and America quickly became the primary importers of the valuable and life-saving cinchona quinine grown across the Dutch East Indies. Such was the fate of Belgian King Leopold II's mad enterprise to exploit the Congo between 1885 and 1908. convincing the international community that his main objectives were humanitarian and philanthropic, Leopold was given absolute title and rule over the Congo Free State. He made a personal fortune in ivory, rubber, and gold, while subjecting local populations to unspeakable and widespread atrocities. Polish-British author Joseph Conrad served as captain on a Belgian steamer shuttling valuable cargo on the Congo River. His 1899 novella, Heart of Darkness, is a semi-fictional account of his adventures, including his near-death experiences from malaria and yellow fever. His book raised questions about imperial racism while also igniting international outcry over Belgian cruelty and carnage. Roughly 10 million Africans died as a direct result of Leopold's policies and rule. His European traders and mercenaries fared no better, with reports from his Congo indicating that there are only 7% who can do their 3-year service. Prior to the intensification of Dutch-Indonesian cinchona plantations permitting the African scramble of the 1880s, however, mosquito-borne diseases firewalled European meddling and intrusion in Africa. Any attempt by Europeans to penetrate the interior of the continent to capture slaves, construct gold mines, exploit economic resources, or spread the word of their god was met by an impenetrable perimeter of lethal mosquito defenders. These expeditions ended in failure, with European death rates consistently between 80% and 90%. For Europeans, Africa was nothing short of a death sentence. During the 16th century, for example, the Portuguese monarchy was accused by the Vatican of violating the ban on the execution of immoral Catholic priests by banishing the criminal clergymen to Africa, knowing that within a short time they would be dead. Sir Patrick Manson, a pioneer of malariology and often recognized as the father of tropical medicine, saluted the mosquito in 1907 and confirmed that the Cerberus that guards the African continent, its secrets, its mystery, and its treasure is disease, which I would liken to an insect. For the indigenous peoples of the Americas, mosquito-borne disease functioned as an offensive European biological weapon. For Africans, however, it was a defensive European biological deterrent. For the initial 3 centuries of global European expansion, Africa remained the dark continent. For the British, the mosquito's reign of terror earned Africa the title, the white man's grave. Europeans could sparsely occupy little more than crude slave forts called barracoons. Even these were boneyards. It is estimated that annual European mortality rates in these West African shoreline slave centers hovered around 50%. When civilized nations come into contact with barbarians, wrote Charles Darwin in 1871, the struggle is short, except where a deadly climate gives its aid to the native race. Substitute climate with mosquito-borne disease. The mosquito safeguarded Africa and was both a killer and a savior. An early king of Madagascar rightly boasted that no foreign power could defeat the dense forests and crushing malarial fever of his country. The mosquito, he said, had saved not only his motherland, but Africa as a whole. This statement would have held true if not for the collusion of Africans with European goals and objectives. The willingness of Africans to participate in the slave trade in Africa allowed it to flourish. Africans delivered fellow Africans into the clutches of European subjugation and servitude, something the mosquito made impossible for Europeans to do themselves. The mosquito would not allow Europeans to pluck Africans from their homelands. Without African slavery, New World mercantilist plantation economics would have failed. Quinine would not have been discovered, and Africa would have remained African. The entire Columbian exchange would have been vastly different, or perhaps not have occurred at all. As it was, however, the Portuguese, and eventually the Spanish, English, French, Dutch, and other Europeans were able to tap into the existing internal African slave culture that revolved around captives of war. Africans initially sold their captives to the Portuguese, and a small, localized slave trade emerged. Originally, It generally operated under the cultural umbrella of customary and conventional African slavery. By exploiting this traditional feuding among African nations and social networks, Europeans were able to introduce a vastly different form of captive slavery, one of bulk commercial export. African leaders and monarchs began raiding traditional enemies and allies alike, solely for the purpose of capturing slaves to sell at a growing number of slave forts on the coast, operated by an increasingly broad range of European nationalities. The European demand was met by an African supply of African slaves. The cycle of coastal African violence and slave raids continued to intensify and ultimately penetrated the interior of what became known by its primary exports as the Slave Coast, the Gold Coast, or the Ivory Coast. With the European discovery of the Americas, the near annihilation of its indigenous people by disease, and the desire to export and expand the Portuguese sugar plantation system of Madeira to other cash crops, the African transatlantic slave trade was fully charged. The floodgates were opened, and the Mosquito was swept up in these history-making currents, thanks to the trade winds stretching from Africa to the Americas. Columbus secured for Spain the prestigious honor of being the first to transport African slaves, foreign mosquitoes, and malaria to the New World. Although starting out as a trickle, as indigenous manpower declined, the importation of African slaves became a steady and ever-rising stream of human trafficking. As Spanish extraction colonies proved increasingly profitable, thriving manpower meant more raw materials, which equated to more money. African genetic immunities and seasoning resistance to malaria, yellow fever, dengue, and other mosquito-borne diseases simply made them more productive. Where others died on the mosquito-infested plantations, they survived. Africans lived to produce profit, thereby becoming profitable themselves. For early European settlers, however, it was essentially playing Russian roulette with mosquitoes loaded with malaria and yellow fever. It was a personal gamble at the game of life. Nevertheless, despite the danger and high death rates from mosquito-borne diseases to the European owners and overseers themselves, these profits fueled the extraordinary growth of the plantation slave economy in the Americas. At the height of the slave trade in the mid-18th century, the French and English were each importing over 40,000 slaves a year. This uptick in tempo of African slavery in the late 17th and early 18th centuries was directly tied to the mosquito. African slaves withstood her wrath and became a hot commodity because of their genetic defenses to mosquito-borne disease. The extensive hereditary evolution of Africans was shaped by their homeland and their local environments in Africa. Mother Nature never intended for nor factored in the Columbian exchange of Africans, mosquitoes, and their diseases. In this sense, Africans and these elements of their natural environment were imported to the Americas as one cohesive, interdependent unit. In an unforeseen genetic but nevertheless cruel, biting twist of mosquito-driven irony, these African traits of natural selection against mosquito-borne diseases ensured their survival, which ensured their enslavement. On a far more lethal scale, during the Columbian exchange, Africans brought their complex and highly evolved man-mosquito disease relationship with them. When sugar, cocoa, and coffee arrived from Africa, as the staple plantation cash crops in the New World, the cycle of this imported African ecosystem to the Americas was complete. Only after a significant African slave trade was established did the British-American New World disease environment begin to resemble that of tropical West Africa, assert professors of disease economics Robert Maguire and Philip Kello. The changed environment made the American South a pest house, and the New World's tropics a graveyard for Europeans. For African mosquitoes, their new home, despite being half a world away, seemed indistinguishable from the one they had left, and native mosquitoes quickly adapted to their new surroundings. Africa was transplanted to the Americas complete with the appendages of year-round malaria, dengue, and yellow fever. Karl Marx chastised this early displaced colonial capitalism in 1848 with the admonition, "You believe, perhaps, gentlemen, that the production of coffee and sugar is the natural destiny of the West Indies. 2 centuries ago, nature, which does not trouble herself about commerce, had planted neither sugarcane nor coffee trees there. Notwithstanding Marx's observations of the natural world order and his disdain for the bourgeoisie, the basis for this wholesale forced relocation and capitalist system was still African slaves. As the demand for coffee and sugar, and its waste product molasses, used to distill rum, grew, so too did the importation of Africans. Coffee cultivation was complementary to sugar, not in competition with it. By 1820, the Portuguese colony of Brazil was importing 45,000 slaves a year, where coffee and sugar profits hovered between 400% and 500% on upfront investments. During this same period, sugar and coffee accounted for 70% of Brazil's total economy. It is not surprising that Brazil was the leading destination for African slaves, accounting for an astonishing 40%, or 5 to 6 million people, of the entire transatlantic slave trade. By the end of the 18th century, coffee was being grown in suitable locations across the Western Hemisphere, from Portuguese Brazil to English Jamaica and Spanish Cuba, Costa Rica and Venezuela, to French Martinique and Haiti. To fuel the European mercantilist economies, including the coffee, sugar, tobacco, and cocoa plantation colonies in the Americas, over 15 million Africans were transported across the middle passages of the Atlantic and arrived alive at plantation and mining destinations in the Western Hemisphere. Another 10 million died between their abduction and the port of Terminus in the New World, while an additional 5 million Africans were marched across the Sahara Desert to be sold in the slave bazaars of Cairo, Damascus, Baghdad, and Istanbul. In total, roughly 30 million people were stolen from West Central Africa during the slave trade to produce profit for their masters. In colonies across the Americas, these African slaves, the accumulation of plantation wealth, and the preservation of imperial authority were inseparable from the Mosquito. With the voyages of Columbus and his swashbuckling conquistadors, Spain got in on the ground floor of this capitalist opportunity in the Americas. Seeing as Spain arrived first, disease quickly carved out a mighty Spanish overseas empire. By 1600, Spanish mining settlements and plantation colonies stretched across South and Central America, the Caribbean islands, to the southern United States. Spanish imperialism had two advantages over other contending European nations. First, some Spaniards, especially those from the southern coast, had genetic immunity to vivax malaria through G6PD-D, favism, and thalassemia. Second, the fact that the Spanish were the first also meant they were the first to be seasoned to New World malaria and yellow fever. Partial immunity to malaria is the result of repeated infections. This curse and blessing, however, takes time. Of the 2,100 Spaniards who accompanied Columbus to colonial stations, for example, by the end of his last voyage, only 300 remained alive. For thirsty mosquitoes and her malaria parasites, the blood of the initial Spanish explorers and that of freshly arrived pioneers were open for business. Early Spanish conquistadors bushwhacked their way through unmapped tropical landscapes, clutching a sword in one hand and swatting mosquitoes with the other. Europeans in the New World tropics and the southern United States were marked with a mosquito-mobilizing bullseye. Prior to 1600, Spain dominated the New World, reaped the economic benefits of its sugar and tobacco plantation colonies, and controlled the profits of the African slave trade. Eventually, Spanish settlers, traders, soldiers, and their slaves who permanently settled in the Americas built up an acquired immunity to malaria and yellow fever. The envious nations of England and France jealously coveted Spain's preeminent place in colonial commerce. By the early 17th century, after a rocky start and a period of trial and error, England and France, with luck and pluck, doggedly forged their own exploitive economic empires in the New World. European susceptibility to malaria and yellow fever in the Caribbean was observed by a traveling French missionary who noted that, Of 10 men that go to the islands from each nationality, 4 English die, 3 French, 3 Dutch, 3 Danes, and 1 Spaniard. This observation reaffirms the lengthier Spanish colonial occupation, their genetic immunities, and their more robust disease seasoning in the New World when contrasted with other, more recent European arrivals. This early ethnic mapping of the Americas by mosquito cartographers can still be seen today. The introduction of mosquito-borne diseases, according to Maguire and Coelho, served to eliminate substantial numbers of Europeans from the sugar-producing regions of the New World tropics, resulting in present-day populations in the former Caribbean colonies of Britain, France, and Holland that are primarily of African origins. The former colonies of Spain, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Santo Domingo are exceptions. These islands have retained a substantial European contingent. During the 17th and 18th centuries, nearly half of all Europeans who ventured into Caribbean waters were killed by a mosquito-borne disease. The need and demand for African slaves became strikingly clear. During the first 2 centuries of industrial slavery in the Americas, slaves imported directly from Africa fetched top dollar. Direct African imports cost 3 times more than a European indentured servant, and double an indigenous slave. Africans who had proved themselves locally immune and seasoned to New World mosquito-borne disease were of the highest value, twice that of an imported, as yet untried African. Over time, however, with local homegrown reproduction and the banning of the slave trade, genetic immunities decreased among country-born slave populations. Britain banned the slave trade in 1807, the United States capitulated the following year, and Spain relented in 1811. The import of new slaves to these countries or their colonies directly from Africa was outlawed. And yet, slave populations continued to grow. One repulsively common feature of slavery was the rampant sexual abuse of women at the hands of their masters. After all, the legal definition coded that any offspring born to a slave was automatically and legally born into slavery. Given the perversely high upfront cost of purchasing a slave, rape was a surefire as well as sadistically satisfying way to acquire slaves free of charge. These sexual transgressions, emotionally and physically torturous for the victims, also had severe biological consequences. The interracial sex and genetic exchange resulted in the gradual loss of Duffy negativity and sickle cell immunities, especially in the southern United States. The result was a much larger percentage and ever-creeping ratio of non-immune American-born slaves. Malaria was now attacking country-born slaves in greater number, altering the place of Africans within the bogus racial constructs of social Darwinism. Ignorant of the debilitating indicators of malaria, Americans now deemed Africans to be listless and lazy. The loss of hereditary immunity had unforeseen and lasting consequences. This increasing susceptibility to mosquito-borne diseases, as we will encounter during the American Civil War, also equated to higher death rates, which fueled the demand for more and increasingly expensive slaves. Given that the slave trade was illegal and the British Royal Navy was diligently patrolling the West African coast, forced breeding and plantation rape became not only extremely lucrative but also exceedingly common. The standard of slavery, the growing number of those chained to servitude, and the callous means to produce this swelling population, however, invited insurrection. Attempting to keep one step ahead of slave revolts and domestic racial conflict, beginning in the mid-19th century, the United States and Britain shipped freed Africans to the colonies of Sierra Leone and Liberia in West Africa. Having been born outside of Africa and lacking genetic immunities, within the first year of residence, 4 out of every 10 of these relocated former slaves died of mosquito-borne disease, with half of their non-African overseers suffering the same fate. The mosquito provoked history to unfold in mysterious and macabre ways. Her insurance of the African slave trade is certainly one of her more sinister historical influences and cruel manipulations during the Columbian Exchange. African resistance to many mosquito-borne diseases helped fashion the hierarchy of races. with long and far-reaching implications, slavery and its legacy of racism. This immunity was used to scientifically and legally justify African slavery in the southern United States, factoring into the multiple causes of the American Civil War, during which time the mosquito went on a feeding frenzy. Historian Andrew McIlwain Bell points out that prior to the Civil War, abolitionists believed that Southerners were smote by ominous yellow fever epidemics as divine punishment for the sin of slavery, and argued, correctly as it turns out, that the malady was a consequence of the slave trade. Undeniably, the slave trade was the direct cause of yellow fever and its towering influence in the Americas. Historically, despite the presence of suitable mosquitoes, Asia and the Pacific Rim, for example, have been completely pardoned from yellow fever. Given that the Far East did not deal in the African slave trade, the renowned killer of yellow fever never materialized as it did across the intersected circles of the Columbian Exchange. While other mosquito-borne diseases, such as malaria, dengue, and filariasis, were endemic, this absence of yellow fever diminished the mosquito's historical influence across the Asian-Pacific expanse. In the Americas, however, these same diseases were leading agents of history. Malaria and yellow fever had evicted and emptied indigenous peoples from large swaths of land. European settlers clamored to occupy these same vacant, mosquito-infested and compromised regions. Charles Mann notes that, after malaria and yellow fever, these previously salubrious areas became inhospitable. Their former inhabitants fled to safer lands. Europeans who moved into the emptied real estate often did not survive 1 year. Even today, the places where European colonists couldn't survive are much poorer than places Europeans found more healthful. The southern British American colonies, for example, were no country for old men, or rather for men who wished to become old, writes Peter McCandless in his study of disease in Low Country America. Observers often noted how quickly people aged and died. Along with the human migrants came their microbes, funneled through the tiny Charleston Peninsula into the continent like an injection from a hypodermic needle. Colonists in the South were ruined, as one resident noted, by the numerous fevers which every summer and autumn so generally prevail. Much to the chagrin of investors, the southern colonies and eventually the southern United States quickly gained an unwelcoming reputation as realms of mosquito-borne disease. Countless diaries, letters, and journals echo the observation of a German missionary who noted that these regions are, in the spring, a paradise, in the summer, a hell, and in the autumn, a hospital. While the American colonies offered early European settlers a new life and financial opportunities in the form of land, it also offered them the opportunity for an early grave, courtesy of the mosquito. The British colony of South Carolina, for instance, was shredded by yellow fever and malaria. Prior to 1750, in its hardest-hit regions of rice and indigo plantations, an astonishing 86% of European American babies died before they reached the age of 20, with 35% dying before the age of 5. A typical youthful South Carolina couple married in 1750 represents the norm. Of their 16 children, only 6 survived into adulthood. In the southern colonies, wealth was spent quickly on lavish lifestyles. You can't take money to the grave, and theirs was a live, fast, die-young existence. Alternatively, those who could afford it retreated to their northern abodes during the sickly season. A ship captain recounted to his passengers headed for Charleston, South Carolina, that on a previous voyage to the city in 1684, of the 32 vigorous Puritans he transported from Plymouth Colony, within a year only 2 remained alive. His alarmed audience ordered him to turn the ship around. Such was the fate of a Franco-Spanish invasion fleet that was beaten back by a yellow fever epidemic in the late summer of 1706 during Queen Anne's War. Charleston's reputation as a center of malaria and yellow fever is not surprising. It is estimated that 40% of the current African American population are descendants of slaves who entered through the port of Charleston with their imported mosquito-borne diseases, Although English privateer turned full pirate Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard, blockaded the port of Charleston in 1718, he kept his fleet anchored at a distance for fear of Yellowjack. He did stop all vessels leaving or entering the port, holding the passengers, including a group of prominent residents, for ransom aboard their own ships. The dreaded pirate Blackbeard, however, was not after valuables or treasure. His instructions were simple. He would release the hostages and depart peacefully when all the medicine in Charleston was safely aboard his ship, Queen Anne's Revenge. His rotten, swashbuckling crew was festering with mosquito-borne disease. Within a few days, his demands were met by the frightened citizens of Charleston. When the chests of drugs were furnished, Blackbeard honored his word. He released all ships and captives without harm, albeit only after relieving them of their valuables and fine festoons and frocks. While Charleston was a buzzing hive of mosquito-borne disease, thanks in part to its trading in slaves, it was not flying solo in the Columbian exchange of colonial British America. Stepping back, Charleston's preeminent status as a slave port, a den of malaria and yellow fever, and a lair of death was the direct result of the sprawling British settlement, plantation, and slavery patterns on the Atlantic coast, stemming from the first successful colony at Jamestown. The 1607 British settlement at Jamestown, Virginia, as we will discover, was awash with mosquitoes, disease, misery, and death. Its sister colony, raised at Plymouth by the Puritans in 1620, fared no better. These inaugural British satellites set the precedent for and initiated the sequence of mosquito-influenced historical events that spawned the 13 colonies in the United States. British settler societies in the Americas were also colonized by mosquitoes and their malaria and yellow fever. Daring settlers, powerless slaves, and instinct-driven mosquitoes were all lead actors in their own tragedy they helped write. For the Americas, the rabbit hole dug by the connection between the mosquito and slavery is deep and dark. As the accidental conquerors of the Columbian Exchange, mosquitoes and slavery transformed every aspect of the United States from Pocahontas and Jamestown to the politics and prejudice of the present day. Poor Matawaka. The 11-year-old daughter of Chief Powhatan would hardly recognize herself in the fictional plot of her star-crossed romance with John Smith unfolding on the screen in the 1995 Walt Disney animated movie. Her cinematic caricature looks more like a voluptuous Kim Kardashian look-alike than a prepubescent indigenous girl. The well-preserved and prevailing mythology that surrounds the English colony of Jamestown, John Smith, and the youthful Matawaka, known to history and Hollywood as Pocahontas, allows for these fabricated narratives to persist. The name John Smith is synonymous with the lore of the founding of Jamestown and the misrepresented frontier glamour of America. As it turns out, he was really just a shameless self-promoter. Smith was the architect of so much disinformation, personal propaganda, and outright deceit that it is hard to take his 5 autobiographies, published in less than 18 years, seriously. According to his own testimony of Wild Tales, Smith's fanciful adventures began when he was orphaned at 13. By the time he was a mere 26 years old, he had fought the Spanish in the Netherlands, spent months living in a lean-to, immersing himself in Machiavelli, Plato, and the classics, before becoming a pirate on the Mediterranean and Adriatic seas. He went on to act as a spy in Hungary, lighting torches on mountaintops to signal the approach of the Ottoman enemy, and continued to battle the Turks in Transylvania, Romania, where he was captured and sold into slavery. He escaped this bondage when he cunningly murdered his tormentor by, as he claims, beating out his brains, wearing the dead. Man's clothes. Smith wandered across Russia, France, and Morocco, where he returned to piracy, raiding Spanish ships off West Africa. Eventually, in 1604, he drifted home to England. 2 years later, Smith enlisted for the Jamestown expedition that set sail for Virginia in December 1606. That, my friends, is the epitome of youth gone wild, and one hell of a way to spend 13 years. Most experts agree that John Smith was a con man and a fraud. None, however, doubts that he was fleetingly familiar with Pocahontas during his 2-year tarriance at the miserable mosquito-infested colony of Jamestown. It is true that Smith made peace with the Powhatan upon the establishment of Jamestown in May 1607 to secure much-needed provisions and to keep the vastly outnumbered colonists from being annihilated in this extremely lopsided balance of power. In December, Smith was captured while foraging for food and brought before Chief Powhatan. What happened next remains the stuff of legend. Smith claims that after running the gauntlet of club-wielding warriors, he was to be put to death in the central longhouse, but only after a great feast was held in his honor. An 11-year-old Pocahontas intervened. "At the minute of my execution," boasted Smith, "she hazarded the beating out of her own brains to save mine. And not only that, but so prevailed with her father, that I was safely conducted to Jamestown, where I found about 38 miserable poor and sick creatures. The allegedly smitten Pocahontas then brought him so much provision that saved many of their lives, that else for all this had starved with hunger." Since its first publication in 1624, Smith's account has also been put through a rigorous academic gauntlet and has buckled under the immense weight of research. There are numerous problems with his story. The first is timing. Smith's earliest report in 1608, written a few months after his abduction, contains no trace or hint of his later story of rescue by a lovesick Indian princess. In fact, he claims that they first became acquainted some months after his capture. He does, however, mention the great feast followed by a long conversation with Chief Powhatan, or good words, and great platters of sundry victuals, as he put it. This testimony was written for a private audience, and therefore, unlike in his ego and profit-driven autobiographies, there was no obvious need to embellish or exaggerate what actually happened. We later find out through his memoirs that the undersized and homely Smith relished the storyline of being rescued by a besotted maiden, for this scenario plays out on 4 separate occasions. Second, culturally, the Powhatan did not hold feasts for prisoners of war prior to execution, nor were children like Pocahontas allowed to be present at official banquets. Trapped in his own lies, Smith got the traditional practices of the Powhatan completely backward. Anthropologist Helen Roundtree, who has published a dozen books on the topic, argues, "None of the story fits the culture. Big meals are for honored guests, not criminals to be executed. It's hard to see them killing an intelligence asset." Smith was run through the gauntlet and honored with a feast, not because he was going to be killed by Chief Powhatan, but because, as the leader of Jamestown, he was being initiated and adopted by the Powhatan as a medium for trade and peace with the English settlers. Pocahontas was absent and irrelevant. Smith would rewrite this history with her inclusion only after she became a household name. Not to be bested in a contest for fame with John Rolfe, who was the true English husband of Pocahontas, John Smith put the finishing touches on his romantic tale as an early American idol only after she had attained celebrity status in England in 1616. He creatively exploited her newfound notoriety to increase his own. Disney would have us believe that Jamestown, though a fledgling settlement, was a peaceful and promising one. In its vision, Pocahontas and Smith run barefoot through the utopian natural splendor of the New World, frolicking in its idyllic waterfalls. In truth, the situation at Jamestown was a cannibalistic, mosquito-ravaged mess. The early, improvident colonists were devoured by malaria. It was reported that a first-wave settler was burned at the stake for murdering and cooking his pregnant wife during the winter of 1609 to 1610, known as the Starving Time. Although Jamestown teetered on the precipice of disaster, unlike previous English attempts at colonization, including the legendary lost colony of Roanoke, it managed to survive thanks to tobacco and, eventually, African slavery. It was not John Smith, but rather John Rolfe, who in 1610 planted the seeds for the United States of America. Tobacco seeds, that is. The English, who would eventually dominate the North American continent, were a late arrival to the Columbian Exchange and its mercantilist enterprises. When John Smith purportedly met the innocent, cartwheeling Pocahontas at Jamestown in 1607, other Europeans had already left footprints on half of what are now the 48 states of the continental United States. By the time the English and French finally entered the cutthroat colonial land grab in the Americas in the early 17th century, the Spanish had been playing solitaire for a century and had fleshed out a mighty southern empire, laying waste to thriving indigenous civilizations in the process. Left with limited territorial options, the first English and French colonies in Canada and the northeast corner of the United States offered little in the way of economic potential. Although spirited mobs of hungry mosquitoes plagued these early settlements in Newfoundland and Quebec, they were too northerly for disease-carrying species. These initial English and French outposts were also too inhospitable for the cash crops of tobacco, sugar, coffee, and cocoa that filled the Spanish coffers. Once these two European contenders secured a fragile foothold, they craved expansion and extractive colonies to reap the benefits of the rich resources and the lands of plenty afforded by the Americas. The economic mercantilist system was beckoning, and inroads needed to be made into the lower tropics of the Western Hemisphere through colonization or conquest to secure profitable slave labor plantations. Following a shaky start, the French and British eventually challenged Spain's monopoly of the Caribbean in a steady stream of colonial wars that reshuffled the territorial spoils of the Americas. These imperialistic forays, fought against the backdrop of the maturing Columbian Exchange, were decided by waves of mosquitoes and their imported reapers of malaria and yellow fever. The early experimental settlements of both the French and English were consumed by desolation and disease, including their own imported and smuggled malaria, with many settlements disappearing or abandoned in the face of attacks from indigenous peoples, an absence of resupply, and a relentless parade of death. The mosquito actively dictated European imperial designs and settlement patterns in the Americas. The French had been mucking around the northeastern coast and penetrated the St. Lawrence River region of Kanata, beginning with Jacques Cartier's 3 expeditions between 1534 and 1542. Nothing permanent came of it until 1608, when Samuel de Champlain set up his fur-trading headquarters at Quebec City. New France was not an attractive destination for settlers. The French presence in North America was kindled by a handful of young French adventurers who sought out peaceful relations with the indigenous Algonquian and Huron peoples to trade in furs. The French fur trade quickly expanded and soon monopolized the St. Lawrence River Valley and the Great Lakes region. The number of assimilated French traders, however, remained small. By the beginning of the 18th century, the French had established a series of isolated but interconnected military garrisons and fur trading outposts arching from the Atlantic maritime shores of Canada and the United States, west down the St. Lawrence River across the Great Lakes corridor, and then south through the Mississippi River Delta to the Gulf of Mexico at New Orleans. The French population of this vast horseshoe belt of New France, consisting of immigrants, those born in country, and émigrés, the offspring of French men and indigenous women, was meager, counting only 20,000 by the year 1700. Young men with no prospects and other forgotten members of French society made up the bulk of French immigrants. Natural colonial population growth was minimal as French women were in short supply. It became common practice for French fur traders to take an indigenous wife and assimilate into indigenous societies. In time, this petite French population was at an economic and military disadvantage when competing with more robust British and Spanish colonial populations. As a remedy, the French crown coerced 800 single women between the ages of 15 and 30, called the King's Daughters, to make the journey to Quebec City and New Orleans. The crown paid their passage and gave them supplies and money as a dowry. Given the dearth of females in New France, this wedding gift to their new husbands might have been an unnecessary complimentary bonus. The initial French Empire was restricted to North America. The fur trade did not require large numbers of Frenchmen, or any African slaves for that matter. Indigenous peoples furnished the manual labor, trapped and harvested the animals, primarily beaver, and delivered the furs in exchange for guns, metal goods, and glass beads. Given the French fancy for furs and the diminutive and assimilated French population, the local indigenous peoples held the balance of power. Farther south, in French Louisiana, however, the Mosquito and the trickle of French immigration kept settler populations relatively small and scattered. When the city of New Orleans gained official title in 1718, yellow fever and malaria were already permanent residents in the region, and the French population of the entire Louisiana territory numbered a mere 700. The French colony at New Orleans was the epicenter for yellow fever and malaria epidemics that raced up and down the Gulf Coast and the Mississippi River, wiping out numerous fledgling French settlements. New Orleans, with its cavalcade of endemic malaria and epidemics of vampiric yellow fever, was also doomed by the Mosquito to fail. As a vital port, New Orleans was crucial to French economic designs. But as a place to live, New Orleans was a sinking, hurricane-pounded coastal swamp, drowning in mosquito-borne disease. Needing the French settlement at New Orleans to survive, the Mississippi Company arranged for French male prisoners to be set free on the conditions that they marry prostitutes and embark for New Orleans. These newly married couples were chained together until their vessels reached open waters. Between 1719 and 1721, 3 shipments of these altogether strange bedfellows were transplanted to New Orleans, where it was anticipated they would breed a new country-born, seasoned population. Despite the Mosquito's best efforts, New Orleans and its handful of disease-seasoned settlers survived, and the port city became the entry point and epicenter for numerous catastrophic epidemics of mosquito-borne disease, chiefly yellow fever that surged up and down the Mississippi River with historic consequences. Aside from the subsistence farming encircling New Orleans, mosquito-borne disease restricted any sizable sugar or tobacco plantation colonies. Small-scale indigenous slavery began in 1706 and was quickly replaced by African slavery, at first by raiding Spanish ships, and subsequently by direct import from Africa. The number of African slaves in New Orleans was small, as subjugation proved difficult. Slaves frequently escaped, revolted, fled to the swamps, or were adopted by local indigenous nations. By 1720, the Louisiana Territory had 2,000 African slaves, and twice that number of free Africans. Sugar found a home in Louisiana only as a consequence of the 1791 Mosquito-sponsored slave revolt and independence movement led by Toussaint Louverture on the French colony of Haiti, which was then the largest sugar producer in the world. Importing the Haitian model, the first sugar plantation was finally established in Louisiana Territory in 1795, shortly before its purchase in 1803 by United States President Thomas Jefferson. While the early northern colonial schemes of France purposefully tiptoed around the mighty Spanish Empire to the south, England had other strategic designs. The inner circle and financiers surrounding Queen Elizabeth I, who reigned from 1558 to 1603, were clamoring for a taste of the overseas wealth being gobbled up by Spain. In addition, newly Protestant England, as ordained by Elizabeth's father, King Henry VIII, and his 1534 Act of Supremacy, had a pious philanthropic duty to save those wretched people. The people of America cry out unto us to bring unto them the glad tidings of the gospel. Catholic Spain, they argued, had already converted many millions of infidels, and in reward, their God had opened the bottomless treasures of the riches. Spain was basking in the opulent waters of the Americas, while England was confined to outrageous common and daily piracies. As an antidote to this unequal balance of world power and profit, Elizabeth let loose, to be legal privateers in her service, 2 of the most famous pirates and merchants of terror, Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh. During their swashbuckling adventures in the Americas, both buccaneers and soldiers of fortune would square off against and be repeatedly bested by the greatest and most gifted menace the world has ever known, the Mosquito. Following in the wake of Ferdinand Magellan's global circumnavigation from 1519 to 1522, Drake embarked on his own world tour between 1577 and 1580. He pillaged Spanish treasure ships and colonies along his merry way, seizing today's equivalent of $115 million in plunder. Drake's booty makes him the second richest pirate of all time, trailing Samuel Black Sam Bellamy by roughly $5 million. He rounded South America and headed north along the Pacific shores of the Americas. After a respite at Drake's Bay/Point Reyes, 30 miles north of San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge, Drake spun west across the Pacific. At the expense of the Spanish crown, the extremely wealthy privateer eventually found his way home to Plymouth, England. Spain was becoming increasingly angered by English and Dutch high seas piracy on both sides of the Atlantic and by English Protestant interference in the Spanish Netherlands. When war between Catholic Spain and Protestant England and her Dutch Reformed allies finally erupted in 1585, the recently knighted Drake would not be denied the spoils of war. Always the shrewd and cunning opportunist, he convinced Queen Elizabeth to appoint him head of a grand expedition to launch a preemptive strike on the money-spinning Spanish Caribbean colonies. For El Drake, as he was known in Spain, fame, glory, and riches awaited, steered by an immense pirate fleet legally authorized by his virgin queen, Elizabeth. Prior to crossing the Atlantic to impeach the Spanish king in the Indies, Drake made a brief stop to plunder the Portuguese Cape Verde Islands off the coast of West Africa, unsuspectingly taking on an uninvited and fatal fugitive. As he launched his fleet toward the Caribbean, falcipa rum malaria soon began to atrophy his crews. "We were not many days at sea," Drake recorded in the ship log, "but there began among our people such mortalities, as in a few days there were dead above 200 and 300 men. He also mentions that the deathly fever did not begin until some 7 or 8 days after our coming from Santiago, and then seized our people with extreme hot burning and continual aigues, whereof very few escaped with life." Drake's fleet was shrouded with malaria prior to its arrival in the Caribbean, and the Mosquito captained his fruitless 6-week campaign. "The Caribbean," wrote English trader Henry Hawkes, "is inclined to many kind of diseases, by reason of the great heat, and a certain gnat or fly which they call a mosquito, which biteth both men and women, with some venomous worm. And this mosquito or gnat doth most follow such as are newly come into the country. Many there are that die of this annoyance." Indeed, Hawkes's mosquito and malarial worm forced Drake and his newcomers back to England. The Mosquito having coerced Drake and his pirates of the Caribbean to abort their mission, Drake quickly realized, "Whoso is then abroad in the open air shall certainly be infected with death." Seeking redress and reluctant to head home empty-handed, in the spring of 1586, he ransacked the vulnerable Spanish colony at St. Augustine, Florida, transplanting another malaria epidemic to the local indigenous Timucua people for good measure. Drake mentions that the Timucua, "at first coming to our men, died very fast, and said amongst themselves, it was the English God that made them die so fast." Only 21 years after the Spanish founded St. Augustine in 1565, in the oldest continuously inhabited European settlement in the United States, a mere 20% of the pre-contact Timucua population survived. After raiding St. Augustine, Drake charted north toward Roanoke, South Carolina, where his fellow pirating privateer, Sir Walter Raleigh, had financed a now floundering colony. Drake had ample space to accommodate all the surviving first-wave colonists of Roanoke for passage back to England. Of Drake's original crew of 2,300, only 800 were fit for service. 950 had already perished from the ague, and another 550 lay sick or dying. the Mosquito repulsed Drake's first attempt to plant the English flag in the Americas. For Queen Elizabeth, colonization of the Caribbean or the hijacking of Spanish settlements would have to wait for the time being. After receiving a conqueror's welcome at home, Drake was promoted to Vice Admiral of the English fleet, which convincingly defeated the invading Spanish Armada in 1588. This resounding victory propelled him to national hero status. He used the notoriety to obtain official license to resurrect his mosquito-bitten piracy and his forays against Spanish Caribbean colonies that he had started a decade earlier. Although war with Spain was still ongoing, England held the advantage after their defeat of the Armada. A weakened Spain meant that her valuable Caribbean colonies were compromised. Who better to undertake this marauding mission than the dreaded pirate El Drake? In 1595, he set his sights on San Juan, Puerto Rico, to establish the first permanent English settlement in the Caribbean. General Anopheles and her resilient Spanish allies quickly ended this imperialist dream and Drake's life. Within a few weeks of Drake's arrival, malaria had reduced his crew by 25%, which was magnified by a disastrous round of dysentery. After the unsuccessful siege of San Juan, and with Drake and his men in the throes of this combined epidemic, he anchored in Mosquito Gulf, aptly named in October 1502 by Columbus during his fourth and final voyage, not far from the present-day northern entrance to the Panama Canal. In January 1596, Drake succumbed to this lethal blend of malaria and dysentery. He was buried at sea. Responsible for Drake's defeat and death, the Mosquito again dashed English colonial hopes in the Caribbean for the time being, forcing English imperial eyes further afield. While Drake was being bested by the Mosquito, England struck its first overseas colony 2,200 miles north of the sun, rum, and mosquito-patrolled warm waters of the Caribbean. In 1583, the first successful English overseas colony was established on the island of Newfoundland. As a repellent against the eclipsing hordes of mosquitoes and black flies, the resident indigenous Beothuk people covered themselves in a red ochre and animal fat paste, dyeing their skin a deep maroon red color. Numbering no more than 2,000, the Beothuk quickly became known to Europeans as Redskins. A series of unfortunate events led to the Beothuk demise. While some historians hint at a possible genocide, no such thing happened. Smallpox and tuberculosis were the biggest stalkers, followed by starvation caused by a lack of access to traditional coastal fishing, tailed by sport hunting by murderous settlers. The combined outcome was the inability to reproduce and sustain an already small population. As a result, the Beothuk became extinct in 1829 when the last, a young woman named Shanodithit, died of tuberculosis. While St. John's, Newfoundland, is one of the preeminent natural harbors, and the island's Grand Banks was the most bountiful fishery in the world, the Newfoundland colony was too far north to produce plantation profits. It was also too remote to be used as a port from which to raid the galleons chartered for Spain, weighed down with the riches coursing out of her colonial mines. With Newfoundland economically barren and the Caribbean stonewalled by seasoned Spanish defenders and stubborn mosquito fevers, Drake's contemporary Sir Walter Raleigh sought to reverse this situation and status with the founding of his colony at Roanoke. The Roanoke venture was originally financed and organized by Sir Humphrey Gilbert. A fellow privateer, Gilbert drowned, quoting Thomas More's Utopia with his last words, on his return voyage after founding the Newfoundland colony. The Roanoke mission passed to his younger half-brother, Sir Walter Raleigh. As a favorite of Elizabeth, the Pirate Queen, Raleigh inherited the 7-year royal charter and blank check to colonize any remote, heathen, and barbarous lands, countries, and territories not actually possessed of any Christian prince or inhabited by Christian people. In other words, any available and obtainable land not already occupied by Spain. In return, the Crown laid claim to 20% of the ill-gotten gains. Privately, Elizabeth instructed Raleigh to set up a base north of the Caribbean from which privateers could raid Spanish treasure fleets bound for Europe. History knows this pirate cove as the lost colony of Roanoke, consumed by gold fever and possessed with his pursuit of a gilded L. Dorado in South America, Raleigh never actually stepped foot on North American soil. He simply funded the original Roanoke colonists to carry out his bidding. The first set of 108 colonists arrived at Roanoke Island in August 1585. The ships departed for Newfoundland with the hollow promise of resupply by April the following year. By June 1586, with no relief fleet forthcoming, the withered survivors were starving and fending off retaliatory strikes by the local Croatan and Secatan peoples. You will recall that, in mid-June, as luck would have it, Drake checked in on the colony after his malaria-addled adventures in the Caribbean. The straggling Roanoke survivors clambered aboard his ships, which were in need of the helping hands since 2/3 of Drake's crew was either dead or rotting of malaria. Roanoke, Round 1, was abandoned. When the resupply finally came and found the colony deserted, a small detachment of 15 forsaken men was left behind, sacrificed to maintain an English stamp on the region. In 1587, Raleigh dispatched a second group of 115 colonists to establish a colony north of Roanoke at the Chesapeake Bay. These settlers were likely malaria-free since they came from Devon, opposite England's malarial expanse known as the Fenlands, or simply the Fens, marshlands that interlace the southeast counties radiating from the mosquito-assailed nucleus of Kent and Essex. Stopping at Roanoke to collect the small, forlorn English garrison, the new settlers found nothing but a single skeleton. The captain of the fleet ordered the colonists to debark and establish the colony at Roanoke and not at Chesapeake Bay as planned. Only the leader of the expedition, John White, a friend of Raleigh's and also one of the original colonists rescued by Drake, returned to England to ensure a resupply for Roanoke that, again, never came. War between Spain and England outweighed White's concerns and the needs of Roanoke. All ships were sequestered to meet the threat posed by the mighty Spanish Armada. Roanoke was a lost cause. When White finally returned 3 years later, he found nothing but the word Croatoan carved into the sole remaining fence post, and the letters CRO carved into a nearby tree. There were no signs of struggle or of burning, and it looked as though everything had been systematically dismantled and removed. Rumors immediately began to swirl around England, some furtively planted by conniving financiers of mercantilist imperialism. No one would be willing to volunteer to pioneer future settlements if it meant certain death. For the English crown and its commercial backers, colonization could not have the stigma of guaranteed suicide by starvation, disease, and torture at the hands of savage Indians. The truth would be bad for business. Theories abound as to what happened to these lost colonists. While flamboyant documentaries litter TV channels and Netflix, only one explanation based on supporting archaeological evidence passes the ancient aliens fiction test. Most died of starvation and disease, and the remainder, most likely only women and children, were adopted and absorbed by the local Croatan and Secatan peoples. This cultural practice of integration and assimilation was customary among indigenous peoples of eastern North America, as we have already seen with French fur traders and their Métis offspring. Until the lost colony of Roanoke DNA Project, founded in 2007, unearthed scientific genealogical proof, however, conspiracy theorists will still get airtime to poison the historical record with alleged dare stones, alien abductions, and fraudulent maps. Although Raleigh never visited North America, between 1595 and 1617, he did lead military ventures against colonial Spain during the Anglo-Spanish War. Piggybacking on his pirating expeditions, including his quest for the elusive golden temples of El Dorado in modern-day Venezuela and Guyana. All of his New World adventures were met with Mosquito-borne failure. When Queen Elizabeth died in 1603, Raleigh was found guilty of orchestrating a coup against her successor, James I, who begrudgingly commuted his death sentence. Raleigh was imprisoned at the Tower of London until his pardon in 1616. Upon his release, he immediately gained approval to embark on his second attempt to find El Dorado, which turned out to be his last expedition. In the process of treasure hunting in Guyana, Raleigh was sidelined by recurrent bouts of malaria. In his absence, a handful of Raleigh's men raided a Spanish settlement against his direct orders. Not only was his son killed in the exchange, it was also in direct violation of his parole agreement and the larger 1604 Treaty of London ending the 19-year Anglo-Spanish War. With Spain furious and demanding Raleigh's head, King James had no choice but to reinstate his death sentence. Raleigh's last words before he was beheaded in London in 1618 were inspired not by pride in his exploits, nor anger at their end, but by the Mosquito and his recurrent malarial fevers. "Let us dispatch," he told the axe-wielding headsman. "At this hour my ague comes upon me. I would not have my enemies think I quaked from fear." Strike, man, strike! During his colorful life, perhaps most significant among his other achievements, is that Sir Walter Raleigh popularized tobacco in England, acquired during one of his many swashbuckling raids against Spain. The rescued colonists of Roanoke also returned to England with tobacco-lined pockets and, with insatiable desire and greediness, sucked in the stinking smoke. Roanoke survivor and famed English mathematician and astronomer Thomas Harriot came home extolling the medicinal benefits of smoking tobacco, declaring that it openeth all the pores and passages of the body. Bodies are notably preserved in health and know not many grievous diseases, wherewithal we in England are oftentimes afflicted. While the chain-smoking Harriot was eventually, and quite ironically, proven dead wrong, he succumbed to mouth and nose cancer caused by his smoking, chewing, and snuffing addiction. The Spanish monopoly on tobacco was so lucrative that selling tobacco seeds to a foreigner was punishable by death. This Spanish tobacco cartel was soon undermined by one hard-working Englishman blending a taste for adventure and an entrepreneurial American spirit. Where Roanoke had failed, a young English tobacco farmer named John Rolfe and his Powhatan bride Pocahontas would ensure the survival of Jamestown and plant the seeds for the creation of English America and ultimately the United States. Tobacco was the lucrative cash crop and commercial currency that would breathe life into British America, originally filtered through Jamestown. Unwittingly, by cultivating tobacco, the British colonists also summoned mosquito-borne death. After the initial shock and gossip associated with the failure of Roanoke subsided, plans for another English mercantilist colony surfaced. Following layovers in the Canary Islands and Puerto Rico on May 14, 1607, with the combined financial backing of the London Company and the Plymouth Company, known collectively as the Virginia Company, 3 ships carrying 104 ill-equipped and undersupplied mails, including John Smith, limped into the Chesapeake Bay. In keeping with the time-honored miasma theory of mosquito-borne disease, the written instruction of the London Company for choosing a settlement site was simple and straightforward. The colonists were ordered not to establish the English outpost in a low or moist place, because it will prove unhealthful. You shall judge of the good air by the people. For some part of that coast where the lands are low, have their people blear-eyed and with swollen bellies and legs. The transports proceeded gingerly up the James River, its banks lined with freshly planted corn interspersed with stands of towering trees. As the fleet's manifest and cargo attest, they did not come to explore or to farm, or even to erect an enduring settlement. There were no women, a dearth of provisions, few livestock, and no seeds, farming equipment, or construction materials. There was, however, a haughty group of predominantly upper-class men unaccustomed to manual labor but armed with tackle for the extraction of gold and the goal of exploiting the mineral wealth of Virginia. On an uninhabited swampy peninsula in the James River, these 100-odd foolhardy Englishmen would, quite accidentally, give birth to English America. It soon became apparent why no indigenous Powhatan lived near the crude English colony. Thanks to a beaver population 40 times larger than it is today, much of eastern North America was smeared with boggy swamps, double the present-day coverage. For mosquitoes, these wetlands must have been a nirvana-like playground. The near extinction of beaver populations during the aptly dubbed Beaver Wars of the 17th and 18th centuries caused these marshes and floodplains to revert into fertile landscapes beckoning for English plows. These fur-trading wars, which pitted the Iroquois Confederacy and their British cohorts against various Algonquian nations and their French benefactors, fractured long-standing indigenous relations. The 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, known to Americans as the French and Indian War, was the culmination of this intermittent warfare in North America. It was also truly the First World War with far-reaching implications. The British and French finally came to decisive blows for supremacy in North America, and as we will see, mosquitoes stalked the encampments and battlefields as wanton warriors. English hunger for New France, however, was not immediate, as the survival of the original colonies of Jamestown and Plymouth was by no means a sure thing. Jamestown, thanks to a busy beaver population, was not an ideal location to set up shop. The directive of the London Company was blithely ignored, and the consequences of this decision proved deadly. No Indians lived on the peninsula because it was not a good place to live, Mann wryly acknowledges. The English were like the last people moving into a subdivision. They ended up with the least desirable property. The site was boggy and mosquito-ridden. The brackish, salty water, full of slime and filth, as one colonist griped, was not potable and also rendered the soil unserviceable. Tidewater swamps offered no forage for wild game and only seasonal fish habitats. Malarious mosquitoes, on the other hand, thrived in these conditions. Both imported foreign and receptive local Anopheles mosquitoes vectored malaria to the recently landed colonists, many of whom also arrived with the parasite roosting in their veins or hibernating in their livers. Nathaniel Powell, an early Jamestown settler, reported in a letter that, "I have not yet lost my Courtaine ague, but as I had him yesterday, so I expect him on Thursday next." Jamestown was situated on one of the worst pieces of real estate for farming, hunting, and health you can imagine. And, to make matters worse, the gold, silver, and precious gems the languishing colonists clamored for were nowhere to be found. Instead, there was starvation, disease, and stealthy attacks from indigenous peoples who awed the English with their physical stature and prowess. They were also armed with bows and arrows that were 9 times faster to fire and reload than an English musket. Unlike the small numbers of assimilated sojourner French who came to trade in furs, the English came for land and to set up expansionist colonies spreading from beachhead fringes to inland frontiers. Conflict with indigenous peoples was inevitable. The sickly English settlers, however, were both outgunned and outmanned. The sprawling Powhatan Confederacy surrounding Jamestown was made up of over 30 smaller allied nations and boasted a total population of 20,000. Within 8 months, only 38 miserable Englishmen were left at Jamestown, roasting in the fires of malarial fevers. Their own private hell on earth. Although 2 separate resupplies in 1608 brought batches of settlers, including a handful of women, the colonists were dying faster than they could be replaced. "Our men were destroyed with cruel diseases, as swellings, fluxes, burning fevers," wrote demoralized colonist George Percy. In the morning, their bodies trailed out of their cabins like dogs, to be buried. The initial lack of females also hampered any in-house population growth. A message was relayed to England to prepare new arrivals for fevers and agues, which is the country distemper, a severe fit of which, called a seasoning, most expect, sometime after their arrival. The colony of Jamestown moldered within its mosquito-besieged surroundings. By the winter of 1609 to 1610, the starving time, only 59 of the original 500 colonists remained. It was summarily dispatched that the seasoning here, as in other parts of America, is a fever or ague, which the change in climate and diet generally throws newcomers into. The first clumsy steps and initial swampy footing of Jamestown were jolted by unshakable malarious mosquitoes and gut-wrenching famine. In his book Bacteria and Bayonets, Tracking the Impact of Disease in American Military History, David Petriello is careful to point out, the problems that buffeted the small settlement could have easily sent Jamestown the way of Roanoke and delayed, if not doomed, further English exploration. The tale of the colony is a well-known one. How the settlers battled the natives, food shortages, greed, and each other to eventually emerge as a sustainable settlement. The troubles that beset the colony during its first few years, in which the majority of the population died, has historically been termed the starving time. Yet once again, this is an oversimplification, if not an outright misnomer. What almost doomed Jamestown and Virginia was not a lack of food, but disease. Throughout the literary record, the original settlers to Jamestown have been pigeonholed as lazy and apathetic by historians and commentators. They probably were. They had chronic malaria. Jamestown starved because the occupants were too sick, and perhaps unwilling, to perform manual labor to farm, forage, or even steal food. The starving time should be rechristened the Mosquito time. Malaria, typhoid, and dysentery came first and proceeded to shadow the subsequent period of starvation. Early arrivals expected to trade for food with the local Powhatan and not grow it for themselves. After trading everything they owned for sustenance, and with nothing left to barter, they began stealing scarce Powhatan crops. The year 1609 had been a drought harvest, and food and game were in short supply. This precipitated larger indigenous raids and punitive expeditions, forcing the skeletal, malaria-trembling survivors to hole up in the stewed muck of Jamestown, cloistered by a wooden palisade. As true starvation set in, their gourmet meals consisted of tree bark, mice, leather boots and belts, engorged rats, and each other. It was later reported that ravenous colonists clawed at the earth to dig up dead corpses out of graves and to eat them. One starving settler, as we've seen, killed his pregnant wife and, as an onlooker recorded, salted her for his food. To make matters worse, John Smith, the skillful English leader who had brokered a tenuous peace and reciprocal trade with the Powhatan, returned to England in October 1609, shortly before the starving time and the ensuing conflict with the Powhatan. Smith was seriously injured after accidentally and quite clumsily igniting a bag of gunpowder dangling from his breeches. Badly burned, he left for England, never to return to Virginia. Shortly after Smith's departure, another John arrived at Jamestown with a pocketful of tobacco seeds, determined to start a new life in Virginia. In the process, he would also unknowingly plow the future for a new nation the United States of America. While John Smith has been glorified by Hollywood and history, the genuine celebrity of Jamestown is John Rolfe, the authentic English husband of our Disney darling Pocahontas. Rolfe sailed from England with his wife, Sarah, and 500 to 600 other passengers on board, 9 ships of the 3rd Supply Fleet to Jamestown in June 1609. 7 of the 9 transports reached Jamestown that summer, unloaded their supplies and settlers, and in October returned to England with news of the starving time, a few unwanted criminal colonists, and an injured and seared John Smith. The two Johns never met, at least not in Virginia. Rolfe's ship, the Sea Venture, was thrashed by a hurricane on the crossing and eventually foundered on the northern shoals of Bermuda. Marooned on the island for 9 months, the survivors which group did not include Rolfe's wife and their newborn daughter, Bermuda, who were buried on the island, constructed two small vessels from local timbers and the wreckage of their derelict ship. The two hand-fashioned ships limped into Jamestown in May 1610, 7 months after the departure of Smith and the other convoy. For all of you Shakespeare lovers, the unlikely and intrepid voyage of the Sea Venture was the source that provided the setting for The Tempest, written in 1610–1611, which is loaded with references to slavery and agues. Shakespeare was conversant with malaria since the fenland marshes of eastern England were already infamous for their pale, sallow, ague-stricken populations during the bard's lifetime. In The Tempest, the slave Caliban curses his master Prospero with malaria. All the infections that the sun sucks up, from bogs, fens, flats, on Prosper fall and make him, by inch meal a disease. Later in the play, a drunk Stefano stumbles across Caliban and Trinculo shivering under a cloak while sheltering from a storm, and mistakes them for some monster, with 4 legs, who hath got, as I take it, an ague. There was, however, another spin-off of the improbable passage of the Sea Venture in addition to what is thought by many critics and historians to be the last play fully penned by Shakespeare himself. The misfortune of the Sea Venture was England's gain. Although no one from Rolfe's party stayed behind in Bermuda save the dead, the English flag was now planted on this strategic subtropical island in the North Atlantic. Located 1,000 miles north of Cuba and 650 miles east of the Carolinas, Bermuda was officially incorporated into the Charter of the Virginia Company in 1612. It served as a rest stop for English ships of war and imperialism in transit to their final objectives. As one contemporary commentator wrote, Bermuda could serve as a springboard for England's larger colonial concerns. As for the present, they be even as a new life and a seminary to Virginia. The planting of them our countrymen must needs add much to the strength, prosperity, and glory of this kingdom, would prove a singular benefit to the native inhabitants of Virginia, and also to such our countrymen as should go over. By 1625, as the Puritans were converting Massachusetts, the colonial population of Bermuda far outnumbered that of Virginia. While other plantation crops such as sugar and coffee were still a pipe dream, tobacco fueled the English economies of both colonies. Colonists from Bermuda, however, fanned out to settle both the Bahamas and Barbados by 1630, and English sugar production found a home. Barbados became the leading edge of English Caribbean sugar commerce, and the population quickly soared, reaching 70,000, including 45,000 slaves, by 1700. Interestingly, although Barbados witnessed the first conclusive epidemic of yellow fever, spread by the Aedes mosquito, in the Americas in 1647, it remained free of the malaria-causing Anopheles species. Despite epidemics of yellow fever and other diseases, the absence of malaria quickly gained Barbados a reputation as a salubrious and hygienic colony, and was even prescribed as a sanatorium for malaria patients. I can imagine the colonial advertisements for settlers and all-inclusive beach vacations in Barbados. Barbados. Fun, rum, and everything under the sun. Except malaria. Or simply, Barbados. The best place to be. We are malaria-free. The apparent wholesome and healthy atmosphere of the island and anticipated economic opportunity enticed boatloads of immigrants. Indeed, prior to 1680, Barbados attracted more settlers than any other English New World colony. England finally made its long-desired entry into the profitable Caribbean market of sugar and tobacco. With the harrowing voyage of John Rolfe and the Sea Venture, England made economic inroads in the Caribbean, but also entered deeper into the Mosquito den and the tumult of supported in the creation of English America by an ensemble cast of mosquitoes, settlers, and African slaves, all tied to the lucrative and addictive enterprises of tobacco and sugar. With each new English footprint from Plymouth to Philadelphia, mosquito-borne disease was stamped on an ever-transforming map of the Americas. The mosquito and her diseases were caught up in these winds of change, blowing from Europe through Africa to the Americas by way of the Columbian Exchange. Global English dominion and the escalating imperial domination of Pax Britannica would be both encouraged and, at times, discouraged by the mosquito. She carved out the union of a Greater Britain itself by crafting the English annexations of Northern Ireland and Scotland. English tenancy over Northern Ireland was arranged by mosquitoes from the fenland peat bogs of England, while mosquitoes basking in the jungle canopy of Panama dashed Scottish dreams of sovereignty and self-determination. Conversely, while she helped Britain attain control of French Canada, she also expelled the British from her American colonies, poking and prodding the United States down its path to independence. While Pocahontas would certainly not recognize her mythical Disney adaptation, the New World as it stood a century after her death would also have been unrecognizable to her. Jamestown was the opening salvo for English America of the Columbian Exchange, reiterates Charles Mann. In biological terms, it marked the point when before turns into after. Yet Pocahontas, along with her husband, John Rolfe, her cartoon lover, John Smith, and boatloads of other conquistadors, convicts, pirates, and colonists, including many from England's malarial mosquito-infested fenland marshes, planted the seeds for the creation of this after and its future. The malarial epicenter of England, called the Fens or Fenlands, stretched for 300 miles along the east coast from Hull in the north to Hastings in the south. Radiating from the nucleus of Essex and Kent, marshlands awash with malarious mosquitoes consumed the 7 southeastern counties of the country. During the late 16th and 17th centuries, England began to recover from the devastation wrought by the Black Death. Its population more than doubled during the 17th century, reaching 5.7 million by its close. London's population grew from 75,000 in 1550 to 400,000 a century later. Migrant drifters, smugglers, and the land-hungry poor flooded into the fenlands unclaimed by humans but fully utilized by mosquitoes. The inhabitants of the fens, often called marsh dwellers or lookers due to their malaria-mottled jaundice and drawn appearance, braved malarial death rates upwards of 20%. The survivors eked out a living and suffered through their miserable malarial existence. Novelist Daniel Defoe, famous for his shipwreck castaway tale, Robinson Crusoe, wrote a shocking exposé tour through the eastern counties of England in 1722. Defoe informally chatted with numerous marshmen and discovered that it was very frequent to meet with men that had had from 5 or 6 to 14 or 15 wives. There was a farmer who was then living with the 25th wife, and that his son, who was but about 35 years old, had already had about 14. Since pregnant women possess a magnetism for both the mosquito and the malaria parasite, one merry fellow nonchalantly explained to Defoe that when young women came out of their native air into the marshes among the fogs and damps, there they presently changed their complexion, got an egg or two, and seldom held it above half a year, or a year at most. And then, said he, we go to the uplands again and fetch another. Children also died disproportionately. In Charles Dickens's Great Expectations, the 7-year-old protagonist Pip is orphaned after his parents and 5 little brothers of mine, who gave up trying to get a living, exceedingly early in that universal struggle, succumbed to malaria in the fenlands. The story begins with Pip mourning his dead kin in the local graveyard while narrating the earthly contours of his home. Ours was the marsh country, intersected with dikes and mounds and gates, with scattered cattle feeding on it, was the marshes, and that the low leaden line beyond was the river. and that the distant savage lair from which the wind was rushing was the sea. And that small bundle of shivers growing afraid of it all and beginning to cry was Pip. Later, Pip tells a quaking man who escaped the convict hulks moored in the Thames River, "I think you have got the ague. It's bad about here. You've been lying out on the marshes, and they're dreadful aguish." As the miasmic, ill-natured reputation of the marsh country was realized, during the latter half of the 17th century, many lookers moved farther afield to the American colonies. In fact, embarkation nominal rolls and ship manifests reveal that 60% of these first-wave settlers and indentured servants came from England's malaria belt. They left England to escape malaria and inadvertently acted as malarial agents for the Columbian Exchange. In their new world, they suffered not only from their old world malaria, but also from a host of other varieties, including the more lethal falciparum. The tragic reality, as we will see, was that their new malarial landscape was worse than the one they had purposefully left. In addition to seeking malaria sanctuary in the American colonies, large numbers of marsh dwellers also fled the fenlands to Ireland, giving rise to a popular proverb, "From farm to the fen, from the fen to Ireland." The current partition of the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland is directly tied to the settlement patterns of these malaria-fleeing English fenland farmers of the 17th century. The Mosquito prepared the foundations for and the underpinnings of the 20th century ethno-nationalist conflicts called the Troubles. This protracted violence between the Irish Republican Army and the Ulster Volunteer Force, in addition to the British Army in Northern Ireland, with tremors across the British Isles, has only recently subsided. The Mosquito forced over 180,000 Protestant English farmers to Catholic Ireland, where they settled among the landed English gentry and Protestant Scots, who had fled the English Civil War that raged from 1642 to 1651. This motley crew of Protestants created what came to be known as the early Munster, Ulster, and later plantations during the 16th and 17th centuries. Their immigration, presence, and territorial expansion ignited a nationalist racial and religious war and the Troubles between English Protestants and Irish Catholics. These plantations have had obvious and profoundly violent effects on the history of Ireland ever since. And while the Mosquito was busy carving up the Emerald Isle, she also bit directly into the territorial integrity of Ireland's Scottish neighbor. During the religiously fueled English Civil War, the fanatically devout Protestant Oliver Cromwell led the parliamentarians in the overthrow of King Charles I and the monarchy. The controversial Cromwell ruled for almost a decade as Lord Protector over the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland, having conducted near-genocidal campaigns against both the Scottish and the Catholic Irish. During his short reign, Cromwell expanded English holdings in the Caribbean to include Jamaica. Fresh off a war with the Dutch over colonial trade and rival piracy, Cromwell was uneasy with the vast English army and navy sitting idle. With England, Ireland, and Scotland in a religious uproar, an underemployed military was an invitation for a potential and not all that unlikely rebellion against his zealous Protestant rule. Utilizing this force for far-flung imperial purposes might serve to unite the embittered factions, providing his military with an amphibious mission and Spanish plunder while distancing himself from possible revolution. Although Cromwell refused their quinine to treat his recurring bouts of malaria, a good old-fashioned war might be just what the doctor ordered. Cromwell's Western campaign was launched in 1655. At this point in time, it was the largest combined fleet, 38 ships, ever dispatched to the Americas. Over half of the 9,000 troops came from England, with the majority described as Knights of the Blade, with common cheats, thieves, cutpurses, and such like lewd persons who had long time lived by sleight of hand and dexterity of wit, and were now making a fair progress unto Newgate, the notorious prison in London. The remainder, some 3,000 to 4,000 broken men, pirates, and used-up indentured servants, were recruited from the malaria-free, unseasoned island of Barbados. To one senior officer of the expedition, These men were like the most profane, debauched person that I ever saw. This ragtag force was put through a trial run in April 1655 during a quick sortie against the Spanish fort at Santo Domingo, Hispaniola. The English quickly abandoned their siege after losing 1,000 men, including 700 to mosquito-borne disease. Undaunted, a month later, the English initiated the invasion of their primary target, Jamaica. Home to 2,500 vastly outnumbered Spaniards and slaves. Within a week, the English had overrun the island with minor losses, and the Spanish fled to Cuba. The Mosquito, however, did not abandon her post. She was flourishing on the island since an El Niño season had provided her with extra warm and wet weather. Perfect conditions for stalking over 9,000 newly arrived, unseasoned, and enticing Englishmen, as one witness explained, at such time that these insects collect in swarms and make war on every daring intruder. Within 3 weeks, malaria and yellow fever were killing 140 men per week. 6 months after landing in Jamaica, of the 9,000 original troops, only 1/3 remained standing. Robert Sedgwick, a crafty veteran, left an eyewitness testimony describing this massacre by mosquito. Strange to see young lusty men, in appearance well and in 3 or 4 days in the grave, snatched away in the moment with fevers, agues, fluxes. Sedgwick died of yellow fever 7 months after his arrival in Jamaica. Eventually, by 1750, enough soldiers and settlers were sacrificed on the altar of mosquito-borne disease to secure the island and to establish a seasoned, sugar-producing population of 135,000 African slaves and 15,000 English planters. A burgeoning British slave plantation mercantilist economy began to thrive. The English commandeering of Jamaica from Spain also marked the last time a large Caribbean island permanently shifted between European imperialist hands by force of arms. Jamaica joined the growing list of English possessions in the Caribbean, including Bermuda, Barbados, Bahamas, and half a dozen smaller islands of the Lesser Antilles. To reap the profits of this expanding English empire and to promote domestic prosperity, Cromwell passed the first of a series of navigation acts designed to strengthen England's mercantilist economy. Cromwell's initial act required all English freights of trade, raw resources from the colonies, and manufactured goods from England to enter and exit through English ports. To appease English traders and secure investment for overseas enterprise, Scotland was barred from this covenant and was forbidden to trade with English colonies. Cromwell, however, did not live long enough to collect the personal economic kickbacks from his arrangements. His reign of tyranny, or liberty, depending on which side of the historical debate you are on, and his life were ended by a malarious mosquito. His doctors begged him to take cinchona quinine powder. He flat out refused. Given its discovery by Catholic Jesuits, Cromwell insisted that he did not want the popish remedy or to be Jesuited to death or poisoned by the Jesuits' powder. In 1658, 20 years after quinine first voyaged to Europe on the later winds of the Columbian Exchange, Cromwell died of malaria. 2 years after his death, the monarchy, under Charles II, was restored. Unlike Cromwell, Charles was begrudgingly saved from malarial death by sacramental cinchona bark. The exclusionist economic policies and sadistic campaigns of Cromwell during the English Civil War had left Scotland in a shambles. To make matters worse, a decade of drought had scorched the countryside, ravaged crops, instigated catastrophic famine, and otherwise crushed an already fragile Scottish economy. During the Great Famine that devastated Scotland and Scandinavia between 1693 and 1700, the Scottish oat harvest failed every year but one. It is estimated that as many as 1.25 million Scots, nearly 25% of the population, died as a result of this drought. As food shortages and starvation gripped the nation, thousands of Protestant Scots established themselves in Northern Ireland, as mentioned, forming the smoking tinder for a firestorm of cultural and religious violence that endures to this day. Others became mercenaries for the monarchies of Europe. In England, throngs of Scottish refugees begged for work, money, and food. During this time of hunger and hardship, the English contemptuously scoffed that their northern neighbors needed only 8 of the 10 commandments, because in Scotland there was nothing to steal or covet. There was an increasing demand for indentured servants in the American colonies, and these Scottish transients were obvious applicants and in generous supply. English farmers had employed indigent Scots for centuries, notes Charles Mann. Yet at the very time the supply of desperate Scots was increasing, the colonists turned to captive Africans. Why? The answer lies half a world away, cloaked by mosquitoes in the jungle wilds of Panama. To alleviate the economic recession in Scotland and boost financial prospects. In 1698, Scottish investors launched a daring colonial undertaking. Scotland's financial woes were aggravated by her lack of access to the English mercantilist system. The obvious solution, at least according to Scottish nationalist entrepreneur and a founder of the Bank of England, William Paterson, was for Scotland to take up the sword of imperialism and create a mercantilist realm of its own. Panama, he reckoned, would be the commercial heart of a money-pumping Scottish empire, or, as he put it, the key to the universe. Arbitrator of the commercial world. Paterson had visited the area as a young man and was enthralled by the spicy, rum-soaked stories of pirates such as Francis Drake, Walter Raleigh, and Henry Captain Morgan. Carving a trade route through the jungle isthmus of Panama at Darien was not a novel idea. As you may recall, the Spanish erected a settlement at Darien in 1510 that was visited by the priest Bartolomé de las Casas, who recorded the open-pit mass graves demanded by the unrelenting deaths from malarious mosquitoes. The Spanish attempted to blaze a trail across Panama as early as 1534 and were rebuffed by the mosquito. Subsequent attempts were also mosquito-afflicted fiascos. An estimated 40,000 Spanish died, mostly of malaria and yellow fever, during these fruitless attempts to unlock the passage to commerce. Where the Spanish had failed, Paterson was sure his hardy Highland Scots would succeed. He envisioned a road, and eventually a canal, spanning the Panama Isthmus at Darien, seated between the two vast oceans of the universe. The time and expense of navigation to China, Japan, and the Spice Islands, and the far greatest part of the East Indies will be lessened by more than half. Trade will increase trade, and money will beget money. Such was Paterson's pitch to potential wealthy English investors who rejected his solicitations, fearing for their tight-knit English monopoly on trade. A dejected Paterson left London to float his business proposition on the damp winds of his independent home country, Scotland. He rallied 1,400 Scottish investors, including the Scottish Parliament, to his cause with a total pledge of £400,000, estimated between 25% and 50% of the total liquid capital of the already smarting, cash-strapped country. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and the spectrum of adventure capitalists spanned the classes of Scottish society from the Edinburgh elite to the poor and landless. Paterson's vision became a reality in July 1698, when 5 ships ferrying Paterson and 1,200 Scottish settlers weighed anchor to create the colony of New Caledonia and its commercial capital, New Edinburgh, at Darien, Panama. Envisioned as a trading settlement at the crossroads of global commerce, the ships destined for this providential Scottish station were stuffed with exchangeable goods that included the finest wigs, pewter buttons, doily frocks, combs inlaid with mother-of-pearl, warm woolen blankets and socks, 14,000 sewing needles, 25,000 pairs of stylish leather shoes, and thousands of Bibles. Lastly, a Gutenberg-style printing press made the voyage to record Indian treaties and to compile financial ledgers tracking the immense volume of trade and wealth accumulated by dealing in a foreign god and woolen Scottish winter wear in the sweltering tropics. To make room for these impractical items, Food and farming rations were cut in half. Patterson's outbound Scottish Armada of Fortune stopped at Madeira and then paused for a week at the Danish Caribbean island of St. Thomas before tracking along the Mosquito coast to Darien. By this time, yellow fever, which first arrived in the Americas in 1647 aboard a slave ship docking at Barbados, as detailed earlier, was already firmly established across the Caribbean expanse. And yet, during the voyage of 3 months, even as epidemics rippled north through major port cities, including Charleston, New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and even as far north as Quebec City, only 44 passengers bound for Darien died of malaria and yellow fever, stowaways picked up at the 2 previous ports of call. I say only because, as we have seen with other voyages, like Drake's for example, the body count could have been much worse. It was actually less than average for a 17th century transatlantic voyage, which usually consumed about 15% to 20% of the commuters and crew. It was also probably far less than the number that would have died had they remained in famine and recession-stricken Scotland. Their luck, however, would not hold. What unfolded when they arrived at Darien was nothing short of the script for an apocalyptic horror movie. The words that are repeated to the point of nausea in the diaries, letters, and accounts of the Scottish settlers are mosquitoes, fever, ague, and death. Within 6 months of arrival, nearly half of the 1,200 colonists were dead of malaria and yellow fever, and possibly also from a first appearance of dengue in the Americas, with as many as a dozen dying each day. As word of Darien's desperation reached England, King William III forbade any relief for fear of offending Spain and France and his wealthy English subjects. And so the Scots at Darien continued to die of mosquito-borne disease, decaying among their stores of woolen blankets, wigs, warm socks, Bibles, and, of course, their idle printing press. With rumors of a looming Spanish attack, the 700 survivors loaded 3 ships after 6 months of hell. Those too sick to walk the boarding plank were left on the beach to die. One ship found Jamaica, losing 140 passengers on the short trip. The other hobbled into Massachusetts after witnessing a fever so universal, wrote the ship's captain. Mortality so great that I have hove overboard 105 corpses. Observing the king's orders and paranoid about the spread of the Scottish fever, the English authorities in the Caribbean and North America gave no quarter to the sick Scots. Eventually, one ship shuttled the entire lot of fewer than 300 survivors, including Patterson, back to a tattered Scotland. Darien Round 1 was abandoned. Ironically, or tragically as it turned out, just days before Patterson's pitiful party arrived home, a second fleet of 4 ships carrying 1,300 Scottish reinforcements, including 100 women, sailed for Darien. Losing 160 people during the voyage, this second serving of Scots for the Mosquitoes of Darien landed exactly 1 year after their mosquito-doomed predecessors. Like the second arrivals at Roanoke, they found next to nothing. The Spanish and local indigenous Guna had torched the makeshift tiki huts and looted everything, except the printing press, standing memorial-like on the beach, surrounded by fragmentary sand-blasted gravestones. The script for the first horror movie was recycled for the showing of Darien the sequel. By March 1700, 4 months after the party landed, malaria and yellow fever were killing Scots at a rate of 100 per week, with Spanish raids filling any unused graves. In mid-April, the surviving Scots surrendered to the Spanish. As a parting gift, the mosquito's toxic twins continued to ravage the fleeing Scots, killing an additional 450 on the Atlantic crossing. Of the 1,200 settlers that made up the second colonization attempt at Darien, less than 100 returned to Scotland. Darien was abandoned, this time for good. The mosquitoes of Darien remained undefeated against unseasoned Europeans. When consolidating the numbers, of the 2,500 Scottish settlers who sailed for Darien, the mosquito made a death row last meal of 80%. As Mann is quick to point out, lost with the dead was every penny invested in the venture. Panamanian mosquitoes bit at the heart of Scottish independence, mocking William Wallace's blood-curdling cries of freedom. Already fiscally floundering, Scotland was bankrupted by the mosquito-liquidated Dairy On venture. In the jungle wilderness of Panama, the mosquito had quite literally eaten away the Scottish treasury. Thousands of Scots lost their savings, riots filled the streets, unemployment rates hit the ceiling, and the country was in financial chaos. At this time, although England and Scotland shared a monarch, they were two independent countries with distinct parliamentary legislatures. England was wealthier, more populous, and generally much better off, and had been badgering its poorer northern neighbor for unification for centuries. The Scots, including a claymore-wielding William Wallace in the late 13th century, had fiercely resisted every English entreaty until now. When England offered to pay off the entire debt of the Scottish Parliament and reimburse the shareholders, explains J.R. McNeill, many Scots found this offer irresistible. Even some committed Scottish patriots, such as Patterson, endorsed the Act of Union of 1707. Thus, Great Britain was born, with assistance from the fevers of Darien. Lamenting the loss of Scottish independence, Robert Burns, lionized as the national poet of Scotland, chastised the corrupt politicians and wealthy merchants for selling out the Scottish people by endorsing the Acts of Union. "We're bought and sold for English gold," Burns chided. "Such a parcel of rogues in a nation." While the Acts of Union and the forfeiture of Scottish independence were not popular among the Scottish masses, the economy began to rebound, riding on the coattails of England's booming mercantilist and extractive colonies in the Americas. The disaster at Darien also signaled to English colonial plantation owners the danger of using Scots as indentured servants. There was no purpose and, more importantly, no profit in hiring a Scottish workforce if 4 of every 5 died within 6 months. Darien had made it all too clear that Scots and other Europeans died too fast of mosquito-borne disease to be of any use. Individual Britons and their families continued to make their way to the Americas, recaps Mann, but business people increasingly resisted sending over large groups of Europeans. Instead, they looked for alternative sources of labor. Alas, they found them. The English Civil War also cut the population of both Scotland and England by 10%, reducing the number of domestic workers, opening the job market and driving up wages. As a result, the pool of prospective indentured servants was significantly drained. European indentured servitude as a form of mass labor was doomed by the mosquito. The replacement was found in African slaves, many of whom were immune to these very same mosquito-borne diseases. The demand that was fueling chattel slavery across the Americas was injected with a turbo boost and was punched into hyperdrive. The English-American colonies narrowly avoided abandonment, failure, and a Scottish Darien-like disaster. They barely scratched through their trials by mosquitoes, starvation, and war, and their settlement was by no means easy. I do not want to give the impression that simply because of tobacco and African slavery, which were inseparable, the eventual 13 colonies grew and thrived instantaneously. Settlers plodded slowly down a treacherous and uncharted road. The diary entry of Mary Cooper sums up life in the early colonies. "I am dirty and distressed, almost wearied to death," she bemoaned. "This day is 40 years since I left my father's house and come here, and here have seen little else but hard labor and sorrow." With hard labor, eager capitalistic settlers cleared land for tobacco and created new habitats for mosquitoes with a summons to spread malaria, yellow fever, and misery. The colonies grew because settlers, including women, were continuously injected in such large numbers that a handful survived malaria, eventually yellow fever and other diseases to spawn a seasoned country-born population. This broke the stalemate and prevented Jamestown, Plymouth, and others from vanishing like Roanoke, while also sparing us from more misleading documentaries on other lost colonies. colonial-born generations eventually survived, having become accustomed to and a part of their communal ecosystems. American-born generations and their local germs eventually reached a biological balance after an unremitting parade of death. This seasoning, however, took time. Initially, aside from clearing land and stirring up mosquito populations, the waves of English settlers, predominantly fleeing the mosquito-swamped fenlands, were also their own worst malarial enemies. The problem for these colonists was they now faced an entirely new mosquito and malarial environment. Theirs was both an endemic and epidemic malarial stew with multiple gruesome seasonings. The English imported their own vivax and, to a much lesser extent, malaria parasites. In the malarial cauldron of the colonies, they morphed into new, expatriate-specific strains, while African slaves injected falciparum into this increasingly diverse American malarial landscape. In a repeated cycle of contagion, new arrivals from the Fenlands and West Central Africa continued to introduce foreign malarial varieties, while the colonists cultivated their own domestic breeds. The mosquito and her multiple unique malarial offspring never went hungry. In his volume, The Making of a Tropical Disease, A Short History of Malaria, Randall Packard, director of the Institute of the History of Medicine at Johns Hopkins University, confirms that malaria reached its peak in England around the middle of the 17th century. One of the consequences of this outward movement may have been the transplantation of malaria infections to the emerging American English colonies, where many men and women from the southeast counties, Fenlands, traveled in order to find a new life. James Webb adds to Packard's observation by affirming, in his book on the global history of malaria, that the establishment of denser settlements allowed infections to increase in the late 17th century and early 18th century when malaria emerged as the most important killer in the North American colonies. For Virginia colony, the numbers are staggering. In its first 2 decades of existence from 1607 to 1627, over 80% of new arrivals to Jamestown and Virginia died within a year. Most perished within weeks or months. Over this time period, of the roughly 7,000 immigrants to Virginia colony, only 1,200 survived their first year. Tobacco planter and governor of Virginia George Yeardley counseled his London stakeholders in 1620 that they must be content to have little service done by new men in the first year till they be seasoned. Tobacco was so profitable, however, that the Virginia Company was willing to shell out enormous sums to send settlers, criminals, prostitutes, indentured servants, and eventually African slaves to the colony to ensure its survival and its own accumulation of wealth. Tobacco farmers and plantation owners were making a mind-boggling 1,000% margin and taxable return on their initial investments. In Virginia, both profits and population continued to grow. A century after the death of Pocahontas, 80,000 Europeans called Virginia home, where they enslaved a further 30,000 Africans. The colony continued to prosper, so much so that for the British it was a moneymaker worth fighting for. On the eve of the American Revolution, the population of Virginia touched 700,000, including almost 200,000 slaves. The second colony, the Puritan settlement at Plymouth, Massachusetts, fared no better at its outset than its older Virginian sister. Eventually, like its 12 other siblings, a country-born, seasoned population crested the wave of malaria and other diseases. Having been persecuted in both England and the Netherlands for their extreme Protestant beliefs, a group of English Puritans, later known as Pilgrims, sought to start a religious commune in the New World. Even after Martin Luther and his 95 Theses kindled the Protestant Reformation in 1517, the Puritans still believed that the Church of England retained too many elements and dogmatic compounds of Catholicism. Busting the common mythology, this group of 102 people who sailed on the Mayflower in 1620 were a portion of an exceptionally small minority of settlers who came to the Americas for religious freedom. The lion's share came for land, or alternatively, were cajoled into passage as indentured servants, convicts, or slaves. A rough sea voyage diverted the Mayflower 200 miles north of their intended target, the Hudson River. Just in time for a nasty New England winter, on November 11, 1620, the damaged Mayflower hobbled into a small cove roughly 2 miles north of the 4-ton granite boulder known as Plymouth Rock. This tourist attraction of mythology is viewed by more than 1 million sightseers each year. Best-selling author Bill Bryson scoffs at the idea, noting, "The one thing the Pilgrims certainly did not do was step ashore on Plymouth Rock." During this first winter, the Puritans split their time between their ship and a few crudely constructed buildings. When the Mayflower sailed for England in April 1621, only 53 of the original 102 pilgrims were still alive. Of the 18 adult women, only 3 survived this 5-month freeze. Malaria soon found a home in the settlement, and as entomologist Andrew Spielman confirms, given that hundreds or thousands of people from malaria zones, fenlands, came into the area, I wouldn't have trouble believing that. Once malaria has a chance to get into a place, it usually gets in fast. The governor of Plymouth Colony, William Bradford, penned a short note following the sickly mosquito season of 1623. The question which has been brought up against the colony was that the people are much annoyed by mosquitoes. Bradford recognized the benefits of seasoning, deducing that new arrivals are too delicate and unfit to begin new plantations and colonies that cannot endure the biting of the mosquito. We wish such to keep at home until at least they be mosquito-proof. Although it is widely reasoned that malaria became endemic immediately in the Massachusetts colonies, epidemics ravaged the region every 5 years from 1634 to 1670. Their God had instructed the Puritans to be fruitful and increase in number, multiply on the earth and increase upon it. The Puritans, never ones to shirk responsibility or to sidestep the proverb of an honest day's work, diligently set forth to follow this command. And they did just that, at a prolific, indefatigable rate. It is estimated that 10 to 12% of Americans today are direct descendants of this small group of Puritans. Like Jamestown, after their initial malarial seasoning, the Puritan population began to stabilize and eventually grow. By 1690, their population reached 7,000, when their expansive colony was annexed into Massachusetts Colony, with a total population nearing 60,000 people. Again, like Jamestown, expansion off the beachhead settlements of Massachusetts into the westward frontiers resulted in conflict with local indigenous populations, who died of disease, war, and starvation. The survivors straggled farther west or were rounded up and sold into slavery. This native newcomer cycle of malarial and yellow fever seasoning, country-born population growth combined with a continual influx of immigrants, westward expansion, war with indigenous peoples, and their eventual defeat, exodus, forced removal, or captivity played itself out across the evolution of all 13 colonies. Beginning in 1700, each new country-born seasoned generation doubled the population of the colonies. For example, the combined colonial population, excluding slaves and indigenes, was roughly 260,000 in 1700. It reached 500,000 by 1720 and topped 1.2 million by 1750. 6 years later, on the eve of the 7 Years' War, this English colonial population had increased by 300,000, while New France housed a measly total of 65,000, who by this time viewed themselves as distinct peoples rather than French. When the shot heard round the world ignited the American Revolution at Lexington in April 1775, the colonial population was nearing 2.5 million, set against a British homeland population of 8 million. Mosquito landscapes were an integral part of this colonial progression and framework. Across the Western Hemisphere, however, not all environments of mosquito-borne disease were created equal. They differed by regions, coupled to their unique blends of mosquito species. These distinct mosquito-borne disease landscapes were shaped by multiple factors that included climate, geography, farming habits and crop selections, and population densities, including that of African slaves. These differences would be decisive in the upcoming imperial hostilities and wars of independence that rocked the Americas during the 17th and 18th centuries. The fates and fortunes of these conflicts would largely be decided by the mosquito and her marching columns of malaria and yellow fever. For our purposes, and to identify the areas of operation for the upcoming mosquito-prejudiced hostilities and happenings, we can carve the Americas into 3 distinct geographic zones of mosquito-borne disease or zones of infection. We will start with the first and worst in the southern colonies, then progress through the middle colonies, and on to the last and best, only relative to the suffering farther south, in the northern colonies. The first geographic area extended from central South America along the Amazon River basin to the southern United States, or, as J.R. McNeill succinctly states, the Atlantic coastal regions of South, Central, and North America, as well as the Caribbean islands themselves, that in the course of the 17th and 18th centuries became plantation zones, from Suriname to the Chesapeake. The establishment of a plantation economy improved breeding and feeding conditions for both Aedes and Anopheles mosquito species, helping them become key actors in the geopolitical struggles of the early modern Atlantic world. This zone was a mosquito sanctuary and was ravaged by both endemic and epidemic vivax and falciparum malaria. It was also simultaneously swamped by yellow fever and dengue. Infection and seasoning and mortality rates across this zone, such as those witnessed on our earlier visit to South Carolina and its slave trader haven, Charleston, were extremely high, convincing insurance companies to charge higher life insurance premiums to clients in the mosquito-addled South. Unlike the northerly tobacco colonies, in South Carolina, given its high volume of slave trafficking and its main industry of rice cultivation, mosquito-borne diseases hit especially hard. Falciparum became the overriding killer. Georgia became a miniature version of South Carolina's rice kingdom. In fact, around the planet, from Japan to Cambodia to South Carolina, rice husbandry was chaperoned by malarious mosquitoes. In North America, we have a handy, well-known cultural symbol to mark the northern limit of this first deadly zone of infection. The Pennsylvania-Maryland border, surveyed in 1768 by Charles Mason and Jeremiah Dixon to resolve a boundary dispute among these 2 colonies and Delaware and Virginia, now West Virginia, serves as the northerly border of this lethal mosquito landscape. While vivax malaria blighted both sides of the Mason-Dixon line, as the boundary is commonly known, this frontier was the northern endemic threshold for both falciparum malaria and yellow fever. Infrequent and sporadic epidemics of both diseases did occur north of the line, but they came, killed, and left. In Maryland, for example, during a malaria epidemic in 1690, a visitor commented on the washed countenances of the people standing at their doors, like so many standing ghosts. Every house was an infirmary. The Mason-Dixon line has come to represent the division between slave states and free states, although this is not entirely accurate. Maryland lies north and east of the line, and although opting not to join the Confederacy during the Civil War, Maryland did not abolish slavery until the passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution. Its ratification in 1865, following the Union victory in the Civil War, legally certified, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction." The Mason-Dixon line runs like a scar across the cultural landscape of the United States. It snakes through American history like a main circuit cable plugging straight into the differences and enduring divisions between Dixie South and Yankee North. The association of the Mason-Dixon line with chattel slavery, plantations, and mosquito-borne disease is not a coincidence. Tobacco and cotton did not grow in the northern states. Therefore, the plantation slave system was non-existent. These crops grew in the warmer climes of the South, where mosquitoes thrived. These plantations also needed slave labor to produce profit. The imported slaves added to the robust mosquito landscape by introducing falciparum and yellow fever, and perhaps vivax. The endemic and epidemic mosquito-borne disease environments south of the Mason-Dixon line flourished. Plantation colonies, African slavery, and deadly mosquito-borne diseases were intertwined, and as it turned out, so was the seemingly arbitrary Mason-Dixon line. Traversing north along the Atlantic shore from our southern colonies and crossing the Mason-Dixon line, we enter the second zone of mixed mosquito-borne infection, the Middle Colonies. This region stretched from Delaware and Pennsylvania to New Jersey and New York. Here, vivax was generally entrenched, and, from time to time, some of America's worst epidemics of falciparum and yellow fever would materialize. These epidemics cut a swath through the unseasoned populations. In then U.S. capital Philadelphia in 1793, as we will see, yellow fever killed over 5,000 people in 3 months. An additional 20,000 fled the city in terror, including President George Washington. The government ceased to function. Whispers of moving the nation's capital to a safer location quietly entered political dialogue and casual conversation. The third and final zone of infection is the northern colonies, including the Canadian portion of New France, which, as a result of the 7 Years' War, became the British colony of Canada in 1763. This region was too cold for yellow fever or endemic malaria of any form. With suitable summer climates, however, merchant and naval vessels, as well as soldiers and transients, introduced sporadic outbreaks of mosquito-borne disease. The American colonies, stretching from Connecticut to Maine, witnessed periodic outbreaks of vivax and yellow fever. Mosquito-borne disease popped up in Toronto and the Great Lakes region of southern Ontario in Quebec, as evidenced by a nasty yellow fever outbreak in 1711, and was a relatively common visitor to the bustling Atlantic port of Halifax, Nova Scotia. While researching this book, I was surprised to learn that malaria went on a rampage in Canada's northern capital of Ottawa during the construction of the 125-mile Rideau Canal between 1826 and 1832. Each year, from July through September, known to the builders as the sickly season, roughly 60% of the workforce contracted malaria. Following the malaria season of 1831, Chief Contractor and Engineer John Redpath wrote that the exceeding unhealthiness of the place from which cause all engaged in it suffered much from lake fever and ague, and it has also retarded the work for about 3 months each year. Redpath himself caught the disease both the first and second year, missed the third, but this year had a severe attack of lake fever, which kept me to bed for 2 months, and nearly 2 months more before I was fit for active service. Not to worry. Redpath survived his malaria fits to create Canada's largest sugar company in 1854. Still in existence today, the headquarters of Redpath Sugar is a landmark of Toronto's harbour front and bustling port. During the construction of the Rideau Canal, approximately 1,000 workers died of disease, including 500 to 600 from malaria. The canal malaria also spread to local communities, where it is believed to have killed 250 civilians. At the old Presbyterian Cemetery in Newborough, a commemorative marker honors their sacrifice. Buried in this cemetery are the bodies of sappers and miners who took part in the construction of the Rideau Canal at this isthmus during the years 1826 to 1832. These men labored under appalling conditions and succumbed to malaria. Their graves remain unmarked to this day. Prior to the work of Dr. Walter Reed in Cuba and Dr. William Gorgas in Panama at the close of the 19th century, canal building was a perilous enterprise. Large groups of close-quartered workers clearing land, digging trenches, and adding water is nothing short of a cordial invitation to mosquito-borne disease, even in the northern climes of Canada. It is thought that seasonal malaria was introduced to Canada in the wake of the American Revolution, when over 60,000 Empire Loyalists flooded across the border into British Canada. Historically, as we have seen and will continue to see, human migration, quick-stepping foreign armies, travel, and trade are prime conduits for the spread of contagion. In the 1790s, as the worst pandemics of yellow fever and malaria ripped through the American Atlantic states, another 30,000 late loyalists and refugees sought asylum from disease in Canada, inadvertently expanding the range of malaria into Ontario, Quebec, and the Atlantic Maritime provinces. In 1793, for example, the wife of John Graves Simcoe, the governor of Upper Canada and a prominent British officer during the Revolution, contracted malaria in the provincial capital of Kingston. Located on the shores of Lake Ontario, the city also operated as the southern terminus for the Rideau Canal with its point of origin in Ottawa. Simcoe briefly led British troops during the Haitian Revolution ignited by Toussaint Louverture in 1791, which was eventually decided by the Mosquito. In the recent television drama series Turn, Washington's Spies, Simcoe is cast as the primary antagonist, much to my irritation with historical inaccuracy. Despite historical evidence to the contrary, Simcoe is portrayed as the sadistic and psychopathic commander of a murderous group of irregular British Rangers. The authentic and actual Simcoe, however, stood at the crossroads of colonialism. He was caught up in the winds of mosquito-swept historic change and the drift from European clamor and contest for colonies in the Americas to mosquito-sponsored independence movements forged in the crucible of the yellow fever and malarial fires of these same colonies. The unwavering prize worth fighting for was the wealth amassed through mercantilism and the plantation crops of sugar, tobacco, and coffee, among others, courtesy of the Columbian Exchange. During the first 2 centuries of colonization, Spain, France, and England/Britain, and the Netherlands, Denmark, and Portugal to a lesser extent, initially squabbled and scrapped among themselves. Rich in natural resources, the Americas lured imperialist European nations to her shores. Colonists and slaves were dispatched to the wilds of the Western Hemisphere to secure territory and create economic empire. As part of this global transfer, early settlers were sacrificed to mosquito-borne disease until they and their country-born descendants became seasoned to their local environments and sicknesses. This seasoning would initially help shield the established Spanish Empire from its 2 burgeoning predatory overseas rivals, France and Britain, as they tried in vain to seize mosquito-defended Spanish bastions during 2 centuries of economic competition and colonial warfare. Throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, yellow fever, dengue, and malaria attacked newcomers to these regions, which helped shelter the senior Spanish Empire from its plundering and covetous European challengers. During the colonial wars of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, however, these same diseases helped revolutions against European rule succeed. A new breed of seasoned country-born populations eventually jumped ship from their mother countries, yearning to sail into uncharted independent waters. After the colonists had bestowed enough blood sacrifice on the mosquito and paid their dues in death, she proffered the seasoned, independent-minded populations protection from the European armies of their colonial masters. Resident militias, even those of European descent, had been seasoned to local diseases. The armies of the various imperial powers sent directly from Europe to quell these rebellions were more prone to mosquito-borne disease. With the aid of ravenous mosquitoes, revolutionaries shrugged off the yoke of European subordination. The countries of South and Central America, the Caribbean, Canada, and the United States all owe a debt of gratitude to the mosquito for facilitating their ascent to self-governing nationhood. For the original English forebears and their offspring, they eventually completed the malarial crossing from fenlands to freedom. The heroes of the wars of liberation in the Americas, such as Simon Bolivar and Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, and the legendary enemies that are forever paired in history, such as James Wolfe and Louis Joseph de Montcalm, Chief Pontiac and Jeffrey Amherst, George Washington and Charles Cornwallis, and Napoleon and Toussaint Louverture, were all born into Simcoe's world of flux. Their destinies, played out on the chessboard battlefields of the Americas, would all be decided by mercenary mosquitoes. "They are devils," General Jeffrey Amherst muttered under his breath. They must be punished, not bribed. Punish the delinquents with entire destruction. Although the British had just won the 7 Years' War and expelled the French from North America, the commander of British forces was in no mood to celebrate. He had a rebellion on his hands and was desperately short of troops and funding. Amherst was furious. Ottawa Chief Pontiac and the 3,500 warriors of his pan-Indian coalition of over a dozen nations was ruining his reputation. Anticipating a deluge of British settlers into these recently vacated French lands, Pontiac leaped on the opportunity to create a unified indigenous homeland. Englishmen, although you have conquered the French, you have not yet conquered us, Pontiac declared. As for these Englisha, these dogs dressed in red, he exhorted his people, you must lift the hatchet against them. Wipe them from the face of the earth. By June 1763, only a month into the rebellion, Amherst was desperate. Pontiac's warriors had already overrun 8 British forts in the Ohio River Valley and Great Lakes region. Fort Pitt in the western wilds of Pennsylvania was under siege. Reports from inside were grim. We are so crowded in the fort that I fear disease. The smallpox is among us. Starved of men and resources, Amherst deployed an innovative weapon to turn the tide of Pontiac's rebellion in his favor. Amherst questioned Colonel Henry Bouquet, commander of a relief expedition to Fort Pitt. Could it not be contrived to send the smallpox among the disaffected tribes of Indians? We must on this occasion use every stratagem in our power to reduce them. Bouquet responded, I will. Try to inoculate them with some blankets that may fall into their hands and take care not to get the disease myself. Amherst officially endorsed the scheme. You will do well to try to inoculate the Indians by means of blankets, he replied, as well as to try every other method that can serve to extirpate this ex-Ukrubble race. Both men were obviously unaware that 5 days earlier, Simeon Ecuyer and William Trent, militia officers holed up in Fort Pitt, had already utilized just such a weapon. Out of our regard to them, they recorded identically in their diaries, we gave them 2 blankets and a handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital. I hope it will have the desired effect. Although it is generally believed that nothing came of these biological smallpox blanket weapons, their use reveals the grave deficiency of men, materials, and money at Amherst's disposal on the heels of the 7 Years' War. In 1756, while war clouds were gathering over the Americas, British Secretary of State Philip Stanhope warned the king, in my opinion, our greatest danger arises from our expense, considering the present immense national debt. As Stanhope anticipated, when the chaotic dust of war settled in 1763, Britain was economically crippled, militarily bankrupt, and could not afford protracted Indian campaigns on its newly defined North American borders. Spiraling debt and Pontiac's initial success forced the British hand. While the passing of the 1763 Royal Proclamation placated Pontiac, creating an Indian territory by barring colonial expansion west of the Appalachian Mountains, it also sowed the seeds of discontent among American colonists and ignited the slow-burning fuse of rebellion. Britain's bankruptcy and military woes, and these revolutionary historical events, were created by nearly a century of mosquito-ravaged colonial conflicts in the Americas, crowned by the 7 Years' War. These military campaigns in the Americas prior to the 7 Years' War were sparked by a series of imported European confrontations and mercantilist rivalries. For a century, France and Spain teamed up to turn back rising British power. Minor possessions in the Caribbean changed hands and British designs on Quebec were thwarted. A British force of 4,500 sent to take both Martinique and Canada in 1693, for example, was broken by yellow fever. After 3,200 deaths, the skeletal force docked at Boston in June at the onset of mosquito season. An observer recorded that there was an English fleet of our good friends with a direful plague aboard 'em. Resultant yellow fever epidemics, the first to definitively visit the American colonies, killed 10% of the populations of Boston, Charleston, and Philadelphia. During these forays, American colonial troops received their trial by fire and mosquitoes in the Caribbean. These deployments of colonial troops outside of North America shaped future opinion about raising American colonial forces for use in the Caribbean. The most notable was the British campaign in April 1741 to capture Cartagena, Colombia. A hub of Spanish trade, this port city was the release point for the full menu of the Colombian exchange, including precious metals and gems, tobacco, sugar, cocoa, exotic timbers, coffee, and quinine, collected from across Spain's southern empire. A prior attempt to capture Cartagena in 1727 was aborted without firing a shot after 4,000 of the 4,750 men. A staggering 84% of the British invasion party died of yellow fever while cruising off the mosquito-laced coast. The expedition of 1741, however, dwarfed that of its predecessor. A total of 29,000 men were readied to invade Cartagena under Admiral Edward Old Grog Vernon, including 3,500 American colonists described as all the banditry the colonies afforded. For the Mosquito, this massive unseasoned force was fodder for yellow fever. Within 3 days of the soldiers' landing, the Mosquito had slaughtered almost 3,500 British troops. The operation was a lost cause as the sickness amongst the troops increased to so great a degree that any longer continuance in that unhealthy situation seemed to threaten no less than their total ruin. The whole fleet set sail for Jamaica. Vernon decided to cut and run after only a month. Thus ended the fatiguing part of the campaign, and it certainly was the most disagreeable one that has been known. Universal sickness and death. Everybody was taken alike. They call this distemper a bilious fever. It kills in 5 days. If the patient lives longer, it's only to die of greater agonies of what they then call black vomit. The Mosquito killed 22,000 of Vernon's total force of 29,000, an astounding 76%. The majority of the seasoned Spanish defenders, who had been stationed at Cartagena for 5 years, survived the onslaught. One of Vernon's colonial survivors was Lawrence Washington, the older and admired half-brother of George. Upon his return to Virginia, Lawrence carved out a plantation on a piece of the family's extensive property holdings. In honor of his commander, he named it Mount Vernon. Upon Lawrence's death in 1752, 20-year-old George inherited the sprawling estate. During the Cartagena campaign, Lawrence's colonial cohort fared no better than their British comrades. The disaster was widely covered in colonial newspapers and left bitter scars across the collective consciousness of the American colonies. When the British tried to raise troops for another Caribbean adventure during the 7 Years' War, this time to take Havana, colonial volunteers were not as forthcoming. The mental images of Cartagena hung harshly in the hallways of colonial legislatures. Given these isolated, intermittent, but comparatively diminutive imperial campaigns in the Caribbean, including the British succubus mosquito nightmare at Cartagena, it was inevitable that European empires and mercantilist economies would collide in a global conflict. Fought in Europe, across the Americas, India, the Philippines, and West Africa, the 7 Years' War was this First World War. Although mosquito-borne diseases ripped through British, French, and Spanish troops battling for colonial possessions in India, the Philippines, and West Africa, they did not tip the battlefields to aid the British victories. All European soldiers were relative newcomers to these foreign theaters of war, sent directly from their temperate homelands. Without local seasoning, the soldiers of these competing imperial powers were visited fairly equally by mosquito-borne disease. The Mosquito's military and historical manipulation was generally confined to the multiple campaigns and the corresponding manpower determinations and troop deployments in North America and the contested Caribbean colonies. In the Americas, the team player benches had been selected during the preceding wars. Team Britain included the American colonies and the aggressive Iroquois Confederacy. The rival underdog, Team France, was joined by relatively small numbers of uninterested Canadians and a handful of Algonquian allies. Eventually, in 1761, Spain decided to get into the game on the side of France. The British bench, however, had more depth. Manpower and available substitutions favored Team Britain. While the professional European armies were relatively even, the number of American colonists dwarfed that of French colonists by a ratio of 23 to 1. The British also fielded stronger indigenous allies. During the Beaver Wars of the late 17th century, the Iroquois Confederacy went on a sequence-repeating military campaign to reap trapping grounds and secure fur to trade for British guns for exacting revenge on traditional enemies. These conquests gained more trapping lands to secure more fur to acquire more guns to extend these reprisals. Up to this point, within this long-standing traditional warfare, the Algonquian and Huron nations, having gained access to French firearms almost a century earlier, had been getting the better of the Iroquois. Now, having acquired British weapons for furs, the Iroquois launched retaliatory campaigns across eastern North America before turning their wrath across the wide swath of the Great Lakes. The Beaver Wars marked the last of the Mohican, Erie, Neutral, Tobacco, and Huron nations, or confederacies. Others, like the Shawnee, Kickapoo, and Odawa, simply fled the fierce Iroquois onslaught. Although promoting their own punitive agenda, not only did the Iroquois inadvertently clear out land for future British and American settlement, they wiped out most of France's indigenous allies, some to the point of extinction. The 7 Years' War was truly a global conflict. Strategy, manpower considerations, and territorial priorities were intertwined, and troop allocations were prioritized and packaged accordingly. For France, the war in Europe and the defense of her lucrative Caribbean plantation colonies far outweighed the security of Quebec's commercial contributions of fish, timber, and fur. France's concerns for her Caribbean sugar and tobacco colonies, however, were costly. Within the first 6 months, yellow fever and malaria killed half of newly arrived unseasoned French defenders. Mosquito-borne disease ravaged French garrisons in Haiti, Guadeloupe, Martinique, and other smaller islands. French troops were siphoned and reinforcements were redirected from Quebec to these besieged outposts. As a result, Caribbean mosquitoes starved Canada of men and munitions, and all payments on Canadian invoices were shelved. These indispensable necessities of war, soldiers, weapons, and money, were diverted to Europe and the Caribbean. The ability of French commander Marquis de Montcalm to coordinate any meaningful defense of Canada was stymied by Caribbean mosquitoes. At the same time, a smallpox epidemic ripped through Quebec, killing Frenchmen, Canadians, and their residual indigenous allies with reckless abandon. By 1757, 3,000 were hospitalized at any given time, with 25 dying daily. Within a year, 1,700 French soldiers had perished. This epidemic drained precious manpower from an already undersized French coalition force in Canada. With this smallpox outbreak in Quebec, and with mosquito-borne disease in the Caribbean consuming all available French reinforcements, Canada was left vulnerable. Conversely, wanting to secure the northern flank for their precious and profitable 13 colonies, the British afforded a greater number of soldiers and resources to the Canadian theater of war. British and colonial commanders and soldiers petitioned to be sent to North America for fear of mosquito-borne illness in the Caribbean. Stories of ordinary soldiers and sailors taking 1,000 lashes from a cat-o'-nine-tails rather than accept a Caribbean cruise were common. Others mutinied, officers bought their way out or resigned their commission, and naval convoys got lost in transit. Casualty rates inflicted by mosquito-borne disease could not be ignored, and the British High Command refrained from sending elite units to the tropics. Instead, Caribbean assignments were detailed as a punishment. American colonial assemblies dithered when summoned to raise regiments for expeditionary forces. Voluntary enlistments all but dried up when recruiters pitched Caribbean campaigns. Until the final conquest of Canada in 1760, Most colonial troops, including Militia Colonel George Washington, were employed in North America, strengthening the British position in this theater. Raising troops in America for service elsewhere was uncommon, points out Erica Charters in her detailed work on disease during the 7 Years' War. The last expedition in which this had occurred was the disastrous expedition to Cartagena in 1741. The experience at Cartagena encouraged the development of a self-conscious Americanism. Given the death rates from mosquito-borne disease during this botched mission, British officer William Blakeney ominously warned that the American colonists seemed to set a great value on themselves and think a regard is due to them, especially in the assistance they are able to give to the mother country on such occasions. And, as they are a growing power, should they be disappointed in what is promised them and which they expect, future occasions of the like nature may suffer for it. Blakeney astutely recognized the gradual shift in American self-confidence, and that revolution flickered on the horizon. In the Americas, Britain launched 2 geographically distinct but strategically welded campaigns against French holdings, Canada, and the Caribbean. By 1758, the British under General Amherst had captured French maritime holdings along the Atlantic coast, called Acadia. Roughly 12,000 Acadians were rounded up and deported. We will pick up the shockingly grisly story of the expelled Acadians and their Mosquito death sentence on Devil's Island off Guyana at the end of the war. In January 1759, the British launched an unsuccessful invasion of the French Caribbean island fortress of Martinique. This task force was redirected to Guadeloupe, which was captured in May 1759. The Mosquito, however, made them pay for their hard-earned victory, killing 46% of the 6,800-man British force. Of the tiny garrison of 1,000 men left behind, 800 died of yellow fever and malaria by the end of 1759. The British threat to the lucrative French sugar islands set off alarm bells. At this point, France's war against Britain was being buoyed by enormous loans from neutral Spain. The loss of these money-making plantation colonies would doom the French war effort, not only in the Americas, but also in the main European theater. At the expense of Canadian defense, unseasoned French reinforcements were continuously shoveled into and burned in the mosquito-stoked furnace of the tropics, leaving Canada exposed. The fragile dominion of the French over Canada came undone in September 1759. Major General James Wolfe, the young, talented, and arrogant British commander, was determined to take Quebec by any means necessary. If, by accident in the river, by the enemy's resistance, by sickness or slaughter in the army, or from any other cause, we find that Quebec is not likely to fall into our hands, persevering, however, to the last moment. A feverishly ill Wolfe submitted to his superior, General Geoffrey Amherst. "I propose to set the town on fire with shells, to destroy the harvest, houses and cattle, both above and below, to send off as many Canadians as possible to Europe and to leave famine and desolation behind me. Belle resolution and très chrétienne. But we must teach these scoundrels to make war in a more gentleman-like manner." Such militant and uncompromising tactics were not necessary. Wolfe's swift victory over the Marquis de Montcalm's beleaguered and outnumbered French forces on the plains of Abraham at Quebec City paved the way for an influx of British settlers and the creation of modern Canada. Although Wolfe was killed, as was Montcalm, on those nation-defining plains, Amherst took up the gauntlet, forcing the surrender of Montreal the following year. With backing from Caribbean mosquitoes, Canada was now officially British. Following the conquest of Canada, British resources were funneled to the Caribbean. Spain officially entered the war in 1761 to protect prized colonial property and to back her militarily and economically exhausted French ally. Britain now had additional targets, chiefly Havana, the linchpin of Spanish enterprise in the Americas. A second attempt at French Martinique, however, came first. Following its capitulation in February 1762, the British went on to take the French islands of St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Vincent. British planners reckoned these smaller colonies could serve as diplomatic leverage and brokering chips during the anticipated peace negotiations. These strategists now set their sights directly on Havana, the key to the Indies. The massive British force assembled at Barbados counted roughly 11,000 soldiers. Amherst also expected an additional 4,000 provincials from the colonies. While he had been urged to specifically recruit from the American colonies on the recommendation that they would be very acceptable and necessary to shorten and ease our work, as the season of the year is not favorable to the health of Europeans, these numbers failed to materialize. The mosquito-borne disease awaiting colonial conscripts in the Caribbean was a bone-chilling visual, a distressing probability, or at least expectation, which intimidated volunteers. The governor of New Hampshire reported he would not be able to meet his quota unless he wrote, "I could assure the men that they were to serve in regiments at Halifax, Quebec, or Montreal, but the people in general entertained terrible thoughts of serving in the West Indies." Representatives from New York also stressed that volunteers demanded to be employed on the continent of North America only, and that they shall be returned to the province as soon as service is over. Eventually, after threats from General Amherst, 1,900 unseasoned colonial provincials, mainly from the northern colonies, and 1,800 British regulars sailed for Cuba. The British Armada reached Havana in June 1762 and laid siege to the city of 55,000 people. The roughly 11,000 Guardians were aware that a successful defense hinged on mosquito-borne disease, as fevers and agues were enough to destroy a European army division. Cuba had a long, brutal history with its mosquitoes. Outside of Africa, the island's ecosystem was one of the finest for the proliferation of Aedes and Anopheles mosquitoes. Malaria had been rife since the arrival of Columbus. After its first appearance in 1648, yellow fever was also an annual event, although certainly some years were worse than others. Distinctly worse than the typical yearly staining of yellow fever were 12 savage epidemics that had hunted the island, with the worst outbreaks killing upwards of 35% of the total population. During early British operations in June and July 1762, however, Havana's mercenary mosquito defenders were absent without leave. They simply did not show up. The rainy season that usually began in early May and peaked in June had been deferred by an El Niño effect. This delay meant that mosquitoes took a rain check for breeding, so the usual epidemic season was postponed. For the British, this abnormally dry spring allowed relatively healthy forces to secure a beachhead and capture Havana's suburbs. Nevertheless, a British victory would still require a race with death. At the end of July, the arrival of the American reinforcements, wrote a participant of the siege, has with very great reason cheered our drooping spirits. The arrival of colonial reinforcements awoke the hungry mosquito from her hibernation. She immediately went on a feeding frenzy. Havana's governor, however, had already evacuated the city, and without the usual defensive perimeter manned by mosquito-borne disease, he knew the game was up. Timing, even of rains, mosquitoes, and viruses, is everything. Had he known that the late rainy season, finally underway in August, ensured an abundant and active mosquito population and a yellow fever epidemic, he might have held out longer than he did, asserts J.R. McNeill in his brilliantly thorough depiction of the events. But he did not know. He chose to seek terms, and on August 14, 1762, he surrendered the city. 2 days after the capitulation of Havana, only 39% of British soldiers were fit for duty. "Our sickness instead of diminishing increases daily," reported a senior officer at the beginning of October. "We have buried upwards of 3,000 men since the capitulation, and I am sorry to say there are many men in hospitals." Still not satiated, by mid-October, the mosquito had achieved a body count bordering on the absurd. From a total force of 15,000, only 880 men, a measly 6%, were alive or healthy enough to stand to post. In total, she consumed 2/3 of the entire force, killing 10,000 men in less than 3 months. Combat claimed fewer than 700 British and colonial lives. Although doctors did their best to fight this contagion, medical knowledge was not really knowledge at all. It was more guesswork and superstition. The altogether strange and at times barbaric medical treatments reflect the complete ignorance of the causes for mosquito-borne diseases, or most diseases for that matter. Knowing what so-called remedies awaited them, most sufferers steered clear of the crude hospitals and their attending physicians. When ordered to go to the hospital by his superior, one soldier who was drenched in Havana's yellow fever replied, "Indeed, I am not bad, and if I was, I would rather stab myself at once than go where so many are dying." His knife remained sheathed, for he was dead before the day was out. Common treatments included ingesting animal fats, snake venom, mercury, or pulverized insects. The ancient Egyptian practice of bathing in fresh human urine war dragged through the streets more like a funeral than a triumph. We are drained of money and our resources are mostly stopped. Unseasoned soldiers and replacements continued their rotations through the Caribbean colonies of all nations. They continued to die of mosquito-borne disease at rates exceeding 50% or even 60%. The mosquito had seized the initiative from the warring nations of Europe. Although the British were victorious on paper, they were just as depleted as their rivals by war's end and could not press their advantage. Posturing and bravado were hollow threats when backed by mosquito-bitten soldiers and empty bank accounts. The only way out of this mess was negotiation and compromise. In the end, the mind-boggling suffering and the mountain of lives lost at Havana, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and other islands were all in vain. I suppose the only real winners were the gluttonous Caribbean mosquitoes, who pulled up their own chairs to the catch-all Taste of Europe dinner party buffet and extravaganza. In February 1763, the Treaty of Paris was signed, sorting out the spoils of war. Europe maintained its pre-war boundaries. Throughout empires, the antebellum status quo ruled the day and little pre-war territory changed hands. The real deliberation among British negotiators was what to do with France. It was quickly realized that Britain did not hold the leverage cards to keep both Canada and the conquered French Caribbean islands. They were gambling with a weak hand, and they knew it. France knew it as well. In the end, the British cut deals in the Caribbean to retain Canada. Protecting the northern flank of the American colonies took priority over Caribbean and overseas possessions. The islands of Martinique and Guadeloupe, on which the British had fed the Mosquitoes so many lives, as well as tiny St. Lucia, were returned to France. Britain acquired 3 small islands of the Lesser Antilles in the southern Caribbean and Spanish Florida. Havana was given back to Spain. Spain also acquired the Louisiana. Territory from France, although it would be secretly returned to Napoleon's France shortly before its purchase by the United States in 1803. France forfeited to Britain all colonial rights in India in exchange for custody of 2 minuscule islands 16 miles south of Newfoundland to retain fishing rights to the Grand Banks. Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, 95 square miles combined, were the last vestiges of French territory in North America. Currently, these islands, which by all territorial and economic logic should be Canadian, officially remain a self-governing overseas possession of France. Canada, however, became a British colony in name only. Following the 7 Years' War, the diminutive and colonially distinct Canadian population, who had not taken up arms with any prodigious patriotic zeal and felt no unwavering affinity for France anyway, retained the rights to their seigneurial land system, civil law, language, Catholic faith, and culture. Aside from swearing allegiance to the British Crown, for the Canadians, or Quebecois, life remained relatively unaffected and the status quo prevailed. Canada's small population remained predominantly French until the mass influx of British loyalists that would occur after the American Revolution. The French maritime Acadians, however, faced an entirely different and markedly divergent strategic situation. They had fought in larger numbers, refused the oath of fidelity to their new overlords, and in the immediate peace were viewed by the British as likely insurgents. Deemed a disloyal threat, the undesirable Acadians were forcibly removed during the Great Expulsion, leading to one of the most altogether strange and scandalous side stories of colonialism, courtesy of the Mosquitoes basking in the infernos of Guyana. After bouncing around the Americas from Charleston to the inhospitable Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic, a sizable contingent of refugee Acadians were permitted by Spain to settle in Louisiana, where they remain today. With time and isolation, these Acadians evolved and fostered the modern-day Cajun culture. The word itself morphed from Acadian into Cajun. A smaller group of Acadians, however, was sent to colonize a new French settlement in Guyana on the northern coast of South America in 1763. This colony is commonly known as Devil's Island. France was disheartened with the territorial results of the 7 Years' War. Of tangible flags on the global map, Britain gained, Spain remained, and France was drained. It was recognized after the war that France's inferior position in the Americas was the result of so few, if any, loyal colonial populations. British-American colonists fought in relatively large numbers, as did Spain's Caribbean defenders. With the loss of Canada, France's remaining Caribbean populations consisted largely of slaves that were rightly presumed to be politically unreliable at best, and at worst spitefully rebellious. These colonies, largely devoid of French nationals, were also easy prey for the British in the next hand of colonial warfare, just as they had been during the 7 Years' War. They needed to be protected by a local source of robustly seasoned French settlers. Guyana was projected to be this bastion, a tropical reincarnation of Quebec, or, even better, a rebirth of Canada's Acadia itself. Although France established a small outpost in Guyana in 1664, the colony had, it was reported, made little progress since its inception, and consisting of an inert group of derelict colonists, has generally been a curse to the king. At the end of the 7 Years' War, the population consisted of 575 French and roughly 7,000 free and enslaved Africans, all living at the settlement of Cayenne. The wallowing colony was a mosquito utopia consisting of brackish tidal marshes and manatee-hosting mangroves. A preliminary French survey in 1763 candidly testified that for the current inhabitants, their primary business is to find pleasures, and if they have any disquietude, it is for the lack of them. In its current state, Guyana was deemed an orphaned backwater colony. Comically, the only colonists outside of Cayenne, a handful of Jesuit priests and a few indigenous and African converts, were cloistered 35 miles away in a church mission at Kourou. With promises of land, bountiful harvests of sugar and tobacco procured by slaves, and the riches of El Dorado, 12,500 settlers set out for Kourou. These dreamers mostly came from the war-torn regions of France and Belgium, with smaller numbers of Acadians, Canadians, and Irish. Half were under the age of 20, and single male and female settlers were shrewdly urged to marry local indigenous peoples to get the population up and running as quickly as possible. On Christmas Day, 1763, the first settlers disembarked with their utopian visions of paradise. They were to be the vanguard of a mighty, seasoned French colonial population that could tackle the British and avenge the French humiliation of the 7 Years' War. Boatloads of settlers poured into Kourou along with the first shipment of supplies. While this delivery did not include a printing press, its contents were just as bizarre as those at Darien. Given that Canada was now in British hands, French authorities saw an opportunity to unload crates of ice skates, woolen toque hats, and other essential, everyday Canadian closet winter items on the unsuspecting tropical settlers at Kourou. Classic colonial bumbling. To accommodate the influx of new arrivals and their ice hockey gear, they were settled on an offshore island already bearing the name Devil's Island. Kourou quickly descended into a hellish paradise lost. In June 1764, the island lived up to its name and to the evil gods of the ancients as the Mosquito conjured up one of history's deadliest three-headed Cerberus epidemics: yellow fever, dengue, and malaria, killing 11,000 settlers, 90%, within a year. Despite this nightmare, the colony remained a French curse to the king, as no one else wanted it or would dare take it. Lingering on as an orphan of imperialism, it was put to good use as a fleeting penal colony during the French Revolution, caging political dissenters and other radical troublemakers. A full-scale, multi-site penal colony opened in 1852. Devil's Island was converted into a brutal French version of Alcatraz. Convict mortality rates from barbaric treatment, starvation, and insidious mosquito-borne disease reached upwards of 75%. Devil's Island did not close its doors until 1953. Kourou, and much of the former penal colony, is now home to the European Space Agency's spaceport and launch site. This original French, Darien-like disaster in the aftermath of the 7 Years' War, however, further crippled an already bankrupt French economy. The silver lining, perhaps, was that Britain's economy was even more unhealthy. The 7 Years' War and the Mosquito had consumed the British fighting spirit and the treasury. At the onset of Pontiac's rebellion in the shadows of European peace, General Jeffrey Amherst summed up his military position: a vast diminution for a regiment, since the regiment came from the Havana, and some of the officers as well as the men have yet frequent relapses of their disorder. Havana's guerrilla mosquitoes influenced events far beyond their own tropical dining halls. They helped chart a world-altering collision course between Britain and her colonies, headed straight for revolution. As Amherst well knew, acknowledges Fred Anderson in his 900-page tour de force account of the conflict, Crucible of War, the measures he could take, quote, appealing to the provinces for mille Aïcha men, or drafting in lids from the Havana regiments to replace soldiers in garrisons, freeing what healthy men he could find to aid in the relief of Fort Pitt or Detroit, were only stopgaps, and at most they could buy time. The British could not afford time. Caribbean mosquitoes had helped suck the British dry of both money and manpower, and what Anderson refers to as gruesome losses to disease at the end of the war. Of the 185,000 men deployed to the Caribbean during the 7 Years' War, 134,000, or 72%, were, according to government records, lost to disease and desertion. The war had also doubled the British debt from 70 million to 140 million pounds, today's equivalent of over $20 trillion. The interest alone consumed half the annual government tax revenue. The British response to the rebellion was as much a penny-pinching strategy as it was a reactionary solution to appease Pontiac and his warring parties after smallpox blankets failed in their macabre mission. In October 1763, with Pontiac's coalition dominating the battlefield, the Royal Proclamation took effect, prohibiting colonial settlement west of the Appalachian Mountains. This middle ground, the lands west of the Proclamation Line, to the Mississippi River and Spanish-held Louisiana Territory, was legally and exclusively reserved for the occupancy and use of the Indians. The entrenched hatred the colonists had for indigenous peoples would surely drag Britain into a parade of never-ending, futile, and expensive conflicts on the borderlands, wars that the British could ill afford. The Proclamation Line, which was as much a cost-saving measure as anything else, cleaved a divide between colonists and indigenes with the intention of restoring peace on the western frontier. Only Americans styled, and still do, the 7 Years' War by a distinguishing name, the French and Indian War, that reflects their hostility toward the perceived indigenous obstruction to their own heaven-ordained westward expansion, recloaked in the mid-19th century as manifest destiny. Given this American colonial rancor, with the ratification of the financially pressured Royal Proclamation, Pontiac was appeased and the colonists were punished. Many American colonists were outraged by this tyrannical betrayal. The country-born population was booming, with eyes trained west, and immigrants were still sailing for land, but the only avenues for expansion were now legally restricted. Colonial militiamen, or provincials, had fought alongside the British redcoats in the Caribbean and North American campaigns of the 7 Years' War, with many lives frittered away or fed to the mosquito by British arrogance and hubris. The colonies aided in a British victory, yet were denied these former French lands on their western frontier as a spoil of war. To add insult to injury, they were expected to pay for the patrolling and protection of the Proclamation Line. The annual cost of colonial security was roughly £220,000, and Britain expected the colonists to shoulder some of the financial burden for their own defense. They recouped these expenditures through a series of now famous taxes and tariffs from the Sugar Act of 1764 to the Intolerable Acts a decade later. In hard currency, however, the taxes themselves were not really an issue. The American colonists paid the least amount of tax of anyone in the British Empire, 10 times less than the average Englishman. When combined, the supplementary tolls and tariffs imposed on the colonies in the decade prior to the Revolution raised taxes by an average of only 2%. Taxation without democratic representation in British Parliament, however, was an issue. William Pitt, the influential leader of the House of Commons, was aware of the dangers of this mounting debt. And when we consider that such immense issues of money, outmeasuring any experiment of past time, are to be supplied by new loans, heaped upon a debt of 80 millions, who will answer for the consequence, or insure us from the fate of the decayed states of antiquity? The British themselves would have to answer for the consequence, the loss of their lucrative American colonies. For many colonists, the 7 Years' War and its immediate aftermath, including Pontiac and the Royal Proclamation, was a turning point, marking the beginning of a new era of America. Colonists, along with their political assemblies, began to reevaluate their position within the empire and their connection to the mother country. If anything, these contributions fostered increased expectations for a more equal and balanced relationship with Britain. The opposite turned out to be true. As Anderson so pertinently states, American leaders, men like Washington and Franklin, who otherwise would have liked nothing better than to pursue honor, wealth, and power within the British imperial framework, were compelled to confront these issues of sovereignty in ways that imparted new, universalistic meaning to an inherited language of rights and liberties. Americans who would have been imperialists in any case became revolutionaries. Britain's increasing political and financial interference in the colonies without colonial consent dominated American discourse in the decade following the passage of the Royal Proclamation. American disenchantment about their status and citizenship eventually ignited open rebellion against the authoritarian British administration of their colonies. Although neither party wanted war, revolution came anyway. Unexpectedly, in the words of Richard Middleton, the umbilical cord of maternal union was threatening to become a noose. Successive and uninterrupted generations had been country-born and seasoned, not just in America, but also in Cuba, Haiti, and a host of other colonies. For these populations, their lifeline no longer stretched to the mother country. Their umbilical cord was attached to their home and native land, whether that be Boston, Port-au-Prince, Philadelphia, or Havana. Many, perhaps without even realizing it, had become Americans, Cubans, and Haitians. When seasoned, this nationalism was a powerful instrument of revolution. James Lind, physician-in-chief to the British Royal Navy, warned his superiors in his groundbreaking 1768 essay on diseases incidental to Europeans in hot climates. The recent examples of the great mortality in hot climates ought to draw the attention of all the commercial nations of Europe. Unhealthy settlements require a constant supply of people, and of course drain their mother country of an incredible number. To this he added an ominous revolutionary disclaimer. Merchant, farmer, or soldier, thus constitutionally naturalized to the country, becomes more useful, and his services may be more depended upon there than 10 new, arrived unseasoned Europeans. The evolution to revolution in the American colonies was born during and in the immediate aftermath of the 7 Years' War. Overall, disease helped to both conquer and secure North America for the English, contends David Petriello. At the same time, though, the British victory was achieved at a dreadful cost, both in treasure and lives. Animosity began to fill the void. Disease was both to win and lose a continent for England. During the 7 Years' War, Caribbean mosquitoes helped secure British hegemony in North America. Their northern cousins breeding in the backwaters of the Carolinas and Virginia, however, would soon assure victory for the rebellious Americans. In the wake of the 7 Years' War and its rearrangement of the colonial checkerboard, revolutions swept across the Americas, beginning in 1775 with George Washington and his ragtag crew of colonial civilian soldiers. J.R. McNeill's brushstroke summary of his 2010 masterpiece book, Mosquito Empires, Ecology and War in the Greater Caribbean, 1620 to 1914, paints the scene for what follows. Mosquitoes, he proves, underpinned the geopolitical order in the Americas until the 1770s, after which they undermined it, ushering in a new era of independent states. McNeill strengthens this reasoning by emphasizing that European domination came to an end between 1776 and 1825 when some of the populations of the Americas successfully rose up. Revolutions in British North America, Haiti, and Spanish America each created new states, trimmed back European empires, and together ushered in a new era in Atlantic American geopolitics and world history. They all owed their success in part to yellow fever or malaria. Seasoned American, Haitian, and South American revolutionaries fought for independence with courage and bravery. It was feverish mosquitoes, however, that granted them their freedom. A month after the opening salvos of the American Revolution at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, George Washington, had a request for his political masters in the Continental Congress. He urged them to buy up as much cinchona bark and quinine powder as possible. Given the dire financial pressures of the squabbling colonial government and the dearth of pretty much everything needed to fight a war, His total allotment was a paltry 300 pounds. General Washington was a frequent visitor to the quinine chest as he suffered from recurrent bouts and reinfection of malaria since first contracting the disease in 1749 at the age of 17. Luckily for the Americans, the British were also drastically short of Peruvian Spanish-supplied quinine throughout the war. In 1778, shortly before they entered the fray in support of the American cause, the Spanish cut off this supply completely. Any available stores were sent to British troops in India and the Caribbean. At the same time, the Mosquito's merciless, unrelenting strikes on unseasoned British troops lacking quinine during the final British Southern Campaign. Launched in 1780 with the capture of Charleston, the strategic port city and Mosquito sanctuary, determined the fate of the United States of America. As J.R. McNeill colorfully contours, the argument here is straightforward. In the American Revolution, the British Southern campaigns ultimately led to defeat at Yorktown in October 1781, in part because their forces were much more susceptible to malaria than were the American. The balance tipped because Britain's grand strategy committed a larger proportion of the army to malarial and yellow fever zones. A full 70% of the British army that marched into this southern mosquito maelstrom in 1780 was recruited from the poorer, famished regions of Scotland and the northern counties of England, outside the malaria belt of Pip's fenland marshes. Those who had already served some time in the colonies had done so in the northern zone of infection and had not yet been seasoned to American malaria. General Washington and the Continental Congress, on the other hand, had the advantage of commanding acclimated, malaria-seasoned colonial troops. American militiamen had been hardened to their surroundings during the 7 Years' War and the turbulent decades heading toward open hostilities against their king. Washington personally recognized, albeit short of scientific affirmation or medical endorsement, that with his recurrent malarial seasonings, "I have been protected beyond all human probability or expectation." While they did not know it at the time, this might well have been the Americans' only advantage over the British when, after 12 years of seething resentment and discontent since the passing of the Royal Proclamation, war suddenly and unexpectedly came. The opening clash at Lexington and Concord was not sanctioned by the newly confirmed Continental Congress. Colonial politicians did not want and were not prepared for war. The Congress, the colonists it represented, and the consequent Continental Army had next to nothing, and they knew it. Introducing Washington's ill-equipped, rag-wrapped amateur militia as the underdog is an arrant understatement. The Continental Congress was first convened in Philadelphia in the fall of 1774, prior to the outbreak of war, in response to the Boston Tea Party and the Taxing Intolerable Acts. 56 delegates from 12 of the 13 colonies assembled to negotiate a unified stance of solidarity in relation to the mother country. Essentially, it was the all for one and one for all, united we stand, divided we fall motto of the Three Musketeers, or Article 5. An attack against one ally is an attack against all allies, of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO. The central question surrounding this inaugural caucus was confrontation or compromise. This issue was not new to 1774, for it had been discussed at length by the Sons of Liberty, a secret, loosely organized group of radicals led by Samuel Adams, John Hancock, Paul Revere, Benedict Arnold, and Patrick Henry. In the wake of the Stamp Act of 1765, these future insurgents met in the dank basement of Boston's Green Dragon Tavern and Coffee House, which gained the historical reputation as the headquarters of the Revolution. I like to envisage the Green Dragon as something akin to the Prancing Pony Tavern from J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, where scheming, shifty-eyed, cloaked and hooded colonists sip on bitter tea or coffee while sneeringly conspiring to plot revolution. By the late 17th century, tea had become the preferred British and colonial beverage. Following the Townshend Acts of 1767, which imposed tariffs on numerous items, including tea, and the subsequent Tea Act sanctioned 6 years later, it became a patriotic American duty to shun the drink. In December 1773, shortly after the ratification of the Tea Act, a strategic yet spiteful band of the Sons of Liberty disguised only in blankets and lampblack, not in the mythical Mohawk Indian regalia commonly portrayed, heaved 342 chests containing 90,000 pounds of tea into Boston Harbor during their tea party. The Continental Congress legitimized this hostile act by passing a resolution to oppose the vending of any tea sent, with our lives and fortunes the following year. Tea must be universally renounced, barked the cantankerous John Adams to his brilliant wife Abigail, and I must be weaned, and the sooner the better. The American switch to coffee, argues Anthony Wilde, now became a patriotic imperative. When Americans forswore tea, they made up the loss with one of the principal products of the slave colonial system in the hemisphere, coffee. Not only was it cheaper due to its plantation proximity, coffee was also highly touted as a cure for malaria, which at the time, as we have seen, was percolating throughout the colonies, specifically in the southern zone of infection. Peddled as a wonder drug against aigues and fevers, by legitimate doctors and snake oil salesmen alike, coffee seeped into American colonial culture, and its consumption increased dramatically. Physicians long suspected that coffee drinking had anti-malarial properties, confirms malaria researcher Sonia Shaw in The Fever, which seemed to explain why coffee-drinking French colonists suffered less malaria than tea-drinking English ones, and may have helped inspire a nation of American tea drinkers to switch allegiances. Given that Americans currently consume 25% of the world's coffee, Starbucks ought to raise a toasting glass to the tiny mosquito. Malaria even explains how the nation of the 1773 Boston Tea Party, affirms Alex Perry in Lifeblood, became today's land of the latte. With the debate over confrontation or compromise moving from the coffee-stimulated conversations of the Green Dragon to Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia, the speeches favoring compromise carried the day. Any foolhardy notions of revolution, there were not many, nor were these taken seriously, were dismissed. The prominent opinion and guiding political principle was the attainment of equal rights as Englishmen within the British imperial framework through negotiation, including the right to send elected colonial officials to Parliament in London. When Congress was reconvened in May of 1775, this question of confrontation or compromise had already been settled by musket shot at Lexington and Concord a month earlier. Now the fundamental issues were the actual objectives and strategic aim of this armed rebellion. An unassuming British-born troublemaker who had failed at everything from rope-making to tax collecting to teaching answered this question. He had immigrated to Philadelphia in 1774 under the sponsorship of Benjamin Franklin only a few months before the opening volleys of the war. Thomas Paine published his short pamphlet, Common Sense, addressed to the inhabitants of America in January 1776, and it sold 500,000 copies in its first year. It remains in print and is the all-time best-selling American-authored title. Paine, offering nothing more than simple facts, plain arguments, and common sense, made a persuasive argument for independence and the creation of a democratic republic as an asylum for mankind. His short appeal not only caught the attention of France, it fueled colonial support for the war and ultimately ended the deliberations of the Second Continental Congress. Having prodded and provoked the lion this far, there was no turning back. A letter to King George III proclaiming the colony's sovereignty and a groundbreaking philosophical and political statement was drafted by Jefferson, Franklin, and John Adams. The stirring words of the Declaration of Independence. A constitution, the Articles of Confederation, was ratified in 1777, officially uniting the colonies and retaining the Continental Congress as the governing body. All that was left to do was win the war, with collaboration and military service from the Mosquito, of course. Her convincing role and performance as a war-winning battlefield weapon, steering surrender by terrorizing and subverting unseasoned British soldiers across the southern colonies, has been largely and speciously snubbed or overlooked. She was not a sideline spectator to the rumbling volleys of revolution that sounded across the swamps, valleys, river basins, and pitches of her own backyard. The Mosquito, perhaps more than anything else, provided the Americans with a game-changing home field advantage and would help to forge a nation. General Anopheles has been denied her praiseworthy and rightful place in the annals of American history. In his detailed investigation, Slavery, Disease, and Suffering in the Southern Lowcountry, Peter McCandless dissects the role of mosquitoes in attaining American independence in a meticulous chapter titled Revolutionary Fever. He argues that reading the evidence in contemporary accounts, it is hard to escape the conclusion that the biggest winners in the Southern campaigns were the microbes and the mosquitoes that transported so many of them. In terms of the outcome of the war, mosquito bites may have done more than partisan bullets to ensure an American victory. The mosquito consumed British forces and ultimately decided the fate of the revolution, and, by extension, the world as we now know it. At the onset of hostilities, the British dominated every portfolio of war. While they were certainly struggling financially in the cash-strapped aftermath of the 7 Years' War, the British were still in a far superior economic position to the hapless colonies. The British Navy could attack anywhere along the eastern seaboard at will, while simultaneously blockading the colonies' shipments of resources, starving out their war effort and will to fight. The British captured the major colonial ports of Boston at the Battle of Bunker Hill in 1775 and New York in 1776, tightening the noose of the naval blockade. The British military was battle-hardened, trained, and equipped with modern weaponry and military kit, and it was the most proven and potent fighting force on the planet. They complemented their formidable national contingent by contracting 30,000 German Hessians as mercenaries, including Sleepy Hollow's legendary Headless Horseman, a practice demonized in the Declaration of Independence. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign. Mercenaries, decried Jefferson, to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. The Americans had few, if any, of these benefits. On the short list, they lacked a trained professional army, modern weaponry, artillery, industry to make these weapons of war, or anything else for that matter, long-term financial backing, allies, and, most importantly, a blue-water navy to break the British blockade and begin importing these and other indispensable requirements of war. Although unaware at the outbreak of hostilities, they eventually acquired a war-winning mercenary army of their own, led by General Anopheles. Her battlefield appearance and influence, however, was not immediate. She doesn't deserve a proper slap on the back until she starts biting into British blood. The Mosquito finally took her rightful place on center stage only after the British shifted their supreme strategy to the mosquito-teeming southern colonies in 1780, a full 5 years into the conflict. At the outset of the war, given these severe military shortcomings and impediments, the best Washington could do was run. If he could keep his Continental Army afloat and avoid decisive pitched battles, the revolution would survive until help, either increased American participation or French assistance, or as it turned out, both arrived. 2.5 years into the war, in October 1777 at Saratoga, the Americans, using French-supplied weapons, scored their first decisive victory. The setting for the battlegrounds at Saratoga, astride the Hudson River in the interior of New York, neutralized British naval supremacy, arming the Americans with a significant tactical advantage. Denied reinforcements, outnumbered nearly 3-1 and surrounded, General John Burgoyne understood the futility of his position and surrendered. The Americans, led by General Horatio Gates and a fired-up, heroic Benedict Arnold, captured or killed 7,500 British troops against only 100 losses of their own. This show of force was enough to convince the French that the Americans had a fighting chance. France officially joined the American cause in 1778, with Spain aligning the following year, followed by the Netherlands a year later. It is doubtful that the Americans would have won the war without this timely French intervention. The French Navy broke the blockade, and 12,000 professional French soldiers and 32,000 sailors participated in the final campaigns of the war. The shockingly young, dazzlingly brilliant, and bilingual French General Marquis de Lafayette, a close friend and confidant of Washington, coordinated the combined Franco-American forces along with his comrade Count Rochambeau. Lafayette had joined the Continental Army independently prior to official French involvement. He was commissioned as a major general by the Continental Congress in 1777 at the age of 19. By 1780, the battlefields were resonating with both the buzzing of mosquitoes and the vernacular of his French comrades. The decision of France and Spain and the Netherlands to enter the conflict, however, turned the revolution into a second global serving of the 7 Years' War as engagement spread to Europe, the Caribbean, and India. This benefited the Franco-American alliance, as Britain was drawn into a larger war with more complex strategic imperial considerations. Troop commitments were now required elsewhere, and Britain could not replace losses as easily or as quickly as the Americans. British forces were spread thinly across the empire from Bournemouth and Bengal to Barbados and the Bahamas to Boston. The British fielded no more than 60,000 army personnel during the entire revolution, making the losses sustained at Saratoga and the ensuing casualties inflicted by mosquitoes in the southern colonies and Nicaragua even more impactful. As the war went viral across the globe, British forces in the Caribbean were, as usual, cut to pieces by mosquito-borne disease. The mosquito-tutored lessons so callously taught and horrifically learned at Cartagena in 1741 and Havana in 1762 apparently were all but forgotten or blithely ignored. In 1780, a British fleet under 22-year-old Captain Horatio Nelson sailed to upend the Spanish domain on the Mosquito Coast and to establish naval bases on a slice of Nicaragua with access to both the Caribbean and the Pacific. Nelson's 3,000-man contingent opened a gift-wrapped disaster: yellow fever, malaria, and dengue. When the retreat was finally sounded after 6 miserable months, only 500 survivors stumbled out of the jungle. In manpower, this was the single costliest military action of the entire Revolutionary War. Nicaragua's mosquitoes killed more British soldiers, stresses J.R. McNeill, than the Continental Army did at the battles of Bunker Hill, Long Island, White Plains, Trenton, Princeton, Brandywine, Germantown, Monmouth, Kings Mountain, Cowpens, and Guilford Courthouse combined. In political terms, however, the siege at Yorktown 15 months later cost far more. Mosquito-borne disease, though, was nothing new to Horatio Nelson. He had first contracted malaria on service in India in 1776. While Nelson cheated malarial death again 4 years later during his mosquito-directed nightmare in Nicaragua, he never fully recovered and was haunted by countless serious relapses and reinfections for the remainder of his life. He lived long enough, however, to gain immortality on his flagship, HMS Victory, at the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, when his outnumbered fleet annihilated a combined Franco-Spanish flotilla during the Napoleonic Wars. Nelson was killed in the engagement, but his unconventional tactics and unexpected victory reconfirmed and elevated Britain's command of the seas. As the final British mosquito-bitten southern campaign commenced in the colonies in 1780, Nelson and his crew were being devoured by a mosquito-sprung trap in the wilds of Nicaragua. They were quite literally shredded to pieces. While the historical spotlight was focused north on the events transpiring in the American colonies, in Nicaragua, the British suffered the single worst loss of any belligerent or nation during the Revolution, which by now was a global war. During Nelson's Nicaraguan fiasco, nearly 85% of his force succumbed to dengue, yellow fever, and malaria, dwarfing all other casualty figures for the entire conflict, fettering available British manpower. Britain's siphoning of troops to her Caribbean commitments, including Nelson's fateful and costly campaign in Nicaragua, came at the expense of the American theater. By 1780, when the British placed their largest force yet of 9,000 men into South Carolina, which annually spawned 12 generations of mosquitoes, over 12,000 British troops had already perished of mosquito-borne disease during His Majesty's Caribbean adventures to secure economic cash crop colonies. Ships bound for the West Indies lost upwards of 25% of their human cargo before docking at their destination. British replacements could not be recruited or trained fast enough to replenish these losses. Mercenary mosquitoes continuously punched death tickets for unseasoned British reinforcements in both the Caribbean and during the final Southern campaign in America. By 1779, both sides had achieved victories in the American colonies, and so the war marched on. Britain controlled the major ports and key cities. The Americans roamed the countryside, and the newly appointed British Commander-in-Chief, General Henry Clinton, could not lure Washington into major engagements. Frustrated by the lack of success in the northern campaigns and by Washington's refusal to commit to a final all-or-nothing showdown, Clinton endorsed a new Southern strategy to end the war, which for fiscal reasons was becoming increasingly unpopular in Britain. The war for America was supplementing an already staggering and suffocating debt accrued before and during the 7 Years' War. A change from northern to southern scenery to silence these demurring British voices by finally crushing the rebellion in one swift stroke was just what Clinton ordered. It was also believed, based upon spurious reports from American exiles or spies in London, that the rice plantation slave colonies of Georgia and the Carolinas, being the youngest colonies with more recent British arrivals, housed a large population of loyalists, who at the sight of British liberators would flock to the Union Jack and take up arms in aid of the mother country. Clinton hoped this would alleviate British manpower concerns. The British captured the port of Savannah in 1778. The annual wastage rate from mosquito-borne disease at Savannah's defensive garrison was 30%. Reports indicate sickness beyond anything you can conceive. Our suffering from sickness in this vile climate is terrible and continuous in a very great degree. Savannah's suffering was soon replicated at Charleston, the linchpin of Clinton's Southern strategy. A previous attempt to take this key to the South in 1776 was aborted by Clinton, who reasoned, "I had the mortification to see the sultry, unhealthy season approaching us with hasty strides, when all thoughts of military operations in the Carolinas must be given up." In May 1780, however, as the first documented outbreak of dengue in the colonies unfurled in Philadelphia, the British stayed the course and quickly captured the mosquito bastion, Charleston. Expecting an attack on New York from General Washington, Clinton returned to the prized port city, leaving his second-in-command, General Charles Cornwallis, to direct the 9,000 troops of the Southern regiments. Prior to the Revolution, the devastating disease environment of the Southern colonies was no secret. Cornwallis immediately recognized this danger, reporting to Clinton in August that the climate is so bad within 100 miles of the coast, from the end of June to the middle of October, that troops could not be stationed during the period without a certainty of their being rendered useless for some time for military service, if not entirely lost. Cornwallis shrewdly moved his army into the interior to show a strong British presence to rally loyalists, to secure British forward operating bases and outposts, and, of course, to abstain from the deathly hallows of Charleston during peak mosquito season. Cornwallis was fully aware of Charleston's reputation as a wretched hive of mosquito scum and villainy. His movements inland from Charleston initiated a series of battles with American forces under Generals Gates and Greene, which for the most part favored the British. As Greene put it, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." Greene received an intelligence report painting British forces as the emaciated picture of disease. Fighting the American rebels was one thing. Fighting the marauding armies of mercenary mosquitoes was quite another. A frustrated Cornwallis repeatedly and quite fruitlessly relocated his forces to avoid miasmic diseases during his Southern campaign. Subverted and thwarted by General Anopheles at every turn, Cornwallis continued to move his forces, fleeing not from the Americans but from mosquito-borne disease. He zigzagged across the Carolinas in hopes of finding respite at locations that were promised by resident loyalists to be healthy. "And if that will not keep us from falling sick," reported Cornwallis, "I shall despair." These bivouacs, reasoned the British commander, had the appearance of being healthy, but it proved so much the contrary, and sickness came on so rapidly. Establishing his ailing army at Camden, Cornwallis noted that 40% of his troops were crippled by fevers and agues and rendered unfit for service. After scattering Gates's army at Camden in mid-August, Cornwallis appealed to Clinton. "Our sickness is very great and truly alarming. Malaria, yellow fever, and dengue gnawed at British manpower and morale and would continue to erode Cornwallis's ability to fight." Thomas Paine portrayed the revolution as the times that try men's souls. In this case, the mosquito devoured and collected British souls. The exhaustive research of McCandless reveals the most commonly used terms in the British correspondence relating to the soldiers' sickness are intermittents, agues and fevers, malignant fevers, putrid fevers, and bilious fevers, all of which point to malaria and possibly yellow fever and dengue. Frequent references were also made to break-bone fever, a nickname for dengue, and to the telltale signs of yellow fever. British reports from 1778 noted, "The French have brought the yellow fever." Given the high mortality rates, it is doubtful that vivax and even falciparum malaria, both of which made the rounds, could have gone it alone. It is worth mentioning here that American soldiers also suffered from these same mosquito-borne diseases during the Southern campaign. The same phrases are echoed in the American correspondences as well. But, and this is the big but, seeing as the Americans were seasoned and somewhat shielded, they did not contract or die from mosquito-borne diseases at the same rate as their unseasoned British counterparts. As a result, the Americans retained their punching power and combat effectiveness. By the fall of 1780, Cornwallis, who was himself fighting a nasty bout of the ague, reported that his army was nearly ruined by malaria, and numerous units were so totally demolished by sickness and will not be fit for actual service for some months. Following his Pyrrhic victory over Greene's larger American force at Guilford Court House in the spring of 1781, Cornwallis moved his shrinking army to Wilmington on the coast of North Carolina. Despite advice from seasoned locals to the contrary, he soon realized no location was safe from the clutches of mosquito-borne disease. "They say go 40 or 50 miles farther and you will be healthy," complained Cornwallis. It was the same language before Camden. There is no trusting to such experiments. It was time to flee the strangling grip of mosquito-borne disease and head north to shelter from her impending swarm. With mosquito season approaching, Cornwallis realized that he did not have enough men to hold the interior and, much to his dismay, the anticipated recruitment of throngs of loyalists never materialized. Many Southerners may well have internally harbored pro-British political views, but they simply refused to outwardly commit to any side so long as the outcome of the war hung in the balance. They, like nearly 40% of all colonists, sat on the fence or remained neutral, wanting simply to be left alone. At its peak, roughly 40% of colonists supported the revolution, while 20% rallied to their British king. In this instance, however, General Anopheles was a staunch revolutionary. Having been denied his decisive victory in the Carolinas, and with malaria season bearing down, Cornwallis staffed a few vital garrisons, including Charleston, then marched the bulk of his army north toward Jamestown. To preserve the troops from the fatal sickness which so nearly ruined the army last autumn. Although not satisfied, he was prepared to consolidate with other British columns, sit out the mosquito season in the supposed safety of Virginia, and resume campaigning in the late fall. Lafayette, however, had different plans. In Virginia, The French general played a productive and crafty game of Tom and Jerry-style cat and mouse with Cornwallis by continuously harassing British forces without committing to pitched confrontations. Luring the British into brief skirmishes, Lafayette denied them the rest they desperately sought. During this war game of hide-and-seek, like Amherst before him, Cornwallis tried his hand at biological warfare, substituting slaves for blankets. He raided the home of Thomas Jefferson at Monticello, nabbing 30 slaves to infect with smallpox and use as biological weapons. Jefferson commended the plan, as it would have done right, but it was done to consign them to the inevitable death from smallpox and putrid fever. Like Amherst, Cornwallis also failed to deliver his anticipated plague of pestilence. British attempts at biological warfare were now an unconvincing 0-2. Despite Cornwallis's objections and trepidations concerning the health of his troops, Clinton ordered him to find a suitable encampment on the Chesapeake Bay, from where his army could be summoned quickly to New York. Clinton still clung to the idea of an inevitable Franco-American assault on the strategic port city and was willing to risk Cornwallis's soldiers to ensure its defense. Cornwallis repeatedly questioned the judgment of his superior officer. "I submit to your Excellency's consideration whether it is worthwhile to hold a sickly defensive post in this bay." He reported to Clinton that his current position only gives us some acres of an unhealthy swamp, and that he already had many sick. Cornwallis nevertheless followed his orders, knowing full well that, as McCandless calculates, Clinton's southern strategy seriously undermined the health of his forces and may have cost the British the war. On August 1st, 1781, Cornwallis encamped his army among the rice fields and tidewater estuaries between the James and York rivers at an insignificant hamlet called Yorktown. Home to no more than 2,000 people, Yorktown was only 15 miles from Jamestown as the mosquito flies. The creation of America started by settler mosquitoes at Jamestown would be completed by their more lethal country-born heirs at Yorktown. As the British, Americans, and French mustered their troops, armies of salivating mercenary mosquitoes collected in a gathering swarm in the verdant marshes surrounding Yorktown. It was both prime mosquito country and the right time of year for Washington's Anopheles ally to attack. And attack she did, unleashing a storm of malaria upon her British guests and changing the course of history. General Clinton was stunned when the French fleet arrived at Yorktown in early September and not New York as expected. Learning of this French decision, Washington, in consultation with Rochambeau, was forced to give up all idea of attacking New York and hurried his combined Franco-American force south to Yorktown. Washington's column arrived in late September, joining Lafayette's blocking force for over 17,000 men positioned on the high ground surrounding Yorktown. Cornwallis now had the worst of both worlds, comments McNeill. His army was entrenched on the coast, at maximum risk to malaria, yet the Royal Navy could not get through to relieve him. Needing a British surrender before the end of the mosquito season and the onset of winter, on September 28th, Generals Washington, Rochambeau, Lafayette, and Anopheles orchestrated a skilled and hasty siege by land and sea and air. Realizing his inferior position, and with his men cowering before malaria, a desperate Cornwallis again tried his hand at biological warfare. He fruitlessly released smallpox-infected slaves into the Franco-American lines. Although Edward Jenner would not perfect smallpox vaccination until 1796, risky immunization techniques had been practiced since the 1720s. Beginning in 1777, Washington insisted that his soldiers receive the perilous inoculation. Some certainly died, but the rest of his army acquired herd immunity against smallpox. Cornwallis's second failed effort to culture a premeditated smallpox epidemic brought British attempts at biological weaponry to a perfect 0-3. A desperate Cornwallis pleaded to Clinton for reinforcements, relief, and quinine. "This place is in no state of defense. If relief does not come soon, you must prepare to hear the worst. Medicines are wanted." While the Franco-American force tightened its siege, the Mosquito continued its unrelenting attack on the trapped British at Yorktown. David Petriello's clinching remarks on Clinton's ill-fated Southern strategy, sealed by the mosquito-fenced and malaria-fetid position of Cornwallis at Yorktown, determined that the English had been chased from the south not by the guns of the Patriots, but by the proboscis of the Anopheles mosquito. At the outset of the siege of Yorktown on September 28th, Cornwallis commanded 8,700 men. By the time of his official surrender on October 19th, he had 3,200 men, 37% fit for duty. Given that British casualties from combat were no more than 200 killed and 400 wounded, over half of his total force was too sick to fight. The British army at Yorktown had been eaten alive by malarious mosquitoes. Reporting to Clinton the day after his surrender, Cornwallis credited his defeat and final capitulation not to the enemy but to malaria. "I have the mortification to inform your excellency that I have been forced to give up the post, the troops being much weakened by sickness. Our numbers had been diminished by the enemy's fire, but particularly by sickness. Our force diminished daily by sickness, to little more than 3,200 rank and file fit for duty." The commander of the Hessian mercenaries, holed up in Yorktown with Cornwallis, reported 2 days before the surrender that the British were nearly all plagued with fever. The army melted away, among whom not 1,000 men could be called healthy. The Mosquito had chased the British from the southern battlefields of revolution and won the long and bloody struggle for American liberty. J. R. McNeill emphasizes that Yorktown and its mosquitoes ended British hopes and decided the American war. He closes his chapter Revolutionary Mosquitoes saluting the tiny female General Anopheles, who stands tall among the founding mothers of the United States. Her American victory not only redirected the flight path of history and the heart of Western civilization away from Britain toward the United States, it also generated immediate shockwaves with global reverberations. The British outpost of Australia, for example, was a byproduct of both Yorktown and the Mosquito. In the decades preceding the Revolution, the American colonies received an annual import of 2,000 British convicts. In total, approximately 60,000 British convicts were dumped in the colonies. With American independence, British Parliament was forced to consider an alternative station to unload a swelling number of domestic felons. The fledgling colony of the Gambia was originally considered, but it was deemed that exile to Africa amounted to nothing more than a death sentence. Within 1 year of arrival, 80% of the British diaspora perished from mosquito-borne disease. This defeated the dual purpose of a penal colony, to punish and rid the mother country of criminals, while using these banished British subjects as the vanguard of colonization. If convicts could not survive, how could these colonies eventually thrive? The first 1,336 British convicts arrived at the substitute destination of Botany Bay, Sydney, in January 1788, and British Australia was born. Like its Commonwealth cousin of Australia, British Canada was also conceived by the mosquito-manipulated outcome of the American Revolution. While Canada remained a British colony after the Revolution, it was the influx of post-revolutionary American loyalists that swung the demographic profile and prevailing culture from French to British. By 1800, over 90,000 loyalists landed in Canada, fleeing the United States to uphold personal political loyalties, to escape persecution, or as asylum seekers from yellow fever epidemics that consumed the coastal states between 1793 and 1805. 25 years after the Mosquito helped secure American autonomy, British Canadians outnumbered French Canadians by a ratio of 10 to 1. Retaining Canada, however, was the only solace for the British at the signing of the Treaty of Paris in September 1783, which officially ended what had become not just America's War of Independence, but also a global conflict. British Florida was handed over to Spain, and France acquired Senegal and Tobago. All British lands east of the Mississippi River between Florida and the Great Lakes, St. Lawrence River, were surrendered. marking the national boundaries of the new and internationally recognized country of the United States of America. With the proclamation line now null and void, America more than doubled in size. Triggered by the American Revolution, a wave of rebellions against European rule swept the Americas. Decided by the Mosquito's dealings in yellow fever and malaria, these colonial insurrections and conflicts, while determining the fate of freedom for numerous nations, also inadvertently augmented the westward tilting landmass of the United States. While the Mosquito had helped Generals George Washington and the Marquis de Lafayette secure American independence, she had not yet completed the finishing touches on her masterpiece designs of American manifest destiny and territorial annexation. General Anopheles and her compatriot General Ades, as we have seen, are fickle friends and allies. The birth of the United States came at the expense of the mosquito-bitten British. American westward expansion into Louisiana Territory and the subsequent escapades of Lewis and Clark resulted from the Mosquito's merciless attacks on Napoleon's unseasoned French troops, struggling to quell their own insurgency in Haiti within the larger French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars. Just as American mosquitoes had aligned with and respected Washington's mutineers, Haitian freedom-fighting mosquitoes reinforced the slave revolt and protracted rebellion led by Toussaint Louverture against draconian French rule. She also buttressed seasoned revolutionaries during the budding wars of liberation against Spanish authority across South and Central America, driven by the dazzling Simón Bolívar. The separation of America from the Spanish monarchy resembles the state of the Roman Empire, Bolívar proclaimed in 1819, when that enormous structure fell to pieces in the midst of the ancient world. Mirroring her ruin of the Roman Empire 1,500 years earlier, the Mosquito also gnawed the mighty Spanish-American Empire into autonomous, independent pieces. Historians for generations have brilliantly illuminated this age of revolution. These were stirring events, the stuff of political history, replete with heroism and drama, providing stages for characters such as George Washington, Toussaint Louverture, and Simón Bolívar, acknowledges J.R. McNeill. One thing that has escaped their spotlight is the role of mosquitoes in making the revolutions victorious. Beginning with the American Revolution, across crumbling European colonial empires, the mosquito apportioned and dispensed liberty and death. Both consummations delivered a new birth of freedom. In the spring of 1803, President Thomas Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead the Corps of Discovery expedition to explore and map the newly acquired Louisiana Territory. It was imperative that the 34 resourceful trailblazers of this cross-country excursion travel light, only indispensable gear and equipment suited for survival in the exotic, undiscovered wilderness of the American West. While carefully choosing and bundling the bare necessities, the voyagers made sure to pack 3,500 doses of quinine bark, a half-pound of opium, over 600 mercury pills they nicknamed thunderclappers, liquid mercury, and penile syringes, among other essential supplies. Swallowing mercury or injecting it into the urethra did not cure their dysentery, gonorrhea, or syphilis, or fend off Smokey Bear. The mercury-laden feces and mercury dribbles they left behind, however, have enabled modern researchers to meticulously pinpoint the locations and track the exact route of the Sacagawea-led expedition. Despite dysentery, sexually transmitted diseases, snake bites, and the occasional bear attack, writes Petriello, the expedition returned relatively unscathed after a successful trek of more than 2 years. The main goal of the Lewis and Clark expedition, as ordered by Jefferson, was to find the most direct and practicable water communication across this continent for the purpose of commerce. Among the secondary objectives was the establishment of trade relations with indigenous peoples and an examination of the flora and fauna to price economic potential. In short, its purpose was to generally figure out what the hell Jefferson had just bought from Napoleon, who needed a quick injection of capital to help fund and front his unfinished European campaign. The American mosquito-brokered purchase of the Louisiana Territory was a byproduct of both the larger international affairs surrounding the tumultuous and confused French Revolution and Napoleon's subsequent quest to restore the French Empire in the Americas, tarnished by the 7 Years' War to its former glory. Within this upheaval, the fledgling American nation suffered through one of the worst outbreaks of disease in its history. French colonial refugees fleeing a vicious slave revolt against French rule in Haiti swamped Philadelphia in yellow fever. As we will see, in the wake of the American Revolution, the Mosquito connected 4 seemingly unrelated events over the span of 14 years. The outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789, the rebellion launched in Haiti in 1791 led by Toussaint Louverture, followed by the appalling 1793 yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia, and finally, the completion of the Louisiana Purchase of 1803. Throughout this period, from France to the far reaches of the Americas, the Mosquito spliced and plaited a tangled web of infamous and influential historical episodes. She tore at the heart of colonial empires by encouraging revolution, pressed U.S. manifest destiny west, and otherwise toppled the balance of power in the Americas. The Mosquito turned the darker and more sinister sides of the Columbian Exchange against its own European creators and custodians by unleashing a torrent of yellow fever and malaria against unseasoned imperial soldiers attempting to subdue slave revolts and country-born independence movements in their American colonies. They were the inadvertent biological architects of their own imperial demise. In the process, the Mosquito reconfigured the map of what was by now a not-so-new or small world after all. The economic, political, and philosophical foundations of revolution fermented in colonial America, advocated by General Anopheles, roused the miserable and bedraggled subjects of France to shrug off the yoke of subordination fastened by an oppressive and supercilious monarchy. Stirred by the statutes of liberty carved by their American compatriots, the French steered their own revolution against the tyranny of King Louis XVI and his bride, Marie Antoinette, initiated by the celebrated storming of the Bastille on July 14, 1789. Although the French monarchs were put to the guillotine in 17. By 1790, Haiti's 500,000 slaves, 2/3 of which were born and seasoned in Africa, made up 90% of the total population. Most African-born Haitian slaves arrived pre-seasoned to malaria and yellow fever. In August 1791, over 100,000 slaves revolted against a handful of brutally repressive and harsh French plantation owners. A former slave turned revolutionary summed up the horrors underpinning the causes of the rebellion. Have they not hung up men with heads downwards, drowned them in sacks, crucified them on planks, buried them alive, crushed them in mortars? Have they not forced them to eat shit? And, having flayed them with the lash, have they not cast them alive to be devoured by worms, or onto anthills, or lashed them to stakes in the swamp to be devoured by mosquitoes? Have they not thrown them into boiling cauldrons of cane syrup? Have they not put men and women inside barrels studded with spikes and rolled them down mountainsides into the abyss? Have they not consigned these miserable blacks to man-eating dogs until the latter, sated by human flesh, left the mangled victims to be finished off with bayonet and poniard? Mark Twain cynically remarked, "There are many humorous things in the world. Among them, the white man's notion that he is less savage than the other savages." The same ideals championed by the coffee-fueled enlightenment of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that had sparked the American and French revolutions also triggered the Haitian War of Independence against their French masters. Initially, the violence was sporadic, confused, and incoherent. Coalitions were vague and continuously reshuffled, and alliances shifted across battlefields. Widespread atrocities, however, were committed by all factions. While this chaotic and muddled uprising in Haiti gained momentum, the widening of a general European war united a coalition against Napoleon's France that included, at various times, Russia, Austria, Prussia, Portugal, the Dutch Republic, and Britain, among other smaller nations or princely states. The French Revolution went global and spread to the Caribbean. Britain viewed the slave rebellion in Haiti as a dangerous inspiration for slaves in its own Caribbean colonies. Fearing a domino effect of slave revolts, the British intervened in 1793. Already at war with France, the British aimed to both quell the insurrection and capture the undersized but exceedingly lucrative French colony. Unseasoned British troops sent to Haiti, relates J.R. McNeill, died with astonishing quickness, seemingly disembarking from ships straight to their graves. The disease-bitten British stayed on in Haiti for 5 years, accomplishing very little aside from feeding mosquitoes and dying in droves. The symptoms as they appeared, wrote a British Army surgeon in 1796, were prostration of strength, heavy, sometimes acute pain of the forehead, a severe pain of the loins, joints, and extremities, a glazy appearance of, with a bloody suffusion of the eye, nausea or vomiting of bilious, sometimes offensive black matter, not unlike coffee grounds. Of the roughly 23,000 British troops deployed to Haiti, 15,000, or 65%, died of yellow fever and malaria. A British survivor later recalled that death presented itself under every form an unlimited imagination could invent. Some died raving mad. The putridity of the disorder at last arose to such a height that hundreds almost were absolutely drowned in their own blood, bursting from them at every pore. In 1798, the Mosquito chased the once mighty and now aching British Army from Haiti. Haiti, however, was only one operation in Britain's larger Caribbean campaign. The British tried in vain to capture other French, Spanish, and Dutch holdings. Every expedition was met by stalwart flights of mercenary mosquitoes, ending in heaping ruins of British dead. By the time the British finally gave up in 1804 to concentrate their forces against Napoleon in continental Europe, the Mosquito had killed 60,000 to 70,000 British servicemen, roughly 72% in the Caribbean. The British were fighting to conquer a cemetery, says McNeill. Saint-Domingue was the biggest part, but only a part, of this graveyard of the British Army. The potential of economic bounty and enterprise seemed to outshine, even eclipse, all logic of vainly funneling a persistent parade of unseasoned soldiers into the Mosquito's suffocating chamber of horrors, recounted by Royal Navy Lieutenant Bartholomew James. The dreadful sickness that now prevailed in the West Indies is beyond the power of the tongue or pen to describe, James recorded from Martinique in 1794. The constant affecting scenes of sudden death were in fact dreadful to behold, and nothing was scarcely to be met but funeral processions. In the Caribbean, the British and their imperialist European counterparts certainly clung to philosopher and poet George Santayana's original and often misquoted maxim: "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." During the first wave of the British Caribbean campaign in 1793, for example, an initial dispatch from Guadeloupe affirmed, "That dreadful malady, the yellow fever, which, though it had subsided when we first came to the West Indies, was now, as it were, awakened by the arrival of fresh victims." Gluttonous tropical mosquitoes gorged on a smorgasbord of unseasoned European fodder continuously fed into her jungle furnace of disease across the Caribbean, most notably in war-ravaged Haiti. These localized epidemics, however, soon found an bull international host audience. They spread from the Caribbean like a deathly shadow, skulking and stalking across the Americas and beyond. The revolution in Haiti and imperial conflicts across the Caribbean expedited the movement of troops, refugees, and yellow fever across the Atlantic world. Troops and refugees fleeing these tropic thunders to Europe were escorted by mosquito-borne disease. Yellow fever stormed through the coastal Mediterranean, including southern France, before making guest appearances as far north as the Netherlands, Hungary, Austria, and the Germanic principalities of Saxony and Prussia. In Spain, 100,000 people died of the dreaded yellow fever or VOH mito negro between 1801 and 1804, adding to the 80,000 who had already perished from the disease during previous outbreaks. In Barcelona alone, yellow fever took the lives of 20,000 people in 3 months, representing 20% of the city's population. Having amassed enormous wealth at the expense of African plantation slaves, European imperialist powers were now reaping a transatlantic whirlwind of disease and death, imported directly from their mercantilist American empires and the mosquito ecologies they themselves created. In an ironic twist of fate, or perhaps even karma if you prefer, the mosquito was now biting back at the mother countries of Europe for their reshuffling of global ecosystems during the Columbian Exchange. Their colonies in the Americas, however, were by no means passed over or pardoned from the blood-curdling terrors of yellow fever. Between 1793 and 1805, the disease ricocheted through the entire Western Hemisphere like a poison dart, gaining strength during one of the most intense El Niño oscillations of the millennium. Outside of the Haitian horror show, the hardest hit were Havana, Guyana, Veracruz, New Orleans, New York, and Philadelphia, which was home to an epidemic every year of this 12-year run of yellow fever. Prior to the historic epidemic of 1793, Philadelphia had not seen yellow fever for 30 years. The population, therefore, was relatively unseasoned and ripe for infection. In July 1793, the Hankey, dubbed the Ship of Death, docked at the nation's capital, carrying roughly 1,000 French colonial refugees fleeing Haiti. A few days later, in a brothel next to the pier, in a seedy area known as Helltown, a prowling scourge of yellow fever was let loose on Philadelphia's unsuspecting population of 55,000. In total, 20,000 people fled the city, including most politicians and civil servants who were not already dead. Yellow fever shut down the federal government of the United States and the Pennsylvania state government, both of which resided in Philadelphia. President Washington endeavored to govern from his perch in Mount Vernon, but, in his hurried flight, remarked, "I brought no public papers of any sort, not even the rules which have been established in these cases, along with me. Consequently, am not prepared at this place to decide points which may require a reference to papers not within my reach." He was advised that he did not have the power to relocate the capital and convene Congress at an alternate location, because that would clearly be unconstitutional. By late October, as mosquitoes succumbed to the onset of winter chills, the city was described by First Lady Martha Washington as having suffered so much that it cannot be got over soon by those that was in the city. Almost every family has lost some of their friends, and black seems to be the general dress of the city. The 1793 yellow fever epidemic killed 5,000 people in roughly 3 months, nearing 10% of the capital city's population. To match this mortality rate, 2 million metropolitan New Yorkers would have to perish in a horrific modern-day equivalent outbreak, like a mutated virulent strain of West Nile. This certainly puts into perspective the cataclysmic death caused by the mosquito. Yellow fever continued to stalk the city. During the epidemic of 1798, for example, the virus killed 3,500 in Philadelphia and another 2,500 in New York. Yellow fever, whispered a disheartened Thomas Jefferson, will discourage the growth of our nation. The yellow fever epidemic spelled the doom of large cities. Although the Residence Act of 1790 endorsed the relocation of the capital to a purposefully constructed centerpiece of the country, Philadelphia had been lobbying to be that showpiece. The yellow fever epidemics beginning in 1793 ended any deliberation about the final location and hastened the construction and completion of the new capital. In 1800, Washington, D.C. opened for business. Ironically, seeing as it was built at the confluence of the Anacostia and Potomac rivers, it was an actual mosquito-toured swamp before it became a so-called political swamp. Washington, however, did not live long enough to see the architectural marvel named in his honor. In December 1799, as 1,200 more yellow fever victims were being mourned in Philadelphia, 67-year-old George Washington died. That autumn, he had suffered another bout of his reoccurring malaria, leading to a string of other complications. By December, with his health failing, the catch-all cure of bloodletting was administered. More than half of his total blood volume was drained in less than 3 hours. He died the following day. purchase, brokered with the pressure of Haiti's mosquitoes, doubled the size of the United States overnight at less than 3 cents an acre. Given her immeasurable impact in shaping the United States, including the addition of the Louisiana Territory, the mosquito deserves a place on Mount Rushmore with her protuberant face tucked in between the grateful glances of the indebted Washington and Jefferson. Following this sale of his North American assets, and with his navy in tatters after its resounding defeat by Admiral Lord Nelson at the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, Napoleon's continental campaign in Europe was ended in 1812 by Generals Winter and Typhus, and the methodical Russian scorched earth retreat during his feudal invasion of Russia. Of the 685,000 men of his Grande Armée who marched to war in June, only 27,000 were fit for duty upon his retreat in December. He left behind some 380,000 dead, 100,000 prisoners of war, and 80,000 deserters. His doomed Russian campaign was the turning point of the war and led to his eventual defeat at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815 by a British-led Allied army under the command of the Duke of Wellington. Prior to this final defeat and exile, however, Napoleon is credited with having crafted the only purposeful and successful deployment of biological warfare in the 19th century. The Mosquito was his delivery system of choice to launch aerial malaria missiles against a colossal British invasion force. Encouraged by victories over the French in Portugal and Austria, in 1809 the British had decided to mount a raid against Napoleon in northern Europe to open a second front and relieve their beleaguered Austrian allies. The site chosen was Walcheren, a low-lying marsh in the Scheldt estuary of the Netherlands and Belgium, where it was believed the French fleet had taken harbor. In July, the potent British expeditionary force consisted of 40,000 men and 700 ships, the largest force yet assembled by Britain. An undaunted Napoleon was aware of the impending invasion, as a fleet this size could not go unnoticed. And more importantly, he was also cognizant of the recurrent summer-fall fevers that annually besieged the Walcheren region. "We must oppose the English with nothing but fever, which will soon devour them all," he told his commanders. "In a month the English will be obliged to take to their ships." Taking a page from his Haitian adversary Toussaint Louverture's playbook, Napoleon ushered in the worst epidemic of malaria that Europe had ever seen. Breaching the dikes to flood the entire area with brackish water, he created the perfect storm for mosquito breeding and malaria transmission. Eschewing the frustrated failures of Amherst and Cornwallis at premeditated biological warfare, Napoleon's perverse effort was a feverish success. The word Walcheren has since become a synonym and byword for military blundering. By the time the British called off the expedition in October, after a cost of £8 million, 40% of the British force had been rendered impotent by malaria. The Walcheren fever, as it was dubbed, had killed 4,000 men, while another 13,000 were sweating it out in makeshift hospitals. Napoleon's use of malaria as a biological weapon would be emulated by the Nazis against the American landings at Anzio, Italy, in 1944 during the Second World War. Where Britain and France bowed to the harsh retribution of the mosquito, the Spanish would stubbornly fight on for their imperiled and evaporating imperial possessions in the Americas, fruitlessly sacrificing thousands of lives to mosquito-borne disease. Like the British and French showdowns with Washington, Lafayette, and Louverture, the Spanish also faced a brilliant revolutionary leader in Simon Bolivar. Like the British and French, they also suffered the wrath of rebellious mercenary mosquitoes. Between 1811 and 1826, every Spanish-American colony attained independence save Cuba and Puerto Rico. As J.R. McNeill states, the mosquito ensured that Spanish America came untethered from Spain. During the first forays of the Napoleonic Wars, Spain had been a French ally. The Spanish Navy was also irrevocably shattered by Nelson at Trafalgar, and Spanish maritime influence steadily eroded. After a successful Franco-Spanish occupation of Portugal in 1807, Napoleon turned on his ally and invaded Spain the following year. The British, now in command of the high seas, redirected Spanish colonial trade toward its own empire. This benefited the Spanish colonies, for it loosened restrictions on trade and allowed for relative access to a free market economy. Local revolutionary councils, or juntas, made up of Spanish or casta/mestizo, mixed-race elites, sprang up across Spanish America. The privately motivated leaders of these quasi-freedom fighters understood the economic benefits of operating outside Spain's mercantilist system. In 1814, Spain sent over 14,000 troops, its largest force ever engaged in the Americas, to restore order and trade with the colonies of Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, and Panama, collectively called New Granada. Mercenary Mosquitos quickly displayed a decided preference, as one Spanish combatant noticed, for Europeans and newcomers. By 1819, as Colombia rolled out its red carpet of independence, less than a quarter of the Spanish army remained alive. With surprising accuracy, the Spanish Minister of War was notified that across the embattled Spanish colonies, the mere bite of a mosquito often deprives a man of his life. This contributes to our destruction and to the annihilation of the troops. Undaunted, a financially floundering Spain, in possession of nothing more than a bathtub navy, dispatched another 20,000 soldiers on rented Russian transports to crush Bolivar and preserve its American empire. Bolivar, who had visited Haiti in 1815 and 1816 and discussed tactics with veterans of the Revolution, incorporated mosquito-borne disease into his strategy just as his predecessor Louverture had done. It was a proven war-winning strategy, and it worked for Bolivar as well. The Spanish, the first to import African slaves, mosquitoes, and their maladies to the Americas, were eaten alive, undermined, and ultimately destroyed by their own former dark deeds, repaying in disease and death for the unatoned sins of their fathers. The mosquito assailed, infected, and killed unseasoned soldiers delivered directly from Spain without any measure or quality of mercy. Like Napoleon's French troops in Haiti, Spanish soldiers also suffered the wrath of their own Columbian exchange environmental constructions. Yellow fever and malaria killed between 90% and 95% of all Spanish forces sent to the Americas to defend economy and empire. Like Louverture, Bolivar died of tuberculosis in 1830. Unlike Louverture, he witnessed the realization of his dreams. By this time, Bolivar and his mercenary mosquitoes had gnawed the Spanish Empire in the Americas into numerous independent nations. All that remained of this once glorious and vast domain was Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, all of which would eventually be gobbled up by rough-riding mosquitoes and by the inaugural volleys of American imperialism in 1898. The seasoned slave and colonial rebellions against imperial European rule, which rumbled across the Americas, shattered the old order and ushered in a new age of independence. Unforgiving mosquitoes rallied in support of their seasoned country-born comrades, exacting hellfire retribution on their former European masters. With a fierce loyalty to the struggles of freedom unfolding in their midst, mosquitoes violated and killed unseasoned British, French, and Spanish soldiers, forcing the last clumsy, feverish retreat of European imperialism in the Americas. She severed the main economic and territorial arteries connecting Europe to colonial America. The biological consequences of the Columbian exchange struck directly at the hearts of their European creators, who now reaped the disease and death they themselves had sown. Imported mosquitoes and disease once benefited Europeans by killing indigenous peoples at unrivaled rates, enabling and expediting territorial expansion and a European labyrinth of lucrative slave-powered extractive mercantilist colonies. During these revolutions, ruthless mosquitoes steeped unseasoned European soldiers in yellow fever and malaria and destroyed their institutions. European dominion over the Americas, empowered by African mosquitoes and slaves, was also doomed by these same elements of the Columbian exchange. Although the United States was the first to be born of revolutionary mosquitoes, Her battlefield prowess in support of the slave rebellion in Haiti forced Napoleon to sell his North American lands. With the Mosquito acting as the real estate agent for Jefferson's purchase of the Louisiana Territory, and with Lewis and Clark's subsequent cartographic and economic mission to the Pacific Ocean, the young country was one step closer to its ocean-to-ocean and everything in between dream of manifest destiny. The United States continued its westward expansionist drive, battling, slaughtering, and forcefully removing indigenous peoples and the bison, their livelihood, and solidified its continental landmass and global status by declaring war on British Canada, Mexico, and, eventually, Spain. Opportunist mosquitoes roamed and reaped the bloody harvest of these conflicts of American nation-building. There was trouble brewing in the heart of the fledgling United States. Indigenous peoples west of the former Proclamation Line skirting the Appalachian Mountains were violently resisting American expansion and the aggressive encroachment of hostile settlers onto their lands. William Henry Harrison, the governor of Indian Territory, warned President James Madison in October 1811 of the grave threat posed by Shawnee Chief Tecumseh and his mounting British-backed Pan-Indian coalition. The implicit obedience and respect which the followers of Tecumseh pay him is really astonishing, and more than any other circumstance bespeaks him one of those uncommon geniuses which spring up occasionally to produce revolutions and overturn the established order of things. If it were not for the vicinity of the United States, he would, perhaps, be the founder of an empire that would rival in glory Mexico or Peru, Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations. No difficulties deter him, and wherever he goes, he makes an impression favorable to his purposes. He is now upon the last round to put a finishing stroke on his work. The call to action boisterously chirped by the war hawks in Congress was answered by a declaration of war on Britain, which was signed into effect by Madison in June 1812 to uphold the notions of sovereignty outlined in the 1783 Treaty of Paris and to seize the Canadian Great Lakes transportation routes to stimulate trade. The economic expansionist convictions of many immigrants and settlers seeped into American political and military policy under the cultural ideology and media-driven ruse of the preordained right, destined by the Almighty itself to spread American refinement and democratic governance from the Atlantic to the Pacific Oceans. This vision of manifest destiny was epitomized by the painting American Progress by John Gast. It depicts the angelic figure of Columbia, personifying both the United States and the spirit of the frontier, cloaked in a streaming white gown as she virtuously floats from the east to deliver civilization and its modern trappings to the untamed wilds of the West. Beginning with the War of 1812, this fulfillment of American manifest destiny was anything but benevolent or altruistic. Aggressive and combative American territorial expansion stood in sharp contrast to the benign and serene image of the innocently drifting Columbia. Manifest destiny and its driving force of plantation cotton production thrust the United States headlong into a series of wars against its northern neighbor, British Canada, internally against indigenous peoples in America, and, eventually, against Mexico to the southwest to secure the coveted Pacific ports of California. The Mosquito was an active participant in these American wars of conquest and helped consolidate the landmass of the continental United States. The Mexican-American War represents a departure from the historical norm of mosquitoes devouring foreign invaders and deciding the outcome of wars. During this imperialist conflict, American military planners and commanders deliberately dodged Mexican mosquitoes. By purposefully sidestepping her swampy, miasmatic death traps, they circumvented her deadly diseases and secured the rest of the West. With California statehood established in 1850, the American flag, born of the blood of revolutions 70 years earlier, was hoisted from shore to shore across the vast continent and stretching domain of the United States. Following American independence, a vanquished Britain realized the threat a growing American economy posed to her self-interest. Britain used its war with Napoleon's France to undermine American trade. Beginning in 1806, the British not only placed a trade embargo on American exports to starve Napoleon's war effort, they blockaded the middle passages of the Atlantic and boarded American merchant ships, hunting for British deserters. By 1807, the British had stolen or impressed roughly 6,000 American seamen into service in the Royal Navy. To keep America preoccupied in its own backyard, the British also funneled weapons and supplies from Canada to a powerful and surging indigenous coalition, led by the esteemed Shawnee warrior Tecumseh, that stretched from southern Canada to the southern United States. Like Pontiac before him, Tecumseh envisioned a sprawling pan-indigenous homeland. Seeing as the United States was in no military or financial position to directly invade the island fortress of Britain, something that had not happened since William the Conqueror's Norman invasion of 1066, Canada was the closest and most valuable target of opportunity. During the War of 1812, often referred to as the Second American Revolution, numerous American invasions of Canada were repulsed by indigenous coalitions, British regulars, and Canadian militias, although both Tecumseh and British commander Sir Isaac Brock were killed. In 1813, American forces looted and burned York, Toronto, the capital of Upper Canada, before evacuating the smoldering city. In retaliation, battle-hardened British regulars who arrived from Europe after defeating Napoleon in Spain landed at Washington, D.C., in August 1814. They proceeded to put the White House, Capitol, and other administrative buildings to the torch. First Lady Dolly Madison, who incidentally had lost her first husband and young son in Philadelphia's crushing yellow fever epidemic in 1793, is heroically credited with saving numerous priceless artifacts from the blazing White House. Following the assault on Washington, the British commander, Admiral Alexander Cochrane, requested to take leave, fearing the onset of malaria and yellow fever season sponsored by the Congress of Mosquitoes, basking in the American capital's vast labyrinth of rivers and swamps. Cochrane had wanted to remove the entire fleet from Chesapeake Bay in late August to avoid the onset of yellow fever and malaria, reports David Petriello, preferring instead the pestilence-free harbors of Rhode Island. Although he pleaded with his superiors that mosquito season would repulse further offensive actions, he was overruled. Mosquitoes or not, Cochrane was persuaded to assault Baltimore. His initial strike, directed at its harbor bastion, Fort McHenry, inspired a defining cultural moment for the United States. In the dawn's early light of September 14th, after a perilous 27-hour British naval bombardment of Fort McHenry, Francis Scott Key was still able to see the oversized American flag gallantly streaming over the wreckage of the fort. He scribbled down a poem, Defense of Fort McHenry, to be better known with musical accompaniment as the Star-Spangled Banner. By the close of 1814, neither side wanted to prolong a costly war that had devolved into stalemate. With Napoleon defeated and exiled to Elba, the causes of the war disintegrated. America now had open access to foreign markets, including Britain, and sailors were no longer being kidnapped. As President Madison lay bedridden with malaria, the Treaty of Ghent was signed on Christmas Eve 1814, ending the small war with no decisive winner. Of the 35,000 total deaths during the War of 1812, including indigenous allies and civilians, 80% were caused by disease, predominantly malaria, typhoid, and dysentery. No territory changed hands, and as a result, for all intents and purposes, Canada and America became lifelong best friends. After the Rush-Bagot Treaty of 1817 and the subsequent Treaty of 1818 demilitarized the border and its waterways, among other cordial covenants, Canada would never again pose a so-called national security threat to the United States. The two countries remain close military allies, and they partner and reciprocate in fair and free trade. Today, within this mutually beneficial marriage, 70% of Canadian exports head south across the longest international border in the world, spanning an astounding 5,525 miles, with 350,000 people crossing daily. while 65% of Canadian imports arrive from its southern neighbor. For 2017, commerce between the two nations totaled roughly $675 billion, with an American take-home surplus of $8 billion. Ironically, the largest battle of the War of 1812 occurred after the official peace. It was at the Battle of New Orleans that General Andrew Jackson, commanding a motley crew of militiamen, pirates, outlaws, slaves, Spaniards, newly liberated Haitians, and anyone else that he could threaten or groom into service, became a household name. In January 1815, as news of the peace was sailing across the Atlantic, Jackson and his ragtag army of 4,500 men staved off a British force 3 times its size. Jackson, a poor backwoods kid who had been taken prisoner at age 13 during the American Revolution, wrote his fame to the presidency. To his supporters, Jackson was the defender of the common man. He was touted as a war hero, a self-made man, and a champion of the underdog. To his adversaries, he was uncouth, volatile, and mentally